Anyone in the scrap business knows that the old man's water-damaged, sand-laced cardboard is nothing but a scam. Not only did you fail to call him out, but you also cheerfully pulled out 30 yuan to buy that pile of junk. The entire live stream was mocking you, a college student who just paid his tuition in full. Just as you slit open the cardboard box and dug through the gravel, a strange red glow pierced the screen. A pale blue stream of data flashed frantically across your retina. 1980 year of the monkey stamp, estimated value, 12,000. The stream of laughing comments instantly fell silent. As you stepped into the antique shop holding the stamp, golden eyes gaze pierced straight through the dull stone slab the owner was using as a table leg. A dazzling, mysterious green glow catches your eye, and a system notification blasts through your mind. High ice grade jadeite rough detected, estimated value, 55,000. A cold smile curls at the corner of your mouth. The shop owner thinks he can fob you off with a few thousand, unaware that you've already got the shop's biggest hidden gem firmly in the palm of your hand. Chapter 1. Treasure Hunter Act. Have you heard? Last night, someone was walking their dog by the river and accidentally kicked a dog's head gold nugget after paying taxes. They still made 2 million. Wow, I'm so jealous. If you were to be selected as an archaeologist, geological prospector, or underwater salvage diver, wouldn't you just skyrocket to success? You're dreaming. Those hot professions are probably already pre-assigned internally. As for us, we better hope to draw something like influencer restaurant reviewer or urban white-collar worker and settle for the base prize. Blue Star, Summerland, Riversea City. Ethan Brooks stood in the vast auditorium, facing a grandly decorated stage. Hundreds of contestants had gathered below, and he was one of them. It wasn't until 2.5 minutes ago that Ethan Brooks finally grasped what kind of world this truly was. Whether in terms of culture or technological development, it wasn't all that different from the world he once knew. The only major difference was that in this world as Summerland, the Treasure Hunter Act had been enacted. Whether picked up on land, dug up from the ground, or fished out of the water, as long as it is voluntarily declared and taxed, all unclaimed property becomes the lawful personal property of the discoverer. And because of this, Riversea City, with its rivers, streams, and a long history of maritime trade dating back to ancient ports, has naturally become a true treasure hunter's paradise. Every day, new tales of wealth are born here, thrilling everyone's imagination. Gradually, working hard has become nothing more than an empty slogan. People have been flocking madly to the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, hoping for a stroke of luck that will make them rich overnight. The brain drain from legitimate industries and the restless social mindset have become hidden concerns. Faced with this situation, the National Ministry of Culture and Entertainment, in collaboration with major media platforms such as Douyin, jointly launched a mega show with a prize pool of 100 million yuan career challenge. The goal is to use the most authentic footage to show everyone that, no matter which industry you're in, dedication and expertise are the true path to success. Ethan Brooks lost both his parents at a young age. He majored in computer science. He is set to graduate from college this June. He had originally thought this major would lead to easy employment. Unexpectedly, he found himself caught up in the AI wave, facing unemployment the moment he graduated. Looking back on his years studying computer science, he not only developed nearsightedness but also cervical spondylosis. As graduation approached, he had no internship certificate and still had student loans to repay. Ethan Brooks signed up for a career challenge, along with some classmates. He figured that even if he didn't win the grand prize, he could at least secure a base bonus and an internship certificate. Click. Just then, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the center of the stage. A spotlight shone down, illuminating the stage. Then, accompanied by music, a slender figure, in high heels, stepped out with an elegant stride. She wore a smile, and her voice was sweet. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live recording of Career Challenge. I'm your host, Bing Bing. As she introduced herself, cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Bing Bing gently raised her hand to signal for quiet. First of all, thank you to all the contestants for participating, and to our viewers watching the live stream for your support. The rules of our show are very simple. We've prepared a variety of career cards, and shortly, each contestant will come up on stage to draw one. Whatever career you draw, you'll need to fully embody that role in the upcoming challenge. Of course, these professions span all walks of life. Some are popular, others are niche, some are easy, others are demanding. But no matter which profession you draw, I hope everyone will give it their all. At the same time, our production team has prepared generous cash prizes. As long as you make it to the end, you'll have a chance to win a 100 million yuan grand prize. Alright, enough chit-chat, let us start drawing professions right now. As Bing Bing finished speaking, the contestants began taking the stage one by one to draw their professions. Gasps and sighs erupted continuously throughout the venue. The gasps came when someone drew high-paying professions like financial trader or software developer. The sighs followed when someone drew grueling and exhausting jobs like food delivery or package sorting. Soon it was Ethan Brooks' turn. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and pulled a card from the box. On the card, 3 big characters stood out in bold: scrap collector. Ha ha ha. A scrap collector in Riversea City. That's hilarious, this guy must be out of his mind. Yeah, it's a totally worthless job. Back in the day, there were still people in Riversea City who de-scavenge for junk and strike it rich. Now that treasure hunters are everywhere, junk is really just junk. Looks like the first person to be eliminated from this 100 million yuan jackpot is about to be revealed. What a shame, such a cute guy. I was hoping to see more of him. A burst of laughter immediately erupted from the crowd. Couldn't he be helped? Right before Ethan Brooks, someone had just drawn the software development profession. The kicker was that the guy actually worked in that field. He'd been laid off last month and had just signed up for the contest. Compared to him, Ethan Brooks, it was like night and day. Ethan Brooks was stunned himself. Before he was transported to this world, he studied computer science and even worked in the field for 2.5 years. If he'd drawn software development, he might actually have been able to earn a bit more bonus money. But instead, he ended up as a scrap collector. Oh well, I'll just stick with it for now. Once I get my internship certificate and the base bonus, I'll graduate without a hitch. With my 2.5 years of work experience, I'm sure I'll be able to find a decent job. Besides, who knows, I might even stumble upon an antique while collecting scrap. Ethan Brooks was mulling over his future plans. Just then, a voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Host's desire to collect treasures detected. Treasure collection system activated. Name: Treasure collection system. Collection points: 0-100. Description: collect treasures to accumulate collection points. Each time you reach the maximum collection points and level up, you'll receive rewards such as Master Chef, Speed Demon, or Artifact Restorer. Note: collection points are related to the treasure's value, significance, and the visibility of the collection. Ding! System activated. Beginner's gift pack being distributed. Congratulations on obtaining golden eyes. Collection system. Golden eyes. Is this the golden eyes I'm thinking of, the ones that grant X-ray vision and let you see through treasures? Ethan Brooks stared at the panel in front of him, stunned. Just then, the on-site draw concluded, and it was time for the contestants to take their places and begin the competition. Bing Bing raised the microphone and smiled faintly. All right, all contestants have completed the draw. Next, before we begin the competition, we'll randomly select one contestant to ask about their thoughts and career plans. The person we've selected is number 62. Clatter. A wave of applause and laughter erupted both on and off the stage. Many people cast curious glances at this handsome young man who had been selected a scrap collector. Ethan Brooks stared blankly at the host, Bing Bing, as she walked up to him. Golden eyes had just finished fusing. His powers were now fully activated. The sapphire necklace on the host's chest glowed with a special light in his eyes. Even her outfit was laid bare. So Golden Eyes really does grant X-ray vision. Chapter 2. The city is full of tricks, but urban villages are even more so. Ethan Brooks quickly suppressed his Golden Eyes ability. He admitted he wasn't exactly a model citizen, but he wasn't a thug either. That brief glimpse he just had was purely a misunderstanding caused by having just awakened his Golden Eyes and not yet learning to control the ability. Hello, Sue. At that moment, the host, Bing Bing, handed the microphone to Ethan Brooks and asked, according to our records, you're a college student set to graduate this year. It's the perfect time to look for a job. How do you feel about the profession you were assigned? Ethan Brooks took the microphone and gave a faint smile. He heard every word of the murmurs from the audience just now. A profession that others looked down on? Perfect, it was practically tailor-made for him. With golden eyes at his disposal, collecting scrap would be a breeze. No treasure could escape his keen eye. Plus, the show provides official support for everyone's live streams. When the time comes for him to collect treasures, he'll have no shortage of exposure. His collection points will definitely skyrocket. System upgrades and skill unlocks 1T, those be just around the corner? Thinking of this, Ethan Brooks felt even more confident. He adjusted his glasses and said into the microphone, "Actually, I think this profession is pretty good. Haven't the authorities been promoting green recycling and encouraging the recycling of household appliances lately? I think now is the perfect time to be a scrap collector. Plus, there's room for growth in this line of work." At this point, he deliberately built up suspense and paused for a moment. Sure enough, the audience pricked up their ears in curiosity, eager to hear what he had in store. Ethan Brooks smiled slightly and continued, "Who knows? Maybe one day I'll become the owner of a scrap yard." Clap, clap, clap. The audience immediately erupted into applause and laughter. "Ha ha ha. This guy has got a great attitude. He has got ambition. The scrap king. Oh, come on. At least he has got a positive attitude. Young man, don't worry, once the show is over, I'd be happy to offer you a job paying $3,000 a month. Oh, come on, is that all you've got? I was expecting you to say something like, who knows? Maybe one day I'll stumble upon an antique." Some offered encouragement, some showed support, and others expressed skepticism. Host Bing Bing couldn't help but chuckle after a few words of encouragement. She wrapped up the interview. As the camera pulled away, Ethan Brooks let out a sigh of relief, though the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. That was exactly the reaction he was after. Setting aside everything else, this interview was sure to bring a wave of initial viewers to his livestream. The contestants began leaving one by one, heading to the starting points for their respective professions prepared by the production team. Ethan Brooks walked off the stage. Guided by a staff member, he put on a miniature livestream camera. He was then handed a backpack. Inside were a specially modified live-streaming phone, a basic living allowance, a map of Riversea City, and a key to a tricycle. A label was attached to the key. "Your work vehicle is parked in the lot outside exit 3. Ethan Brooks slung the backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the venue amid the complicated stares of several contestants. Outside exit 3, a row of various vehicles was parked. There were electric food delivery scooters, courier small vans, and ride-hailing cars. And in the very corner, a few old tricycles with peeling paint sat quietly in the sunlight. They looked a bit worn out, but thoughtfully, mounts for securing the live-streaming phone had been installed on the handlebars. Hey, not bad. Looks like I'm not the only one who drew this profession." Ethan Brooks smiled faintly and found the old-fashioned tricycle marked with the number 62. Just then, a golden flash gleamed in his eyes. Name: worn-out tricycle. Description: an old-style chain-driven tricycle. The chain is already a bit loose. Market valuation: $60-75. Wow! I can see the info and even get an estimate. These golden eyes are perfect for me. Ethan Brooks felt a surge of joy inside, though his expression remained completely unchanged. He first secured his live-streaming phone to the mount. He glanced at the live-stream chat. There were now 132 viewers. Most of them were viewers who had followed him out of the venue. That was already quite a crowd. After all, he was a rookie streamer. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath, gripped the handlebars, and straddled the tricycle. He then adjusted the angle of the chest-mounted camera so the lens was aimed at the tricycle and the road ahead. "Hello, everyone. I'm contestant number 62, Ethan Brooks, and I'm a scrap collector by trade. Now, I'm officially starting my career challenge." Ethan Brooks greeted the audience with a smile and gave the pedals a push. The old tricycle began to wobble as it rolled out of the parking lot and merged into the slightly languid afternoon streets of Riversea City. The viewer count in the livestream flickered a few times at 132 before dropping back to 127. Comment streams floated by sparsely. Is he really going to collect junk? The guy's actually taking this pretty seriously. Boring. I'm outta here gonna check out how the financial elite next door are trading. Hey kid, if you ask me, you should just give it up. The scrap business is a pretty murky world. Ethan Brooks glanced at the screen but said nothing. As he pedaled, he activated the golden eyes he'd just acquired. The world instantly looked different through his eyes. The street trees lining both sides of the road, the trash cans, the occasional discarded soda bottle, A faint halo and simple text information floated above the surface of every object. Most were ordinary items, with prompts like market valuation, 0 to 1 yuan. But this was already making Ethan Brooks' heart race. This ability was practically made for this line of work. He unconsciously pedaled faster. He soon arrived at his first destination, Jinshin Xiaoyuan, an old residential complex at least 20 years old and located closest to the venue. The complex's red brick exterior was weathered, and dozens of tall banyan trees stood within. Just as he was about to ride inside to ring the scrap collector's bell, when he spotted something next to the gatehouse. An elderly man with graying hair was struggling to drag a large bundle of cardboard boxes tied with rope out of the complex. The boxes looked slightly damp, and dark water stains were faintly visible along the edges. The live stream instantly buzzed with excitement at the sight. The streamer got some luck, he's already making a sale. Haha. This old man is definitely hauling cardboard to sell as scrap. But soaking it like that, he's not even bothering to put on a show. City life is full of tricks, but urban villages are even trickier. I got scammed in an urban village back in the day. They promised 300, but ended up charging 500. The guy above, tell us more. The old man had now noticed Ethan Brooks as well. His expression grew slightly uneasy, and his eyes darted away. However, Ethan Brooks didn't back down. A flash of gold gleamed in his eyes, and his expression brightened after reading the information on the cardboard. Sir, you're getting some exercise here. What do you mean exercise? The old man snapped. Can't you see I'm so tired I can barely walk? Hurry up and come help me. Okay, I'm coming, sir. Ethan Brooks chuckled. He parked his tricycle, quickly adjusted his expression, and put on that clever smile unique to college students as he walked over. Sir, I see you're selling scrap. As it happens, I'm a contestant on the show Career Challenge, and my profession is a scrap collector. Ethan Brooks pointed to the show's logo on his tricycle and the phone that was live streaming. Are you selling these cardboard boxes? The old man was startled at first, but when he saw Ethan's tricycle and phone, and heard the words TV show and live stream, his eyes began to sparkle. Seeing this, Ethan Brooks quickly said, Sir, I'm a college student. This is my first time collecting scrap. Would it be okay if I paid you the market price? A college student on his first try. The old man's eyes lit up. He shifted the wet cardboard boxes he was holding behind him, but his voice grew louder. Oh my young man, you've come to the right place. I really like college students like you. You're honest. Look at these. They're all good quality cardboard boxes my son just used for moving. They're nice and dry. You've got to give me a good price. As he spoke, he deliberately patted the bundle of cardboard boxes, which were noticeably dark in color, producing a dull thud. Listen to that sound. This is top-notch stuff. Chapter 3, 30 turns into 10,000. That old guy is really unscrupulous, tricking college students. Water-damaged cardboard boxes, it's an old trick. The new streamer's about to learn a hard lesson. Haha. Getting ripped off on his very first deal. Great for the show. Does anyone know the streamer's phone number? Call him and warn him. Several new comments instantly appeared in the live stream chat. Ethan Brooks seemed oblivious to the comments and appeared completely unaware of anything unusual about the cardboard box. He crouched down and ran his hand over the surface of the box. Then he stood up, looking somewhat troubled. Sir, this box seems a little damp. That makes a big difference in weight. We pay by weight for scrap. Oh, come on. It's just a bit of dust on the surface. I'll wipe it off. The old man quickly wiped it with his hand, but the water stains only became more noticeable. Here's what we'll do, old man. Ethan Brooks sighed. I can see you're having a tough time. For this bundle of cardboard boxes, I'll pay you 35 cents, 70% of the normal price for dry cardboard boxes. How does that sound? Just consider it a good start for me. The old man's eyes darted back and forth. He originally planned to sell these cardboard boxes as trash. He soaked them in water just to tip the scales. He figured he'd be lucky to get half the normal price. And now this silly kid was actually willing to pay 70%? Deal. You're a straight shooter, kid. Afraid he might change his mind, the old man immediately shoved the rope into Ethan Brooks's hands. Let us do it your way. Go weigh it up. Ethan Brooks pulled the electronic scale out of the tricycle's cargo bed. He weighed it, 42.89 kilograms, a little over 85 gene. You've got to admit, with that kind of weight, the old man really had some strength. Old man, 3 mao 5 per gene, that S30 in total. Does that work for you? Okay. Okay. The old man nodded and took out his phone. Ethan Brooks transferred the money to him. Then he loaded the cardboard boxes into the back of the tricycle. The old man walked away beaming, and before he left, he kindly added, "You're a decent young man. I'll come back to you for scrap in the future." Ethan Brooks nodded with a smile. Once the old man had walked far enough away, he turned back to look at his phone's live streaming screen. Unnoticed, the number of viewers had already risen to over 300, and the chat was full of comments calling him a fool. Ethan Brooks didn't bother explaining. He hopped on the tricycle and took off. He had golden eyes, the ability to see through objects and view item information. Was there any way the old man could have tricked him? He glanced at the cardboard box. An info panel instantly appeared before Ethan Brooks. Name: discarded cardboard box. Description: water-soaked cardboard box containing an 80s postage stamp. Market valuation: 8,000, 12,000. Haha. That's a several hundred-fold return right off the bat. Ethan Brooks chuckled to himself as he pedaled his tricycle faster. After rounding a corner, he stopped the tricycle, grabbed the craft knife he'd prepared in the cargo area, and waved it in front of the camera. Guys, that old man just said all this stuff was top-notch. He even said he'd come back to support my business. With such a great old man, why are you all saying he's trying to rip me off? All right, I'll open it up for you guys to see. With that, Ethan Brooks used the utility knife to cut through the rope binding the cardboard boxes. The boxes fell apart, the top layer looked fine. Closer to the middle, however, the cardboard was almost entirely soggy. A few pebbles used to add weight even clattered to the ground. The live chat exploded with laughter instantly. Ha ha ha. There's your proof. Even the pebbles are coming out. The classic weight fudging combo. Soaking in water plus pebbles. This old man really knows his scrap recycling. Tuition paid. Consider these 30 yuan as the streamer's contribution to the old man's cigarettes. A college student's first harsh lesson in the real world. Let us check this off the list. The streamer's face must be green with envy. Give us a close-up. Ethan Brooks looked at the mess of wet cardboard and pebbles in the truck bed, his face a mix of frustration and anger. He turned to the camera and said helplessly, "It's a scam. It's all a scam. No wonder it was so heavy. Old man, that's just not right." As he spoke, he vented his frustration by haphazardly rummaging through the pile of wet cardboard. "What a total loss, guys. I've already paid my tuition on the very first day." He sighed heavily. Just then, his movements suddenly stopped. Toward the bottom of the cardboard pile, a small, slightly flattened transparent plastic bag came into view. Inside the bag lay a red stamp, featuring a small golden monkey design. Ethan Brooks let out a surprised, "Huh," as he picked up the plastic bag and held it up to the camera. What is this? A stamp." The live chat, which had been filled with laughter just moments ago, fell silent the instant viewers recognized the stamp. Immediately afterward, an even more intense flood of messages erupted. "Wait, that design, the golden monkey? Holy crap, the year of the monkey stamp. The one from 80. It really is the monkey stamp, China's first zodiac stamp. Look at the color and condition, it's in pretty good shape. Host, quick check if the perforations are intact. Are there any yellow spots or mold? If it's in good condition, the market price for a single stamp is easily 8,000. That's an understatement. If a big spender who's missing just this one to complete a 4-stamp set or a full sheet happens to see it, it could go for 12,000 or even 15,000. Finding a monkey stamp in a water-damaged cardboard box? This is scripted. It's definitely scripted. I don't believe it. How could it be such a coincidence? The production team must have set this up, right? But that old man just now, didn't he look like an actor? That sly grin was priceless. If this really were scripted, Zhang Yimou would have to cast him. 30 for a profit of 10,000? Come on, experts, calculate how many times that is. The comment stream exploded with a mix of skepticism, amazement, and analysis. Ethan Brooks watched the rapidly scrolling comments. His expression shifted from curiosity to astonishment. Is this for real? This little red monkey, is it really worth that much? He looked into the camera, his tone filled with the uncertainty of a newbie. Guys, don't pull my leg, I'm not very well read. Who's pulling your leg? Hurry up and get it appraised. Search for collectible card markets or antique buyback shops on the map. Right? Go find a buyback shop to get it appraised. I'm on the night shift, I don't know if it's real or fake, and I can't sleep. It's definitely fake. Think about it, if it were real, how would the old man have just tucked it inside a piece of cardboard? The comments in the live stream were mixed, but the viewer count kept rising. Ethan Brooks smiled. He pulled out his phone and searched for antique buyback. Let me see. Nearby. 2 blocks from here there really is a Jubiozai. Their business scope lists the sale and buyback of antiques and art. Hurry up, hurry up. Jubiozai is a national chain of antique dealers. Their store managers have pretty good eyes. I'm so nervous. What if it's real? What are we going to do then? What do you mean, upstairs? Worried the streamer might suffer, or afraid he'll end up driving a Land Rover. So jealous. There are just so many opportunities in big cities. The live stream's comments were much more active than before, and the viewer count had reached 500. There were even all kinds of virtual gifts being sent. Feels great. I just wonder, with this level of exposure, if I add this stamp to my collection, how many collection points will the system award me? Ethan Brooks pondered this as he hopped on his tricycle. All right, let us see what this is really made of. Guys, let us go. Let us head over to this Jubiozai and ask that little red monkey what kind of deal this really is. Chapter 4. High Ice Grade Jadeite Rough. The tricycle soon pulled up in front of an antique-style shop. The Jubiozai sign, with gold lettering on a black background, looked quite imposing in the sunlight. A sign stood at the entrance, reading, Antiques, Calligraphy, Paintings, Coins, and Jade purchased and consigned. Ethan Brooks parked the tricycle. He checked the microcamera on his chest and the live stream feed on his phone. After confirming everything was normal, he entered the shop. The light inside was slightly dim. A faint scent of sandalwood and old paper lingered in the air. The display shelves were filled with all kinds of porcelain, bronzeware, and wood carvings, while yellowed calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls. A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a traditional Chinese jacket and glasses, sat behind the counter, carefully examining a copper coin through a magnifying glass. It had a distinctly vintage feel. He heard the door open. He looked up, his gaze first resting on Ethan Brooks's youthful face. It then swept over the camera on his chest and the phone mount in his hand, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes. Welcome to Jubiozai, young man. How can I help you? The owner set down his magnifying glass and stood up. Hello, sir. Ethan Brooks stepped forward and gently placed the plastic folder on the velvet-lined counter. I received an old stamp and was wondering if you could take a look at it for me. Oh, a stamp. The owner adjusted his glasses, took the plastic folder, and began examining it under the light. He examined it very carefully. Using tweezers, he gently removed the stamp and examined the perforations, gum, and color under the magnifying glass, even running his fingers over the paper to feel its texture. About a minute later, the shop owner set down the magnifying glass, carefully placed the stamp back into the plastic holder, and gave a gentle yet slightly regretful smile. Young man, it's the real thing. It's definitely the 1980 year of the monkey stamp. Ethan Brooks felt certain, but gave nothing away. However, the shop owner changed the subject, pointing to a nearly invisible, pinhead-sized discoloration along the edge of the stamp. Look here, there's a very slight printing flaw. Although it doesn't affect its authenticity, for a collector who strives for perfection, the condition isn't top tier. And as for the gum on the back, it's in decent condition, but it's not the kind found on a mint with gum stamp. He sighed. If it were in mint condition, it would easily fetch over 10,000. But this one of yours, what a shame. Oh, Ethan Brooks raised an eyebrow. So, boss, how much do you think it's worth? The owner pondered for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. All right, since you're young and seem sincere about selling it, and I like to mentor the younger generation, 5,000, I'll take it. You know, once we buy it, we still have to handle it and find buyers. It's no easy task. 5,000. Ethan Brooks chuckled to himself. Golden eyes showed a market valuation of 8,000, 12,000. This shop owner had slashed the price to the bone right off the bat. And even if he sold it for 5,000, according to the Treasure Hunter Act, for amounts under 1 million, he'd have to pay a 20% tax. That meant he'd only actually walk away with 4,000. Does this shop owner really think he's an idiot? Ethan Brooks gave a faint smile. Sir, that's a bit of a rip-off. I'm live streaming right now. Quite a few viewers in my stream are saying this piece is in great condition and could sell for 8,000 to 10,000. The shop owner had long since noticed the camera on Ethan Brooks' chest and didn't he flinch. Haha, a live stream? You can't really trust what they say there. With a screen in the way, the lighting and details aren't clear. They mean well, but they can't judge it accurately. In the antiques business, a slight difference can lead to a huge discrepancy. Hear us what we'll do, young man. I can tell you're an honest guy. 5,000 after taxes. You don't have to worry about a thing, just sign here and take the money. I'll handle the taxes for you. That works out to 6,250 for the final price. What do you say? Is that a fair offer? Ethan Brooks shook his head. That's too low. 10,000 after taxes. Hearing that price, the shop owner's smile faded slightly, and he shook his head. Young man, you just don't understand the market. The monkey stamp is popular. Sure, but that was years ago. These days, most stamp collectors already have the essentials market demand isn't that high anymore. 10,000? I really can't take that. He looked at Ethan Brooks, once again adopting a conflicted expression. How about this, 8,000, before tax? That's the highest I can go. Any higher and I'll be losing money. Want to think it over? 8,000 before tax, that DB 6,400 in his pocket. Ethan Brooks quickly ran the numbers in his head. Given his current financial struggles, this sum was undoubtedly a fortune that could drastically improve his life. But the core of the system was collecting. If he sold it, he wouldn't earn any collection points, and he wouldn't be able to level up or draw skills. To sell or not to sell? Ethan Brooks was torn for a moment. Never mind. I'll appraise it first and see how many collection points I'll get. Without a word, he held the stamp in his hand and initiated the system's appraisal. Appraising treasure. Item value, low. Cultural significance, medium. Rarity, low. Emotional attachment, slightly low. Current exposure, 757. Comprehensive calculation. Collection points, 11. 5 dimensions, 11 points. The system now requires 100 points to level up. 11 points isn't exactly a small number. Ethan Brooks had a rough idea of where he stood. Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept beneath the counter. There, under one of the table legs, lay a palm-sized, grayish stone that looked like construction scrap. In fact, ever since entering the shop, Ethan Brooks had been occasionally activating golden eyes to sneak a peek at the items inside. The porcelain on the display cabinet, the paintings on the wall, and the jade pieces arranged inside the counter. The listed prices were more or less in line with the market valuation shown by golden eyes. As expected of an established chain store, Jubio's pricing was meticulous. But when he scanned that stone propping up the table just now, the information that came back made Ethan Brooks's eyelid twitch sharply. Name: Jadeite rough offcuts. Description: artificially aged jadeite rough offcuts. The outer layer is ordinary rock skin, while the interior contains a small, thumb-sized piece of high ice-grade jadeite. Market valuation: 40,000, 55,000 yuan. Holy crap! A surprise! Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged. It's just that this stone was currently being used as trash to prop up a table leg. How could he get his hands on it? Meanwhile, the shop owner behind the counter had been watching Ethan Brooks' expression the whole time. Seeing him hesitate at first, then glance seemingly casually beneath the counter, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Su, right? The shop owner suddenly spoke, smiling. It seems you're a bit interested in that stone propping up the table leg, aren't you? That's a piece of raw jade. Quite a few customers like to take a look at it. As he spoke, he pointed under the table. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. So the shop owner knew about that stone after all. Wait a minute. No, that's not right. The shop owner said, raw jadeite, not scrap material. At the same time, the live stream's comment feed began scrolling rapidly, with knowledgeable viewers chiming in. Host, watch out. This is an old trick. It's not actually a real rough stone, it's just scrap material made to look old. Exactly. The shop owner is deliberately passing it off as a rough stone. As soon as you ask about it, he'll say it's too small to be worth cutting. But he'll give it to you for free as long as you buy something else expensive from his store. Exactly. As soon as you walk away, he'll turn around and pull another identical piece from the basket behind him to swap it out. Holy crap. The guy above really knows his stuff. Have you been scammed before? No, because I'm the owner of Bogujai next door. And I've sold stuff like that two-dog head emoji. Ha ha ha. It's the most devastating when people in the same industry expose each other's dirty tricks. It's already pure luck for the streamer to snag a bargain on a stamp. Don't even touch Jade rough. It's way too complicated. Oh no. The streamer was just about to make 10,000 that's exactly when his ego was getting inflated. Now he might even lose his entire investment. Chapter 5. Others haven't even started working yet, and you're already looking to make 100,000. So that's the trick. Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat comments, smiled, and looked at the shop owner. I'm actually a bit interested. I took a jewelry design elective in college. Back then, I was always curious about the difference between jade rough and ordinary stones. So I get it, the boss said with a smile, nodding. He then stepped out from behind the counter, picked up the dull-looking stone, and weighed it in his hand. This one here? It's part of a batch of small jade rough I bought on a whim while traveling in southern Yunnan years ago with some friends. This one's too small and the surface quality is just average. It's not worth cutting, but it'd be a shame to throw it away, so I've been using it as a table corner prop all this time. If you're interested, Mr. Su, I wouldn't mind giving you this stone. However, the shop owner immediately changed the subject, smiling broadly as he said, but you see, in our line of business, we value good karma and harmony. We just received a new shipment of inkstones. The materials and craftsmanship are top-notch. You're clearly a man of culture, Mr. Su. Why not take a look? If you find one you like, I'll give you a 10% discount, and I'll throw in this little stone as a bonus. Let us call it a gesture of friendship, how about it? As he spoke, he guided Ethan Brooks' gaze to the other side of the counter. There were several inkstones displayed there, priced at as low as 6,800 for the cheapest one. Yet, according to his golden eyes appraisal, it was worth only 800. Wow, if he actually bought it. And that stone turned out to be worthless. He'd be taking a huge loss. Ethan Brooks cursed inwardly, but his face took on a pensive expression. He looked at the inkstones, then at the stone in the shop owner's hand. He smiled and said to the shop owner, Sir, I don't need an inkstone right now. How about this monkey stamp 10,000 before tax? And then throw in that stone of yours. How does that sound? Well, a gleam flashed in the shop owner's eyes as he feigned hesitation. The monkey stamp was actually in pretty good condition. That tiny flaw was practically negligible. Besides, he knew a regular customer was just one stamp short of completing a full sheet. Buying it for 10,000 and reselling it for 14,000 or 15,000 shouldn't be a problem. After taxes, he'd still make a few thousand. A surefire profit. All right. The shop owner looked at the stone in his hand, then at Ethan Brooks. Let us just call it a gesture of friendship, and I'll take care of the taxes for you too. Deal. Ethan Brooks nodded and handed over the stamps. Fearing Ethan Brooks might change his mind, the shop owner immediately pulled out a purchase contract and filled it out quickly. At the same time, he added a note in the remark section stating that a piece of tabletop stone was included as a bonus. Both parties signed and the transfer was made. The after-tax amount of 8,000 yuan was instantly transferred to the dedicated account provided by Ethan Brooks' production team. The shop owner happily pocketed the monkey stamp and casually pushed the gray stone toward Ethan Brooks. Young man, this stone is just a little trinket, don't take it too seriously. Don't blame me if you ruin it when you cut it open. Don't worry, boss. I'm just curious and want to play around with it. Ethan Brooks picked up the stone, which was still slightly cool to the touch, thanked him and turned to leave Jubaozhai. The moment he stepped out the door, the live stream's comment section exploded. Oh no, the streamer fell for the scam after all. Selling stamps for 8,000 isn't a bad deal, but trading 2,000 or 3,000 less for a crappy rock like that. What a total rip-off. Look how happy the owner is. The streamer's just too green. Man, 2,000 or 3,000 would be enough for me to go upstairs and pick out a good one. Not necessarily. What if the rock's actually the real deal? Don't get your hopes up, buddy. The owner of Jubiozai is as shrewd as a fox. Would he really give something valuable away as a freebie? It's over. Looks like the streamer's luck has run out. Stream. Switch channels. I can't sleep unless you switch. Don't stay up late, buddy. At least he made 8,000. That's way better than collecting scrap. Ethan Brooks looked at the comment stream, offered no explanation, and simply smiled. He hopped on his tricycle but didn't leave the street. Instead, he pedaled 30 meters forward and stopped in front of another shop with a larger storefront. Bogu Jai. The decor had the same antique charm, but the storefront was more spacious. The display window showcased not only antiques but also numerous exquisite jade carvings and gold and silver jewelry. This was also an antique dealer, but it also sold and crafted art pieces such as jade and jadeite. Ethan Brooks parked his tricycle, held the gray stone in his hand, and pushed open the store door once more. Inside, a middle-aged man wearing a polo shirt with a more refined and scholarly demeanor was smiling warmly at him. The computer screen in front of him clearly displayed the live stream from Ethan Brooks' channel. Welcome, welcome, young friend Ethan Brooks. My surname is Zhang. I'm actually one of your live stream viewers. The owner of Bogu Jai greeted him with a smile, his gaze falling on the stone in Ethan Brooks' hand, and he shook his head. I watched the whole live stream just now. You, my friend, were played by Old Wong from Jubiozai. He pointed at the stone in Ethan Brooks' hand. This isn't the jade rough he claimed it to be at all. It's just a scrap of material that has been artificially aged to scam newcomers. It's not worth a single penny. He has been pulling that by an inkstone or a calligraphy brush and get a jade rough for free trick for who knows how many years. Huh? Scrap? Ethan Brooks looked surprised. It's not a rough? I thought. Seeing this, the owner sighed. The antiques and jade business is a deep pool. You learn from your mistakes. At least the price I got for the stamps was fair. I didn't lose too much. Ha ha ha. I was just saying the streamer got scammed. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel really satisfied. Feels good. Time to sleep. The owner of Bogu Jai is really sharp. He is practically certain this piece has been artificially aged. Number 62. Out. With just one remark from the owner of Bogu Jai, the live stream instantly became even livelier. Ethan Brooks smiled, weighed the stone in his hand, and said reluctantly, Mr. Dawson, to be honest, I met a senior studying jewelry design during my elective classes. I once learned a few basics from her late at night. Holding this stone, I just can't shake the feeling that it's a little different. Why don't you cut it open for me to take a look? Just so I can die knowing the truth. Well, Mr. Dawson smiled and nodded helplessly. All right, I'll put an end to your curiosity, and I'll waive the cutting fee for you. Follow me. Mr. Dawson led Ethan Brooks to the backyard of the shop, where he found a master craftsman polishing jade pieces. Master Lee, I've got a small piece of raw jade here. Help this young man cut it open. Just use the small oil-powered saw. It'll be quick. The master craftsman, known as Master Lee, looked to be in his 60s, his hands covered in calluses. He took the stone, glanced at it briefly, and shook his head with certainty. Young man, I've been in this business for nearly 30 years. This is just scrap. The skin is fake. The weight and feel are all wrong. Cutting it open would be a waste of time. I know, master. Ethan Brooks gave a wry chuckle. Just cut it for me anyway. I've been pretty lucky today. I picked up a monkey stamp just now and sold it for 10,000. I just have this strange feeling about this stone. Could you just scrape a thin layer off here and see? Ethan Brooks pointed to a slightly flat side of the stone. Master Lee had seen plenty of stubborn customers like this. He didn't try to talk him out of it anymore. He just shook his head, put on his safety goggles and gloves, and secured the stone to the small chainsaw. Well, watch closely. Once it's cut, don't say I didn't warn you. A piercing cutting sound rang out, and stone dust flew everywhere. The comments in the live stream were almost unanimously negative. The streamer lost his mind. Even the master craftsman said it's hopeless. Why even cut it? Can't wait for the streamer to give up completely. I won't be able to sleep until he does. Actually, I get where the streamer coming from. After all, he just made a fortune. He probably a little carried away. The cutting sound lasted less than 10 seconds. Suddenly, Master Lee's movements came to a halt. He turned off the chainsaw, picked up a small jug nearby, and poured some water onto the cut surface to wash away the stone dust. Then his whole body froze. He leaned in close to the cut surface, examining it over and over again. He even wiped it with his hand before shining a powerful flashlight on it. The next moment, his face instantly betrayed utter shock. His mouth hung slightly open, and his eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be possible? Seeing this, the boss sensed something was wrong and hurried over. There, on the rough, grayish cut surface, a window the size of a fingernail had been wiped clean. Inside the opening, what was revealed was no longer grayish-white stone. Instead, it was a streak of crystal-clear, frost-like green water. Bathed in the clear water and the beam of the powerful flashlight, it radiated a soft yet dazzling luster. The green was pure and vibrant, with an incredibly fine texture. There was almost no graininess visible, and it had exceptional translucency. High ice variety. Bright green. Mr. Dawson was stunned. He snatched the high-intensity flashlight and examined it himself. That hint of green appeared even more vibrant and alluring under the flashlight's beam, as if it were alive. Although the exposed portion was still very small, based on this small window alone, the variety, water, and color were all top-notch. Definitely high ice, bright green jade, and judging by the translucency and texture, there's likely much more jade hidden inside. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, after a brief, dead silence as if the connection had been cut, it completely exploded. Green showed up? Is this for real? High ice, bright green jade, it's known as jadeite gold. Sold by the gram, just like gold. Oh my gosh, Maya. The host really went for it. Holy cow. Isn't this just scrap material? The owner of Jubiozai is taking a huge loss. It's way more than just a big loss. If you emptied this out, it'd probably sell for 50,000 to 100,000. Streamer, keep cutting it open. Let us see how big it is inside. I won't be able to sleep unless I see it. How is this even possible? Financial traders are still in onboarding training, and the streameress already made 100,000. Report. This is definitely scripted. Chapter 6. The Treasure Hunter at the Scrap Yard. Ethan Brooks watched the live chat. He felt very calm inside. Golden Eyes had already told him the outcome. At that moment, Master Lee was losing his cool. He never expected he'd ever make a mistake. The thing is, who could imagined it? That the cut-off scraps would yield such high-quality jade. He even suspected that old Wong from next door had set a trap and sent someone to mock his craftsmanship. In contrast, Mr. Dawson was a bit calmer at that moment. He carefully placed the stone on the velvet cloth and smiled. This piece of jade has performed exceptionally well. Although we've only opened a small window, the texture, water, and color are all top-notch. If the jade inside is plump and the shape is well-proportioned, it could be worth over 100,000. He looked at Ethan Brooks. We at Bogujai are willing to purchase it right now. We'll take on the risk. What do you say to 70,000? Ethan Brooks remained silent. He picked up the stone. He held it up to the light and examined it closely. In reality, he was looking at the system panel. The system estimated its value at around 50,000. The owner was offering 70,000, a significant premium. But that was standard practice in the jade gambling business. If the window looked promising, they'd pay a premium. They were betting on the size and integrity of the jade inside. If the jade inside is larger, the owner makes a profit. If it's only as much as what's visible on the surface, the owner takes a loss. But Ethan Brooks knew the exact value. 70,000 after deducting 20% tax, that's 56,000 in hand. Higher than the system's estimate. But he didn't want to sell it. His system mission was to collect. Collecting this piece of jade should earn him quite a few collection points. A thought crossed Ethan Brooks' mind. Appraising treasure. Item value medium. Cultural significance low. Rarity medium. Emotional attachment low. Current exposure 1,917. Calculating total. Collection points 55. Ethan Brooks' heart leapt with joy. 55 points. If he chooses to add it to his collection, he'll be more than halfway there in one go. And, as expected, exposure really makes a big difference. With nearly 2,000 views, he's already earned this many points. What if there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of views? Ethan Brooks shook his head. I'm starting to feel like I don't want to sell it after all. The shop owner looked a bit surprised and cautioned. Young man, gambling on jade is risky. Just because the exterior looks good doesn't mean the inside is. There might only be a thin layer, or it could have cracks or inclusions. 70,000 is already a very high price. Ethan Brooks shook his head again. Boss, I appreciate your concern. I'd like to keep it for myself. Mr. Dawson sighed. He knew there was no convincing him otherwise. All right, then do you need it processed? Master Lee is quite skilled. He can help you extract the jade and polish it into shape. I can give you a discount on the processing fee. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. Okay, I'll leave it to Master Lee. Master Lee snapped back to attention. He took the stone, his demeanor completely different now. Don't worry, I'll be very careful. He returned to his workbench. He switched to finer tools. He began slowly polishing the stone. It was very quiet around him. Only the faint hum of the machine could be heard. The number of viewers in the livestream had reached nearly 2,000. The comment stream kept rolling. Is the streamer really not going to sell it? Not even for 70,000? Maybe it's even better on the inside? But it could also be a total bust. The streamer is really bold. If it were me, I'd sell it, better safe than sorry. That's why you're not a streamer. Look, it's revealing more. Master Lee worked very slowly. Bit by bit, he ground away the outer layer. More and more of the green part was exposed. About 20 minutes later, an oval-shaped piece of green jade, slightly larger than a thumbnail, was fully revealed on the velvet cloth. It was crystal clear. The green was bright and vibrant. Under the lights, it had a soft luster and a fine texture. There were no cracks and very few inclusions. Perfect, Master Lee said softly. Although it's small, the quality is very high. It would be excellent for a ring setting or a small pendant. The owner looked at the jade with a complex expression. He had just been lecturing the young man standing before him. But, thinking of old Wang next door, he let his feelings show. Good luck. This piece of jade could fetch between 45,000 and 50,000 on the market. If it's made into a finished piece, with labor and design costs included, it could sell for over 60,000. It's up to you. Ethan Brooks took the jade. Felt smooth and cool to the touch. He put the jade away. Ethan Brooks thanked the shop owner and Master Lee. I'll think about having it cut later. The owner nodded. You're welcome anytime. Ethan Brooks paid 300 for the follow-up cutting fee and left Bogujai. It was already getting a bit dark outside. He hopped on his tricycle. The live stream was still going. The viewership had stabilized at around 2,000. The chat was still buzzing about what had just happened. The streamer hit the jackpot today. 8,000 for the stamps, at least 40,000 for the jade. 50,000 a day? Is scrap collecting really that profitable? The streamer just got lucky. Could you do the same? No way. I've never even found a single coin on the ground since I was a kid. Of course not. Everyone uses digital payments these days. Where would you even find cash lying around? But didn't the streamer basically just find money today? Ethan Brooks looked at the live chat. He smiled. Guys, we're done for the day. Let us go sell the cardboard in the car first. Ethan Brooks rode his tricycle to a nearby recycling center. The recycling center wasn't very big. Sorted recyclables were piled under a few makeshift sheds, looking a bit messy. He parked his tricycle next to the scale. A middle-aged woman wearing an apron walked over. Selling cardboard? Yeah. Load it up. Ethan Brooks loaded the cardboard onto the scale. The woman glanced at the scale and announced the weight. 37.55 kilograms. Ethan Brooks frowned. When he collected the cardboard before coming here, it had weighed 42.89 kilograms. Even if the pebbles tucked inside had scattered while he was breaking down the cardboard, it shouldn't have lost nearly 5 kilograms. They were shortchanging him. Ethan Brooks knew it in his heart, but he didn't say so outright. After all, this was someone else's turf. Plus, there were two burly men sorting through the scrap nearby. They looked like trouble. Still, he couldn't just let it slide. Ethan Brooks began. I have a scale in my truck, and the reading just now didn't match this. Is your scale broken? Who do you call Maram? The woman glared at him. Call me boss. And you're saying my scale isn't accurate? She pointed at the soggy cardboard. Did you soak this cardboard before bringing it in? Look at these water stains. I'm already being generous not charging you for completely soaked cardboard. The standard price is 6 mao per jean for this. You'll get a 20% discount. 48 fun. The live stream's comment feed immediately started scrolling. Rigged scale. It's definitely rigged. 5 kilograms short TSK. Tisk. Everyone says there are more opportunities in big cities. But why does it feel like there are more scams? That's satisfying. I just love seeing streamers get humiliated. Host. I heard you just snagged a bargain on a high ice type jadeite. Bring it out for us to see. Yeah, 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 let us feast our eyes. Due to the dramatic turnaround at Bogujai earlier, the live stream had attracted a flood of newcomers eager for a spectacle. The viewer count had stabilized at around 2,500. Most were discussing the earlier incidents involving the stamps and the jadeite. Ethan Brooks glanced at the comment stream. With this level of exposure, his collection points would probably go up a bit. He wondered if he should add the jade to his collection right now. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, the woman began rummaging through the cardboard boxes. She searched very carefully, picking up each piece to examine both sides and even prying open the layers to take a closer look. Ethan Brooks was at a loss for words and almost turned to leave on the spot. But then, suddenly occurred to him, the scrap yard didn't look very big. But was it possible that they might have collected some valuable scrap? With that in mind, Ethan Brooks decisively activated golden eyes. As far as the eye could see, most of the items were genuine junk, with the market valuation displayed as very low. But when his gaze swept past a small shed in the corner, he noticed that the items piled inside were somewhat different. Quite a few of them had a faint glow indicating they had some value. Looking back at the recycling center, the two men wearing headlamps were crouched among the piles of junk, searching carefully. Ethan Brooks understood. This recycling center was run by a group of treasure hunters. They bought scrap at low prices and sorted through it themselves first. Then they set aside anything that might be valuable, selling only the rest as scrap. No wonder the old lady was inspecting the cardboard so carefully. If that was the case, the items left here had probably been sifted through by them several times already. Ethan Brooks thought about it for a moment and felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Just as he was about to look away, suddenly, the corner of his eye caught something. Among the clutter that the two men had just sifted through and casually tossed aside, there was an object emitting a faint copper-green glow. Chapter 7. A treasure suitable for the system. It was a teapot. Its design closely resembled that of a common Chinese-made aluminum kettle. It was entirely blackish-gray, covered in green rust, and looked utterly worn out. Ethan Brooks was just about to take a closer look. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness swept over him. His vision went black, his body swayed, and he quickly reached out to steady himself on the tricycle next to him, just managing to avoid falling. Ouch! The elderly woman was startled and took 2 steps back. Young man, you're in such poor shape. Are you a college student? Don't you dare faint right here to try to scam me. Phew! Ethan Brooks gasped for air a few times. He rubbed his temples hard, took several deep breaths, and didn't respond. He must have overexerted himself from using golden eyes so frequently today. Looks like I can't use golden eyes without restraint. After a dozen or so seconds, the dizziness slowly subsided. Ethan Brooks looked at the woman and smiled. Me fine. I've just been busy all day and got a little thirsty. All right. The middle-aged woman frowned. Quickly, she clapped her hands together, her tone firm. I've checked them all. Most of them are watered down, and some are still damp. I can only give you a 40% discount. 36 mao per jean. 36 mao per jean. That was 1 fan higher than the 35 mao he paid. If the scale hadn't been rigged, he could made a small profit on this resale. A look of hesitation crossed Ethan Brooks' face. He took 2 steps back, glanced at the digital scale in his truck bed, then looked at the woman's scale. The woman noticed his gaze. Her eyes darted away briefly, but she said nothing. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment, then changed the way he addressed her. Auntie. He softened his tone. This is actually my first day doing this. I'm a host on Career Challenge, and I'm live right now. He pointed to the camera on his chest. The woman's expression changed slightly. She was clearly getting a little flustered. Ethan Brooks continued. I was an orphan growing up. I heard there were plenty of opportunities in Riversea City, so I came here. I didn't expect that on my very first day collecting scrap. I'd end up with cardboard soaked in water. He sighed and pointed to the pile of relatively dry cardboard he set aside. Here's what we'll do, Mariam. I just rented a place today, and I don't have any tools inside. It's still pretty cold out. For this cardboard, I'll pay you 3 mao and 6, just like you said. And then, can I just pick out any old kettle from your scrap pile and take it with me? I'm going back to boil some hot water to drink. The woman struggled internally. She glanced at the security camera, then back at Ethan Brooks. Greed got the better of her. Her expression hardened. Do you think this is a charity shelter? No way. It's just 3 Mao 6. And the kettle S extra. Ethan Brooks wore a resigned expression, but inside he was overjoyed. So what if he lost a little money on the scrap? As long as he got that kettle. He sighed. All right, fine. A smile immediately lit up the woman's face. That's the spirit. Here, the kettles are over there. Pick one yourself. She pointed to the pile of odds and ends. Let us be clear. Anything in good condition or still usable. I want to sell to you at scrap prices. Ethan Brooks nodded and walked over to the pile. He didn't go straight for the copper kettle. Instead, he bent down and picked up an aluminum kettle next to it that looked relatively intact and had less rust. Ma'am, I'll take this one. A look of suspicion immediately flashed across the woman's eyes. She snatched the aluminum kettle from him. She examined it from all angles and weighed it in her hands. She couldn't see anything special about it, it was just an ordinary old kettle. However, just to be on the safe side, she still refused firmly. This one won't do. This looks like an old piece of junk. Pick another one. Huh. Ethan Brooks was a bit taken aback, but without looking, he bent down and picked one up. Well, this one should be fine, right? This one. The woman gave it a quick glance. This tin kettle was covered in rust, and the spout was crooked, it was clearly nothing but junk. She was satisfied. All right, I'll take this one. That LLB 50 yuan. Your cardboard weighs 37.55 kilograms. It's 0.36 yuan per gene, so the total is 27 yuan and a bit. I'll round it down to 27. Just transfer me 23 yuan. Oh, and remember to scrub that kettle clean before using it. Don't come back to me if something goes wrong after you drink from it. Okay. Ethan Brooks nodded, pulled out his phone, and transferred 23 yuan to the QR code she provided. Then, he picked up the rickety tin kettle and rode his tricycle away from the recycling center. The live stream's comment section had long since exploded with messages. Ha ha ha, the streamer's gone crazy. 50 yuan for this piece of junk. A brand new electric kettle on Pinduoduo with free shipping is only 20. Something off. The streamer's already snagged 2 huge bargains today, do you think this one might also? Bullshit. I use a kettle just like this at home. It's aluminum. It looks like this after just a few years. It's not worth a thing. That feels good. The streamer finally took a loss this time. Rigged scales plus overpaying for junk today's loss. At least 50 yuan, plus the money wasted on that cardboard box. Time for bed, time for bed. Now I can finally fall asleep. Ethan Brooks glanced at the comment stream and smiled softly. Guys, the streamer had an epiphany today at Bogujai. That old lady might have made a small profit, but I definitely didn't lose out. This teapot is actually a real gem. As he spoke, Ethan Brooks glanced at the teapot. Name: Republican-era Western-style copper teapot. Description: slightly worn, but structurally intact, can still be used after a wash. Market valuation: 1,500–2,500 yuan. Compared to the stamps and jade from before, this teapot was naturally a bit less valuable. But Ethan Brooks felt good about it. His system was the treasure collection system. He had to collect items to earn points. This kettle, with a market price of 1,000 or 2, wasn't too expensive. But the key point was this. It was a treasure he could collect while also using it himself. It was the most suitable item for the system. As for the jade, it was valuable but of no personal use to him. He kept it mainly to maintain the livestream buzz and boost his visibility. Ethan Brooks parked his car at a relatively quiet street corner illuminated by streetlights. He adjusted his phone mount. The livestream was still running. Viewers online, 2,717. The chat was still buzzing with debate. Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat and smiled. Guys, stop arguing. If I say I didn't lose money today, there's definitely a reason for it. The chat immediately lit up. The streamer's getting too big for his britches. Does he really think he's a treasure hunter? Found a couple of bargains and already thinks he's the greatest. Exactly. My grandma has a junk kettle just like that. Not necessarily. The camera just panned over it a few times, I couldn't see it clearly. Even if it's an old thing, how much could a copper kettle be worth? It's not like it's official kiln porcelain. 200 yuan at most, and that's if anyone even wants it. The streamer's just being stubborn, he won't admit he got ripped off. Host, spell it out, where do you make your profit? I won't be able to sleep until you tell me. The atmosphere in the live stream heated up, and the viewer count began to rise, quickly surpassing 3,000. Ethan Brooks watched the rapidly scrolling comments and the climbing viewer count, knowing the timing was just right. All right, since everyone is so eager to know, I'll show you all. Meanwhile, backstage at the Career Challenge show, in the Data Monitoring Center, a staff member was staring at the screen when he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Manager Chun! Manager Chun! Come quick and look at contestant number 62's data." A middle-aged man with glasses and a sharp, efficient demeanor hurried over. "What's going on?" "Number 62, that's Ethan Brooks, the one who drew the scrap collector roll." The staff member pointed at the skyrocketing curve on the screen. His live stream just hit a peak of over 3,500 concurrent viewers. Interaction metrics are through the roof. Gift revenue is also rising rapidly. And it looks like he has scored another bargain. What? Manager Chun pushed up his glasses and leaned in to look at the live stream feed on the split screen. On screen, Ethan Brooks was holding up a copper teapot to show his viewers. The comment stream was teeming with messages. Another bargain? Manager Chun looked somewhat surprised. I thought he'd already, right? This afternoon on Antique Street, he first sold a monkey stamp. Then he used the stones he traded for to cut a piece of jade. Now, in the evening while selling scrap, he used a clever trick to snag a copper kettle at a bargain price from a scrapyard. That's unbelievable. Manager Chun looked at the young, composed Ethan Brooks on the screen. He glanced again at the astonishing data curve, and his eyes lit up. He made a decision immediately. Hurry! Notify the director, take the next prime spot in the main live stream, and switch to feed number 62. Get the editing team moving right away. Cut together all his highlights from today, from the lottery draw until now, especially the bargain hunting process, into a highlight reel overnight. First thing tomorrow morning, I want to see this video on the show's official Douyin account. The title should read, "College Student Outsmarts Elderly Couple, Rakes in 50,000 in a Single Day." Chapter 8. System Upgrade Get Fit. On a street corner, Ethan Brooks was completely unaware of everything happening backstage. He had already polished the copper kettle. He then turned it over to examine the bottom. The bottom showed signs of wear, but a faint, oval-shaped inscription was barely visible. Inside were several English letters mixed with numbers, though the exact content was hard to make out. But that was enough. "Everyone, take a look." Ethan Brooks placed the copper kettle on a clean cloth in the truck bed and faced the camera. An old copper kettle from the Republican era, Western style. It's mostly intact and still usable. I won't speculate on the exact value, but it's definitely worth more than 30. As for the price difference on that piece of cardboard, it's not even worth mentioning. So like I said, we didn't lose out today. The live comment section was completely convinced. Holy crap, that design, those patterns, it really is a Republican-era imitation of a Western style. And the key is, it's in pretty good condition. No cracks, no leaks. Unbelievable. Did the streamer actually get her to pay up again? Is that lady blind? She didn't even notice. It's not that she's blind, the streamer's tactics are too deep. He showed her the good one first, and only pulled this one out after she turned it down. She actually thought she'd won. Whoa, that's psychological warfare. Today's live stream was totally worth it. Twist after twist. This S&T scrap collecting, he's here to stock up. I don't know why, but seeing the streamer make money hurts more than when I lose money. The streamer is so lucky. How many treasures has he found now? Stamps, jade, and now a copper teapot. Where's the production team? Aren't they going to step in? Is this even fair? It's fair. Very fair. Long live treasure hunter act. Gifts started flooding the chat. Viewership kept soaring. Ethan Brooks was completely stunned. When the copper teapot was first brought out, there were still around 3,500 viewers. Now it had jumped straight to 5,000. It looked like it was about to hit 6,000 any second. In fact, a marker indicating 93rd place in the regional top 100 had even appeared in the top left corner of the livestream. How could a single copper kettle cause such a huge reaction? Since that was the case, Ethan Brooks had an idea. He immediately appraised the copper kettle and added it to his collection. Appraising treasure. Item value, low. Cultural significance, low. Rarity, medium. Emotional attachment, medium. Current exposure, 5,517. Comprehensive calculation. Collection points, 35. Ha! Ethan Brooks was stunned. This copper kettle, rated as having low value, was actually worth so many collection points. Looks like an artifact with a story behind it. Add to collection. Ethan Brooks silently chanted in his mind. The interface flashed. Congratulations on adding the treasure, folk Western-style copper pot, to your collection. Current collection points, 35,100. Not bad. Let us keep going. Ethan Brooks wedged his phone back onto the handlebars, then hopped onto his tricycle, clutching the Jade in his pocket. Earlier, when his exposure was around 2,000, his collection points were 55. This time, they jumped straight to 67. If he chose to add it to his collection, the system would upgrade immediately. Haha! This jug was definitely worth collecting. Without this copper jug, he'd probably have to wait until tomorrow for the system upgrade. Ethan Brooks chose to add it to his collection right away. Congratulations on collecting the treasure, Jade. Current collection points, 100 to 100. Congratulations on the system upgrade. Drawing a reward. Congratulations on obtaining Rejuvenation Pill. Rejuvenation Pill. Upon consumption, it clears latent ailments, repairs damaged nerves and tissues, and enhances physical fitness. Wait. Heal hidden ailments, repair nerves and bodily tissues. Maybe it can even fix my nearsightedness? Ethan Brooks smiled. Although he hadn't drawn any of the skill-based rewards the system mentioned like Drift Racing Expert or Antique Restorer, for someone who was physically frail and nearsighted, this reward was absolutely perfect. It's no exaggeration to say that if he chose to sell this medicine, it would definitely be worth more than many antiques worth millions. Ethan Brooks didn't rush to claim the reward. He first greeted his livestream viewers. Guys, that's really it for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Let us see what other surprises I can find in this tricycle. He waved goodbye and ended the livestream. The screen went dark. Ethan Brooks hopped on his tricycle and headed home. This was also an older residential complex, located in the suburbs. It was a place he rented with a few classmates in an older neighborhood on the outskirts of River City so they could participate in the show. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. The master bedroom was occupied by a couple, Ben Warren and Tina Lewis. They'd been assigned the roles of insurance salesperson and real estate agent. Ethan Brooks shared one of the side bedrooms with another girl named Emily Foster. Emily Foster was tall, with a cool demeanor and a bit of a big sister vibe. She'd been assigned the role of car model, which actually suited her looks quite well. He opened the door. The apartment was empty. Everyone was still out working. In the shared apartment group chat, the couple in the master bedroom were venting, one complaining about how hard it was to sell insurance, the other ranting about difficult clients. Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat but said nothing. He ordered takeout and returned to his room. His room was only 13 square meters, the smallest bedroom. But split among the roommates, it came to just $800 a month. In River City, that was ridiculously cheap. While waiting for the food, he took a quick shower. By the time he finished, the takeout had arrived. A plate of braised chicken with rice. He polished it off completely. After finishing his meal, Ethan Brooks patted his stomach, locked the door, and had a sudden thought. Claim reward. In an instant, a rejuvenation pill, about the size of a longan and glowing with a warm luster, appeared in the palm of his hand. Without hesitation, Ethan Brooks swallowed it whole. At first, he felt nothing after the pill went down. But soon, a surge of heat suddenly erupted from his lower abdomen. Immediately after came excruciating pain. Ethan Brooks let out a muffled groan. Knowing this was the medicine taking effect, he gritted his teeth and endured it. But soon, he closed his eyes. He couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't know how much time had passed. Ethan Brooks suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on the floor, his entire body drenched in sweat, which had soaked through to form a small puddle on the floor. There was also a strange odor lingering around him. However, his body felt better than ever before. Light, strong, and full of energy. Ethan Brooks was a little dazed. He reached for his phone to check the time. 1 a.m. Just then, a few muffled moans and the faint creaking of the bed frame drifted faintly from the master bedroom next door. Ethan Brooks froze for a moment, then realized what was happening. That couple was at it again late at night. They were in the throes of passion. This had happened often before, and they weren't exactly quiet about it. Now those intermittent sounds seeped into his ears. Ethan Brooks felt the blood in his veins begin to heat up again. That wave of heat, which had just subsided, seemed poised to return with a vengeance. He quickly took a few deep breaths. Rejuvenation pills, rejuvenation. Ethan Brooks was speechless. He finally understood why rejuvenation was included after strengthening the body. This shared apartment is really inconvenient. I need to move out as soon as possible, he muttered to himself, getting up on tiptoe, ready to take another shower to cool down. He pushed open the bedroom door. The living room was pitch black. Feeling his way toward the bathroom in the dark, he quickly washed the grime off his body. The icy water completely cooled him down. After drying off, he stood in front of the mirror. The person in the mirror made him pause for a moment. His skin was noticeably fairer and smoother, and the haggard look from his previous all-nighters had vanished completely. But that wasn't all. His once flat stomach now actually showed defined abs. His arms and thighs were even more clearly defined with muscle definition. Of course, the most striking change was in his eyes. They were clear and bright. That blurry, nearsighted look from before had completely vanished. His nearsightedness had been cured. This result is just amazing. Ethan Brooks felt a surge of joy. He dried his hair and hummed a tune as he walked back to the bedroom. But he didn't notice a thing. Next to the fridge in the dimly lit kitchen, a figure in pajamas stood frozen in place. She held a glass of water, her face frozen in shock. It wasn't until Ethan Brooks closed the door that the figure rubbed her flushed cheeks. Then, like a thief, she slipped back to her own room. Chapter 9. Run. They're treating you like a slave. Early the next morning, Ethan Brooks woke up right on time. He felt refreshed and alert. While washing up, he looked at his clear reflection in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. His nearsightedness was gone, his skin looked better, and he radiated energy from the inside out. Rejuvenation pills, awesome. I'm kind of looking forward to the next upgrade. He got dressed and headed out. In the living room, his roommates were having breakfast. Ben Warren and Tina Lewis, the couple in the master bedroom, were sighing as they munched on steamed buns. We have to go canvas buildings again today. Standing in the showroom all day, my legs don't even feel like they're mine anymore. When they saw Ethan Brooks, the two greeted him. Ethan Brooks, still collecting scrap today? Yeah. That's so freeing, Tina Lewis said with a touch of envy. In our line of work, our schedules are rock solid. Ethan Brooks smiled. He noticed Emily Foster, who was lying on her side, sitting quietly at the other end of the dining table drinking soy milk. Today she was wearing a simple off-white long coat and jeans, with her long hair tied up in a high ponytail. She looked fresh and crisp, yet that tall, aloof aura was still there. Emily Foster looked up and glanced at Ethan Brooks. The moment their eyes met, she immediately looked away, her ears seeming to flush slightly. Ethan Brooks was a little puzzled, but didn't think much of it. He said goodbye and headed out. Downstairs, Ethan Brooks hopped on that beat-up tricycle. He started his live stream. As soon as he went live, the number of viewers began skyrocketing. 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000. In the blink of an eye, it broke 3,000. These viewership numbers were absolutely explosive. Keep in mind, this was in the morning. Most people watch live streams at night. Here he comes. The Scrap King. I came from the official video. The official edit was genius. Twist after twist. Are you going to snag any bargains today? Spill the script. Ethan Brooks froze. Official video? He pedaled his tricycle while quickly scanning the comment stream. He figured it out right away. It turned out that his series of moves from yesterday on Antique Street and at the scrapyard had been edited overnight by the production team into a highlight reel. It was posted this morning on the official Career Challenge Douyin account. The title was sensational. College student outsmarts elderly couple, rakes in 50,000 in a single day? Not even a script would dare to be this wild. The video was edited to be full of suspense and plot twists. From getting ripped off by the old man, to discovering the monkey stamp, to the high-stakes bargaining at the antique shop, and snagging a bargain at the scrapyard, every moment hit all the right notes. Most importantly, his face was blurred in the video with the focus solely on the events and the link to his livestream. Good thing they didn't show my full face. Ethan Brooks breathed a sigh of relief. If he were actually recognized, it would be hard to score bargains in the future. This way was perfect. Gaining traction. but he won TB tracked down in real life. Good morning, guys. Ethan Brooks smiled at the camera. Today I'm back to collecting scrap and seeing if I can find any more hidden treasures along the way. He pedaled his tricycle out of the residential complex. The sunshine was lovely. The streets were bustling with traffic. Ethan Brooks didn't head straight for the old housing complex like he had yesterday. He rode along leisurely, the bell on his handlebars jingling. Scrap collection. Old newspapers, old books, old appliances, plastic bottles, soda cans, scrap metal. His call echoed through the early morning streets. It was old school, but it worked. Quite a few elderly men and women out for their morning strolls turned to look. Some pointed and whispered, others eyed him with curiosity. Viewers in the live stream were thoroughly captivated. The streamer is so dedicated. That call has real character. Honestly, it feels better than yesterday. Yeah, yesterday felt scripted, today feels real. Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat and smiled. As he called out, he'd occasionally activate golden eyes to scan the area. His gaze swept along both sides of the street. Trash cans, green belts, corners of walls. Most of it was ordinary trash, worth anywhere from a few mao to a few kwai. Occasionally, a few drink bottles would emit a faint white glow. But there wasn't anything worth stopping for. After 2 days of trial and error, he'd already figured out that, within the golden eyes field of view, the least valuable glow was gray. Next came white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red. This discovery made things a lot easier for him. Golden eyes had its limitations. It was easier to look at the glow first, then check the information. Still, I need to buy a few books on antiques to read. Relying solely on golden eyes is a bit of a waste of mental energy, Ethan Brooks thought to himself. Before he knew it, after riding for about 30 minutes, he arrived at an old residential neighborhood. Most of the houses here were built in the 1990s. Red brick walls, concrete floors, and hallways piled high with junk. It was the perfect place to collect scrap. Ethan Brooks stopped his tricycle and called out a few more times. Scrap collection. Old appliances, old furniture, old books. Soon, a door on the first floor opened. A woman in her 60s poked her head out. Young man, are you buying scrap? Yes, ma'am. Do you have anything to sell? I have an old TV. Would you take it? Sure. Let me take a look. Ethan Brooks parked his tricycle and followed the woman inside. An old CRT TV sat in the living room. It was bulky and took up a lot of space. This TV still works, but it's just too old. I want to replace it with an LCD, the woman said. Ethan Brooks activated golden eyes and scanned it. Name, old CRT TV. Description, a product of the 90s, fully functional but outdated. Market valuation, 50-70 yuan. No omissions, just an ordinary old appliance. Ethan Brooks had a good idea of what to expect. Ma'am, this TV isn't worth much these days. I'll give you 40 yuan, how does that sound? 40? That's too little, at least 80. Ma'am, I really can't go any higher. Old TVs like this are full of heavy metals, and it costs money to dismantle and dispose of them. The two haggled. They finally settled on 50 yuan. Ethan Brooks paid the money and prepared to carry the TV out. The TV was very heavy, at least 70 or 80 jin. In the past, he would had a hard time moving it by himself. But now, Ethan Brooks took a deep breath and grabbed both sides of the TV with both hands. He lifted it effortlessly, steady as a rock, not breaking a sweat. The elderly woman was stunned. Young man, you're quite strong. Not bad. Ethan Brooks smiled. He carried the TV out the door and placed it steadily in the bed of his tricycle. The whole process was effortless. The viewers in the livestream noticed too. The streamer's got some strength. That TV doesn't look light. The streamer was struggling with cardboard boxes yesterday. How come he is so strong today? Has he been working out? Ethan Brooks didn't explain. He wiped his hands and called out a couple more times. Scrap collection. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice came from behind him. Hey, young man. Ethan Brooks turned around. A middle-aged man in his 40s was standing at the entrance on the first floor of the building behind him, waving at him. Do you take refrigerators? Yeah, what kind of fridge? A double-door, old model. It's on the 6th floor, the man said. If you can haul it down, just name your price. 6th floor? Ethan Brooks looked up at the building. No elevator. Comments were already flooding the livestream chat. 6th floor with no elevator? Wow! Old double-door fridges are really heavy, even 2 people would struggle to carry one. The streamer is so skinny, can he handle it? Ethan Brooks didn't agree right away. Let me take a look at it first. Alright, follow me. The man led Ethan Brooks into the building. The stairwell was narrow and cluttered with junk. The 2 of them started climbing. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, the man was already panting. Ethan Brooks didn't break a sweat. 4th floor, 5th floor. The man stopped to catch his breath twice. Ethan Brooks was only breathing a little more heavily. The streamer got some stamina. Climbing stairs that fast? I noticed he'd gotten stronger when we moved that TV earlier. They reached the 6th floor. The man pulled out a key and unlocked the door. A wave of stifling heat hit them. The interior was old and the furniture was basic. The man pointed toward the kitchen. That's the one. Ethan Brooks walked over. In the kitchen stood an old-fashioned double-door refrigerator. Its beige exterior had turned yellow and dull. The surface was covered with scratches and stains. Ethan Brooks opened the door to the upper refrigerator compartment. It was empty inside, with only a few withered vegetable leaves stuck to the shelves. A faint musty odor wafted out. He then pulled open the door to the lower freezer compartment. The door was stuck tight. He had to use some force to pry it open. A pungent stench suddenly hit him. The freezer was covered in a thick layer of frost that nearly completely coated the interior walls. Through the ice, he could make out a few blurry shapes, what looked like chunks of meat that had been frozen for a long time, now turned black. The edges of the ice had begun to melt, and water mixed with black stains was trickling down. That's where the stench was coming from. Clearly, this fridge had been without power for at least a day. The ice had melted, and the frozen items inside had started to rot. The comment section exploded instantly. Holy crap! I can smell that through the screen. This is way too gross. With frost this thick, the seal must be broken ages ago, and they never got it fixed. This family is way too lazy. Streamer, run. It's obvious the fridge broke yesterday, but they didn't want to pay the moving fee, so they didn't sell it. Exactly. They picked you because you're young, they're just using you as a laborer. Chapter 10. The 70th Anniversary Commemorative Medal of the Victory in the War of Resistance. Ethan Brooks wasn't looking at his phone at that moment. He furrowed his brow, closed the fridge door, and looked at the man. Sir, this fridge is broken. Isn't it? It's got some issues, but it can still be fixed and used. All that thick ice at the bottom has melted, and everything inside has gone bad. Ethan Brooks shook his head. Old fridges like this are a hassle to dismantle. Plus they're polluting, and the recycling price is very low. Well, how much can you offer? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. For something like this, I'd usually just pay scrap metal price 70 yuan. 70? The man's eyes widened. That little? Even though this fridge was bought in the 90s, it cost several thousand back then. Sir, you said it yourself, it was bought last century. Now it's just scrap metal. Ethan Brooks' tone remained calm. Plus, it's on the 6th floor with no elevator, so you'll have to pay me a moving fee. A moving fee? The man's face fell the moment he heard that. You scrap collectors, why do you all act like moving companies? Charging a moving fee? Get out of here. I'm not selling it. Just go. He waved his hand, looking thoroughly annoyed. Ethan Brooks didn't feel like arguing. All right, I won't bother you then. He turned and walked away. The fridge was filthy and smelly, and carrying it down from the 6th floor would indeed be exhausting. It was just as well that he wasn't selling it. But out of habit, he still glanced at the fridge with golden eyes as he walked away. At that glance, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A faint purple halo was actually floating on the surface of the fridge. Purple. That high ice gray jadeite from yesterday had only a blue halo. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat, and he immediately focused his attention on the detailed information. Name: Old double-door refrigerator. Description: a product from the 1990s, compressor malfunctioning, aging door seals, severe internal staining, contains a roll of unwashed film from the 1940s in the freezer. Market valuation: 200,000 and 200,120. How much? 200,000. Ethan Brooks' breath caught in his throat. Film rolls were, after all, a classic relic of the last century. Freezing them could indeed preserve them for a long time. But for the film inside to be worth that much, the content it captured must be quite precious. With that thought, Ethan Brooks hesitated, although the Treasure Hunter Act stipulated that as long as taxes were paid, such a find belonged to whoever discovered it. But the contents of the film, they likely documented this family's past, their memories. He wanted to score a bargain, but he didn't want to be the bad guy either. Just then, the man behind him, seeing that he was really about to leave, called out, "Hey, are you really leaving? Forget it. Forget it. I don't have the money for moving fees. But you can take a look around this rundown house to see if there's anything else worth taking. Just take it all. The old man's been dead for a week. I'm planning to sell this place, can't be bothered to clean it up." The man's tone was full of impatience as he spoke and walked toward the inner room. Ethan Brooks paused and turned around. The man had already begun rummaging through drawers and cabinets impatiently, pointing things out to Ethan Brooks. He kept muttering under his breath, "This is so annoying, it's all just junk. Why did the old man love hoarding this junk when he was alive?" He pulled open an old-fashioned wardrobe. Hanging inside were several olive green cotton jackets. Washed until they were faded white, the styles were outdated, but they were neatly folded. "You're still keeping these rags? How many times did I tell him to throw them away?" The man frowned and reached inside, rummaging haphazardly through the pockets. Then he yanked out the cotton jackets and casually tossed them onto the bed beside him. His movements were rough and showed no respect. Ethan Brooks' gaze followed the man's movements, sweeping across the room. The room was old and cluttered. Several yellowed certificates hung crookedly on the wall. They read second-class merit and third-class merit from a certain military region. On the nightstand, a deep red velvet box lay open. Inside rested a golden commemorative medal. Ethan Brooks had a keen eye. He made out the inscription engraved on it, "The 70th anniversary of the victory in the War of Resistance against Japan Commemorative Medal." A veteran of the War of Resistance. His heart skipped a beat. He guessed what was going on. This wasn't the man's home. It belonged to his father, a veteran of the War of Resistance who had recently passed away. With that thought in mind, and seeing the man's rough manner and foul language, a surge of anger welled up inside Ethan Brooks. Setting aside the fact that he held the War of Resistance veteran in the highest regard, the man's attitude toward his father alone made Ethan Brooks feel deeply uncomfortable. Ethan Brooks was an orphan. When he was a child in school, he had been called a wild child. Because of that, he had longed countless times for the love of a parent. Although he didn't know how the man's father had treated him, Ethan Brooks felt that, at the very least, one shouldn't treat a father who had just passed away like that. "Who?" Ethan Brooks took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and looked at the man. "I'll take them. This refrigerator. Plus all these old clothes and stuff you're planning to throw away, I'll take it all. You don't have to pay for the moving fees." The man paused for a moment, then a look of delight spread across his face. "Really? Really? Just mark all the stuff in the house you don't want, I'll take it all. Haha. Okay then. I'll mark them for you, hurry up. I have an appointment with a real estate agent to view a place this afternoon." The live stream's comment section exploded at that moment. That military uniform, the style is so old-fashioned, like something from an older generation of soldiers. Certificates and medals. The old man must have been a veteran. The 70th anniversary medal. He is a decorated hero. Is this son even human? The old man passed away just a week ago. Seeing him rummage through things like that, it breaks my heart. The old man just passed away a week ago, and he is already in such a rush to sell the house and clear out his stuff? I think I've seen this guy before. He was reprimanded by the community for online gambling. Is the streamer angry? His tone has changed. Ethan Brooks didn't look at the comments. He walked into the kitchen and began moving the refrigerator. It was winter outside, though Riversea City wasn't particularly cold. The temperature was only 9 degrees. Ethan Brooks took off his coat, leaving him in nothing but a thin gray thermal undershirt. He rolled up his sleeves and stretched his limbs. The defined lines of his arms and the taut muscles of his shoulders and back were revealed. Then, Ethan Brooks grabbed both sides of the refrigerator with both hands. He engaged his core, tensed his arm muscles, and lifted. The refrigerator, weighing over 100 G, was steadily lifted off the ground. Whoa! Look at the streamer's muscles. Carrying a fridge in short sleeves in winter? What a beast! That kind of strength? In the dead of winter, this guy's making his girlfriend sweat. Anyone who just said the streamer was scrawny, come eat your words. Ethan Brooks carried the fridge, stepping out of the kitchen one step at a time. His stride was steady, his breathing even. As he passed through the living room, his gaze swept over the golden commemorative medal on the nightstand, and his heart felt heavy. The man beside him urged, "Hurry up!" Ethan Brooks ignored him and kept walking toward the exit. Going down the stairs was the hardest part, but Ethan Brooks handled it well, taking one step at a time, steady and sure. By the time he reached the third floor, a light sheen of sweat had appeared on his forehead, but his arms remained as steady as a rock. Finally, he reached the first floor. Ethan Brooks set the refrigerator down next to the tricycle and let out a long breath. "Is there anything else?" The man followed him downstairs and pointed upstairs. Yes, those old clothes, old books, and a few broken boxes. Take those all away, too." Ethan Brooks nodded and headed back upstairs. Once inside the apartment, he discovered that the man had not only marked those military overcoats, but had also piled up the certificates on the wall and the metal box containing medals on the nightstand, intending to sell them. Ethan Brooks' heart sank instantly. "What are you standing there for? Move them." Chapter 11. Invitation to a TV interview. Ethan Brooks' gaze turned completely cold, but he said nothing more. He simply walked forward in silence and began to pack up. He refolded the olive green cotton jackets and carefully smoothed out the yellowed certificates. Finally, he picked up the metal box. He placed the medal back inside and closed the lid. "This is the 70th anniversary medal of victory in the War of Resistance. Are you sure you want to sell it?" Ethan Brooks asked. "Sell it?" The man finally caught on. "But you can't possibly sell this as scrap metal." Ethan Brooks nodded. "No, if I'm not mistaken, it's gold-plated brass." "Gold-plated?" The man's eyes lit up at the mention. He snatched it from Ethan Brooks, examined it from every angle, and then pulled out his phone to look it up. "It really is gold-plated. Then this one 3,000. 3,000? Ethan Brooks nodded. "Deal." He took the metal box. He organized everything neatly. Then, he picked up the old books and miscellaneous odds and ends, carrying them downstairs in several trips. He weighed what needed to be weighed and charged by the piece for the rest. Before long, the tally was complete. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath and pulled out his phone. "Bro, the fridge is 70, and the rest of these items come to 203, that's 300 total. Add the metal and it comes to 3,003. 3,003? Deal." The man had been looking down at his phone, but upon hearing this, he immediately pulled up his payment QR code. Ethan Brooks scanned the code and paid 3,003 yuan. A ding sounded, signaling the payment had gone through. The man glanced down at his phone screen. He confirmed the money had been received. A hint of satisfaction flashed across his face. Then, without looking up, he continued swiping his finger across the screen, turned, and walked into the building. "All right, take your stuff with you." Busy. He spoke with his head down. He hurried up the stairs. From start to finish, the man didn't spare another glance at the items his father had left behind. Ethan Brooks watched the man's back disappear into the stairwell and remained silent for a long time. The live stream's comment section had completely exploded. He sold his dad's honors and mementos for just 3,003 yuan? The way he's looking down at his phone, it really makes me furious. I really want to beat him up. Please, streamer, don't treat these like junk. My grandpa was a veteran too. This is heartbreaking to watch. Ethan Brooks took a few deep breaths to calm his churning emotions. "Guys, don't worry. I won't treat these items, especially the military uniforms, certificates, and medals like junk. They belong to a veteran, a hero who deserves respect. I'll see if I can get in touch with the relevant veterans organizations or memorials. If all else fails, I'll keep them myself. Support the streamer. You're doing the right thing. Respect. That old man is a hero. He shouldn't be treated like this. That son really doesn't deserve to be called a son. The streamer has such strong moral values. I'm switching sides to become a fan. Streamer, check your DMs. I'm a veteran and can help handle this. That guy from earlier must have gone back to online gambling. I've already called the hotline to report him." Online gambling? Ethan Brooks hurriedly scrolled through the chat history. When he saw someone mention that the man had previously been subjected to community rehabilitation for online gambling, he was truly enraged. No wonder the man was in such a hurry to sell his house. You see, online gambling is even more terrifying than regular gambling. After all, in his past life, he had been a software developer. With software like online gambling platforms, the back end can be easily manipulated. If they want you to lose, they'll make you lose. Way to go, guys. No wonder I thought something was off about that guy. Ethan Brooks waved goodbye to the live stream audience, then hopped on his tricycle and rode off. It wasn't even noon yet. His little tricycle was already loaded to the brim with goods. However, this time he didn't plan to sell them at the scrapyard. Ethan Brooks checked his map. He then headed to a nearby park. He parked the tricycle in a secluded corner of the park. There were a few old banyan trees here. The morning sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. There wasn't anyone around, just a few elderly people practicing Tai Chi in the distance. First, he placed the military overcoats, certificates of merit, and the metal box containing the commemorative medals at the very back of the tricycle's cargo area, covering them with a clean cloth. Then, he turned his attention to the old refrigerator, which was emitting a foul odor. The freezer door was still closed, but black, foul-smelling water was already seeping out through the cracks. I'll have to defrost it first and clean the inside. Ethan Brooks frowned and decided not to rush into taking it apart just yet. He thought of the comments from his live stream. Some people had even offered to help. He pulled out his phone and opened the private message list in the livestream app. Sure enough, there were plenty of unread messages. He quickly scrolled through them. Most were messages of curiosity and encouragement from viewers, though there were also a few from people claiming to be antique dealers who wanted to buy items. Then he spotted a long message from a user with the ID Evergreen Hills. The profile picture showed the profile of a middle-aged man in old-style military uniform, his face set in a determined expression. He tapped on the message. Comrade Ethan Brooks, hello. I watched your live stream. I'm a veteran who served in the XX military region. Here's a photo of my discharge certificate attachment.jpg. Seeing the items left behind by that veteran really tugged at my heartstrings. In Riversea City, we have a Veterans Association Hall. The hall does two main things. First, it collects and exhibits the personal effects and stories of deceased veterans so future generations can remember them. Second, we use the small donations and social funding raised through the exhibitions to help veterans who are still alive but facing genuine financial hardship. If you're willing, I can act as an intermediary to arrange for the hall to receive these items. We will certainly take good care of them and display them properly. The hall will also do its best to provide reasonable compensation for your loss. I look forward to your reply. Attached below was a location address. It was indeed the Riversea City Veterans Honor Association. Ethan Brooks looked at the message, and something stirred within him. His original plan had been to keep these items for his own collection. After last night's system update, the next upgrade would require 500 collection points. These veterans' mementos, especially that commemorative medal, would likely yield a significant number of collection points. But if he added them to his collection, and then lent or donated them to the Association for Exhibition, would that affect the system's assessment? He didn't know. Maybe I could give it a try? Ethan Brooks pondered. Besides, placing these items somewhere where they could truly be valued and seen by more people seemed more meaningful than simply keeping them for himself. He decided to go take a look. Ethan Brooks replied to Evergreen Hills. Hello, I saw your message. I'd be willing to check it out. However, I want to sell the items, but I can hand them over to the association for safekeeping and display. I don't need any compensation, as long as they're treated with care. I'm on my way. Soon, the other party replied. Ethan Brooks put away his phone and spoke into the live stream camera, which had been recording the whole time. Guys, I've gotten in touch with a veteran and found a Veterans Association Hall where these items can be properly handled. I'm heading over right now. As for this fridge, I'll have to clean it out first, otherwise I won't be able to haul it away. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves again. He planned to clear out the thawed, rotting contents from the fridge first. Just then, his phone vibrated again. It was a notification from the show's app. Notification. The production team will invite you and host Bing Bing for a special interview tonight at 8 p.m. Inviting me for an interview? Ethan Brooks furrowed his brow. His line of work wasn't exactly suited for being in the spotlight. He immediately replied with a refusal. Just then, Ethan Brooks spotted a janitor wearing an orange vest. Chapter 12. Film Reels from the Battle of Shanghai. Sir, could you do me a favor? Ethan Brooks called out, jogging over. The man was riding a tricycle similar to his own. However, the man's tricycle had a closed trash bin attached. Ethan Brooks briefly explained the situation to the man and slipped him 50 yuan. Thanks for your help. The main issue is that the dirty water and ice shavings give off a strong odor, so I need you to take care of that. Actually, the trash we clear out can go into your cart too. The old man looked at the money, then at the filthy refrigerator and nodded. All right, kid. This is a pretty gross job. I'll help you clean it up. The two returned to the tricycle. Ethan Brooks opened the freezer door. An even stronger stench wafted out. Inside, half-melted ice water mixed with black, rotting matter a sight enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. Ethan Brooks held his breath, put on a pair of disposable gloves from the production team's backpack, and began scooping the mess out. The old man also fetched a shovel and a broom to help. Comments floated across the live stream chat. The streamer got his money's worth. I wouldn't do this job for 500. That smell, I feel like throwing up just watching this on screen. Streamer, you really don't need to clean this out. Why not just sell the whole fridge to the scrapyard? Is there money hidden inside? Dogface. You're overthinking it. That son clearly cleaned it out completely. Is the streamer angry? Did he buy it just to take it apart and vent his frustration? Possible. That guy from earlier was a real scumbag. But this smells way too bad. Why is the streamer even doing this? Soon, most of the food at the bottom had been cleared out. Only a few severely frozen items remained. While Ethan Brooks was cleaning, he used golden eyes to pinpoint the film's location. It was still frozen deep within the ice near the lower right corner. There was no immediate risk of it melting. Before long, Ethan Brooks and the old man had cleared out most of the contents, and the smell had finally dissipated somewhat. That's about it, young man, the old man said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ethan Brooks thanked him, then walked over to the side of the refrigerator. He gripped both sides of the fridge with both hands, shifted his weight into his lower back and abdomen, and tensed his arm muscles slightly. Whoa! He effortlessly lifted the refrigerator weighing over 100 kg and placed it steadily into the tricycle's cargo area. The old man stood there, stunned. Young man, you're so strong. A flurry of exclamations floated through the livestream's chat. Whoa! Look at the streamer's arm strength. I'd love to be picked up like that by the streamer. That fridge looks dead heavy, but the streamer's handling it like it's a cardboard box. Ethan Brooks smiled but said nothing more. He checked the items on the tricycle to make sure they were all secured. Then he hopped on. All right, here we go. Ethan Brooks pedaled the tricycle and headed toward the park's exit. Not far from the park's exit was a small slope. The incline wasn't too steep, but with the tricycle fully loaded, it still took some effort to make it up. Ethan Brooks pushed down harder on the pedals. The chain tightened, emitting a faint creak. Just as the wheels were about to reach the top of the hill, crack! The most embarrassing scenario for an old-fashioned tricycle unfolded. A piercing sound of metal snapping. The chain snapped at its point of greatest stress. The tricycle instantly lost power and began sliding backward down the slope. Damn it! Ethan Brooks reacted with lightning speed, jumping off the tricycle immediately. Then, grabbing the edge of the cargo bed with both hands and pushing off with his feet, he pulled the sliding tricycle to a halt. His strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and the tricycle stopped immediately. But the violent jolt from the sudden stop caused the refrigerator already lying on its side in the cargo bed to lurch violently. Thud! The refrigerator tipped over and crashed heavily onto the cargo bed. The doors to the refrigerator and freezer compartments flew open from the impact. Some of the remaining ice cubes and a few odds and ends in the freezer compartment clattered out. A flat, dark green metal box, about the size of a palm, slid out from between the doors of the overturned refrigerator and fell to the ground. Ethan Brooks steadied the cart and stared blankly for a moment at the metal box rolling on the ground. The live chat noticed it too. The chain broke. The streamer's reaction was so fast. The fridge fell over. Stuff fell out too. What's that? A box. How could something fall out of the fridge after it was cleaned out? Was it hidden that well? Ethan Brooks first pulled the tricycle back a few steps, stopped it on level ground, and wedged a rock under the wheels. Then he walked over and picked up the metal box. The box was army green. With slightly rusted edges, it felt cold and heavy in his hands. A metal box. So the fridge can hide not just money, but boxes too. Streamer, take a closer look. Something just feels off. You didn't stumble upon another hidden treasure, did you? Ethan Brooks wiped the icy water off the box. The box wasn't locked, it had just a simple latch. He gently pried open the latch and opened the box. Inside was a vacuum-sealed silver plastic bag, wrapped tightly. Through the plastic, he could faintly make out the outline of a black film reel. Holy crap, film! It really is film. Hidden all the way in the back of the freezer. What's film? Could this be something the old man stashed away? It's been protected from moisture and heat really well. Ethan Brooks carefully picked up the vacuum-sealed bag and walked to a spot where the sunlight was a bit brighter. Holding it up to the light, he could see a yellowed label affixed to the surface of the foil pouch. The label bore a few lines of handwritten text. The ink had smudged slightly, but it was still legible. October 1937. East side of the Sihong warehouse in Shanghai. Kodak 135 special base film. Handle with extreme care when developing. Below that was a line of even smaller printed code and a date. Someone in the comments knew what they were looking at. Kodak. Vintage film. 1937. During the Battle of Shanghai. The Four Banks warehouse. Oh my god. If this is real, these could be incredibly valuable historical images. Special base? Was this military or special purpose film back then? The old man's last name is Zhang? Is this his stuff? Was he a war correspondent or? No wonder it was hidden so well. If these really are images from that time, their value is incalculable. The old man definitely didn't tell his son about this. Anchor. This film is going to be a tough one to handle. Ethan Brooks looked at the label and smiled faintly. Others didn't know exactly what was inside. But he did. Name. Unprocessed Kodak film. Description. Precious footage documenting the enemy's war crimes and the nation's heroic resistance during the Battle of Shanghai. Market valuation. 200,000. An estimated value of 200,000 doesn't fully reflect its true worth. Ethan Brooks closed the small metal box. He took a deep breath and looked into the camera. Guys, you've all seen it. This roll of film likely contains some precious footage. It belonged to old man Zhang, who just passed away. I'll do my best to develop it properly and professionally. If it really does contain important historical footage, I'll make sure it goes where it belongs so more people can see it. As for the old man's other belongings, I'll send them all to the Veterans Association Museum as well. The comment stream was instantly flooded with support, salute, and way to go streamer. Gifts also began floating up one after another. Ethan Brooks carefully tucked the metal film canister into the deepest pocket of his backpack. Then, he glanced at the scattered ice cubes and trash on the ground, and looked at his tricycle with its broken chain. Just then, the janitor pushed his cart over. "Young man, is your bike broken?" "The chain snapped," Ethan Brooks said with a wry smile. "Let me take a look." The janitor crouched down to examine the broken chain and shook his head. "That chain's worn out, it snapped because it was too tight. As it happens, our tricycles are the same model. My chain is brand new, thick and sturdy. Just swap it out and use it for now." With that, before Ethan Brooks could refuse, the old man set to work removing the chain from his own garbage tricycle. "Sir, I can't accept that. What about your tricycle? I've finished collecting trash in this area for today. I'll just leave it here. I can walk back to hand over my shift." The old man worked quickly and efficiently, soon replacing the old chain on Ethan Brooks's tricycle. The old man gave a hearty laugh and urged him on. "Ha ha, you better get going. You've got important work to do. You can't let this hold you up." Chapter 13. Collection points skyrocket. He said goodbye to the old man. Ethan Brooks hopped on his fully loaded tricycle and set off toward the address of the Veterans Association Hall. It was quite a distance, a little over 6 kilometers. Ethan Brooks pedaled nonstop for nearly an hour before finally arriving at a quiet street in the old town. The hall was a small 3-story building with gray walls and red tiles. The entrance wasn't large, but it was neat and tidy. A sign reading Riversea City Veterans Honor Association Hall hung above the door. Ethan Brooks parked his tricycle in the open space in front of the entrance, took a few deep breaths, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His live stream was still running. The comment stream immediately started scrolling. "The streamer is so awesome. He rode for an hour. I'm out of breath after just an hour of cycling for exercise. But the streamer is pedaling a weighted tricycle like it's nothing? With that kind of stamina, working as a scrap collector is a waste of talent. He should be delivering packages. I am impressed. The streamer must be in great shape, right?" Ethan Brooks didn't look at the comments. He caught his breath and glanced toward the entrance of the hall. A middle-aged man wearing a neat jacket and sporting a crew cut was just pushing the door open. The man looked to be around 40. With an upright posture and a sharp gaze, his entire demeanor exuded a sense of efficiency and vigor. Upon seeing Ethan Brooks and the conspicuous tricycle, he immediately walked over at a brisk pace. "Hello, are you Ethan Brooks? I'm Evergreen Mountain. My surname is Chun. David Collins." The man extended his hand, his voice steady. "Hello, Uncle Chun. I'm Ethan Brooks." Ethan Brooks quickly shook his hand. David Collins glanced at the items in the tricycle's cargo area and smiled. "You've gone to a lot of trouble. Come on in." The two of them carried the items into a small reception room on the first floor of the hall. There wasn't much. Mostly just a few old military uniforms, yellowed certificates of merit, and a metal box containing commemorative medals. Plus the small olive-green metal box in Ethan Brooks' pocket. Ethan Brooks took out all the items except for the film canister and placed them one by one on the table. "Uncle Chun, that's all there is. Military uniforms, certificates, and this 70th anniversary of the victory in the War of Resistance medal," Ethan Brooks said, pointing to the tin box. David Collins picked up the medal and examined it closely. He then gently ran his fingers over the military uniforms, which had been washed until they were almost white, and remained silent for quite a while. "They're all old-timers. These items are very important to us and to history. Salute. It's making my nose a little stuffy. The host did the right thing. That son is a real scumbag." The comment stream was once again filled with emotional reactions. While David Collins was taking inventory and organizing the items, Ethan Brooks had a sudden thought and activated the system's appraisal. His gaze swept over the military uniforms. "Appraising treasure. Congratulations on collecting the treasure. Veteran-S old military uniform. Current collection points, 72,300. Congratulations on collecting the treasure. Veteran-S Medal of Honor. Current collection points, 193,300. Congratulations on collecting the treasure. Victory in the War of Resistance Commemorative Medal. Current collection points, 393,500. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. That's already 393 points? And that doesn't even include the film roll, which might be the most valuable item of all. If he appraised and added the film roll to his collection, he'd instantly level up again. However, it wasn't the right time to bring out the film roll just yet. "Ethan?" David Collins' voice interrupted Ethan Brooks' train of thought. Uncle Chun, go ahead. Our association will accept these items. I'll arrange a special display area to showcase Mr. Zhang's life story alongside these artifacts, so more people can learn about him." David Collins spoke solemnly. "Furthermore, according to our association's regulations, we provide a modest financial compensation to individuals who donate or hand over important artifacts. We can't let kind-hearted people feel disheartened. Please give me your bank account number." Ethan Brooks quickly waved his hand. "Uncle Chun, no compensation is needed. These items should never have been sold as junk in the first place. Having them displayed here, where more people can see and remember them, is the best possible home for them. I can't accept this money." David Collins was adamant. "Rules are rules. It's not much, it's just a token of appreciation. You have to take it." The two exchanged a few more polite refusals. Seeing that David Collins was adamant and realizing he couldn't change his mind, Ethan Brooks had no choice but to provide the show's designated account number. "This Veterans Association Museum is great, they play by the rules. Compensation is only fair, the host shouldn't keep refusing." "What about the film?" Uncle Chun didn't mention the film. Of course not, the host didn't bring it up, so naturally no one else did. It's too sensitive a topic. What's the host planning to do with the film? Develop it himself. The live chat was buzzing with discussion. Ethan Brooks glanced at it, smiled, and said to the camera, "Guys, don't worry about the film just yet. I'm already on the right track. Mr. Dawson from Bogujai contacted me earlier and said he knows a professional who specializes in processing old film." Leaving the Veterans Association Hall, Ethan Brooks hopped on his tricycle and returned to the park. The old man was no longer where he'd been. Ethan Brooks recalled that during their earlier conversation, the old man had mentioned he was in charge of cleaning this area. He rode around the park for a while. Soon, on another path, he spotted the elderly man slowly pushing a trash cart. "Sir," Ethan Brooks called out, pedaling over. "Hey, young man, Did you get everything taken care of? The elderly man stopped in his tracks. It's all taken care of, thanks to your help. Ethan Brooks parked his tricycle. Sir, it's already noon, let me treat you to lunch. I really need to show my gratitude. The old man waved his hand. No, I'll just eat at home. Please don't refuse, sir. Just a simple meal at a nearby little restaurant. I'd feel bad if you didn't accept, Ethan Brooks insisted. After declining a few times, the old man saw that Ethan Brooks was sincere, so he smiled and agreed. All right, I'll let you treat me then. The two found a clean little restaurant near the park. They ordered a few home-style dishes, and Ethan Brooks also ordered 2 bottles of soda. Over lunch, Ethan Brooks chatted with the elderly man and learned that his surname was Lee, that he'd been working as a janitor for many years, and that his children were all working out of town. After the meal, Ethan Brooks insisted on picking up the tab. Then, he installed the new chain from his own tricycle back onto the old man's. You should keep this new chain for yourself, my old one just needs a little repair and will last a while longer, Ethan Brooks said. Old man Lee patted Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. You're a good kid. After saying goodbye to Mr. Lee, Ethan Brooks took a look at his ancient 3-wheeler. He glanced at the old refrigerator which still gave off a faint odor and the other odds and ends on the vehicle. He thought for a moment and decided to get rid of these first. And while he was at it, he'd get a new vehicle. He opened his map. There happened to be a scrapyard nearby. Ethan Brooks pushed his vehicle straight over there. The scrapyard owner looked at the fridge, sniffed the smell, and frowned. This fridge is too old, it's dirty, and the compressor is broken. I'll give you 120 at most. Ethan Brooks didn't haggle. Fine. After weighing it and calculating the payment including the other odds and ends, he walked away with a total of 480 yuan. Not counting the 3,000 from the badge. Even just collecting scrap today he made 180. After getting his money, Ethan Brooks didn't leave. Pointing to a few old electric tricycles parked in the yard, he asked, Boss, how much are those electric ones going for? The owner took a look. Planning to upgrade? It depends on the battery. Old ones go for 800 to 1,500. If you're interested, how about this one? He pointed to a gray electric tricycle that was about 70% new and had a large cargo bed. The battery was just replaced not long ago. I'll give you 1,200 for it. Ethan Brooks had the money he made from selling stamps earlier, plus the basic subsidy from the show's production team, so he was in a fairly comfortable financial position. He inspected the vehicle's condition and tested the battery. It was indeed still in good shape. 1,000, and I'll take it. I'll throw in this old pedal tricycle of mine too. Ethan Brooks pointed to his own vehicle. The shop owner thought for a moment. Deal. The paperwork was quickly taken care of. Ethan Brooks moved the remaining scales from the old cargo bed into the new one, inserted the key and turned the throttle. The motor emitted a faint hum, and the vehicle rolled smoothly away. He's upgraded. An electric tricycle. The streamer finally won't have to pedal so hard anymore. Efficiency boost. Hurry up. Next stop, Jade to develop the film. Chapter 14. No antiques on Antique Street. The comment stream was buzzing. Ethan Brooks rode his electric tricycle toward Antique Street. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance to Jade. Mr. Dawson had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing Ethan Brooks approach on his new tricycle, he smiled and came out to greet him. Ethan's here. Wow, got a new ride. Now that's more like it, Mr. Dawson teased. Mr. Dawson, I'm bothering you again. Ethan Brooks parked his tricycle. No trouble at all. Mr. Dawson waved his hand, lowered his voice, and smiled with a hint of schadenfreude. By the way, let me tell you something funny. Old Wong from Jade next door saw that edited video the authorities released. Even though his face was blurred and his voice was altered, but he still realized it was his tabletop stone that actually produced the high-grade jade. He was so furious he was pounding his chest and stamping his feet. I heard he couldn't even eat dinner properly. Well, haha, I just got lucky. Ethan Brooks laughed it off and took out the olive green metal box. Mr. Dawson, I brought the item. That master technician you mentioned. Don't worry. Master Lu is waiting inside. Mr. Dawson's expression turned serious. Old film, especially from this era, requires extra care when processing. The standard method is water washing. Results usually come back in about 10 minutes. If you're not in a hurry, you can use a more reliable slow process method, which takes about half an hour. Ethan Brooks nodded. No problem. I'm not in a rush. Safety first. All right. Let us go inside and talk. Mr. Dawson led Ethan Brooks into the shop. They walked through the front room and into the workshop in the backyard. It was different from what Ethan Brooks had imagined. The person processing the film was actually a very young man. He looked to be only 5 or 6 years older than Ethan Brooks. Hello, my last name is Liu. Master Liu. Ethan Brooks handed the metal box to the man. Master Liu put on white gloves and a magnifying glass, took the box, and removed the vacuum-sealed bag. He held it up to the light and examined the label carefully for a long time, then gently pinched the bag to feel the stiffness of the film spool. It's been preserved. Better than I expected. The vacuum sealing and freezing made a big difference. He said slowly, I'll handle this using the most conservative method. As for time, it might take about half an hour. Please wait in the outer room. This area needs to be dust-free. All right. Thank you for your help, Mr. Liu, Ethan Brooks said solemnly. Mr. Liu nodded, said nothing more, and began to concentrate on his preparations. Ethan Brooks and Mr. Dawson retreated to the lounge in the outer room. After sitting down, Ethan Brooks remembered something and asked, Mr. Dawson, I've actually always been quite interested in the antiques business, but I've only read some introductory material. Do you have any recommended books or a learning path? Mr. Dawson was a bit surprised, then laughed. Haha, I can tell you really do know a thing or two. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought that piece of raw material yesterday. But this business is a deep pool. Are you sure you want to get into it? No. Ethan Brooks laughed it off. I'm just live streaming my junk buying after all. It's good to learn more, so you don't miss out if you come across something in the future. Haha, sure. Mr. Dawson walked over to the bookshelf and pulled out a few books that looked a bit dated. Antique Appreciation from Beginner to Expert, A Brief History of Porcelain, Catalog of Ancient Coins. These are the basics. You should take a look. I'll find you some good online courses later. You can check those out too. But remember, there are just 6 key words in this business. Look often, speak sparingly, and buy with caution. Mr. Dawson handed the books to Ethan Brooks. Especially when you're just starting out, don't fall for tall tales, and don't be tempted by bargains. There's South and Antique Street right next door. You can go there to listen and observe as much as possible. But you must resist the temptation by sparingly and buy low. Speaking of the Antique Street, he shook his head and sighed. Ever since the Treasure Hunter Act came out, everyone has been on the hunt for bargains. With more people coming to browse, fakes have started to flood the market. Nowadays, there are no real antiques left on the Antique Street. But it's not like there are no genuine pieces at all. Sometimes a batch comes in from out of town, brought by local treasure hunters, or recently salvaged from the ocean floor. As Mr. Dawson explained, the live chat erupted with discussion. Is the streamer planning to study this systematically? We told you to collect junk, not antiques. Mr. Dawson is right. The antique market is way too shady these days. The streamer's job is collecting junk. It's good to learn. You can't rely solely on luck. True learning more gives you a safer edge. I still hope the streamer sticks to collecting junk. It's that thrill of stumbling upon a hidden gem. I'm different. I love watching the streamer get ripped off. The commenters debated. Ethan Brooks took the book and began flipping through it, asking questions as he went. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, Master Liu emerged. The film developed. There are 24 photos in total. You can come take a look. Master Liu's voice came from the darkroom. Ethan Brooks and Mr. Dawson immediately stood up and hurried inside. The darkroom was brightly lit. On the table in front of Master Liu lay a clean piece of black velvet. On the velvet, 24 freshly developed black and white photos were neatly arranged. A faint scent of chemical solution still lingered in the air. Ethan Brooks walked up to the table and looked at the photos. The first photo showed a backdrop of crumbling brick walls and fortifications built from sandbags, with the smoke of battle still hanging in the air. Several soldiers in worn military uniforms, their faces blurred, but their eyes resolute, were resting against the wall, their rifles clenched tightly in their hands. In one corner of the photo, the words "for lines" were faintly visible. The second, the third, the photos flashed by one after another. There was a moment capturing soldiers passing supplies through the rubble. There were blurry silhouettes of civilians braving artillery fire to send relief supplies across the river using ropes. There was a close-up of a young soldier, his face smudged with dust, yet flashing a shy smile at the camera. Most of the images, however, show crumbling walls and ruins, the scars left by war, and a sky thick with gunpowder smoke. Due to their age and limited preservation conditions, the photos appear somewhat blurry and heavily grainy. But it is precisely this rough texture that more authentically conveys the gravity and tragedy of that era. When he saw the 13th photograph, Ethan Brooks's breath caught in his throat. The angle of this photograph was very low, as if the photographer had been crawling on the ground. In the center of the frame was a tattered flag, almost blackened by gun smoke, yet it still fluttered defiantly atop a crumbling wall. Below the flag, several blurred figures of soldiers were using their own bodies to try to plug a gap blown open by an explosion. At the edge of the photograph, a hand caked in mud and blood clutched a half-broken brick tightly. The 14th photograph. It showed the faint glow emanating from a warehouse window in the night, along with the faint, vigilant figure visible behind the window. The 15th photograph. As the photos progressed, the scenes grew increasingly harrowing. Yet the indomitable spirit displayed by those blurred figures pierced the heart through the black and white images. The final few photos appeared to capture scenes of evacuation or relocation, a flurry of figures moving in orderly yet urgent fashion. At that moment, the live stream's comment section fell into a rare silence just seconds after the photos began to appear. Then, it erupted with a roar. "Oh my God! This is the real deal. The Sihong warehouse. It really is the Sihong warehouse. My grandfather fought in the Battle of Shanghai. He never mentioned any specific details while he was alive. The Battle of Shanghai, that was the first large-scale campaign to deploy over 1 million troops. Look at the soldiers' faces, so many of them look like they're only in their teens or early 20s. I'm tearing up. Salute to all the heroes. The streamer has truly stumbled upon a national treasure this time. This is priceless. Please tell us, what will happen to these photos next? National treasure grade? They absolutely must be handed over to the state. That way they can be properly preserved and studied, and their essay certificate and 200,000 to go with them. Exactly. They should also be published in international journals, so that Japan, that country, can see the crimes they committed. I support that. Chapter 15. This bill is simply fantastic. A certificate and 200,000? Ethan Brooks looked at the comment stream, slightly puzzled. But soon, he began to piece things together. He hurriedly opened his phone to search. Sure enough, he found the provisions regarding surrender in the Treasure Hunter Act. The provisions stated that, for items of national importance, if one chooses to surrender them, the government would issue a certificate of honor and a cash reward of at least 100,000. Even if the item was exceptionally valuable, the government would provide high-value rewards in the form of tangible assets, such as a house or a car based on its actual value. This bill is absolutely fantastic. Ethan Brooks breathed a sigh of relief. He'd actually been agonizing over what to do with the developed photos. Now he'd figured it out. Hey, Sue. Just then, Mr. Dawson's voice rang out from beside him. He looked at the photos on the table, then at Ethan Brooks. Their value is a bit hard to estimate. Have you decided what to do with them? Ethan Brooks shook his head. He looked at Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, I really haven't decided yet. You have a wide network and a lot of experience. In your opinion, which organization would be best suited to receive these photos and negatives? Mr. Dawson didn't answer right away. He thought for a moment, then leaned in close to Ethan Brooks and whispered, "Kid, I didn't watch your entire live stream, but I did see that you visited the Riversea City Veterans Memorial. That David Collins who greeted you, he's no ordinary guy. I can't say much, but just know that he's got a significant background. In this matter, going to him might be more effective than going to anyone else." Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat. He recalled his visit to the Veterans Memorial that morning. Upon arrival, David Collins had immediately arranged for a display case. No paperwork was required. It was obvious. That wasn't a privilege an ordinary person could have. After Mr. Dawson finished speaking, he sat up straight and returned to his normal speaking volume. So, since these are all mementos from the same veteran, I suggest we first contact Comrade Chun from this morning and handle this through the Veterans Memorial Hall. That way, these photos will perfectly complement the medals and military uniform you delivered this morning, forming a complete collection. It will hold greater significance, and future exhibitions and research will be more systematic. As Mr. Dawson finished speaking, The comment section erupted with discussion. The Veterans Memorial Museum is definitely a good choice. Mr. Dawson makes a good point. Displaying them together makes the story more complete, right? And Uncle Chun seems really reliable. He's got presents. But these are images from the Battle of Shanghai. Wouldn't it make more sense to hand them over to a specialized Shanghai War of Resistance Memorial Museum? That's true. Didn't a French guy named Marcus just donate a batch of old photos to the Shanghai War of Resistance Museum not long ago? The Veterans Museum focuses more on honoring individuals, while the War of Resistance Museum commemorates historical events. I think the latter has a broader scope. No matter how grand the scope, people still need to know who left this set of photos. The comments split into two camps at that moment. Ethan Brooks glanced over them and had already made up his mind. Mr. Dawson, I've decided. Let us contact Uncle Chun and handle this through the Veterans Memorial Hall. The fact that this roll of film has come to light isn't because of any great ability on my part, Ethan Brooks. Ultimately, it was the late Mr. Zhang who preserved it through a lifetime of dedication. It's part of Mr. Zhang's legacy and should rightfully be displayed alongside his military uniform and medals. Agreed. Mr. Dawson nodded, a look of approval in his eyes. That's exactly right. Get in touch right away. Ethan Brooks wasted no time. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to David Collins. He briefly explained the situation and attached 2 previews of photos that weren't too sensitive. David Collins' reply came back astonishingly fast. He must have been watching his live stream the whole time. It was just a few short words and an address. It was the same address, the Riversea City Veterans Honor Association Hall. Ethan Brooks thanked Mr. Dawson and Master Lu once more, then hopped on his electric tricycle and set off. Half an hour later, Ethan Brooks looked at the Veterans Memorial Hall, feeling a surge of emotion. He hadn't expected to be back here for the second time today. This time, however, he was riding the electric tricycle with no cargo on board. It felt much lighter and easier to ride. David Collins was already waiting at the entrance to the hall. Uncle Chun, Ethan Brooks said as he parked the tricycle. Let us talk inside. David Collins turned and led the way. He took him straight up to a quiet office on the 2nd floor and closed the door. After a few brief pleasantries, Ethan Brooks took the olive green metal box and several printed copies of key photos out of his backpack. David Collins took them. He picked up the photos and looked at them one by one, extremely slowly. After a long while, David Collins finally put the photos down and exhaled a long, slow breath. He looked at Ethan Brooks with a complex expression. Ethan Brooks, you kid, I don't know what to make of your luck. But your heart, you're truly a fine young man. Do you have any idea how significant this is? Ethan Brooks scratched his head. Ido. I've been following the story about Marcus donating those photos for a while now. So the moment I found the film, I didn't waste a second. After developing it and confirming what was on it, I came straight here. Very good, David Collins smiled. You've really put your heart into this. I've actually been following the live stream the whole time. Rest assured. The government won't shortchange you for this. And it's certainly won't let a hero's relics gather dust. I can give you my word on that. According to the relevant provisions of the Treasure Hunter Act and the regulations on rewards for special contributions, the state will award you, at a minimum, a cash reward of $200,000 after taxes for this set of photographic materials. Additionally, he paused, looking at Ethan Brooks's youthful face. In light of your actions in discovering and protecting important historical artifacts, as well as your conduct this morning in donating the veteran's personal effects, I can make an exception and apply for a position for you. A position within a relevant cultural heritage preservation agency, with a permanent civil service status and an annual salary of no less than $200,000. It's a stable job that commands respect. Will you consider it? The live stream's comment section instantly exploded. Holy crap!
À permanent civil service position.
An annual salary of $200,000. That's hitting the jackpot. What's the streamer waiting for? Just say yes already. This is like a fortune falling from the sky. Not only a $200,000 bonus, but a golden job for free. So jealous. I've been trying to get a government position for 3 years, and still haven't made it. The Treasure Hunter Act, it's awesome. But seriously, the streamer really deserves this. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be hiding it and trying to sell it for a higher price. Streamer, say yes. Ethan Brooks was stunned at that moment. Looking at David Collins' serious expression, he knew this offer was no joke. If it weren't for the system, if it weren't for golden eyes. A government position like this falling into his lap out of the blue, offering a stable, high salary and meaningful work. For a college student like him, about to graduate and facing an uncertain future, the temptation was undoubtedly irresistible. He would have accepted without hesitation. But now, Chapter 16, Ancient Coin Appraisal Knowledge Scroll. Uncle Chen. Ethan Brooks smiled and said firmly, "Thank you very much, and thank you for the government's kindness. But I still prefer a bit more freedom. Besides, even though I've only been live streaming to collect scrap for a little over a day, I actually find it pretty interesting." David Collins paused for a moment, clearly not expecting Ethan Brooks to refuse. He stared at Ethan Brooks for a few seconds. Then he burst out laughing and gave Ethan Brooks a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Great, that's guts. It's a good thing for a young person to have their own ideas. Since you want to go your own way, I support you. As for the job offer, just pretend I never mentioned it. But you'll get every penny of the reward you're owed." His smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. "We'll initiate the appraisal and acceptance procedures for these photos and film rolls as quickly as possible. Within 3 days at the latest, the reward money and the official donation certificate will be in your hands." Ethan Brooks hurriedly added, No rus, Uncle Chen. Just follow the proper procedures." As he spoke, he solemnly handed the photographs and the metal box to David Collins. Just as he handed them over, he gave a slight mental command, performing the final appraisal and system cataloging of this set of War of Resistance imagery. Appraising treasure. Value, significance, rarity, sentimental value. Current exposure, 7,793. Comprehensive calculation, collection points, 999 inch. Congratulations on collecting the treasure. National level historical visual evidence. Current collection points, 500. Collection points maxed out system upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining the Ancient Coin Collection Knowledge Scroll. 999 points. Maxed out instantly. It's just a shame. Excess collection points cannot be carried over to the next level. Ethan Brooks felt a surge of excitement. Fighting the urge to check his rewards immediately, he handed the items to David Collins. David Collins carefully secured them, placing them in a special, pre-prepared confidential envelope, then locked them away in the safe behind him. Once all that was done, he turned around and smiled faintly. "All right, business is done. Don't rush off just yet. Since you're here, and you're driving a scrap collection truck, you might as well do us a favor." "Huh?" Ethan Brooks didn't quite catch on. "We usually get a lot of visitors at the clubhouse, so we've accumulated quite a few cardboard boxes and beverage bottles. They've been piling up in the small storage room out back. Since you're in this line of work, you might as well take them with you this time." Ethan Brooks chuckled. It was a seamless transition. "Haha. Sure. This'll be the first job for my brand new truck." David Collins led Ethan Brooks to a storage room in the corner of the first floor. As soon as the door opened, the room was indeed packed with flattened cardboard boxes and bundles of old newspapers. There were also several large burlap sacks. They were all filled with sorted and cleaned plastic beverage bottles and aluminum cans. Although they were all recyclables, they were organized neatly and spotless. Wow! The Veterans Hall really is something else. Even the recyclables are kept so tidy. Now that's what I call a real shipment. Streamer, show us the cargo capacity of your new ride. Too bad you switched to an electric tricycle. We can't see your thigh muscles working as you pedal. What a shame. The person upstairs says your profile picture is a guy, right? Something's off about you." Ethan Brooks chatted casually with the live chat while deftly beginning to load the goods. David Collins pitched in as well. Before long, the spacious cargo bed of the electric tricycle was nearly stuffed to the brim. "Thanks, Uncle Chen. Here's the money." Ethan Brooks patted the cargo bed. David Collins waved him off. "Don't worry about the money. I was just clearing out some junk anyway. Sell it, consider it payment for these 2 trips." "Well, all right then." Ethan Brooks knew there was no point in refusing. He hopped on the electric tricycle and drove away from the Veterans Association Hall. The afternoon sun felt warm and cozy. The cargo bed was nearly full, but the tricycle rode smoothly and effortlessly, its motor humming steadily. He was debating whether to head straight to the scrap yard, or stop somewhere else to call out a few more times and fill up his load. Just then, a loud shout came from behind him. "Hey, you! The scrap collector up ahead. Young man. Wait a minute. Ethan Brooks instinctively squeezed the brake, slowed down, and looked back. There, a woman in her 50s, wearing a colorful cotton-padded jacket, was jogging out of a nearby apartment complex. She was dragging a bulging white woven bag behind her. The bag looked heavy, and she struggled to drag it to the side of the road. Out of breath, the woman blocked the front of Ethan Brooks' cart, her face breaking into a warm smile. Young man, you're a scrap collector, right? I've got some stuff here and it's all sorted and in great condition. As she spoke, she swiftly pulled open the mouth of the woven bag. Inside were plastic bottles neatly sorted by category. One pile of clear mineral water bottles, another of Sprite and Coke bottles, and yet another of red and green tea bottles from the Mipulong brand. They were clearly separated. Plus, they were all flattened and tied together. It certainly looked like the work of a professional collector and sorter. Take a look, don't you think I've cleaned them up nicely? Not a drop of water left. They're all dry bottles. The older woman's tone was full of pride. This whole bag took me quite a bit of effort. You'd better give me a good price. Comments floated across the livestream chat. The lady's pretty professional, she even sorted them. Bottles cleaned up this well should fetch a higher buyback price, right? You can tell she's been rummaging through the neighborhood trash cans regularly, and she even sorted them. She really put in the effort. Host, take a closer look, maybe there's a leak? Dog face. Come on. What kind of leak could a plastic bottle have? All right, I've still got a little room left in my car. Ethan Brooks smiled and habitually activated golden eyes. His gaze swept over the contents. Most of the items were discarded plastic bottles, with a market valuation of 0.10.12 yuan each. However, just as he was scanning the entire woven bag, something didn't feel right. Name: worn woven bag. Description: a woven bag filled with discarded plastic bottles. Inside are dark-colored pre-recycled bottles mixed with fine sand to increase their weight, as well as a Republican-era silver dollar encased in sand. Market valuation: 3,000, 4,000. A silver dollar? Ethan Brooks froze for a moment. He had just obtained a knowledge scroll on ancient coins. And now, right here was a silver dollar. His luck was really holding out. This was the perfect opportunity to show off a bit. Let others know that he picked up some basic knowledge of antiques. That way, in the future, he could explain how he kept finding such bargains. With that in mind, Ethan Brooks began rummaging through the woven bag and explained, "Ma'am, the goods are fine. I just need to check them. Yesterday, I just took in a batch of worthless cardboard that had been tampered with. I need to see if these plastic bottles have sand or pebbles mixed in." As soon as Ethan Brooks finished speaking, the older woman instantly grew a little flustered. Hey, they're so neat and clean. What's there to check? Do you really think I'd try to cheat you? Ethan Brooks said nothing, but his hand had already reached inside the woven bag. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly grabbed Ethan Brooks's hand. He went limp and she pulled his arm out. At that very moment, the live stream camera was focused right on the bottom of the plastic bottle in Ethan Brooks's hand. It was a Dongpeng special drink bottle. Most of the bottle was obscured by the label. Through the camera's focus on the bottom, the sand inside was clearly visible. I don't know why, but seeing the streamer almost get scammed makes me want to laugh. The streamer learned his lesson, he checked this time. That dialect up there, we're from the same hometown. What a shame. The old lady was one move short. Mixing in sand to skim the scales. Such an old trick. Not necessarily. What if there's something valuable hidden in the sand? That's how it's written in novels. Wake up. Guy above, what could possibly be hidden in sand? A gold ring. You know what? It's actually possible. Maybe some kids snuck out some gold jewelry from home to play with and accidentally dropped it into the sand pile. It could also be silver coins or quinton that an elderly person hid, only to have some clueless youngster throw the whole jar away as trash, shattering it and mixing the pieces into the sand. You guys have such wild imaginations. I think it's just a regular case of sand being mixed in. Whether there's anything in there or not, the streamer needs to buy it and check. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Chapter 17. The streamer shows you what he has got. There's a genius in the chat. Ethan Brooks was left both amused and exasperated by everyone's speculations. They might just be joking, but the reality was, there really were silver coins hidden inside the sand. Ma'am, look at the bottom of this bottle, something seems off. Ethan Brooks pointed the bottom of the Dongpeng special drink bottle at his phone camera, then turned it toward the elderly woman. Although the label covered most of the bottle, you could clearly see sand particles settled at the bottom, making a faint rustling sound as he shook it. The elderly woman's expression changed slightly, then she forced a smile. "Oh, young man, I must have missed that when I picked it up. It's just a little sand, it's no big deal. That won't do, ma'am." Ethan Brooks shook his head. "We scrap collectors have our rules, too. If you're adding sand to skim the scales, that changes the price entirely." As he spoke, his hands never stopped moving. He began pulling out the darker colored plastic bottles with labels that were tightly covered. Sure enough, he could see grains of sand at the bottom of several bottles in a row. These bottles were noticeably heavier than the ordinary ones. The live stream's comment section was already buzzing. "Caught red-handed. Another scam. That lady looks pretty harmless, but she's really shady. Streamer, weigh them now. Let us see how much sand she mixed in. She's really ruthless. Plastic bottles aren't supposed to be weighed down anyway. I bet we'll only get 60 or 70% of the price. Can't wait to see the streamer haggle." There are usually two ways to recycle plastic bottles. Small quantities are counted by the piece. Large quantities, like the older woman's, which are also well sorted, can be weighed by the gene. Seeing that she couldn't cover it up, the older woman immediately put on a look of grievance. "Oh my young man, I'm an old lady, it's not easy for me to collect these bottles. Braving the wind and rain. Just do me a favor and buy them for me a little cheaper. Okay? Look how neatly I've sorted them. They won't even need to be sorted again when I take them to the recycling center." There was actually some truth to what she said. Recycling centers do pay a bit more for plastic bottles that are already sorted like this. After all, they'd rather not have to sort them again themselves. Ethan Brooks nodded. He crouched down and reluctantly continued sorting through the bottles. "Ma'am, here's the deal." Ethan Brooks sighed, giving in. "This bag of yours looks like a lot, but it's mixed with sand, so the weight is inflated. I'm too lazy to empty it out now, so I'll pay you the standard price for clean plastic bottles. The current market rate is about 3.2 yuan per kilogram. Well, the most I can offer is 2.8 yuan per kilogram. Is that okay? If not, I really can't take them." 2.8 yuan, that was 4% less than the standard price. The elderly woman quickly ran the numbers in her head. She collected these bottles from the roadside and trash cans and sorted them herself. There was no cost involved, just a bit of effort. Even if she lost 4 fun, it was worth it. All right, 2.8 yuan it is. You're a straight shooter, young man. I won't beat around the bush either." The elderly woman agreed immediately, afraid Ethan Brooks might change his mind. "Let us weigh it first." Ethan Brooks took out an electronic scale from the bed of his new truck. He dragged the entire bag of plastic bottles onto the scale. The display read 25.27 kilograms. A little over 25 kilograms. At 2.80 per kilogram, that comes to... Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone to calculate. 70.76. "Here, 70, is that okay?" Yes. The older woman beamed and immediately held up her payment QR code. Ethan Brooks scanned the code and paid 70 yuan. With the transaction settled, the elderly woman walked away, thoroughly satisfied. "Young man, next time I have some bottles, I'll save them for you," Ethan Brooks replied with a smile, watching her walk away. Only then did he drag the woven bag over to his tricycle and load it onto the vehicle. "Guys, I've paid another lesson fee." Ethan Brooks sighed into the camera. "This bag looks neat, but there's a lot of sand mixed in at the bottom. I'd guess the net weight is just over 20 kilograms. A small loss. Ha ha ha. Same old story. Is this the second time today the streamer's been tricked? It's okay. Just think of it as supporting the lady's eco-friendly efforts. 70 yuan, I'd say he lost about 10 yuan. That feels good. Streamer, hurry up and dump out the sand. Who knows? Maybe there's a gold ring in there. Dog face. You're out of your mind, guy above." Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat and smiled. "Probably no gold ring, but I'll definitely check the sand to see just how much was mixed in." With that, he rode his bike to a nearby park. He found a quiet corner and pulled out the burlap sack. "Guys, let me share a handy tip. If you like to grow flowers and plants, you can spread a 1 centimeter thick layer of fine sand over the surface of the potting soil. This layer of fine sand helps keep out the eggs of tiny flying insects." Ethan Brooks spoke as he untied the bag. He began emptying several bottles that were clearly mixed with sand. Soon, it was the turn of a large, dark plastic black tea bottle. Only 2/3 of the lower half of the bottle remained. The bottle was misshapen, with a crack running along the bottom. This one was easier to empty. Ethan Brooks simply gave it a sharp flick and flipped his wrist. The sand and soil inside the bottle spilled out with a clatter onto the concrete ground beside the flower bed. The grayish-yellow sand and soil spread out. Just as the sand and soil were pouring out, a dark, round object fell out of the bottle's opening. Rustle. A soft clink. It landed at the edge of the pile of sand and soil and rolled halfway around. The chat feed started scrolling. Holy shit, there really is something in there. What the heck is that? Was there something hidden in the bottle? A coin? Even though it's all rusted like that. Game tokens, maybe? Which kid threw it away? Holy crap. I know this plot. Is this going to be a plot twist where we get a lucky find? Hurry up and pick it up to take a look. Oh my. Looks like there really is something in there. Ethan Brooks smiled and bent down to pick up the object. Felt heavy in his hand. The surface was covered in black rust and dried sand, but he could barely make out that it was round. He turned around, grabbed the half-full bottle of water he brought, and rinsed it off. Then he wiped it down with the corner of his shirt. The black rust was hard to remove, but as he wiped, a faint silvery white hue began to emerge. The fine serrated edge also became clearer. He wiped it a couple more times. A blurry profile of a figure appeared on the front. On the back was an image of a sailing ship, along with the inscription Year 23 of the Chinese Republican era. Although it was still dull and gray, the outline was now visible. The live stream went silent for a moment. The comment stream exploded immediately afterward. A sailing ship. It's a ship dollar. A ship dollar from the 23rd year of the Republican era? It really is a silver dollar. Did it fall out of that broken bottle? I'm in shock. Host, are you cheating with that kind of luck? Hurry. Go find Mr. Dawson at Bogujai. Right, go get it appraised. How much will it sell for this time? That old lady got totally ripped off, haha. Mental health representative. Where's the mental health representative? Why are you picking on the streamer again? The comment stream scrolled frantically, and the number of online viewers began to skyrocket. Many people were urging him to get it appraised. This time, Ethan Brooks didn't rush. Instead, just like in TV shows, he blew on it and held it up to his ear. Of course, in reality, he was studying and absorbing the ancient coin appraisal knowledge scroll he just received from the system upgrade. What's the streamer doing? Zoning out. Listening to the sound nice show-off move. Streamer. Is he laughing himself silly? Hurry up and go to Bogujai. Strike while the iron is hot. The comment stream was all urging him to find Mr. Dawson. Ethan Brooks looked at the comments, raised his head, and smiled faintly. Guys, we don't need to bother Mr. Dawson this time. The streamer actually knows a thing or two about this. I'll show you guys a trick today. Chapter 18. The $9.99 fine gold plaque. As soon as Ethan Brooks finished speaking, a flurry of question marks flooded the chat. Show us a trick? Don't try to show off. Streamer silver dollars are a deep pool. Right? It's safer to let a professional take a look. Ethan Brooks smiled and held the silver dollar up in front of the camera. Guys, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a Republican-era ship dollar minted in the 23rd year, that is, the silver dollar featuring Sun Yat-sen's portrait on a sailing ship. It's what's commonly known in the antique world as the ship dollar. The ship dollar was produced by the Central Mint, with a silver content of 89% and a standard weight of around 26.7 grams. Because the records are quite detailed, there are many high-quality counterfeits out there. But look here, the edge serrations are fine, uniform, and consistent in depth, a typical characteristic of a genuine coin. Today's high-quality replicas can make the edge serrations look very similar, but upon close inspection, they're always a bit stiff or messy. These look very natural. As for the black patina on the silver dollar, it's silver sulfide that formed naturally over time as the coin passed through generations. In the trade, it's called black lacquer patina or antique black patina. The color is deep and clings to the metal. Fake patina is either superficial or the wrong color. Ethan Brooks said, weighing the silver dollar in his hand. The feel is right. A genuine silver dollar feels substantial and dense. The weight of this one should be fine. Based on current market conditions, a 23rd year ship dollar like this generally sells for between $3,000 and $4,000. If it's properly cleaned and in better condition, and if the right buyer comes along, it could even fetch 4,500. Ethan Brooks finished his sentence in one breath, his tone confident. The stream's chat had gradually slowed down as soon as he began speaking. By the time he finished, the chat remained silent for several seconds. Then, Host, what are you talking about? How do you know all this? You looked completely clueless about the monkey stamp yesterday, and today you even know the silver content? Scripted. It's definitely scripted. Wait, that wasn't T right pouring the sand just now, didn't T look staged? Could the streamer really be a genius? An expert after just one day of research. Streamer, you were faking it with the monkey stamp yesterday, right? The streamer did it for the show's effect, he really did.
I am crying.
The comment stream was filled with shock and questions. Everyone was used to Ethan Brooks scoring bargains by sheer luck. But today, he was for real. Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments and smiled slightly. It's not as miraculous as you all think. I've had a bit of an interest in historical artifacts since college and have read a few miscellaneous books on the subject. Silver dollars are one of the more beginner-friendly categories in the antique world. The knowledge is systematic, and there are clear clues for distinguishing between genuine and fake items. I just happened to come across this today, so I thought I'd give it a try. 666. So yesterday's monkey stamp segment was just an act. It's a waste of the streamer's talent not to be in movies. The streamer really knows his stuff. Silver dollars no. Ancient coins in general are definitely a beginner-friendly category. Ethan, you sound like an expert. The items are authentic, and your appraisals are spot on. Drop by the shop sometime for a chat. Mr. Dawson was watching the live stream and even commented to confirm Ethan Brooks' assessment. The chat exploded even more. Even Mr. Dawson gave his seal of approval. That's proof. The host really knows his stuff. The sand that the 70-year-old lady sold had 4,000 yuan in it. I could laugh about that for a year. Host, are you planning to keep the silver dollars or sell them? Silver dollars are definitely a good place to start. There are even foreign guys in China collecting them now. I know, Brother Hey. Give it to Wei. Right, the streamer should get in touch. Brother Hey. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. He seemed to have seen that person's comments before. But Ethan Brooks smiled. Guys, I'm going to keep this for myself for a couple of days to play around with it and learn a bit. We'll talk about selling them later. Besides, I've always been firm about keeping antiques from flowing overseas. As he spoke, the plastic bottles filled with sand in the burlap sack had been completely emptied. Ethan Brooks put away the silver dollars and checked the time. Guys, before we wrap up for the day, let us make one more trip to the scrapyard. Let us get rid of this load. He tossed the empty bottles and burlap sack back into the tricycle's cargo bed. Just as Ethan Brooks was about to hop on his electric scooter, a rustling sound came from the grass in the nearby flower bed. A scrawny little orange cat emerged. It was filthy with matted fur, but its eyes were bright. The kitten timidly walked over to the pile of spilled sand. It scratched at the sand a few times with its paws, then crouched down. The live stream camera clearly captured the scene. The comment section immediately came alive. Oh my, a kitten. It thinks the sand is cat litter, haha. The host just said the sand is for composting to feed the plants, now it's getting its own fertilizer. This kitten is so skinny, is it a stray? Wait, does it have something around its neck? The camera zoomed in. Sure enough, a small tag was hanging from the kitten's neck. It has a tag, so it's not a stray. Then why is it so dirty? Was it abandoned? That owner is such a jerk, taking it in and then not taking responsibility. Maybe it got lost? Look how skinny it is, it's probably been wandering for a while. Cats are actually very clean animals. For it to be like this, it must be in real trouble. Can the streamer help it? Buy some cat food. Yeah, streamer. Please save the kitten, I'll send you gifts. Ethan Brooks looked at the little orange cat, and his heart softened a little. He really liked cats back in college. He used to feed the stray cats on campus. He instinctively activated golden eyes to see what the little name tag was made of. However, the moment his gaze fell on the kitten, a faint white halo appeared. Immediately afterward, an information panel he'd never seen before appeared clearly before his eyes. Name: stray orange kitten formerly known as Tuanchuan. Description: a 1-year-old stray kitten, malnourished, slightly dehydrated, with an old injury on its right hind paw. Its original owner was an elderly person living alone who passed away unexpectedly 3 months ago. The kitten has been waiting in the park where its owner used to take it for walks, firmly believing its owner will return. It remembers the way home, but the front door has been replaced by the new tenant. Ethan Brooks froze. Golden eyes. Can actually see living creatures now? And the information is so detailed even the story behind it is crystal clear. He looked at the tag. Name: $9.99 pure gold orange cat tag. Description: a tag recording the orange cat's name and the owner's contact information. The 2 grams of 999 pure gold symbolize the owner's love for it. Market valuation: $2,200.
999 pure gold.
Ethan Brooks fell silent. He looked at the comments in the chat stream condemning the irresponsible owner. Then he looked at the pitifully thin little cat waiting so persistently right in front of him, and his heart sank. Guys, Ethan Brooks said, his voice a little lower than usual, I really like this cat. I collect scrap on my own, and sometimes I get pretty lonely. If it's willing, let us adopt it. It can come with me to collect scrap from now on. At least I'll have some company. The comment section was instantly flooded with support. The streamer is a good guy, and so touching. As virtual gifts began to float across the screen, Ethan Brooks gently turned off the power to his tricycle, afraid of startling the kitten. He slowly got off the tricycle, crouched down, and called out in as gentle a voice as he could. Mimi, come here, come on. The little orange cat heard the sound and raised its head warily. It looked at Ethan Brooks, its eyes showing no affection, only wariness and a hint of confusion. Ethan Brooks tentatively reached out his hand and slowly moved closer, just as his fingers were half a meter away from the kitten. Whoosh! The little orange cat jumped back suddenly, as if it had been electrocuted. It spun around so quickly it was nothing but an orange afterimage, plunging headfirst into the dense bushes nearby and vanishing without a trace in an instant. It got away. That kitten is so alert. I guess it's been a stray for a long time. Ethan Brooks hurried to the edge of the bushes and peered inside. Inside, the branches and leaves were tangled, and the light was dim. He couldn't see a trace of the cat. He circled the nearby grove again, calling out softly, but never saw the little orange cat again. Ethan Brooks walked back to his tricycle and sighed into the camera. It got away. I guess it was scared, or maybe it doesn't trust people. The comment section was filled with regret. Don't lose heart, streamer. Try buying some cat food. It's probably still in this park. It's late today. Come back and check again tomorrow. Ethan Brooks nodded, then shook his head. Guys, I always keep my word. I'm going to sell the junk on the tricycle first. But today, I'm definitely going to find it. This park isn't that big. It's bound to be around here somewhere. We'll come back later with some cat food. Chapter 19. Someone else after you, streamer. Ethan Brooks rode his electric tricycle at top speed and soon arrived at a nearby scrap yard. There was quite a bit of scrap today, and it was neatly sorted. The owner readily handed him 320 yuan. Not bad. I didn't lose out. Ethan Brooks pocketed the money and asked the owner for directions. Sir, is there a veterinary clinic nearby? Or even a pet store would do. Pets. The owner pointed across the street. Go to the end of the street and turn left. There's a place called Pet Lovers. It's a veterinary clinic that also sells supplies. Thanks. Ethan Brooks hopped on his tricycle and quickly found the shop. The store wasn't large, but it was clean and tidy. Behind the glass door, several cages held kittens and puppies waiting to be adopted. A young female veterinarian in a white lab coat was organizing medications behind the counter. Hello. I'd like to buy some cat food and litter. Ethan Brooks pushed open the door and stepped inside. So are you a first-time cat owner? The veterinarian looked up at him. How old is the cat? What breed? About a year old, a tabby, a stray. I just found it in the park and want to adopt it. The veterinarian nodded and took a bag of kitten food off the shelf. For a stray, start with this mild formula during the adjustment period. For litter, bentonite works best. Cats accept it most easily. It was owned by someone else for a while, Ethan Brooks explained. Owned? The female vet paused for a moment. In that case, go with this one. She then pulled out a small bowl, a portable water bottle, a cat bed, a carrier, and a cat backpack. You might want to take these along, too. Ethan Brooks glanced at the items, then decisively checked out, spending over 200 yuan. He walked out the door carrying his purchases. Only then did he realize how sticky and clammy he felt all over. He moved the refrigerator and TV that morning and made 2 round trips to the Veterans Association Hall. A thin layer of sweat had long since broken out on his skin. The kitten probably wouldn't have left the park. I'll head home first to take a shower and change my clothes. 6 o'clock in the evening. Ethan Brooks returned to his shared apartment. The living room was empty. The couple in the master bedroom hadn't returned yet, and Emily Foster's door was closed. He hurried back to his room, grabbed a change of clothes, and slipped into the bathroom. The warm water washed away his fatigue, along with that faint, lingering smell of the scrap yard. Ethan Brooks walked out of the bathroom, drying his hair, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. The main light in the living room wasn't on, only a faint glow from the refrigerator in the kitchen filtered through. Just as he was thinking about heading back to his room. Ah! A low gasp came from the direction of the kitchen. Ethan Brooks startled and looked over. He saw that Emily Foster had appeared at the kitchen doorway at some point, a glass of water in her hand, staring at him with wide eyes. She was wearing a light gray cotton pajama set, her long hair loose, and her bare face looked exceptionally fair in the dim light. The two stared at each other. The air froze for 3 seconds. Ethan Brooks suddenly snapped out of it, feeling so embarrassed his scalp tingled. But then, he suddenly noticed. Emily Foster's gaze seemed to sweep over him. First his chest, then his abs, and then, lower down? Wait a minute. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. Where exactly was this girl looking? She was taking advantage of him. With that thought, Ethan Brooks immediately shrugged and headed back to his room. Meanwhile, in the living room, Emily Foster swallowed hard. She then returned to her own room as well. Soon after, Ethan Brooks had changed into fresh clothes in his room. Once he was all set, he picked up the bag of cat food and the portable bowl. After a moment's thought, he grabbed his live streaming phone too. He started the live stream. The number of viewers quickly jumped to over 2,000. Guys, I've got the cat food, and I'm ready to go. Ethan Brooks waved the items in his hand at the camera. No matter what, I'm going to find that little orange cat tonight. Before he could finish, there was a knock on his bedroom door. Ethan Brooks. It was Emily Foster's voice. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment, then walked over to open the door. Outside the door, Emily Foster had already changed her clothes. She wore a cream-colored, fleece-lined trench coat, jeans, and her long hair was pulled back into a neat high ponytail. She appeared to be wearing a touch of light makeup. Her whole look was fresh yet exuded a confident, alluring older sister vibe that made you want to win her over. You're going to look for that little orange cat, right? She asked. I'm coming too. Ethan Brooks was surprised. How did you know? My car show ended at 3 today. Emily Foster waved her phone. When I got back, I lay in bed and watched the live streams of the Career Challenge contestants for a while, and I happened to see yours. She paused for a moment before explaining. Plus, back in college, my roommates and I used to take care of a kitten together in our dorm. I know how to find a cat and how to feed it. We can look for it together tonight. Ethan Brooks looked at her serious expression, thought for a moment, and nodded. Okay, let us go. The two walked out of the room, one in front and one behind. The live stream's comment section exploded the moment Emily Foster appeared on camera. Holy crap, a beauty. The streamer's got a secret girlfriend. This lady is so fierce. Love it. Love it. My heart is broken. The streamer's already taken. Wait, isn't that contestant number 96? The one whose job is a car model. Yeah. The camera caught her during yesterday's draw. Her name is Emily Foster. Damn. I thought the streamer was some underdog who made it big. But turns out he is not only handsome and knowledgeable, he is also living with a beauty. Ethan Brooks is living the dream. Ethan Brooks caught a glimpse of the comments and hurriedly explained. No. Don't get the wrong idea, everyone. He pointed at Emily Foster, then in the direction of the master bedroom. Lynn and I just go to the same school. We're roommates here. The master bedroom belongs to a college roommate of mine and his girlfriend. Lynn is a friend of my roommate's girlfriend. She happened to be looking for a place to rent, so we ended up sharing the apartment. That explanation is just a cover-up. Shared apartment? I buy it dog face emoji. The way she's looking at the streamer is weird. Didn't she just sneak a peek at the streamer's muscles? I saw it. Oh no. Someone's got their eyes on you, streamer. Slurp. I'm craving it too. Streamer. You're such a jerk. Emily Foster saw the comments too. Her ears flushed slightly, but her expression remained unchanged. She quietly pulled over a small stool and sat down in the cargo bed of Ethan Brooks' electric tricycle. Ethan Brooks had originally wanted to say that there was room for one more person in the front of the electric tricycle. But seeing that Emily Foster was already sitting in the cargo area, he decided to keep quiet. He got on the tricycle, inserted the key, and twisted the throttle. The motor hummed softly as the tricycle smoothly rolled out of the residential complex and merged into the evening traffic. The evening rush hour wasn't quite over yet, and the roads were still pretty busy. While waiting at a traffic light, a black Mercedes pulled up in the adjacent lane. The driver's window rolled down, and a man in his 30s leaned out. He looked at Ethan Brooks first. Then he looked at Emily Foster sitting in the cargo area. Suddenly, his face was a picture of shock. "Wait, man." He couldn't help but blurt out, How did you pull this off?" Ethan Brooks was taken aback. "What do you mean, how did I pull this off?" The man pointed at his tricycle. Then he pointed at Emily Foster with her striking looks and grace sitting in the cargo area, his expression a mix of emotions. "It's hard enough for me to get a girl to sit in the passenger seat of my Mercedes. You're riding a junk-collecting tricycle in the dead of winter with a girl like that sitting in the back?" He shook his head in admiration. "You're young after all. Forget the damn Mercedes, I'm getting myself an electric tricycle tomorrow, too." The live chat went wild with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Bro is questioning his whole life. Mercedes bro, totally crushed. A beauty on an electric tricycle, that's a total game changer. Bro. So I lost because my ride was too fancy. Streamer. Quick teach this guy how to attract girls on a tricycle. Charisma. It's all about the charisma. Dog head emoji. Chapter 20. I deserve to die. Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He turned his head and smiled at Big Brother Mercedes. "Bro, it's mostly about charisma and special skills. If your charisma and special skills are on point, the car doesn't matter at all." "Special skills?" Big Brother asked, puzzled. The green light came on. Ethan Brooks twisted the throttle. The electric tricycle roared to life, gliding smoothly and swiftly through the intersection, leaving Big Brother in his Mercedes standing there, bewildered in the wind. Emily Foster sat in the cargo area. She held her phone, reading the comments in Ethan Brooks' livestream, and couldn't help but let a smile spread across her face. Soon, Ethan Brooks turned the tricycle into the park. The streetlights had already come on. Inside the park, they could see local residents out for a stroll or walking their cats and dogs. Ethan Brooks parked the tricycle by the side of the path near the bushes where he previously spotted the little orange cat. Emily Foster hopped lightly out of the cargo area. The two took out their phones and turned on their flashlights to search for the kitten. "There are paw prints here." Emily Foster really was someone who owned a cat before. She quickly spotted a trail of small, flower-shaped paw prints. "They're still fresh, looks like it's been back here. Let us try some cat food, it might be nearby." Ethan Brooks nodded. He opened the bag of cat food, set the portable bowl on the ground, and gave it a gentle shake. The plastic bowl emitted a faint, enticing rustling sound. "Mimi, Mimi." No response. Ethan Brooks paused, recalling the information displayed on golden eyes, and tentatively called out in a soft voice. "To Anchuan." Behind the bushes, the rustling sounds came to an abrupt halt. Immediately afterward, a pair of bright, round eyes peered out from between the leaves. They looked straight at Ethan Brooks. The live stream chat exploded with activity. "It's responding. It's responding to Anchuan. How does the streamer know its name is to Anchuan? This cat is so smart. It must be the tag around its neck. The streamer saw the information on it last time." "It's over there," Ethan Brooks whispered. Emily Foster slowly approached and crouched down 2 meters away. She took a small bag of cat treats out of her purse. She tore open the package and gently squeezed some onto the ground in front of her. "Take it slow, don't scare it." Ethan Brooks got the hint and slowly backed away until he was 3 meters away, leaving the food bowl where it was. The little orange cat watched warily. Its gaze darted back and forth between the food bowl and the treats, its little nose twitching slightly. A faint, hungry purr could be heard. After what felt like a long 10-odd seconds, it finally emerged from the bushes and cautiously approached the food bowl. One step, a pause, a glance around. Another step. Reaching the edge of the bowl, it swiftly snatched up a piece of kibble and darted back like lightning. Hiding at a relatively safe distance, it chewed rapidly. After a few bites, seemingly satisfied that there was no danger, it finally relaxed, lowered its head, and focused on eating. "It worked," Ethan Brooks whispered. Emily Foster slowly moved over to his side, and the two crouched side by side in the shadow of a streetlight, watching quietly. The kitten ate heartily, occasionally looking up warily to scan its surroundings before burying its head again to continue eating. A gentle evening breeze blew, and the shadows of the trees swayed. The scene in the live stream was heartwarming. "It's eating so heartily it must have been starving. The streamer and the lady are both so patient. This cat might be dirty, but it has a pretty face. I hope its original owner can find it. Can you make out the tag? Is there a phone number? Is the host going to adopt it? If not, you can contact me, I'd love to." Soon, the bowl of cat food was empty. The little orange cat licked the rim of the bowl, still not quite satisfied, then went on to clean out the cat treats as well. After eating its fill, it even walked over to Ethan Brooks's feet on its own and gently nuzzled his pant leg with its head. A contented purr escaped from its throat. "It's very friendly," Emily Foster whispered. "It must have been well cared for before." Ethan Brooks looked at the small tag dangling from the kitten's neck, swaying with its movements, and nodded. "Let us take it to the pet store for a thorough checkup. Take a look at the tag while you're at it, it should have the full contact information on it." "Okay." Emily Foster carefully picked up the kitten. This time, the little orange cat didn't struggle violently, it just shifted slightly in her arms before settling down. The two of them got back on the tricycle. Emily Foster sat in the cargo area holding the cat, while Ethan Brooks steered smoothly toward Pet Haven. The pet store was brightly lit that evening. The young female veterinarian looked a little surprised when she saw them walk in holding the kitten. "You found it that quickly? We got lucky." Ethan Brooks smiled and gently placed the kitten on the examination table. "Doctor, could you please give it a thorough checkup?" The veterinarian put on gloves and gently soothed the kitten first. The little orange kitten was well behaved, trembling only slightly and not struggling at all. "It's quite docile," she said as she began a thorough examination. Ears, eyes, mouth, fur, limbs. While the vet was examining the kitten, Ethan Brooks took a look at the tag around its neck. Sure enough, he found contact information on the other side. It was a cell phone number and the surname Zhang. "There really is contact info. Let us give them a call. Maybe it's a lost cat, the owner must be frantic right now. What if it was abandoned? Let us give the original owner a good scolding that is so irresponsible." Ethan Brooks looked at the live chat comments. He knew many people had already jumped to the conclusion that the original owner was irresponsible. He thought for a moment, then said to the camera, "Guys, I'm gonna call right now to find out. If it got lost by accident, we'll do our best to get it home. If it really was abandoned, then I'll adopt it." Ethan Brooks took out his phone, dialed the number on the tag, and pressed the call button. Ring, ring. The ringing tone echoed distinctly in the quiet examination room. After 6 or 7 rings, the call was finally answered. "Hello." It was a middle-aged man's voice. "Hello?" Ethan Brooks said, trying to keep his voice steady and clear. "Is this Mr. Zhang? I found a little orange cat. It has a tag around its neck that says to Anchuan and this phone number." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Then the man's voice dropped, tinged with a hint of a sigh. "To Anchuan. That was my dad's cat." He paused, his voice a little hoarse. "My dad passed away 3 months ago. A heart attack. It happened very suddenly. To Anchuan probably slipped out when Dad went out to take out the trash and didn't close the door properly. We looked for him around there afterward, but couldn't find him." At this point, the man sighed again. "Actually, I know he might be waiting for my dad in the park. My dad used to take him for a walk in a nearby park every day. But my wife, she just had a baby, and she says cats carry germs that aren't good for the baby. The house is a mess right now, and my mom isn't in good health either. I really don't have the energy to take care of it anymore. If you're willing to take it in, please do. If not, just do whatever you want with it." Beep. The call ended. The female vet froze. Emily Foster covered her mouth, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. After a brief moment of silence, the live stream's comment section exploded. "Did the old man pass away? So the kitten has been waiting in the park for 3 months? Waiting for someone who'll never come back.
I am crying.
I was just cursing the owner a moment ago. I'm such a jerk. Me too, I'm such a jerk. That kitten is so pitiful. It didn't know anything, it just kept waiting. It's like I'm seeing my own cat's future. I have to take my job as a vet seriously. Chapter 21. What more is there to say? Let us get it done tonight. Reading the comments, Ethan Brooks felt a wave of relief wash over him. When it comes to stray cats, it really comes down to personal preference. You don't have to love them, but try not to hurt them. The kitten's owner loved it dearly. Naturally, Ethan Brooks didn't want anyone to misunderstand the kitten's owner. Huh. Just then, the female vet let out a soft, huh. She picked up the small tag. She examined it closely under the examination lamp, then weighed it in her fingers. Immediately, she looked up, somewhat surprised. This tag is pure gold.
Pure gold.
Emily Foster, still reeling from her earlier emotions, was taken aback by this. The veterinarian nodded firmly. Judging by the color, weight, and hardness, it should be 999 fine gold. Custom pet tags like this usually weigh between 1 and 2 grams. At current gold prices, the gold alone is worth over 1,000 yuan. Add in the craftsmanship fees, and it comes to a few thousand yuan. This Grandpa Zhang must really love this little cat. As soon as the female vet finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded once again.
A 24 karat gold tag.
The old man really put his heart into this. I was just calling him irresponsible. I'm such an idiot. Me too. I'm such a terrible person. That totally broke my heart. Looks like the streamer scored another bargain. The streamer deserves this. The streamer should adopt it. Take good care of it. Ethan Brooks looked at the comments. Then he looked at the little orange kitten on the examination table, who was looking up at him. Tuanchuan seemed to sense something, the lights reflected in its round eyes. Meow. A soft sound, pure and bewildered. Ethan Brooks crouched down, meeting the kitten's gaze. Tuanchuan, your grandpa isn't coming back. But from now on, you'll have us. The little orange kitten seemed to understand human emotions. It tilted its head, stuck out its pink little tongue, and licked Ethan Brooks's finger. It was wet and warm. The female vet cleared her throat and resumed the examination. The kitten's overall condition is okay, but it's malnourished and a bit dehydrated. The old injury on its right hind paw needs to be retreated. It's best to keep him here overnight for observation. I'll clean and bandage the wound, and give him some 4 fluids and an anti-inflammatory shot. You can come pick him up tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Ethan Brooks nodded firmly. Thank you so much. Emily Foster also crouched down and gently stroked Tuanchuan's head. Good boy, Tuanchuan. We'll come pick you up and take you home tomorrow. The little orange kitten seemed to understand. He rubbed his head against Emily Foster's hand, then looked over at Ethan Brooks. His eyes were clear and full of affection. By the time they left the pet store, it was well into the night. Ethan Brooks glanced at the time. It was almost 9 p.m. He ended the live stream and said into his phone, Guys, that's it for today's stream. We'll take good care of Tuanchuan and pick him up tomorrow afternoon. Good night, everyone. The live stream ended. The electric tricycle rolled slowly along the road back home. The evening breeze was slightly cool, and most of the shops lining the street still had their lights on. It's getting a bit late. Ethan Brooks glanced at Emily Foster in the rearview mirror. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let me treat you to a meal just to thank you for helping me find the cat today. Emily Foster looked up, the light from the street lamp flickering across her face. She thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure. What would you like to eat? Anything, just something simple. Ethan Brooks remembered an old restaurant nearby that had been around for many years and served excellent pickled cabbage fish. 10 minutes later, the tricycle pulled up in front of a small restaurant. The sign read, Lao Tan Pickled Cabbage Fish. The interior was simply decorated but clean. There weren't many customers at this hour, only 2 or 3 tables were occupied. The two found a table by the window and sat down. Just then, the owner's wife handed them the menu with a smile. A small portion of pickled cabbage fish, and an extra serving of rice, Ethan Brooks ordered. What would you like? I'll have the same. While they waited for their food, Emily Foster looked at Ethan Brooks and suddenly spoke up. Your live streams are doing so well, the number of online viewers even broke 8,000 today. And you know so much about antiques. Yesterday it was the monkey stamp. Today it's silver dollars. You explain everything so thoroughly. You've got a real shot at winning the grand prize on Career Challenge this time. Ethan Brooks smiled and poured himself a cup of barley tea. Whether I win the grand prize or not, it doesn't really matter. The main thing is, live streaming while collecting scrap feels pretty freeing and fun. It's way more comfortable than sitting in an office staring at a computer. Emily Foster nodded. That's true. Your job might not look like much, but it gives you freedom. You get to travel around, meet all kinds of people, and find all sorts of hidden gems. To be honest, I'm actually a little envious. Ethan Brooks raised an eyebrow. Isn't being a car model pretty great too? It's all glitz and glamour. It's glamorous, sure, but it's exhausting. Emily Foster shook her head slightly. Standing all day in high heels, and you have to keep smiling the whole time. Sometimes you even run into rude customers. She didn't finish her sentence, but Ethan Brooks got the point. The food arrived. The steaming hot pickled cabbage and fish dish featured tender, smooth fish, crisp pickled cabbage, and a rich, flavorful broth. The two ate in silence for a while. Emily Foster suddenly put down her chopsticks and lowered her voice. Ethan Brooks, have you thought about moving out? Ethan Brooks was taken aback. What do you mean? Emily Foster blushed slightly, her voice growing even softer. Ting Ting and Ben Warren, they can get really loud sometimes. I don't believe you can sleep with them right next door. Ethan Brooks was even more baffled. He hadn't expected Emily Foster to be so direct. It didn't quite fit with her usual image as a cool, aloof older woman. Emily Foster seemed to sense his surprise and quickly explained. Ting Ting actually knows about this too. Didn't she get matched with a second-hand property broker this time? It's basically a sub-landlord. I found a place among the listings she got that would be perfect for you. Ethan Brooks finally caught on. What kind of listing? It's in a village within the city nearby. First floor, with a small courtyard. Since you collect scrap, you can temporarily store items that can't be processed right away in the courtyard. Plus, it's a standalone unit, so you won't bother anyone. Ethan Brooks' eyes lit up. A small courtyard? This was practically tailor-made for him. He'd been worrying about where to put large items he might find or things that needed temporary storage. How much is the rent per month? 2007. Water is free, and electricity is at residential rates. Ethan Brooks quickly ran the numbers in his head. His current shared side bedroom cost $800 a month with water, electricity, and gas. It came to about $1,000. If he rented that ground floor unit with the small courtyard, although it was $1,700 more expensive, it offered more space, a courtyard, and freedom. Plus, it would definitely help avoid certain awkward late-night noises. Deal, he nodded. Can you show it to me tomorrow? Sure, Emily Foster smiled. I'll let Ting Ting know. After dinner, Ethan Brooks paid the bill. The two rode the tricycle back to their place. The door to the master bedroom was closed, and the sound of the TV could be heard from inside. Ethan Brooks took a shower and returned to his room. Lying in bed, he thought about the house tour tomorrow, then about Tuanchuan, and everything that had happened today. Half asleep, just as he was about to drift off. That sound came from the master bedroom next door again. Muffled moans, the rhythmic creaking of the bed frame. It was especially clear in the silent night. Ethan Brooks opened his eyes in exasperation and stared at the ceiling. Just then, his phone screen suddenly lit up. A WeChat notification. It was from Emily Foster. Are you asleep yet? Ethan Brooks stared at the message for 2 seconds. At this hour, at this moment, why was she asking that? Should he reply? Just as he was hesitating, another message popped up. Do you know anything about ancient coins? Ethan Brooks let out a sigh of relief so that's what she was asking about. He replied, I know a little. What's up? Emily Foster. Over in the Songjiang area of Riversea City, an old residential complex is being demolished. While excavating a dried-up riverbed, they unearthed a huge number of silver and copper coins. A friend of mine who lives nearby just messaged me privately, saying lots of people have gotten up and are rushing over there to dig. If we go now, we might still make it. Ethan Brooks' eyes widened instantly. Silver dollars? Copper coins? A demolition site? A dry riverbed? He sat up abruptly in bed. What else was there to say? Let us get to it right away. Chapter 22. Stop digging, stop digging. Ethan Brooks typed as fast as he could. Send me the exact location. I'm heading out right now. His phone vibrated. The location was shared. Songjiang District, the former Chunhuiyuan demolition site, about 12 kilometers from here. You're going there right now? It's so late. Ethan Brooks glanced at the time. 2:40 a.m. I'm going I'd be missing out big time if I didn't tea. After sending the message, Ethan Brooks quickly got dressed and slung his backpack over his shoulder. He gently pushed open the bedroom door. The living room was pitch black. The sounds from the master bedroom hadn't stopped yet. Ethan Brooks went to the kitchen and grabbed a pair of gloves and a small shovel. Just then, Emily Foster's door opened silently. She was already dressed. She wore a black tracksuit, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, and carried a small backpack. I'm coming with you, she said in a hushed voice. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. You? The more, the merrier, Emily Foster whispered. Besides, I know that area well, a friend of mine lives there. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment, then nodded. The two of them slipped out of the room like thieves and gently closed the door behind them. The motion sensor lights in the hallway came on. How are we getting there? Emily Foster asked. The trike, Ethan Brooks said, pulling out his keys. At this hour, it's faster than driving. The two went downstairs, unplugged the charger, hopped on the trike, and took off. The streets were much emptier in the early morning. Ethan Brooks twisted the throttle, and the trike accelerated silently, heading toward Songjiang. The streetlights whizzed past them. The wind howled in their ears. Emily Foster sat in the cargo area, holding onto the railing, her ponytail fluttering in the night breeze. Did your friend give any details? Ethan Brooks asked loudly. He said the construction crew found them this afternoon while digging the riverbed. Emily Foster raised her voice as well. At first they only dug up a few, but then more and more kept turning up. Now that word has spread, lots of people have rushed over to pick them up. Is there no one supervising the site? It's an old neighborhood being demolished. Work stops at night, and there are only 2 elderly security guards. They can't keep anyone in check. Ethan Brooks nodded. It wasn't uncommon for Quinton coins to be unearthed at demolition sites like this, especially in some small towns on the outskirts of Riversea City. In the past, many families used to hide silver dollars and copper coins inside walls or bury them underground. When demolition excavations begin, they're unearthed. It was a 12-kilometer drive with little traffic late at night. They arrived in just 30 minutes. From a distance, they could see a field of ruins. It was an old red brick building that had already been half demolished. The crumbling walls and rubble loomed like a silent beast in the night. In the center of the ruins lay a depression, clearly the bed of an old river that had already been excavated more than halfway. At that moment, at least 30 or 40 people had gathered around the depression. Each held a flashlight or headlamp, their beams crisscrossing and flickering. Others were using small shovels and rakes to sift through the dirt. We're here. Ethan Brooks parked the tricycle on the roadside outside the ruins. The two of them got off and walked briskly over. It wasn't until they got closer that they could make out the scene clearly. The dry riverbed had been excavated for over 10 meters in length, to a depth of about 2 meters. Dirt had been turned over everywhere. Dozens of people were crammed along the riverbank and at the bottom of the pit, hunched over and searching. Every now and then, someone would shout excitedly, "Found another one! This is a Guangzhou copper coin. I've got an eagle dollar right here." The scene was chaotic but electric. Meanwhile, 2 elderly men standing nearby were shouting at the top of their lungs. "Stop digging! Stop digging! We've already called the boss, and he has notified the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau." The 2 elderly security guards were so frantic they were stamping their feet. But their voices were completely drowned out by the excited crowd. No one was listening at all. Ethan Brooks, who had just arrived, heard everything clearly. He immediately pulled out his tools. He'd taken the time over the past couple of days to study the Treasure Hunter Act and understood the current situation perfectly. The land in this demolition zone had already been purchased by a developer, and ownership was clearly established. Strictly speaking, anything unearthed legally belongs to the construction company. However, the Treasure Hunter Act contains a special provision. In specific areas with established ownership such as construction sites, wheat fields, or hills, if someone makes an accidental discovery or actively searches for treasure, the found treasure belongs to the discoverer. However, a higher tax must be paid. Typically, it's 30%. But once the construction company notifies the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau, all treasure hunting activities must cease immediately upon the arrival of Bureau personnel. This is because, at that point, the construction company intends to hand the find over to the state. Now the old men say they've already notified the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau. Time is running out.
They fast.
Ethan Brooks grabbed Emily Foster and jumped straight into the excavation area along the riverbed. He scanned the view through his golden eyes and quickly pinpointed several spots with the brightest halos. "You dig over here, I'll dig over there," he shouted to Emily Foster. The two split up. At the construction site at 3 a.m., only the beams of flashlights and headlamps crisscrossed the darkness. Dozens of people were frantically digging through the mud. With his very first shovel strike, Ethan Brooks hit something hard. He dug through the mud to reveal a rusty copper coin. Qianlong Tongbao. He tossed it into his cloth bag and kept digging. The second shovel strike, the third, silver dollars began to appear. Yuan Datu, Sun Xiaotu, Chuanyang. In just half an hour, his backpack was already heavy with finds. There were at least 20+ silver dollars and over a dozen copper coins. Emily Foster's haul wasn't too bad either. She dug up 7 or 8 silver dollars and quite a few copper coins. "Looks like there's something over there," someone shouted from a short distance away. A few people gathered around. Ethan Brooks looked up and saw a depression at the bottom of the riverbed. In Golden Eye's field of vision, a strong blue glow was emanating from that spot. Emily Foster happened to be near that exact spot. She had already crouched down and was carefully scraping away the mud with her small rake. The top of a clay jar came into view. A man in his 30s rushed over. "I saw it first. I dug it up first," Emily Foster immediately shouted, wrapping her arms around the jar. "Besides, how could you have seen it if I hadn't dug it up?" Emily Foster didn't back down. "This is treasure hunting. Whatever you dig up is yours." The man was about to argue further when Ethan Brooks stepped up beside Emily Foster. "Buddy, that's a bit unfair," Ethan Brooks said calmly. "We all know the rules. Whatever you dig up is yours. If you keep making a scene, the people from the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau will really show up." The man glanced at Ethan Brooks, then looked at the few others who had gathered around. He knew he was in the wrong, so he gritted his teeth and turned to dig elsewhere. "Hurry up and dig it out," Ethan Brooks said, crouching down to help. The two carefully cleared the soil around the pottery jar. The jar wasn't too large, about 20 centimeters tall, with a round body and a narrow mouth. Its surface was caked with dirt, but they could tell it was blue and white porcelain. Ethan Brooks activated Golden Eyes. Name: Qing Dynasty Folk Kiln Blue and White Porcelain Tea Canister. Description: contains 23 silver dollars, including rare variants. Market valuation: 80,000, 120,000. Starting at 80,000. "Be careful," Ethan Brooks whispered. The two finally managed to dig the jar out intact. Emily Foster picked up the jar. It felt heavy in her hands, and sure enough, there was something inside. Just as she was about to open it, Ethan Brooks held her hand down. "We'll look at it when we get back. Put it away for now." Emily Foster nodded. She carefully placed the jar into the backpack she brought with her. Just then, a dull thud came from the spot where Ethan Brooks had been digging. His shovel had struck wood. He quickly cleared away the dirt to reveal a rotting wooden box, about the size of a shoebox. The box was falling apart, held together only by copper hoops. Ethan Brooks carefully lifted the lid. Inside were countless copper coins. Strung together with hemp rope, they were neatly arranged in rows. More importantly, at the bottom of the box were several silver dollars, clearly in much better condition than the ones he dug up earlier. A winding flying dragon was faintly visible on one of them. Chapter 23. The young lady is here too. Did the streamer dig last night? Ethan Brooks quickly scanned it with golden eyes. Name: Republican-era coin storage box. Description: contains over 300 copper coins and 9 silver dollars, including rare variants. Market valuation: 550,000, 660,000. It can't be the Jiangnan dragon. Ethan Brooks's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly stuffed the entire wooden box into his large backpack. He continued digging for treasure. Time flew by. The sky gradually grew dim, tinged with the pale light of dawn. More and more treasure hunters were arriving at the construction site. There were probably already over 100 people. The news had spread too quickly. The two elderly security guards were pacing anxiously, making several more phone calls. "The Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau says they're on their way. Stop what you're doing right now." Still, no one listened. Just then, Woo woo. The sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. Several cars with flashing lights sped toward the site and stopped outside the ruins. The Cultural Heritage Bureau is here, someone shouted. In an instant, the site erupted into chaos. Some tried to run, others hurriedly stuffed the excavated items into their clothes. Still others kept digging frantically, hoping to grab as much as possible at the last moment. 7 or 8 uniformed officials strode into the site, followed by several police officers. Leading the group was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, holding a megaphone. Everyone, stop! Stop immediately! We're from the Municipal Cultural Heritage Bureau. From this moment on, all discoveries here belong to the state as cultural relics. Everyone, please cooperate, register the items you've just unearthed, and pay the required taxes. His stern voice echoed over the ruins through the megaphone. This time, no one dared to disobey. The sounds of digging gradually ceased. People stood where they were, looking at one another with mixed expressions. Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster also stopped digging. The voice from the megaphone echoed over the ruins in the early morning hours. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Some instinctively tucked items into their clothes, while others stood calmly, waiting for further instructions. Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster exchanged glances. Both saw a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. There was no panic. The provisions of the Treasure Hunter Act were clear. Under these circumstances, the unearthed items still belonged to the discoverers. They simply needed to be registered. As long as they cooperated by paying a 30% tax when selling the items later, there wouldn't be any major problems. Everyone, please line up in 2 rows and come over here to register one by one. The middle-aged man wearing glasses was Section Chief Zhao from the Cultural Relics Bureau. He pointed to 2 folding tables that had been brought in temporarily. Register every single item you unearth tonight, one by one. Anyone who refuses to cooperate with the registration will be treated as a cultural relic thief. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 police officers stepped forward, their hands resting on their holsters. It was a powerful show of force. Whispers rippled through the crowd. People began to make their way toward the registration tables. "Let us go too," Ethan Brooks whispered. Emily Foster nodded. The 2 joined the crowd and fell into line. The line in front of the registration tables moved slowly. It was Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster's turn. The staff member counted all the items they produced. Silver dollars, copper coins, the blue and white porcelain jar, and the wooden box. The appraisal process was thorough but efficient. Once the appraisal was complete, the female staff member in charge of registration looked up and asked, "You have the option to either hand these items over to the state or keep them for yourselves. If you hand them over, the state will issue a certificate of honor and provide a cash reward based on the appraised value, typically between 30 and 50% of the appraised value. If you choose to keep them, you'll need to pay a 30% tax on the spot. You can pay the tax in cash or via mobile payment." She paused for a moment and added, "Of course, you can also choose to hand over some items and keep the rest. Additionally, our Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau has set up a temporary collection point here on site. If you change your mind later, or if you want to sell some of the items, you can go there. The buyback price will be slightly lower than market value, but if the total amount reaches a certain threshold, you can still apply for a certificate of honor." Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster exchanged a glance. "Let us skip the appraisal for now. We'll register first and think about the buyback later," said Ethan Brooks. "Sure." The staff member nodded. "Once you've made up your minds, you can go to the collection point anytime." The registration was completed quickly. Ethan Brooks received a registration form listing the serial numbers and names of all the items. Emily Foster received one as well. The 2 left the registration area and returned to their tricycle. It was now broad daylight. Far from dwindling, the number of people at the construction site had actually increased. Many antique dealers, coin collectors, and treasure hunters who had heard the news had rushed over. Although the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau had already banned further excavation, a makeshift marketplace had spontaneously formed on the spot. Some people laid out the coins they just dug up directly on the ground to sell. Others crouched on the ground, carefully sifting through the coins with magnifying glasses. Some antique dealers had even arrived with their own stock. The sounds of haggling rose and fell in waves. 800 for this Yuan Shirkai big head coin. Too expensive, it's in average condition. 500. How much for this string of copper coins? 1500 no haggling. The scene was as bustling as a morning market. Ethan Brooks watched the scene, his eyes lighting up. "Let us take stock first," he said to Emily Foster. "Set aside the less valuable, more common ones and sell them directly to the Cultural Heritage Bureau's collection point. Then we'll use the money from those sales to hunt for treasures here." Emily Foster nodded. "I'll leave it to you." The two sat in the back of the tricycle and began a careful inventory. Ethan Brooks activated golden eyes to quickly sort through the items. Common editions of the Yuan de Tu, Sun Xiao Tu, and Ship Dollar. Although these were valuable, their large circulation meant limited potential for appreciation. Common copper coins plentiful, but with low individual value. Rare silver dollars, special copper coins, that blue and white porcelain jar, and the fine pieces in the wooden box. He intended to keep these. Emily Foster also sorted the items she unearthed according to Ethan Brooks' instructions. Half an hour later, the two finished their inventory. The items Ethan Brooks planned to sell were appraised at approximately $170,000. Emily Foster's items were appraised at approximately $90,000. Let us go to the collection point. Carrying their items, the two made their way to the temporary collection point set up by the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau at the construction site entrance. A line had already formed there. Many treasure hunters chose to cash out on the spot after all. Better safe than sorry. When it was their turn, the staff member checked the registration form and counted the items. "Ethan Brooks, the buyback price for this batch is $170,300. Is that correct?" "Correct." Emily Foster, $91,000. "Confirmed." "Confirmed. We'll deduct 30% for taxes directly from the payout. The remainder will be paid via QR code." Soon, Ethan Brooks received a text message from his bank. 121,100 yuan had been credited to his account. Emily Foster received 63,700 yuan. And just then, Ethan Brooks finally noticed. The reward for the film he submitted yesterday of the Battle of Shanghai had been disbursed. To his surprise, he'd been awarded a whopping 500,000 yuan. He opened his Douyin private messages. David Collins explained it was compensation for him not having to work. A 500,000 yuan bonus. Combined with the money he'd just received, he now had nearly 700,000 yuan in liquid assets. More than enough to go bargain hunting on the spot. With that in mind, Ethan Brooks went live immediately. "Going live now?" Emily Foster asked. "Of course I can't miss out on this buzz. Do you have a car show today?" Emily Foster shook her head. "Then what are we waiting for?" Ethan Brooks smiled, pulled out his phone, and started the live stream. Almost instantly, the number of viewers surged to 3,000. The comment stream scrolled frantically. "The host is finally live. I was dying of anxiety. Silver coins were unearthed in Songjiang district. So many people are rushing to pick them up. Host, why didn't you check your DMs last night? Someone sent you a message. What a massive loss, host. You missed out on 100 million. Wait, host. That background, is that a construction site? Holy crap. The streamer-s already on the scene. The girl-s there too. Did the streamer dig last night? Yeah. She went offline after dinner last night. Did she dig?" Chapter 24. A Two-Man Show. Ethan Brooks glanced at the comment stream and twitched the corner of his mouth. He couldn't shake the feeling that everyone's conversation was a bit off. He cleared his throat. Ethan Brooks began typing a reply. "Guys, I've been here since 3 a.m. I dug up some stuff and just finished registering it with the Cultural Heritage Bureau. The site has turned into a flea market now. I'll take you all on a tour to see if we can snag any bargains." 3 a.m. Streamer, you're really going all out. What did you dig up? Give us a hint. On-site trading? That sounds wild. I told you to collect scrap. What's with all this snagging a bargain nonsense? Hurry up, streamer. Show us around. Exactly. I heard you dug up silver dollars, but couldn't make it there. I'm going crazy with anticipation. Ethan Brooks smiled but didn't reveal exactly what he'd found. Holding his phone, he walked into the market with Emily Foster. All kinds of coins were laid out on the ground. Silver dollars, copper coins, and even a few foreign coins. Vendors were hawking their wares, while buyers crouched on the ground, carefully sorting through the selection. Ethan Brooks activated golden eyes and scanned the stalls one by one. Most items were of average value, with auras that were mostly white or pale green. Occasionally, there were a few with blue auras, but their prices were set extremely high. After browsing for over 10 minutes, he hadn't found any major bargains. That was to be expected. The appraiser from the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau had been standing nearby just a moment ago. Good finds were either bought up on the spot, or the vendors knew their worth and wouldn't price them too low. Just as he was thinking about moving on to another area, suddenly, a heated argument erupted nearby. "I'm not selling it. I'm not selling it." A young man in his early 20s, his face flushed red, was trying to pull a few silver dollars back from a cloth bag spread out on the ground. A man in his 50s, wearing a jacket, was gripping his wrist tightly. "Young man, that's not fair. We agreed on 5,000, how can you go back on your word now?" The young man struggled. You said this money was no good." "It's no good, of course I'm not selling it. I only said the bills weren't genuine, I didn't say they were counterfeit." The man in the jacket shouted. "If 5,000 won't do, then 6,000 I'll still buy them for 6,000. I'm not selling." As the two tugged at each other, a crowd of onlookers quickly gathered around them. Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster also moved closer. Through a gap in the crowd, Ethan Brooks saw 7 or 8 silver dollars spread out in the young man's cloth bag. One of them was clenched tightly in his palm, with only the edge visible. The man in the jacket was still shouting, "Everyone, judge for yourselves." This young man was trying to sell a Republican-era 21 ship dollar. "I offered 5,000, he agreed, and just as I was about to hand over the money, he changed his mind. "A 21 ship dollar?" An expert in the crowd immediately exclaimed. "Is that for real? If it's real, 5,000 is a steal." The young man clenched his fist even tighter, his neck stiff with defiance. "I don't know anything about the 21st or 22nd years. I just dug this up. If you say it's no good, I won't sell it." The man in the jacket stomped his foot in frustration, released his grip, and sighed to the people around him. "Ah, what a shame. I really wanted it, but I didn't bring enough cash today. 5,000 is the highest I can go." He shook his head and pushed his way out of the crowd. The young man remained crouched on the ground, watching the onlookers warily. The comments in Ethan Brooks' livestream scrolled by rapidly. "What's going on? A 21-year-old ship dollar? 5,000? If it's real, this is a huge steal. Host, go check it out. What's a 21 ship dollar? Is it valuable? I don't get it. Host, explain it to us." "Don't bother explaining. The host was just reciting a script yesterday. He definitely doesn't know what he is talking about. Haha." Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments and smiled faintly. "Guys, the ship dollar refers to the Sun Yat-sen portrait silver dollar minted during the Republican era. The most common ones are from the 23rd year of the Republican era, with market prices ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand. The 22nd year coins are much rarer, they usually start at a few 10,000, and well-preserved ones can fetch 100,000 to several 100,000. As for the 21st year coins, they're quite rare. If it's a genuine piece in good condition, it could be worth several 100,000 or even 1,000,000. The chat exploded with excitement. "What are you waiting for? Streamer, go for it. Buying a 100,000 yuan item for 5,000, that's a killing. And that's not all. Last year at an auction, a top-grade specimen went for 1.2 million. Holy crap. Hurry up and snag that bargain. Go now. Don't let anyone else beat you to it." Ethan Brooks, however, didn't move. He activated golden eyes and scanned the young man's clenched fist. Through the gaps between his fingers, he could see a corner of the silver dollar. However, in the golden eyes' field of vision, the 21st year ship dollar that the young man was clutching so tightly actually emitted only a faint white glow. White light signified extremely low value. The information displayed: modern replica artifact, market valuation, 8,120 yuan. Alarm bells went off in Ethan Brooks' mind. He looked again at the other silver coins in the cloth bag on the ground. They were all ordinary yuan data coins, with white or pale green halos, worth a few hundred to 1,000. But the young man's nervous expression and clenched fist, and the jacket-clad man's exaggerated performance from earlier, a common scam in the antique trade, instantly flashed through Ethan Brooks' mind. He turned to the camera and said in a low voice, "Guys, I just thought of a classic scam in the antique trade. It's called a two-man show. One person pretends to be selling a rare, finds something that looks very valuable but is priced very low. Another person pretends to be a buyer, but claims they don't have enough money or has discovered a flaw, deliberately stirring up an argument to attract a crowd. Once a crowd gathers, the seller, in a fit of anger, says they won sell it. But in reality, they're just waiting for the real mark to take the bait. At that point, if an uninformed bystander thinks they've found a bargain and rushes in to buy it, they've fallen for the scam. The live chat instantly caught on. The streamer explains it so clearly, but why does this sound so familiar? Holy crap, S&T, that exactly what is happening with those two right now. Was that guy in the jacket a plant? What a deep scheme. No wonder that young guy kept clutching it so tightly and wouldn't let anyone see it. I bet the one he's holding is a high-quality fake, and the ones on the ground are real, ordinary silver dollars he's mixing them together to sell. Streamer, get out of here, don't get involved. Ethan Brooks nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, seeing the crowd of onlookers, the young man seemed determined to prove he really had the goods. He pulled another small metal box from his coat and opened it. Inside were 3 silver dollars, each cushioned by a soft cloth. He shouted, "Look, I've got more. These were just dug up. The Cultural Relics Bureau said these are valuable and even gave me a box to store them in." That guy earlier was deliberately driving the price down. As soon as the silver dollars in the tin box were revealed, the connoisseurs nearby immediately gasped in surprise. A signed Yuan Shikai big head coin? It sure looks like it. If this is real, a single one is worth tens of thousands, the young man said smugly. I don't know anything about signatures or whatever, but you all say it's the real deal, so I'll sell the whole lot. Hearing the young man say this, Ethan Brooks instinctively scanned the silver dollars he'd just taken out with his golden eyes once more. As he did so, his heart skipped a beat. Within the field of view of his golden eyes, one of them was actually emitting a faint purple glow. Purple. That's the color of something valuable. Chapter 25, he might make a small profit, but I never lose. There were a total of 3 silver dollars in the young man's metal box. The one with the purple glow was the one in the middle. Name: Republican Era, Year 3, Yuan Shikai portrait signed silver dollar. Description: a trial strike from the Tianjin Mint. The obverse features Yuan Shikai's portrait with the engraver's initials, L. Georgie, to the right. Extremely rare and valuable due to its scarcity. Market valuation: 800,000, 1,200,000. 800,000 to 1,200,000. It's the real thing. 2 fakes, 1 genuine. It's obvious. These weren't just dug up. This young man, including the guy in the jacket from earlier, is definitely running a scam. But they probably don't even realize it themselves. A genuine coin has been mixed in with the fakes they're using to scam people. Maybe a genuine coin accidentally got mixed in with the replicas they bought. Or maybe they didn't know any better and thought they were all fakes. Ethan Brooks' mind raced. By then, people around him had already started asking for prices. Young man, how much are you selling this autographed edition for? Do you sell them individually? I'll give you 10,000. The young man shook his head. I don't sell them individually. If you want to buy, you have to buy them all together. I want to buy all of these. He pointed to the ship coin from earlier, plus the 3 sign plates in the metal box. All 4 together, 100,000. 100,000? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. That's way too expensive. Exactly, who knows if they're real or fake? The young man stuck out his chin defiantly. Take it or leave it. I dug all this up myself, there's no way they're fake. Just then, the middle-aged man who'd been arguing with the young man earlier pushed his way through the crowd. He sighed. What a shame. I saw him come out of the excavation site myself. For 100,000, you could double your money by reselling them right away. Too bad I just don't have enough cash. The man slapped his thigh, then called out to the crowd, Everyone, is anyone willing to chip in and pool our money? I'll put up 20,000. As soon as the man finished speaking, the people around him exchanged glances. Some were tempted to speak up but were pulled back by those beside them. Seeing this, Ethan Brooks was now 100% certain this was a group of scammers. There were even quite a few shills in the crowd. Since that was the case, he wasn't going to hold back. Ethan Brooks stepped forward and crouched down in front of the stall. Hey, buddy, can I take a look? The young man glanced at him. Seeing that Ethan Brooks was young, he was a bit dismissive. You can look, but don't touch them. Ethan Brooks nodded and simply leaned in for a closer look. He activated golden eyes to double-check. The silver dollar emitting a purple halo was indeed a genuine, signed piece, estimated to be worth over 800,000. The other two, including the ship-themed dollar, were all fakes. "I'll take all of these," Ethan Brooks said. The young man's eyes lit up. 100,000. Ethan Brooks shook his head. "That's too high. How about this? Pack them all up together, 20,000. 20,000? The young man's voice rose sharply. "You're here to snatch them up just like the rest of them." 22,000. Ethan Brooks raised his bid. 90,000. 20,000 or 30,000. 80,000. The two traded offers back and forth while the onlookers watched. The live stream chat also grew tense. 100,000 is seriously outrageous. If someone's pulling a scam here, they'll be crying their eyes out. The host is actually haggling. The host is taking the whole lot? What if they're all fakes? The streamer's out of his mind. The price was stuck at 40,000. The young man was holding firm at 40,000. Ethan Brooks frowned. 40,000, that's way too risky. He made a move to stand up. "Wait!" The young man panicked. 38,000. That's my absolute lowest. Ethan Brooks looked at him. 30,000. Take it or leave it. He stood up, truly about to leave. "Teach 35,000. The young man shouted. Ethan Brooks didn't stop walking. 33,000. Ethan Brooks had already taken 3 steps. 30,000. Just 30,000. The young man shouted through gritted teeth. "It can't go any lower." Ethan Brooks stopped and turned around. "Deal." He took his phone out of his backpack. "Scan the code." The young man immediately held up his payment code, his hands trembling slightly. Ethan Brooks scanned the code and transferred 30,000. Ding, 30,000 received. A mechanical female voice rang out. The young man let out a sigh of relief and quickly shoved the 4 silver dollars into Ethan Brooks's hand. Then, without looking back, he gathered his things, pushed his way through the crowd, and vanished in the blink of an eye at the far end of the market. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. He bought it just like that? For 30,000. That young man sure ran fast. Could he have been feeling guilty? Who knows? Ethan Brooks, holding the 4 silver dollars, returned to Emily Foster's side. Emily Foster whispered, "Are you sure this is okay?" Ethan Brooks smiled. "Don't worry." He turned on his live stream camera and placed the 4 silver dollars in the palm of his hand. The chat in the live stream was already in a frenzy. Did the streamer really buy them? 30,000. What if they're all fake? Didn't you just say it might be a scam? Oh no, the streamer got scammed. Young people will be young people after all. Ethan, you acted on impulse. Those coins looked off even in the pictures. Why didn't Sister Lynn stop him? Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments and smiled faintly. Guys, I just spent 30,000 on a few silver coins. Don't worry, Ethan Brooks smiled. Others might make a small profit, but I never lose out. He turned on his live stream camera and aimed it at the silver dollars he'd just bought. Guys, you all saw that transaction just now. A lot of you think I got scammed, right? The comment stream was flooded with yes, total loss, and the streamer's out of his mind. Ethan Brooks picked up the 21st year ship dollar that the young man had been clutching tightly. Let us take a look at this one first. He shone a flashlight along the edge of the silver dollar and zoomed in. Take a look at the edge serrations. The edge serrations on a genuine ship dollar are straight, neat, and uniform, but they have natural signs of wear. But this one, he pointed to a spot on the edge. This part is too uniform, it looks like it was stamped out by a machine in a single pass. And look at this corner, there is a tiny burr. That's a common flaw in modern counterfeits. He flipped the silver dollar over and pointed to the details of the sailing ship design. On a genuine ship dollar, the lines of the ship are smooth, and the texture of the sails is clear. On this one, the lines are stiff and the details are blurry. Most importantly, Ethan Brooks gently scraped an inconspicuous patch of rust on the edge of the silver dollar with his fingernail. To his surprise, a small piece of the rust flaked off, revealing the silvery white metal beneath. Genuine silver dollars do rust, but that rust is the result of natural oxidation. It adheres firmly to the metal and doesn't come off easily. This kind of surface rust comes off with the slightest scratch. It's been artificially aged. So, this 21st year ship dollar is a fake. Market value? $100 at most. It really is a fake. The host has a keen eye. Then why did you buy it? Wait. The host knew it was fake just now. Why did he buy it anyway? Holy crap. That guy was a total scammer. Glancing at the chat stream, Ethan Brooks smiled and picked up the other 3 signed silver dollars from the metal box. He went through them one by one. On this one, the signature S handwriting is off. A genuine L. Georgie signature has this kind of stroke. On this one, the details on Yuan Shirkai's collar are missing, and the edge serration proportions are off. He pointed out the flaws in the 2 fakes one by one. His explanation was clear, and the evidence was irrefutable. The commenters began to express their admiration. The streamer is the real deal. I'm crying my eyes out. He willingly let himself get scammed just to teach us something. Guess he paid his tuition. But he still lost money, 30,000 for a bunch of fakes plus a few ordinary silver dollars. That's at least a 20,000 loss. I don't know why, but seeing the streamer lose money makes me so happy, haha. Don't be sad, streamer. Just think of it as tuition. Give the streamer a follow, he's totally worth it. Ethan Brooks looked at the comments and smiled. He picked up the last silver dollar from the metal box. Guys, remember what I said. Others might make a small profit, but I never lose. Those 2 coins from earlier were definitely fakes. But this one, he held the silver coin up to the camera and shone a flashlight on it from the side. At a specific angle, just below the right side of Yuan Shirkai's collar, a row of extremely tiny English letters could be faintly seen. L. Georgie. Look here, everyone. Ethan Brooks carefully pointed to that spot with a pair of tweezers. This is a genuine signed edition. The engraver's signature is here. It's extremely small and requires specific lighting to make out clearly. In contrast, the signatures on counterfeits are either in the wrong spot or too obvious and crude. He flipped the silver dollar over to show the reverse side. Now look at the details of the Jaha motif. On the genuine piece, the wheat ears are plump and the lines are smooth. Counterfeits are often stiff and blurry. The patina on this one is a natural, time-worn black luster, deeply embedded in the metal and lustrous. Ethan Brooks gently placed the silver dollar on the velvet cloth, looked up at the camera, and smiled slightly. So, this one is real. A Republican-era Year 3 Yuan Shirkai portrait signed edition silver dollar, the genuine article. The live stream went dead silent in an instant. Then, a flurry of question marks floated across the chat. Holy crap! A plot twist! So the host spent 30,000 to buy a bunch of fakes plus 1 genuine signed piece, all just for an educational demonstration? The host really took a hit. A genuine signed piece in good condition starts at $1 million. Spending 35,000 on something worth $1 million? This move is a total steal? It's more than a steal. He hit the jackpot. Where are all the people who just said the streamer got scammed? Come out, streamer. Others might make a small profit, but I never lose. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted the streamer. Chapter 26. $1 million in daily profits. Watching the comment stream flood the screen, Ethan Brooks smiled. He then looked at the autographed silver dollar in his hand, pondering what to do with it. Never mind. I'll appraise it first. After the System's last upgrade, the next one would require 1,000 collection points. Ethan Brooks decisively appraised the silver dollar. Soon, the results appeared. This silver dollar, worth $1 million, actually only yielded 59 collection points. Although its monetary value was high, its scores in areas like cultural significance and sentimental value were low. If it weren't for the boost from the current number of viewers in the livestream, probably wouldn't have even reached 59 points. However, in comparison, the ordinary silver dollars and copper coins he dug up that morning were worth much more. Come to think of it, that made sense. These freshly unearthed coins, still carrying the scent of earth and bearing the traces of history, probably better aligned with the true spirit of collecting in the System's assessment. As for the autographed coin, though precious, its value lay mostly in the market, while its significance as a collectible was actually diminished. In that case, Ethan Brooks made up his mind. He'd sell the autographed coin. He'd turn it into cash to use as seed money for future bargain hunts. As for the ordinary coins he dug up, he'd keep them all to accumulate collection points. No sooner had he made this decision than the number of viewers in his livestream began to skyrocket. The story of how he snagged $1 million silver dollars for just 30,000 quickly went viral through live chat comments, shares, and word of mouth. On top of that, Career Challenge promptly moved his stream to the main channel. The number of viewers skyrocketed. 5,000, 8,000, 12,000, 15,000. In just 2 minutes, it broke through the 15,000 mark. A golden badge appeared in the top right corner of the stream. Riversea City Live Stream Popularity Rankings number 49. It was no longer just a district-level ranking. He had advanced to the city-level livestream rankings and made it into the top 50. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the newcomers. Ethan Brooks smiled at the camera. I'm Ethan Brooks, contestant number 62 on Career Challenge. I'm a professional junk collector and I pick up bargains on the side. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave. I came from the trending list. Is it really 30,000 to snag $1 million? The streamer is awesome. What does the autographed silver dollar look like? Show us. Who is that beautiful girl next to him? She is so pretty. Did the streamer pay taxes on this? I'm so jealous. Does the streamer have a girlfriend yet? Ethan Brooks briefly showed off the autographed silver dollar but quickly put it away. With the live stream at its peak, he sprang into action. First, in front of the camera, he picked up every single ordinary silver dollar and copper coin he dug up that day. It looked like he was checking their condition, but in reality, he was secretly adding them all to his collection. Congratulations on collecting the treasure. Republican-era 3-year yuan de 2 silver dollar. Current collection points, 157,1000. Congratulations on collecting the treasure. Guangxu Yuanbao copper coin. Current collection points, 213,1000. Congratulations on adding the treasure. Guizhou. A string of system notifications flashed through his mind. When the last copper coin was added to his collection points stood at 572,1000. He already passed the halfway mark. Ethan Brooks felt a surge of quiet joy. How is it going? Emily Foster asked softly from beside him. Should we head back? Ethan Brooks glanced at the time 7:30 a.m. Are you busy today? He asked. Not really. Emily Foster shook her head. It's Thursday, I don't have any car show commitments. Well then, Ethan Brooks's eyes lit up. I'm thinking of setting up a stall here to buy silver and copper coins. Emily Foster instantly understood his idea, and her eyes lit up as well. That's a great idea, I'll help you. They got right to work. Ethan Brooks pulled an empty burlap sack out of the tricycle-esque cargo area and spread it on the ground, turning it into a makeshift stall. Emily Foster looked at the empty sack and suddenly pulled a lipstick out of her small purse. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. What are you? You're not planning to just keep shouting, are you? Emily Foster smiled, pursing her lips. We can use the lipstick to write up the buyback notice. She crouched down and neatly wrote the following on the blank edge of the burlap sack with her lipstick. High prices paid for silver and copper coins. On-site appraisal, cash payment. The elegant handwriting, paired with the bright red lipstick, stood out strikingly. The chat exploded with laughter. Sis is so smart. You can use lipstick like that? Getting a dose of couple goals first thing in the morning. Streamer. Watch out, sis has been watching you the whole time. That's right. She just sneakily checked out the streamer's pecs. This lady definitely has her eye on you. Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat stream, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He took the lipstick Emily Foster handed him and added a line of small print below. Higher than the Cultural Heritage Bureau's buyback price. The stall was now set up. Emily Foster sat on a small stool beside him, while Ethan Brooks stood. One exuded a mature, sophisticated charm, while the other was sunny and handsome together. They formed a striking sight in the chaotic marketplace. Sure enough, thanks to their presence, many passers-by instinctively glanced their way. Upon seeing the sign advertising, high prices paid, some stopped in their tracks. The first customer was a man in his 30s, holding 2 silver coins. Boss, take a look at these, I just dug them up. Ethan Brooks took them and gave them a quick scan with his golden eyes. Ordinary yuan to 2 coins, with a market value of around 1,000. The Cultural Heritage Bureau's buyback price was 500. 2 coins, 1,200. Ethan Brooks quoted. That's higher than the Cultural Heritage Bureau. They offer 500 per coin, but I'll give you 600. The man's eyes lit up. Deal. He scanned the QR code, paid, and the transaction was complete. Don't forget to pay your taxes, Ethan Brooks reminded him. Don't worry, I might forget anything else, but I won't forget this. The man walked away beaming. With the first customer, a second and third soon followed. Quite a few people had unearthed silver and copper coins today. Some were eager to cash in, while others felt the Cultural Heritage Bureau's buyback price was too low. Seeing that Ethan Brooks offered higher prices, they were all willing to give it a try. Ethan Brooks turned no one away. He leveraged the advantages of golden eyes. He purchased each item at a price 5% 10% higher than the Cultural Heritage Bureau's buyback rate, while still ensuring he had room for profit. For a silver dollar, the Cultural Heritage Bureau offers $700, he buys it for $750. He can resell it later for $900 to $1,000, making a profit of $100 to $200. For a copper coin, the Cultural Heritage Bureau offers $50, he buys it for $55 and resells it for $70, making a profit of $15. Little by little, it all adds up. Viewers in the live stream are watching with great interest. Ethan, come chat with us at Bogujai after you're done buying. The streamer is acting as a middleman right here. This business is a surefire win. Smart, taking advantage of information asymmetry and distribution channels. That looks so good it makes me want to go too. It feels just like those item traders in video games. Time flew by. Ethan Brooks continued buying while chatting with the live chat, explaining the characteristics of the copper coins he was acquiring. Before long, a mere hour had passed. He had already spent over $300,000. He had acquired over 100 silver dollars and several hundred copper coins. The largest single purchase was a Republican-era 22 ship dollar, which he bought for $100,000. That ship dollar was in excellent condition, though its surface had a layer of surface rust. The Cultural Heritage Bureau had appraised it at $80,000, but Ethan Brooks offered $100,000 outright, and the seller sold it without hesitation. With just a simple cleaning to remove the surface rust and reveal its original appearance, this ship dollar could be resold for around $150,000. After paying taxes, he'd likely still net $20,000 to $30,000. All things considered, the items he'd acquired for over $300,000 would yield a profit of more than $100,000 upon resale. It was an absolute windfall. At 9 a.m., Ethan Brooks let out a long yawn. After working so hard for so long, he was definitely feeling a bit tired. He glanced at Emily Foster. The young woman had kept him company all morning, though she hadn't said much. A hint of fatigue was visible in her eyes and expression. "Are you tired?" Ethan Brooks asked softly. "I'm fine," Emily Foster said, rubbing her shoulders. "It's just a little sore from sitting for so long. Then let us wrap things up. Grab some lunch first, and then go check out that house you mentioned." "Okay." Emily Foster nodded, and Ethan Brooks began packing up, mentally tallying today's earnings. From the early hours of the morning until now, in just these few short hours, he estimated he'd made a net profit of $1 million after taxes. Overnight, he'd become a millionaire. That feels good. Ethan Brooks was elated as he rolled up the burlap sack. "Young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Chapter 27. Betting on Mud Seals. An aged voice came from nearby. Ethan Brooks looked up. It was an old man in his 60s. He wore a blue cotton shirt washed white and carried a bulging yellow urea bag on his back. The old man walked up to the stall, set the urea bag down on the ground with a dull thud. "I've got a few things here. See what you'd pay for them." As he spoke, he opened the bag and tipped it out. A dozen or so clumps of copper coins, each about the size of a fist and tightly encased in mud, rolled onto the ground. The outline of the coins was faintly visible within each clump of mud. The edges of most of the coins were exposed, revealing that they were strung together. "I dug all of these up today." The old man pointed at the clumps of mud. "Look, they're fresh out of the ground. The mud hasn't even dried yet." He picked up a clump of mud at random and broke it apart with his hands. The clump cracked open, revealing a string of more than a dozen copper coins inside. The old man untangled the string of coins. He picked out one, wiped it on his clothes, and handed it to Ethan Brooks to examine. "Look at this one, a Qianlong Tongbao with Manchu script on the reverse. It's in pretty good condition, right?" Ethan Brooks took it and examined it. It was indeed a Qianlong Tongbao, a common variant worth about 100 or so yuan on the market. But the old man's meaning was clear. There might be something valuable hidden in this pile of mud. The live stream's comment section instantly exploded with activity. "Holy crap! How many copper coins are there? This old guy's hit the jackpot. Can the streamer afford to buy this? How much is this whole pile worth? Buy it. You can take a gamble on something like this, right? Let others buy it. Bet there's a valuable coin mixed in." In the antique world, this is called betting on mud-sealed coins. Thrilling. Streamer, buy it now. When Ethan Brooks saw the comments about betting on mud-sealed coins, something clicked in his mind. Isn't this just like opening a blind box? And that's exactly what he excels at. With his golden eyes, he could estimate the exact value. Old man, let me take a look first, Ethan Brooks said as he activated his golden eyes. His gaze swept over the first mud block. Name: string of copper coins wrapped in mud. Description: contains 15 ordinary Qing Dynasty copper coins, including 2 Qianlong Tongbao coins in good condition. Market valuation: 4,800 5,200. Second mud block. Market valuation: 5,100 5,500. The third. Market valuation: 4,500 4,900. Ethan Brooks furrowed his brow slightly. The total value of the copper coins in these clumps of mud was indeed around 5,000. Compared to the Cultural Heritage Bureau's offer of 10,000 for buyback, the profit margin was substantial. But the question was, wouldn't the Cultural Heritage Bureau's appraiser notice this? He continued examining the remaining clay blocks. Most were appraised at between 4,500 and 5,500. But when he saw the 7th clay block, his eyes narrowed slightly. The appraisal for this block read 4,200 4,800, slightly lower. And when his gaze fell on the 13th clay block. Name: string of copper coins encased in clay. Description: contains 18 Qing Dynasty copper coins, including 1 Yongzheng Tongbao, with Manchu characters on the reverse reading Baoquan Bureau in excellent condition, as well as several Qianlong and Jiaqing Tongbao coins in good condition. Market valuation: 38,000 42,000. Around 40,000. This lump of mud was worth far more than the others. A pile of money losers with one money maker mixed in. Something didn't seem quite right. Nothing to see here, the old man said, waving his hand hurriedly as he saw Ethan Brooks examining it closely. You've seen the copper coins on the surface. They're all genuine. The weight checks out too, they're all strings of copper coins wrapped in mud. The Cultural Heritage Bureau just said they'd buy back a complete mud seal like this for 10,000. 10,000? Ethan Brooks sneered inwardly. The Cultural Heritage Bureau's appraisals are always on the low side. If they really paid 10,000 to buy it back, the contents of the mud seal would be worth at least 15,000. But the actual value of most of these mud blocks is only around 5,000. Something was very off. Just then, a man in his 40s wearing a leather jacket walked over. Hey, you're actually gambling on these mud seals here? What's your name, old man? The old man looked up. My surname is Liu. Old man Liu. The man in the leather jacket looked thrilled. Then sell me one. I love collecting these. The old man feigned hesitation. I suppose I could, but the Cultural Heritage Bureau buys them back for 10,000, so I'll have to sell them for double that. You saw it yourself, I just broke one open. Inside the string of copper coins was a Qianlong Tongbao with Manchu script on the reverse. It's in great condition. That single coin alone is worth 2,000 or 3,000. The man in the leather jacket waved his hand grandly. 20,000 deal. The old man picked up a clump of mud from the ground. Ethan Brooks noticed. The old man's hand hesitated briefly over several clumps of mud before finally picking up the 13th one with precision. The one worth 40,000. At that moment, the old man handed the clump of mud to the man in the leather jacket. The man in the leather jacket took it immediately and snapped it in half with both hands. Snap! The lump of mud split open. He pulled out the string of copper coins inside, gave it a gentle shake, and the hemp rope came loose, scattering a dozen or so coins onto the ground. The man in the leather jacket crouched down and examined them one by one. This one is from the Qianlong era. This one is from the Jiaqing era. This one is. Suddenly, he picked up a coin, and his eyes lit up. Yongzheng Tongbao, with Baoquan Bureau in Manchu on the reverse. He wiped the coin on his clothes and held it up to the sunlight. In pristine condition, the characters are crisp, and the patina is natural. The connoisseurs around him crowded in to take a look, exclaiming in unison. It really is a Yongzheng Baoquan. The condition is incredible. It's worth at least 30,000. What a score! The man in the leather jacket burst out laughing. I bought them for 20,000. This Yongzheng coin alone is worth 30,000. Add the rest, and the total value is just over 40,000. I've hit the jackpot. The live stream's comment feed instantly exploded. Holy crap! He.S. really pulling out the goods. A top-grade Yongzheng Baoquan. What a find. Bought for 20,000. Worth 40,000, double the profit. Host, buy it now. You'll make a profit the moment you open it. These newly unearthed mud-sealed coins are probably all top-notch. Make your move now. The comments rained down with frantic urging. Ethan Brooks, however, wasn't in a hurry. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the guy in the leather jacket, he might actually have hesitated. But now, the old man's precise selection when handing over the clay blocks. The guy in the leather jacket's perfectly timed appearance and performance. And the few onlookers around them who were clearly plants. This was another setup. A two-man show. It was exactly the same as the silver dollar scam from earlier. It might even be the same group of people. Two possibilities flashed through Ethan Brooks' mind. One was the man who had tried to snatch Emily Foster's tin can at the excavation site earlier. The other was the group behind the autographed silver dollars. He leaned more toward the latter. If it was them, then today's scheme was set up specifically to target him. Because he just snatched a big score right out from under them. They held a grudge and wanted to get even using the same method. At this thought, Ethan Brooks let out a cold chuckle. In that case, he turned the tables on them. The man in the leather jacket had already finished counting all the copper coins. 18 in total, with a total value of about 43,000. He laughed heartily with satisfaction. That's great, I bought them for 20,000. So I've doubled my money. A stir went through the crowd. I want to buy one. I want one too. Old man Lou, give me one. I'll pay 25,000. But the old man waved his hand and looked at Ethan Brooks. No, this was a deal I made with this young man first. Selling one just now was already a bit of a letdown for him. He turned to Ethan Brooks, his face full of sincerity. Young man, do you still want these? Chapter 28. I admit I'm a bit of a gambler. Of course I want them, why wouldn't I? Ethan Brooks became even more certain in his heart that this was a setup. They were clearly using sales tactics to force him to make a move. The crowd's cheering, the plant's performance, the old man's generosity. It was all staged. Ethan Brooks put on a look of hesitation. I could buy them, but they're just too expensive. He pointed to the remaining clay blocks on the ground. There are still 15 of these left. 20,000 each, that's 300,000. I don't have much cash on me today. Seeing this, Emily Foster, standing nearby, whispered, Are you really going to buy them? Something just doesn't feel right to me. She paused. But if you do want to buy them, I can transfer the money to you right now. No need. I know what I'm doing. Ethan Brooks waved his hand and turned to the old man. Sir, let us do this. I'm a streamer. If I buy these, they'll make for some great show value. But it really is too expensive. 12,000 each, how about that? 15 of them, for a total of 180,000. As soon as the people around them heard this, they immediately started cheering him on. 12,000? Grandpa Lou, I'll give you 15,000. Sell them to me. I'll give you 18,000. 20,000. I'll take the whole lot. A few shills began driving up the price, and there were even some people who genuinely wanted to buy them. Ethan Brooks smiled and shook his head. 20,000? Grandpa, if it's 20,000, you'd better sell them to someone else. The old man's expression shifted. He apparently hadn't expected Ethan Brooks to counter like that. He clenched his teeth and, steeled for the moment, forced a smile at the crowd. Young men. There are rules in our line of work. I found this young man first. Hear us what we'll do. Let us go with what you said, young man. 15 clay seals, 180,000 in total, take them all. Ethan Brooks sneered inwardly, just as he expected. The actual total value of most of these clay seals was only around 5,000 each. 15 of them were worth about 75,000 in total. They asked for 300,000, and he negotiated it down to 180,000, yet they agreed without hesitation. That alone spoke volumes. More importantly, it was now clear they wouldn't sell to anyone but him. Still, Ethan Brooks nodded and said, Deal. He took out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay. Ding, 180,000 yuan received. A mechanical female voice rang out. The old man let out a sigh of relief and quickly put his phone away. Young man, these are all yours now. Drive safely, and good luck. With that, he didn't even bother with the urea bags and pushed his way out of the crowd without looking back. The shills also quietly dispersed. But the onlookers around them didn't leave. If anything, their numbers grew. Everyone was staring at the 15 mud-sealed boxes in front of Ethan Brooks. The live stream chat was also bombarding him with urgent requests. Host, open them now. Yeah, open the blind boxes right here. 180,000 for 15, that's 12,000 each. Hope you get a winner. That guy just opened one and made 40,000. The streamer should be able to pull one off too, right? I'm betting the third one on the right will be a winner. Ethan Brooks, however, shook his head. No rush, guys. I've been here since 3 a.m., and I'm a little tired now. I'm going to rest for a bit and open them when I get back. He was about to pack up. Just then, the crowd around him suddenly started cheering. Hey, bro, where are you going? You scored such a huge bargain. Open a few of those sealed boxes and let us guys see what's inside. Exactly. Open a few before you leave. Bro, that's a bit unfair. That old guy sold them to you so cheap. If you want to sell them to me, at least let me see what's inside. A few people, whether intentionally or not, crowded around, blocking Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster's path. Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes. Just as he expected. They weren't going to let him leave. He'd have to open a few right there on the spot. Only when they saw he'd lost money would they be satisfied. Since this was a setup aimed at him, he might as well play along until the end. Seeing this, Ethan Brooks gave a faint smile. All right, since everyone's so enthusiastic, then let us open a few and see. He casually picked up a lump of clay. With a snap of his fingers, the lump split open. He pulled out a string of copper coins and shook it loose. A dozen or so coins scattered across the ground. Ethan Brooks picked them up one by one to examine them. Qianlong Tong Bao, Common Edition. Jiaqing Tong Bao, Common Edition. Daoguang Tong Bao, Common Issue. All common coins. Total value, around 5,000. Someone in the crowd snorted derisively. Is that it? You paid 12,000 for this. You lost 7,000. Didn't that guy just open an Yongzheng coin? How come this one is so lousy? Ethan Brooks picked up the second mud block. He broke it open in the same way. It was another ordinary copper coin, with a total value of around 5,200. The third mud block. Total value, 4,800. He opened 3 in a row, all run-of-the-mill items, each worth around 5,000, totaling 15,000. And the cost was 36,000. A massive loss of 21,000. The laughter from the crowd grew louder. Ha ha ha. I thought he might scored a bargain. You can tell this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Was that guy from earlier a plant? He was setting him up. Definitely. This guy got ripped off. The live stream chat was also filled with cries of despair. It's over. A massive loss. 3 clay seals. And he lost 21,000. The remaining 12 are probably just ordinary stuff too. The streamer really got taken for a ride today. He lost all the profit he made from setting up his stall this morning. A whole morning's work for nothing. Ethan Brooks sighed, looking dejected. Guys, I admit there was an element of gambling involved. But this time I think I really took a loss. He sighed, gathered up the remaining sealed boxes, and packed them into a bag. We'll deal with the rest when we get back. Ethan Brooks addressed the onlookers around him, as well as the live stream camera. But if you guys want to follow along with the unboxing later, feel free to tune into my stream. That's all for today. With that, he took Emily Foster by the hand, pushed the tricycle, and made his way through the crowd. The few people blocking their path, seeing they achieved their goal, didn't try to stop them anymore. They hopped onto the tricycle. The live stream chat was still flooding with comments. The streamer really took a hit this time. That feels good. Finally saw the streamer lose for once. The antique business is way too murky. Don't be upset, streamer. Just think of it as tuition. But why did you buy them in the first place? Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments and gave a faint smile. Don't worry, guys. It's still the same as always. Others might make a small profit, but I never lose money. These clay-sealed artifacts, once I've rested a bit, I'll treat you all to a real treat this afternoon. It's been from 3 a.m. until now. I really can't keep going. I'm going to end the stream and get some rest. See you this afternoon. He ended the live stream. The viewer count froze at 17,000. Many viewers were left wanting more and were still discussing the massive loss from earlier. Ethan Brooks put away his phone and smiled at Emily Foster. Let us go. Let us head back. Those clay seals? Emily Foster looked at the bags in the truck bed. "We'll talk about that when we get back," Ethan Brooks said with a mysterious smile. The tricycle headed toward their place. On the way, Emily Foster hesitated several times as if she wanted to say something, but seeing how confident Ethan Brooks looked, she ultimately didn't ask any further questions. They returned to their shared apartment. The couple in the master bedroom had already left. It was a weekday, and they had to go to work. Ethan Brooks carried the bag containing the clay seals into his room. Emily Foster followed him in. Chapter 29. Your special talent is really impressive. Emily Foster followed Ethan Brooks into the room and closed the door behind her. Ethan Brooks paused, turned to look at her and asked, "This is my room. Why did you come in?" Emily Foster blushed slightly, but she still walked over to him. She lowered her voice and asked, "Can you tell me now? What exactly are those clay seals?"
No rus.
Ethan Brooks had wondered what it was about. He waved his hand and set the bag in the corner. "Let us rest first. We'll deal with it this afternoon." He glanced at the time, 10:30 a.m. From 3 a.m. until now, he was indeed exhausted. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Emily Foster didn't press the issue. She simply pursed her lips and said softly, "Well, about that treasure hunt earlier, thank you. If it weren't for you, that iron can might be been snatched away back then." She paused for a moment and smiled. "Based on what you just said, the copper coins and silver dollars I'm leaving here now have a market value of about 150,000. Add that to the money we got from selling the other stuff earlier, and after taxes we'll still come out with nearly 200,000. Of that 200,000 I'll transfer 100,000 to you." She took out her phone. As soon as Ethan Brooks heard this, he immediately waved his hands. No, you're being too polite. If you hadn't texted me about the treasure hunt, I'd probably still be sound asleep. Besides, once we got there, the fact that you found anything was all down to your own skill and luck." He smiled as he looked into Emily Foster's sincere eyes. "If you really want to thank me, just come with me this afternoon to check out that house with the little backyard." "No way," Emily Foster insisted. "Let us keep things separate. You helped me score a bargain today and taught me a thing or two. You deserve this 100,000. And she paused. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found all that money." Ethan Brooks looked at her serious expression and knew he couldn't get out of it. So he said, "How about this, then? After we check out the house this afternoon, you treat me to dinner. As for the money, I really don't need it." She put away her phone and walked to the door. "Get some rest for now. See you this afternoon." "Okay. See you this afternoon." Emily Foster gently closed the door behind her and left. Ethan Brooks let out a long sigh and flopped onto the bed. In just one short night, he'd become a millionaire. How should he spend it? Ethan Brooks pondered this as he closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. 5 p.m. Ethan Brooks rubbed his eyes and sat up. Outside the window, the sun was setting, and golden sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains. After a good nap, he felt much more refreshed. He picked up his phone and started the live stream. Almost instantly, the number of viewers surged to 5,000. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave. "Yes here. Yes here. The streamer is awake. I've been dying of curiosity. Hurry up and open the sealed box. I want to see you lose. I've been waiting all day. Open them, open them. I'm ready to laugh." Ethan Brooks looked at the comments, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Guys, just how much do you want me to lose?" He adjusted the camera, aiming it at the bag of mud seals on the floor. "All right, I'll grant your wish. Today, I'll open the remaining 12 mud seals. Let me show you what." He paused, then laughed. "What show value really means. Ha ha ha. The streamer is still trying to save face. A loss is a loss, don't make excuses. Open them already. I can't wait any longer." Ethan Brooks pulled the first mud-sealed bag out of the sack. He snapped it open with both hands. The mud cracked apart. A string of copper coins spilled out, a dozen or so ordinary coins. Qianlong, Jiaqing, Daoguang, all common editions. Total value, around 5,000. Cost, 12,000. Loss, 7,000. The second sealed bag. Just as ordinary, a loss of 6,500. The third, a loss of 7,200. The fourth, a loss of 6,800. He opened 10 in a row, all ordinary items. Each one resulted in a loss of 6 or 7,000. 10 of them combined meant a loss of nearly 70,000. The chat was already in hysterics. Ha ha ha. The streameress losing big time. 70,000 in losses from 10 mud-sealed packages. Can the remaining 2 turn things around? No way. Absolutely not. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The streameress finally lost big. I was already annoyed at work today, but seeing the streamer lose makes me feel so much better. That feels so good. So good. Ethan Brooks looked at the comments, a dejected expression on his face. Guys, I'm really screwed this time. He picked up the 11th clay seal. This is the second to last one. I hope something good comes out of this. He snapped it open with both hands. The mud block cracked open, but this time it wasn't a string of copper coins inside. Instead, there were 6 silver dollars. Ethan Brooks picked up the silver dollars and wiped off the mud. Guangxu Yuan Bao, 7 Qian and 2 Fun. Minted at the Hubei Mint. He examined them closely in the light and sighed. Actually, the only reason I bought these clay-sealed coins was because I noticed the silver coin inside. What a shame. The condition is just average, the edges are worn, and the lettering isn't very clear. Coins in this condition are worth about 100 to 500 each. All 5 together aren't worth more than 2,500. My cost was 12,000, another 10,000 loss. It's over. It's over. All 11 were losses. Just 1 left. The streamer lost a whopping 85,000 today. Ha ha ha. That feels good. I can sleep soundly now. Ethan Brooks picked up the last mud-sealed package. This is the last one. Guys, brace yourselves. He took a deep breath and applied force with both hands. Crack! The clay block split open. This one was just like the previous one, filled with silver dollars. But unlike the 6 from earlier, this one contained a full 10 silver dollars, packed very tightly together. Guys, not bad at all. This one's packed pretty tightly. The ones in the middle might be in good condition. As long as there are 3 in good condition, we'll break even. Ethan Brooks began showing them one by one. As before, most were in poor condition. They were only worth 100 or 2. Ha! This one. Ethan Brooks picked up one of them, wiped the edge, and suddenly let out a soft huh. This one is definitely a Guangxu Yuan Bao, 7 Qian and 2 Fun. But the material seems. He lightly scraped the edge of the silver dollar with his fingernail. A thin layer of black rust flaked off, revealing beneath it shiny gold metal. That's not right. Is that gold? It can't be gold, can it?
Impossible.
Silver coins are silver, they're definitely made of silver. That yellowed one of yours is probably copper, it's a fake. What do you know, guy up there? Copper ones are worth more than silver ones because they're rarer. Ha ha ha. The streamer just got a fake silver coin. Ethan Brooks ignored the comments. He picked up the other 2 similarly yellowed silver coins. He gently scraped the edges of those as well. All of them revealed a golden hue. The 3 silver dollars glowed with a warm, golden luster in the setting sun. Guys, these don't seem to be silver dollars. Ethan Brooks picked up one of them and examined it closely against the light. Guangxu Yuan Bao, 7 Qian and 2 Fon, Hubei Mint. You're right about them being silver dollars. But the material is gold. If I'm not mistaken, these must be gold pattern coins minted by the Hubei Mint during the Guangxu era. Sample coins used for submission to the Imperial Court for review. Authentic examples in circulation are extremely rare. The live chat fell silent instantly. A few seconds later, a gold pattern coin? Is that for real? Streamer, don't pull our leg. A Guangxu gold pattern coin? How much is that worth? No kidding, of course it's worth the price of a gold coin. Exactly, it's not legal tender, so it's worthless, right? Ethan Brooks didn't answer right away. He took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and adjusted the angle of the light. Under a specific angle of light, the golden sheen became even more pronounced where the edge of the silver coin had been scraped. Everyone, look here. Genuine silver coins are silvery white, while copper coins are reddish copper or brass colored. But this golden hue is unique to gold. He picked up the other 2 and held them up to the camera. All 3 show the same characteristics. And look at the lettering, the 4 characters Guangxu Yuan Bao are deeply engraved with crisp strokes. That's a hallmark of a proof coin. Circulation coins are minted in large quantities, so the dies wear down, and the lettering is often less distinct. He set the silver dollars down and looked into the camera. If these three are truly Guangxu gold pattern coins, the market price. He paused for a moment, then said slowly, a single coin starts at 2 million. All three together could even reach 10 million. The live chat went completely wild. Holy shit? No way, absolutely impossible. If these are real Guangxu gold pattern coins, we'd be raking it in. No way is a gold-plated silver dollar really worth that much? Where are all the people who were laughing at the streamer for losing money just now? Come on out. The streamer's just making this up, I'm not buying it anyway. Streamer. Others might make a small profit, but I never lose. I was wrong, I shouldn't have laughed at the streamer. Ethan Brooks smiled as he watched the frantically scrolling bullet comments. He tucked away the 3 gold pattern coins and said to the camera, guys, I wasn't making that up. This time, I really made the right bet. The Guangxu Yuan Bao is a historical testament to the gold coin circulation of that era. Very few of them still exist. If these 3 are real, they're definitely worth tens of millions. 10 million? I'm in shock. The streamer's knack for finding hidden gems is seriously impressive. Streamer, are you still taking on apprentices? I hereby declare, starting today, I'm the streamer's loyal fan. Chapter 30. You're going to buy a whole building before you even graduate from college? Ethan Brooks smiled. All right, guys. Next, I'll take you to see Tuanshuan, and then we'll go look at the house. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be moving soon. Once I have a little courtyard, it'll be convenient for collecting scrap and storing stuff. As he spoke, Ethan Brooks sent a message to Emily Foster. Are you awake yet? About checking out the house this afternoon, are you still up for it? A few seconds later, a reply came.
I'm awake.
I'm ready whenever. Great. See you downstairs in 20 minutes. Ethan Brooks put down his phone and stretched. He got himself ready. He had just stepped out the door when he ran into Emily Foster, who was also heading out at that very moment. She was wearing a light beige trench coat, looking fresh and sharp. Wow, you look gorgeous today too. Did you and the host plan this? Matching outfits. So you're heading out together? I get it, a date. Picking up a cat and house hunting rounded up. And you're basically starting a family together. Good evening, everyone. Emily Foster greeted the audience naturally, glanced at Ethan Brooks' phone, and chuckled. You're really dedicated, going live the moment you wake up. Yeah. Letting the guys virtually pet a cat and tour a house. Ethan Brooks gave a faint smile, without explaining too much. His collection system needed exposure. It was important to keep the live stream's audience engaged as much as possible. The two headed to Pet Lover's home first. Tuanshuan, the little orange kitten, had regained quite a bit of energy, and after the vet's examination, they were told she could go home to rest. When Emily Foster appeared on camera holding the cat carrier, the chat instantly flooded with comments like, cute, and, I want to cuddle it. All right, next up, house hunting. Ethan Brooks adjusted the camera to focus on the street view. Then, he hopped on his electric tricycle and headed straight for the meeting spot. Ethan Brooks. Shall you? Tina Lewis waved and, upon seeing the cat carrier in Emily Foster's arms, her eyes lit up. Oh, is this the kitten you found? It's so cute. Tina Lewis is the girlfriend of Ben Warren, Ethan Brooks' college roommate. She has a cheerful personality, and her short hair gives her a capable, professional look. Rumor has it that she and Ben Warren have been together since high school and are very close. Let us go, the house is just up ahead. Tina Lewis led the two of them into the urban village. It was called an urban village, but in reality, it was just a very large residential complex called Lotus Residential Complex. Soon, they stopped in front of a small 3-story building. The building had white walls and gray tiles. It looked a bit old but was well maintained. In front of the entrance was a small courtyard of about 10 square meters, surrounded by a low wall. This is the place, said Tina Lewis as she pulled out her keys and unlocked the gate. The courtyard was paved with blue stone slabs and was very clean. The first floor has the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a storage room. The second and third floors are all bedrooms, 2 on each floor, each with its own bathroom. Tina Lewis continued her tour as she opened the front door. The interior was simply decorated but clean and tidy. Although the furniture was old, it was all solid wood and had a nice feel to it. Ethan Brooks fell in love with the place at first sight, especially that little courtyard. He could temporarily store the scrap materials he collected there in the future. If you decide to rent it, there's a guest room on the first floor where you can stay. But you'll need to rent the entire first floor to get the courtyard. The rent is $2,700 a month, said Tina Lewis. The landlord requires the entire building to be rented as a whole, no partitioning for subletting, so the price is a bit higher. The setting is really nice. The second and third floors have side wings. So the first floor is essentially a private unit with its own entrance and courtyard. It's quiet. Ethan Brooks nodded. No problem. I'll take it. Tina Lewis was a little surprised. So quick? Don't you want to look around some more? No need. This is the one. Tina Lewis smiled. Ethan Brooks, you really do have great luck. I heard from Ben Warren that you've made quite a profit snagging some bargains these past few days. Not bad, Ethan Brooks replied vaguely. Tina Lewis turned to Emily Foster and gave her a wink. Xiaoyu, do you want to move in here too? There are plenty of rooms anyway. And since you two know each other, you can look out for one another. Emily Foster blushed slightly but said nothing. Ethan Brooks quickly changed the subject. This place, is the landlord selling it? Tina Lewis paused in surprise. Selling? You want to buy it? Yeah. Ethan Brooks nodded. If the price is right, I'd like to buy it outright. Tina Lewis's eyes widened. Ethan Brooks, you're not kidding, are you? The landlord mentioned before that if they were to sell this building, it would be at least $2.3 million. Housing prices in Riversea City are high right now, but the location of this urban village. She paused. Although it's by the river and there's a subway station and a shopping mall nearby, it's still an inner-city village. The environment can't compare to a proper residential community. But it's a standalone house with its own yard, a 3-story building for $2.3 million. I think it's worth it, Ethan Brooks said. Tina Lewis stared blankly for a moment, then looked at Emily Foster. Emily Foster was also a bit shocked. After all, they were still seniors who hadn't even graduated yet. And yet, Ethan Brooks was actually about to buy a house. All right, Tina Lewis took a deep breath. I'll contact the landlord. But the paperwork for buying a house is more complicated than renting. We won't be able to handle it until tomorrow. No problem. As they left the house, Tina Lewis couldn't help but marvel. Ethan Brooks, this is really... In just 3 days, from collecting scrap to buying a house, no one would believe it if you told them. Ethan Brooks smiled but didn't offer any further explanation. But by this point, the live chat was already in a state of shock. I'm literally on my knees. 3 days from a penniless college student to buying a house outright? Host, just how much did you make off that bargain? Everyone else is in the career challenge for the prize money, but the streamer is here to change his life. If it weren't for the slightly less than ideal neighborhood, that'd be like buying a villa for $2 million. You haven't even graduated from college yet, and you're about to buy a whole building? Production team, did you grab the wrong script? Tina Lewis, still in a daze, went to make a phone call. Ethan Brooks, meanwhile, started chatting with the viewers in the live stream. Guys, don't get too excited, it's just good luck. The house is in a great location. I can live on 1 floor and rent out the rest or use it as storage. It's a pretty good deal. That's so Versailles.
Pure, unadulterated Versailles.
Does the streamer have some kind of misunderstanding about what good deal means? I don't even know what to say anymore. Passing tea to the big shot. Streamer, are you taking on apprentices? I can be sweet, sassy, elegant, or cute. To the person above, are you the versatile star god? Soon, Tina Lewis returned, saying the landlord had agreed to sell, and they descheduled the paperwork for tomorrow afternoon. Back at the shared apartment, Emily Foster said, "Let me treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate you finding a new place." Sure. The two headed back to Lao Tan's pickled cabbage fish, the same place they visited the night before. But as soon as they walked in, something felt off. The owner had changed. Yesterday's owner had been a friendly middle-aged woman. But today, sitting behind the counter was a man in his 40s with a stern expression, busy crunching numbers. "What would you two like to order?" the man asked without looking up. "Pickled cabbage fish, small portion, with 2 servings of rice," Ethan Brooks said. "Coming right up." The man turned and went into the kitchen. Before long, the dish was served. Ethan Brooks took a bite and frowned. The taste wasn't as good as yesterday's. The pickled cabbage wasn't crisp enough, the fish slices were a bit tough, and the broth lacked flavor. Emily Foster noticed the difference too and whispered, "Looks like they've changed chefs." Ethan Brooks nodded. Fortunately, with the beautiful Emily Foster keeping him company, the two chatted happily as they ate. "Did you study automotive design in college?" Ethan Brooks asked. Emily Foster nodded. I originally planned to work in automotive exterior design after graduation, but now AI can generate designs in bulk. She gave a wry smile. I sent out dozens of resumes, but they all fell by the wayside. That's why I decided to enter the career challenge. I never expected to be picked as a car model, at least it's somewhat related to cars. From what you're saying, it sounds like you don't like this job? I don't. Emily Foster shook her head. Standing on the stage, being stared at by everyone, and having to keep smiling the whole time, it's exhausting. She paused and looked at Ethan Brooks. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Are you going to keep collecting junk and hunting for bargains forever? Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. With his golden eyes, money was no longer an issue. But in the future, he couldn't really spend his whole life collecting junk and hunting for bargains. Could he? I haven't decided yet, he admitted honestly. Emily Foster smiled. I think you could be a professional treasure hunter. Your eye for detail and knowledge are both impressive. A professional treasure hunter? Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat. Well, that actually sounds pretty good. What about you? He asked in return. You seemed pretty excited about digging for treasure yesterday. Why not consider doing this too? Emily Foster's eyes lit up for a moment, but quickly dimmed. My family wouldn't agree. They think a girl should find a stable job and marry into a good family. They definitely think treasure hunting running all over the place like that is a waste of time. Ethan Brooks nodded. He understood. Back home, many girls had their futures mapped out by their families like that. Actually, you don't need to overthink it, he said. Once you have money, what your family thinks won't be a problem. Look, didn't you dig up over 100,000 in just one night? Emily Foster thought for a moment, then nodded. You're right. The two chatted for a while longer. Emily Foster suddenly blushed a little and whispered, If you buy that house tomorrow, could I rent a floor from you? Huh. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. Well, isn't that building 3 stories tall? I'd like to rent 1 floor. Emily Foster's voice grew even quieter. I can't sleep well at night here either. As soon as she finished speaking, the live chat exploded with excitement. Say yes, right now, immediately. A 3-story house, 1 floor per person, and you can even use 1 floor as a studio. Perfect. I know this plot well. Next up is my daily life living with a car model, scavenging for bargains. My roommate is a car model. It feels like the streamer's experiences could be turned into a novel. Streamer. You're such a jerk. Chapter 31. 6 million in the bank. Hearing Emily Foster say that, Ethan Brooks understood what she meant. She wanted a change of scenery. But if that happened, wouldn't that really turn into what the commenters were saying, living with a beauty? This, all right? Ethan Brooks nodded. We've got plenty of rooms anyway. You can pick whichever one you like. Really? Emily Foster's eyes lit up. Really? After dinner, the two brought some fish for Tuanchuan and returned home. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, right after Ethan Brooks finished breakfast, Tina Lewis called. Ethan Brooks, the landlord, agreed 2.3 million. As long as you have the money, we can handle the paperwork this afternoon. Just make sure you have the cash and your ID ready. Got it. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks went live immediately. Good morning, streamer. What's on the agenda today? Have you settled on a place yet? Is the streamer still collecting scrap today? Good morning, everyone. Ethan Brooks smiled at the camera. I'm not going to look at apartments today. I'm heading to Bogujai first. The chat immediately came alive. Bogujai? Got it, time to sell some stuff. He's going to cash in. Hurry up. Hurry up, let me see just how much stuff the streamer has stockpiled these past few days. Ethan Brooks rode his electric tricycle and quickly arrived at Bogujai. Mr. Dawson was looking over some documents at the counter. He looked up, saw Ethan Brooks, and smiled. Hey, Ethan's here? How come you have time today? Before he could finish, he saw Ethan Brooks pulling items out of his backpack. 1, 2, 3. Silver coins, copper coins, and a Jiangnan dragon dollar in clearly excellent condition. Mr. Dawson's smile froze. What's this? How much did you dig up last night? I had some luck. Ethan Brooks smiled. He pushed the Jiangnan dragon dollar toward him. Mr. Dawson, take a look at this one for me. Mr. Dawson picked up his magnifying glass and examined it carefully against the light. A moment later, he set the magnifying glass down and let out a long sigh. Minted in Jiangnan Province, Juchen Year, 7 Chen and 2 Fun. The Dragon S scales are intact. The characters are crisp this condition. He looked at Ethan Brooks with a complex expression. Ethan, I've been watching your live stream. That autographed coin from yesterday was already enough to make anyone jealous, and now you've got a Jiangnan dragon too? Ethan Brooks smiled. I dug it up last night, but hadn't had time to process it yet. A Jiangnan dragon. The one that's worth dozens of times more than an ordinary yuan de two. Holy crap. This streamer got some serious luck. Let me soak up some of that good luck. Ride the wave. Ride the wave. Ride the wave. This isn't just about having a keen eye, it's pure, massive luck. Mr. Dawson shook his head in admiration. This isn't about your eye for antiques at all. In this business you can hone your eye, but luck well. He didn't finish his sentence instead. He simply patted Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. You're a man of immense luck. Ethan Brooks didn't respond, he just fished another small box out of his backpack. He opened it. A gleaming gold coin lay on the velvet lining. Mr. Dawson's eyes widened instantly. Is this a Guangzhou yuanbao? Made of gold. Ethan Brooks nodded. Minted at the Hubei Mint, a 7 Chen and 2 Fin gold pattern coin. Mr. Dawson's hands were trembling slightly as he picked up a magnifying glass and leaned in for a closer look. After examining it for a full 5 minutes, he set down the magnifying glass and took a deep breath. Ethan, this is incredibly rare. I'll have to get an expert to take a look. He dialed a number. Half an hour later, a gray-haired elderly man wearing reading glasses hurried in. Arthur, what's the rush? I've got a meeting to attend. The old man stopped mid-sentence as his gaze fell on the gold coin on the counter. He froze. Then he put on white gloves, carefully picked up the coin, held it up to the light streaming in through the window, and pulled out the portable microscope he always carried with him. He examined the obverse, the reverse, the reeded edge, and the patina. The room was so quiet you could hear only the old man's breathing. A long time passed. The old man set down the microscope, took off his reading glasses, and spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. This one is genuine. He looked at Ethan Brooks. Young man, where did you get this coin? I found it while treasure hunting, Ethan Brooks said. The old man opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he could only offer a wry smile. A Guangzhou yuanbao gold pattern coin. Only 10 are known to exist, and each has a clear record of its ownership history. Yours isn't in the records. He paused, his voice trembling slightly. This is the 11th. The live chat exploded instantly. 10 became 11. This isn't just a bargain, it's an archaeological discovery. Host, your luck is off the charts. The old man looked at Ethan Brooks. Do you have any more? Ethan Brooks was silent for 2 seconds. I have 2 more. The old man's hand trembled slightly. He stared at Ethan Brooks for a long time, then let out a long sigh. 3 gold pattern coins. Young man, do you know what this means? Ethan Brooks said nothing. The old man gave a wry smile. Never mind, let us not talk about that. This one here, are you looking to sell it? Yeah. The price, the old man pondered for a moment. A collectible of this caliber should, by all accounts, go to auction. But since you came to Arthur, that means you trust us. He paused for a moment, then named a figure, 3,700,000. I'll handle the taxes, you'll walk away with 3,700,000. Deal. The old man said nothing more and transferred the money immediately. 3,700,000 was credited to his account. The old man glanced at Ethan Brooks's backpack again, as if he wanted to say something but held back. In the end, he didn't ask about those 2 coins and stood up to take his leave. Mr. Dawson saw the old man off, and when he returned, he looked at Ethan Brooks with an expression so complex it was as if he were looking at a monster. Ethan, those 2 coins of yours, you really don't plan on selling them? I'll keep them for now, Ethan Brooks said. Mr. Dawson, will you take the rest of these? He pushed the Jiangnan dragon dollars, the signed silver dollar, and a pile of silver and copper coins across the table. Mr. Dawson composed himself and began counting and appraising the items. The Jiangnan dragon is in excellent condition, 520,000. The signed silver, $1,180,000. The rest of the silver and copper coins total 1,250,003. He tapped his calculator. That comes to 2,950,300 in total. Mr. Dawson looked at Ethan Brooks. For this amount, The tax is split into two brackets. 20% for ordinary silver and copper coins, 30% for the Jiangnan dragon and the signed silver dollar. Since they exceed 1 million. I'll handle this for you, your take will be. He did the math again. 2,067,000. Ethan Brooks nodded. The transfer was complete. Added to the previous 3.7 million. The total came to 5.767 million. Plus the several hundred thousand already in his bank account. Ethan Brooks glanced at his balance. His savings had surpassed 6 million. The live chat was going wild. 3 days into the show, and his savings are already at 6 million. Streamer, are you here to compete in the career challenge or to buy out the production team? Don't forget the streamer still has 2 gold Guangxu Yuanbao coins. Everyone else is fighting tooth and nail for the 100 million prize. Don't tell me the streamer will end up making 100 million by the end. They might as well just award the career challenge grand prize to the streamer right now. Whether it's the grand prize or not doesn't matter, I just love watching the streamer snag a bargain. I'm different, I want to see the streamer lose money, wah? Chapter 32. Follow me, say those words. The comment stream kept scrolling by. Ethan Brooks didn't linger on it, he put away his phone and said goodbye to Mr. Dawson. That afternoon, the home buying process went exceptionally smoothly. The landlord was an elderly gentleman in his 60s. Seeing how young Ethan Brooks was and that he was paying in full, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Young man, how old are you? 22. I'm a senior in college. The elderly man fell silent. He signed the papers and accepted the payment. Staring at Ethan Brooks' name on the property deed, the elderly man hesitated several times as if he wanted to say something. Finally, he managed to squeeze out just one sentence. Promising young man, very promising. Haha, old man. I've lived 60 years, and this is the first time a 22-year-old has left me speechless. Old man, my son is 30 and still living off me, and you're buying my house at 22. Ha 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 ha. I feel for the old man. To be fair, for a streamer his age to own a whole house that's real clout. So jealous. Ethan Brooks put away the property deed and rode his bike back to his shared apartment. The move went quickly. He didn't have much to begin with. A single trip on a tricycle was all it took. Emily Foster had a bit more, but it still only took 2 trips. By the time everything was packed up, it was already 8 p.m. They were both hungry. What's for dinner tonight? Emily Foster asked. That's actually a very philosophical question. Ethan Brooks chuckled. Every mealtime, our dorm mates ask that same question. Haha. Same with our dorm. The two chatted as they walked. As they went downstairs, ready to leave, they noticed several large cardboard boxes piled up outside Lao Tan's Pickled Cabbage Fish, the restaurant where they'd eaten earlier. Inside were stacks of plates and bowls. The same stern-faced middle-aged man from before was crouched at the entrance, smoking a cigarette, looking irritated. Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster were just about to ride off on the tricycle. The man looked up and glanced at him, then suddenly spoke up. Hey, scrap collector. Ethan Brooks stopped the tricycle. Do you want these plates and kitchenware? The man pointed at the cardboard boxes, his tone brusque. The shop's closing down. We're getting rid of them. Ethan Brooks glanced at the pile of tableware. I'll take them, he said. Let me take a look. The man ignored him and called out toward the store. Xiao Chen, take him to the kitchen and bring out all the stuff we don't need. A young clerk wearing an apron jogged out. Upon seeing Ethan Brooks, he nodded awkwardly and led him inside. Emily Foster followed behind, while Anchuan peered out curiously from her cat carrier. The kitchen was piled high with pots, pans, and utensils. The clerk, Xiao Chun, sighed as he helped carry things out. Ethan Brooks asked casually, Why did you suddenly close? Weren't you still open for business yesterday? Xiao Chun glanced at him and lowered his voice. It's mainly because there's a new owner. It used to be Old Tan. The one today is, well, it's a long story. What happened? Xiao Chun hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. The original owner's son got the current owner's daughter pregnant. The current owner wasn't happy about it. He felt the guy's family wasn't a good enough match for his daughter, so he forced them to break up. As a result, the girl got so depressed she tried to kill herself. She lost the baby and nearly lost her own life too. He shook his head. The current owner quit, saying the former owner's son didn't want to take responsibility and insisted on suing. The two families were in court for half a year. In the end, they settled through mediation, And this shop was awarded to the girl's family, which is why the current owner is here now. And the former owner? He didn't want to get involved in this mess anymore, so he went back to his hometown. Fortunately, I heard the former owner is pretty well off. He has 2 other shops back home, so he has got deep pockets and doesn't care about this one. After hearing this, Ethan Brooks was silent for a few seconds. This situation. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. The comments section, however, was buzzing with discussion. The original owner's son is a real scumbag. The current owner is pretty ruthless. To what good is the restaurant when his daughter ended up like that? Poor girl. Lao Tan's pickled cabbage fish, a brand that's been around for decades, just gone like that. There's a chain store near my place too. The food really is good. It's been around for more than just a few decades. I've heard the brand is a century old. I just don't know if the original owner was a franchisee or a century-old establishment. Ethan Brooks felt a twinge of interest but continued moving things. Pots, bowls, ladles, and basins, he packed them all into cardboard boxes one by one. This time, though, he worked with great care. He scanned every item with golden eyes. Most were ordinary tableware, worth anywhere from a few to several dozen yuan. There were a few blue and white porcelain plates that looked quite old, but the information showed they were Republican-era replicas, worth a few hundred yuan. It was clear this was indeed an old shop. The plates had been replaced several times over. Moreover, the collection spanned directly from the Republican era to the present. Every era was represented. However, just as he was about to set down the blue and white plate in his hand, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse through the plate to the bottom of the cardboard box. There was another plate buried beneath them. It was about the same size as the ones on top, with a similar pattern interlacing lotus vines in blue and white. But in GoldenEye's field of vision, the halo around this plate was purple. Ethan Brooks's fingers paused for a moment. He naturally flipped over the plates on top, bringing the bottommost blue and white plate up to the middle, mixing it in with the others. Then he continued loading. His expression remained unchanged. Once all the tableware had been loaded into the truck bed, Ethan Brooks brushed the dust off his hands and asked the clerk, "Is that all? Anything else?" Xiaochen thought for a moment. "There's an old refrigerator in the kitchen and some odds and ends in the storage room. Do you want those? Let us bring those out too." They worked for another 20 minutes. The truck bed was packed to the brim. Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone to calculate the total. These dishes, pots and pans, the old fridge, and the odds and ends at scrap value, that comes to 972. He looked at the middle-aged man standing by the door. "Boss, 972. WeChat Pay or Alipay?" The moment the man heard this, his face immediately fell. 972? Do you think I'm stupid? He stood up and pointed at the items in the truck bed. All of this is still usable. If you take it to a second-hand market, those stacks of plates alone are worth over 1,000. You're so young and look so honest, but you're actually so dishonest? You two obviously never went to college, did you? You've got absolutely no eye for value. He grew angrier as he spoke, glancing again at Emily Foster standing nearby. "And you, young lady, you'd better talk to your family about your situation. Don't let this young man take advantage of you in the end." Emily Foster's expression turned cold. "Sir, you can't even handle your own family matters. You'd better mind your own business." The commenters were furious now, too. Is this old guy crazy? It's one thing to attack the streamer, but attacking the young lady too. He's messed up his own daughter's life like this, and he still has the nerve to judge others? Isn't it normal to haggle when buying scrap? If you think it's too cheap, take it to the flea market yourself. The young lady gave him a great comeback. Ethan Brooks gave a faint smile. "Sir, you certainly have a loud voice." He paused for a moment. "It's just that your judgment isn't so great. We really are college students. From Shanghai University of Transportation. You should know that school not just in Riversea City, but it's ranked in the top 10 nationwide. As for collecting scrap," he glanced at the camera on his phone. "I'm just chatting with my live stream followers, sharing some knowledge." The man froze for a moment, instinctively looking at the phone in Ethan Brooks' hand. On the screen, the live stream comments were scrolling frantically. His expression instantly turned grim. 2,000, he said stiffly. "If you don't give me 2,000, unload all this stuff right now." Ethan Brooks smiled. "Sure." He put away his phone, walked over to the back of the truck, and began unloading. 1 box, 2 boxes. The man thought Ethan Brooks had agreed to the price, so he held up his payment QR code, his face ashen. Seeing that Ethan Brooks was serious, he hurriedly shouted, 1,500. Ethan Brooks didn't stop. 1,300. Still no sign of stopping. 1,200. 1,200 should be good enough, right? Ethan Brooks straightened up. All right. I can see you're having a tough time. 1,200, deal. The man, seething, displayed the QR code. Ethan Brooks scanned the code and paid. Then, as the man's face twisted in frustration, he loaded the unloaded cardboard boxes back onto the truck. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Old guy. I thought I'd won, but turns out I was the clown. Full marks to the streamer for that back and forth. Seriously, it's just a little over 200 less? Streamer, you just made 6 million today, are you really gonna quibble over 200? A little over 200 isn't much for a streamer these days, but it sure feels satisfying to watch. With that old man's smug look just now, I wouldn't let him make even 200. Ethan Brooks smiled but said nothing. He started the three-wheeler and headed toward Bogujai. Emily Foster, clutching her cat-shaped bag, sat in the cargo bed and couldn't help but ask, those plates, is there something wrong with them? Looks like some people still don't get the streamer-esque style. He paused. My friends, say this with me. The comment stream exploded instantly. Others might make a small profit, but I never lose money. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh no. The moment the streamer says that, I know he's about to make a killing again. Damn. No way you can actually snag a bargain on this? What kind of bargain can you find on pots, pans, and kitchenware? Watching the chat interaction, Ethan Brooks smiled. No rush, guys. I'm not entirely confident about this one either. Let us head to Bogujai first and have Mr. Dawson take a look. Chapter 33. Becoming a 10 millionaire. The tricycle cut through the night and came to a smooth stop at the entrance of Bogujai. As soon as Ethan Brooks stepped off, he saw Mr. Dawson seeing an elderly man out the door. The man was in his early 70s, with gray hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He stood tall and carried himself with an air of scholarly elegance. Mr. Dawson looked up and, upon seeing Ethan Brooks, visibly paused for a moment. Ethan, what brings you back here? He quickly recovered and smiled as he introduced Ethan to the elderly man standing beside him. Mr. Hayes, this is Ethan Brooks, the one I've been telling you about. Those 2 autographed editions and the Jiangnan Dragon, he's the one who unearthed them. As he spoke, he introduced them. Ethan Brooks, this is Mr. Hayes. He was the director of the Riversea City Museum before he retired. Upon hearing the name Ethan Brooks, the elderly man's eyes lit up, and he looked Ethan up and down. You're Ethan Brooks? He extended his hand, smiling warmly. Young man, I've really heard a lot about you. Ethan Brooks quickly shook his hand. I'm not worthy of such praise, Mr. Hayes. Just call me Ethan. Mr. Hayes nodded with a smile. Ha ha. Not bad, you've got spirit. You're truly remarkable. Arthur was just singing your praises to the skies, saying that with your eye for art, you'll be a master in this field in just 3 or 5 years. Ethan Brooks waved his hand. Mr. Hayes, Mr. Dawson, you're too kind, it's all luck. Just luck. Luck. Mr. Hayes laughed heartily. Young man, being too modest isn't a good thing. Luck is part of one's skill too. Mr. Dawson chimed in. Mr. Hayes, why don't we stay a little longer? Ethan came over this late, I'm sure he's got something good again. He looked at Ethan Brooks with a complex expression tinged with a hint of anticipation. You kid, you didn't snag another bargain, did you? Ethan Brooks nodded. I picked up a batch of blue and white porcelain plates from a century-old shop that just went out of business. I'd like to ask you to take a look. Mr. Dawson took a deep breath, shook his head with a wry smile. Blue and white porcelain? Your luck is truly out of this world. He turned to look at Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes, why don't you stay a little longer? Let us take a look at Ethan's collection together. Mr. Hayes nodded with a smile. Sure. I'm curious too, what kind of treasure could a young man who has earned such high praise from Arthur possibly have? The 3 of them went inside. Emily Foster followed behind, clutching her cat-shaped bag, looking a bit nervous. Mr. Hayes glanced back at her and chuckled. Don't be nervous, young lady. I'm just a retired old man. Emily Foster whispered, Hello, Mr. Hayes. Only then did the live comment section realize what was happening. Holy crap, Mr. Hayes? The Mr. Hayes from the Riversea City Museum. I heard he used to be a professor in the archaeology department at Qingbei University, and later was poached by the Riversea City Museum to be its director. The streamer-s connections. Mr. Dawson is such a nice guy, he's paving the way for the streamer, riding the coattails of a big shot. Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat and understood Mr. Dawson's good intentions. Together with Emily Foster, he carried the stacks of blue and white porcelain plates from the truck bed into the store and gently placed them on the counter. There were over 20 plates in total, varying in size and featuring different patterns. Mr. Dawson put on a pair of white gloves, leaned in to take a closer look, and chuckled. These are definitely fresh acquisitions. The dish soap smell is pretty strong. Mr. Hayes laughed as well, picked up the first plate, and turned it over to examine the mark on the bottom. Not bad, it's definitely from a century-old shop. However, this is a Republican-era imitation of Kangxi ware. The painting is decent, but the glaze looks too new. He set it down and picked up the second one. This is also a Republican-era imitation, the body is a bit porous. The third, the fourth. As Mr. Hayes examined them, he offered casual comments in a relaxed tone. Ethan Brooks listened quietly from the side. Mr. Dawson was watching as well, occasionally chiming in. The two of them seemed to be teaching a student. This 1S from the Guangxu era, a common piece from a folk kiln. It's worth 300 to 500. This one, made after the founding of the People's Republic. The craftsmanship is good, but it has no collectible value. After examining 7 or 8 pieces, Mr. Hayes looked up at Ethan Brooks and said approvingly, "Young man, you've looked at these plates yourself, haven't you?" Ethan Brooks nodded. "I've looked at a few, but I'm not entirely sure." "It's good that you're not entirely sure." Mr. Hayes chuckled. Republican-era replicas and authentic late Qing pieces can indeed be hard to tell apart sometimes. You can tell these few are old, that's already pretty good. He pointed to the 3 Republican-era plates he'd just picked out. These 3 are in decent condition, each is worth 700 or 800. What's your offer? Ethan Brooks answered honestly. We're buying them as scrap. This batch, plus the rest in the truck bed, comes to a total of 1,200. Then you're not losing money, Mr. Hayes chuckled. Those 3 alone cover your costs. Young man, you've got good judgment and the right mindset. Mr. Dawson, standing nearby, also laughed. Mr. Hayes, it's not just that Ethan has a good mindset and good judgment, he is the kind of guy who never loses money. Let me tell you, his line "others might make a small profit, but I never lose money" has practically become a catchphrase in the livestream now. Mr. Hayes laughed heartily and was about to say something, when his hand suddenly paused. Ethan Brooks caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of his eye, and a chill ran down his spine. The plate Mr. Hayes had picked up was the third to last one. It was the large blue and white plate buried at the very bottom of the cardboard box. Mr. Hayes didn't casually flip through the plates to check the markings on the bottom as he had before. He gently placed the plate on the velvet cloth and leaned forward. He moved closer. Then he pulled a small magnifying glass from his pocket and examined the plate's rim, glaze, and patterns inch by inch. The room suddenly fell silent. Mr. Dawson sensed something was amiss, set down the plate he was holding, and moved closer. Mr. Hayes, is this? Mr. Hayes did not look up. His fingers gently traced the lotus scroll pattern around the rim. Then he turned the plate over to examine the mark on the bottom. For a long time, he set down the magnifying glass and slowly straightened up. His expression was grave. He glanced at Mr. Dawson, then at Ethan Brooks. This plate. He paused. It's no ordinary piece. Mr. Dawson was taken aback, then leaned in to examine it closely. He studied it for a full 2 minutes. When he looked up, his expression had changed. Mr. Hayes, this plate seems to be. His voice was slightly strained. Is it genuine? Mr. Hayes nodded slowly. It's genuine. He pointed to the pattern on the plate and began to explain. Interlaced lotus pattern. Made from sumalicing clay, the glaze is rich and lustrous, and the body is fine-grained. He turned the plate over, revealing the mark on the bottom. The 6-character mark in regular script, made during the Xuande reign of the Great Ming, was neatly written with vigorous strokes. This is a typical mark from the Xuande imperial kills. Mr. Hayes looked at Ethan Brooks. Young man, do you know what Xuande blue and white porcelain represents? Ethan Brooks said nothing. Mr. Hayes didn't need him to answer. He pointed to an extremely faint, almost invisible pattern along the rim of the plate. Look here. This isn't an ordinary intertwined lotus motif. This is the baoxiang flower intertwined with lotus. The baoxiang flower was a motif reserved exclusively for the imperial family. Commoners were not allowed to use it. He paused. This is a large blue and white plate from the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, produced at the imperial kilns. Very few survive. Even if you combine the collections of all the major museums in China, there are no more than 20. The live chat was already exploding with comments, but Ethan Brooks wasn't in the mood to read them. Mr. Hayes continued. The Riversea City Museum has one. It's a size smaller than yours and in slightly poorer condition. That piece was acquired at a Christie's auction in Hong Kong in the 1980s. The final hammer price. He paused to recall. At the time, it was the equivalent of 1.2 million renminbi. That was 40 years ago. Mr. Dawson took a deep breath. Mr. Hayes, so now? Mr. Hayes pondered for a moment. If it were put up for auction, the starting bid would conservatively be 5 million. He looked at Ethan Brooks. The final hammer price should be between 15 million and 20 million. If it finds a collector who truly loves it, it could go even higher. 15 million. Emily Foster covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. The live chat went completely wild. 15 million. I'm in shock. The streamer bought this junk for 12 million and sold it for 15 million. It's not just 15 million, Mr. Hayes said. 20 million is even possible. You have to pay 40% tax on anything over 15 million, but that still leaves over 9 million. Add that to the streamer's previous 6 million, and it's already over 10 million. In 3 days, from college student to multimillionaire. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Streamer, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Chapter 34. I can offer you a higher price than the auction. The comment stream was scrolling rapidly. The number of viewers in the live stream had soared to 30,000. Ethan Brooks stared at the large blue and white porcelain plate, falling silent for a long time. His golden eyes had long told him that this plate was valuable, but he never expected it to be this valuable. He certainly never expected it to be acquired by a museum. In fact, ever since the Treasure Hunter Act was enacted, the value and caliber of items eligible for museum acquisition have risen significantly. At that moment he was indeed a bit dazed, not because of the money, but because of the significance of this plate. An authentic Ming Xuande imperial kiln piece, 400 years old. Its cultural and historical significance was undoubtedly immense. It would be a shame not to keep it. Mr. Hayes looked at him and asked softly, "Young man, what are you planning to do with this?" Mr. Dawson was looking at him too. Emily Foster was looking at him too. In the live stream, tens of thousands of viewers were watching him as well. Ethan Brooks was feeling a bit torn. If he donated it, he could keep it, but he might make a little less money. If he put it up for auction, he wouldn't be able to keep it. Personally, he was leaning toward putting it up for auction. After all, even after paying taxes, he'd still make nearly 10 million. It's just that Mr. Hayes had already said this was national treasure grade porcelain. It seemed he'd need to handle this matter with a bit of tact. Mr. Hayes, if I were to donate this plate to a museum, would I receive? Ethan Brooks hadn't even finished his sentence. Everyone in the room froze for a moment. Even the live chat fell silent for a moment, only to be flooded with countless question marks. I don't mean that kind of thing. I mean, if I were to donate it, what kind of reward? Mr. Hayes was silent for a few seconds. The look in his eyes as he looked at Ethan Brooks had changed. It was no longer the appreciation an elder might show a younger person. It was genuine respect. "Young man, are you sure you want to donate it?" Ethan Brooks shook his head. "I'm not sure. I just wanted to ask first, if I were to donate it, would the museum accept it? What's the process? And what would I get in return? But this plate, it's waited 400 years to be recognized. If it ends up being bought by some wealthy person and left to gather dust in a private collection, I think that would be a bit of a shame." Mr. Hayes listened quietly. When Ethan Brooks finished speaking, he took off his glasses and wiped them slowly. "Ethan, I've been the curator for 40 years, and I've heard that line many times." He put his glasses back on. "But most of the people who say that are entrepreneurs and collectors in their 70s or 80s, people with deep pockets who want to leave a legacy. Someone as young as you, who's just stumbled upon a real gem and wants to donate it." He smiled. "In my entire life, I've only met one person like that. You're the second." Ethan Brooks said nothing. Mr. Hayes looked at the large blue and white plate and said softly, "If you donate it, the government will award you a certificate of honor and provide a cash reward based on the item's value. Typically, it's 20 to 30% of the appraised value. For this plate, if it's appraised at 15 million, the reward would be roughly 3 million to 4.5 million. Also, if you'd like, the museum can include your name on the exhibit label." He paused. "Not donated by Mr. Ethan Brooks, just the name Ethan Brooks. You'll leave your name at the museum. People will still see it hundreds of years from now. And if you really do decide to donate it, I can guarantee that the museum's appraisal team will offer a price higher than what you'd get at auction." After saying that, Mr. Hayes said no more. The room fell silent for a long time. Ethan Brooks was deeply conflicted at that moment. To be honest, as far as money was concerned, was absolutely easy to come by right now. He had the golden eyes, which allowed him to see through objects and view their information. Even if he just played scratch-off tickets, he'd never be short on money. 15 million. A few million after taxes. That wasn't too much to him. But if he kept it in his collection, the collection points would definitely max out this system upgrade. It's just that, when he donated the photos of the War of Resistance last time, he could be certain that items from the Veterans Memorial Hall wouldn't end up outside the institution. After all, the items there hold more significance than monetary value. But this blue and white porcelain plate was different. Museums? He was worried they weren't quite as trustworthy these days. Of course, Mr. Hayes had also said, as long as the money is right. Since the money was on the table, he had nothing more to say. The room remained silent for a long time. Ethan Brooks looked at the large blue and white porcelain plate and made up his mind. After Mr. Hayes finished speaking, he stopped pressing the issue and simply waited quietly. Mr. Dawson glanced at Mr. Hayes, then at Ethan Brooks. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Emily Foster stood to the side, clutching her cat-shaped bag, breathing so softly she was barely audible. The live stream's comment feed was still scrolling furiously. Why isn't he the host saying anything? 15 million. If it were me, I'd have sold it ages ago. Is the host hesitating? That's normal, it's such a huge sum. Donating to a museum brings honor, but you lose half the money. Anyone would have to think twice. It's hard to say. If you have the right connections, donating to a museum could get it appraised at a higher value that way. You'd get both money and fame. Ethan Brooks didn't look at the comments. He exhaled slowly, raised his head, and looked at Mr. Hayes. "Mr. Hayes, I have one concern." Mr. Hayes nodded. "Go ahead." Ethan Brooks chose his words carefully. "I love antiques. Not because of how much they're worth. What I love is the culture behind them, the history they carry." He paused. "I don't care about the money, but I'm worried that if I donate it to the museum, this plate will be locked away in a warehouse, never seeing the light of day for over a decade. Or that one day it might be loaned out for an exhibition elsewhere and get knocked around during transport. Or perhaps in 10 or 20 years, a future curator might decide this piece isn't important anymore and trade it away to another museum in exchange for other artifacts." He didn't finish his thought, but his meaning was already clear. Mr. Hayes didn't argue or offer an explanation. He simply took off his glasses and wiped them slowly. Then he smiled. "Young man, you've really thought this through." He put his glasses back on and looked at Ethan Brooks with a look of approval. "What you're describing did indeed happen a few years ago. There was a major scandal involving the loss of artifacts from a museum in a certain city. That's why the government established a special oversight committee for cultural relic donations after that." He paused. "Every donated artifact is fully traceable from the moment it enters the collection, through exhibition to restoration. It's not something just any museum director can handle privately." Mr. Hayes looked at Ethan Brooks. "And if you're still concerned, you can donate it to the Riversea City Museum, which is right nearby. It's right in Riversea City, just a 20-minute bike ride from here. You can go see it anytime." Ethan Brooks was silent for a few seconds. "Well, can I set conditions for the donation?" "What kind of conditions?" Ethan Brooks spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "It must be exhibited only at the main Riversea City Museum. No loans to other institutions. It must not be stored in a warehouse to gather dust. It must be displayed in a showcase with constant temperature and humidity control, and security measures that meet the highest standards." After he finished speaking, he looked at Mr. Hayes. Can these conditions be included in the donation agreement? Mr. Hayes listened quietly. He smiled. Yes, of course. He looked at Ethan Brooks, and the look in his eyes was more than just admiration. It was respect. Young man, rest assured. I'll personally oversee this plate. As for the display case, I'll arrange the highest grade one for you: constant temperature and humidity, bulletproof glass, vibration alarms, and networked surveillance. He paused. All of this can be included in the agreement. Ethan Brooks listened, then remained silent for a long time. Then he nodded. In that case, Mr. Hayes, I do appreciate your help. I'm donating this plate to the Riversea City Museum. Mr. Hayes looked at him and asked slowly, Are you sure? Ethan Brooks nodded. I'm sure. The comments section exploded instantly. Holy crap. He really donated it. 15 million. Just like that. What a generous streamer. Now that's true cultural preservation. No wonder the streamer made a fortune. He truly loves cultural artifacts. That's a whole new level of perspective. I'm blown away, completely blown away. Mr. Hayes stood up, walked over to Ethan Brooks and held out his hand. Ethan Brooks shook it. Without you, I might have sold this plate as just another ordinary antique. Mr. Hayes shook his head and smiled. Even without me, you would have realized its value sooner or later. Mr. Dawson, standing nearby, let out a long sigh of relief and chuckled. Ethan, you handled this beautifully. Mr. Hayes, regarding the donation paperwork, Mr. Hayes waved his hand. No rush. For something this significant, we need to follow the proper procedures. He looked at Ethan Brooks. Are you free tomorrow morning? Ethan Brooks nodded. All right then. I'll bring the donation agreement over at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll go to the museum together and complete the paperwork. For now, leave this plate with Arthur, lock it in the safe. I'll come pick it up myself first thing tomorrow morning. Mr. Dawson immediately said, Don't worry. Mr. Hayes, I'll be sleeping at the shop tonight. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. Mr. Dawson, I'll take it home myself. I'm the one who received this plate, so I'll take responsibility for it until it's handed over to the museum. Mr. Hayes glanced at him and nodded. All right. Be careful then. Ethan Brooks nodded. He carefully placed the large blue and white plate back into its box, wrapped it in a soft cloth, and put it in his backpack. Then an idea struck him. Golden eyes activated. Identifying artifact. Name: Ming Xuanda Imperial Kiln Blue and white large plate with interlaced lotus and auspicious flower motifs. Value: historical significance, sentimental value. Current exposure: 33,774. Comprehensive calculation. Collection points: 999 plus. Congratulations on collecting the treasure. Ming Xuanda Imperial Kiln Blue and white large plate. Current collection points: 1,000. Collection points are full system upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining the Porcelain Appraisal Mastery Scroll. Description: Upon use, you will master the appraisal of Chinese porcelain from all dynasties, covering all aspects including body, glaze, decoration, markings, and craftsmanship, reaching a professional level. Ethan Brooks felt a surge of joy. Expertise in porcelain appraisal. This came at just the right time. He had just been thinking that while he knew a bit about ancient coins, he was a complete novice when it came to porcelain. Although he had golden eyes, many details and nuances could only be explained through professional knowledge. Now that he had this, whenever he encountered porcelain in the future, he wouldn't just know it was valuable, he'd be able to explain it in full detail. With a thought, he chose to use it. A warm sensation flooded his mind. Countless facts about porcelain, from earthenware to porcelain, from celadon to blue and white, from Ru, Guan, Gu, Jun, and Ding to the imperial and folk kills of the Ming and Qing dynasties, flowed like a gentle stream, merging into the depths of his memory. Body composition, glaze color, patterns, markings, kiln origins, period characteristics, clear, systematic, and thoroughly integrated. That feels great. If I had this ability back when I was studying, getting into Peking or Tsinghua would been a breeze. Ethan Brooks mused to himself as he opened his eyes. Looking at that large blue and white plate again, his perception was completely different. It wasn't just that he knew it was valuable. It was that he understood why it was valuable. Ethan Brooks closed his backpack without showing any emotion. He turned and said to Mr. Hayes and Mr. Dawson, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Dawson, I'll be back tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Mr. Hayes nodded. All right. I'll be here first thing tomorrow morning. Mr. Dawson smiled and said, I'll be waiting for you here any time. Mr. Hayes chuckled and waved his hand. No need to thank me, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Ethan Brooks said nothing more. He walked out of Bogujai with Emily Foster. It was late at night. The tricycle was parked quietly at the entrance. Emily Foster asked softly, Should we go back? Ethan Brooks nodded. He carefully placed the backpack containing the large blue and white plate at the very back of the tricycle's cargo area and covered it with a soft cloth. Then he hopped on the tricycle and rode off into the night. The live stream was still running. Comments were still flooding in, but Ethan Brooks merely smiled faintly. Guys, that's all for today's live stream. I'll be at the museum tomorrow morning to handle the donation paperwork. I'll show you all what the exhibit label with Ethan Brooks on it looks like then. He paused for a moment. How does that saying go again? The chat exploded instantly. Others might make a small profit, but I never lose. Here it comes. Here it comes. The streamer never loses. Today's line is different. Today the museum made a profit, history made a profit, but the streamer didn't lose out either. Big picture. That's the big picture. Ethan Brooks smiled. All right guys, see you tomorrow. He ended the live stream. The tricycle wound its way through the streets, passing under streetlight after streetlight. Emily Foster sat in the cargo area, cradling her cat carrier. Tuanchuan yawned inside the cat carrier, curled up into a ball, and fell asleep. Back at the Lotus residential complex, Ethan Brooks parked the tricycle at the entrance to the small courtyard. He looked at his detached house, the tricycle, and Emily Foster and Tuanchuan sleeping on the tricycle's bench. It's time to buy a car. Chapter 35. Another 10 million. He gently tapped Emily Foster awake. Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster entered the house. The layout of their new home had already been decided during the move that afternoon. Ethan Brooks would live on the first and second floors. The first floor consisted of the small courtyard, living room, kitchen, and storage room. The second floor had the master bedroom and a study. Emily Foster would live on the third floor. There were 2 bedrooms on the third floor. She chose the one facing south, while the other would remain empty for now and serve as a storage room. The rent was $2,000 per month. Emily Foster brought this up herself, saying it was market rate and she couldn't live there for free. Ethan Brooks said it wasn't necessary, but Emily Foster insisted. In the end, Ethan Brooks relented. The condition was that Emily Foster wouldn't have to pay for utilities anymore. She just needed to help tidy up the house from time to time. Tuanchuan was settled into the small guest room on the first floor. Everything was provided. A cat bed, a litter box, and bowls for water and food. The little orange cat was still a bit unfamiliar with its new home, peeking out from its bed, but its tail was already held high. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Ethan Brooks got up and changed into clean clothes. He didn't go live. He'd take care of today's main business first. The truck bed was still piled high with the goods he'd picked up from the restaurant the night before. Modern and Republican-era style blue and white porcelain plates, a few old pots, and that vintage refrigerator. All of these needed to be dealt with. Of course, the most important thing was to handle the blue and white porcelain plates. Ethan Brooks carefully carried the backpack containing the large Schwanda plate into the truck bed, patted it with a soft cloth, and covered it with a layer of tarpaulin. Then he rode his bike to Bogujai. Mr. Dawson was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Hayes was there as well. The two exchanged brief pleasantries. Mr. Dawson produced the donation agreement he'd prepared the night before, and Ethan Brooks read through it from start to finish. Several of the donation conditions he was particularly concerned about were clearly spelled out. Exhibited exclusively in the permanent exhibition halls of the Riversea City Museum. May not be loaned out. Must not be stored in the warehouse. Must be placed in a display case within 30 days of receipt. Display cases must meet standards for constant temperature and humidity, bulletproof glass, vibration alarms, and networked surveillance. With these conditions in place, there should be no issues with the collection points earned from the plate. Ethan Brooks nodded and signed the agreement. Mr. Hayes signed as well. Then the three of them headed to the Riversea City Museum together. The process went more smoothly than expected. The museum's department dedicated to donations received them. The procedures for authentication, appraisal, registration, and inventory were clear and highly efficient. Ethan Brooks cooperated throughout, signing where required and affixing his fingerprint where necessary. By the time they finished, it was already 11 a.m. Mr. Hayes took a gold card out of his pocket and slid it toward Ethan Brooks. "This is your reward." Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. The museum took this very seriously, so the bonus was approved quickly. Mr. Hayes smiled. "There's $5 million in there. Just go to the bank to activate it. The PIN is the last 6 digits of your phone number. Remember to change it." $5 million. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. He knew that the museum's reward was usually 20 to 30% of the appraised value. However, according to what Mr. Hayes had said last night, the plate would likely fetch between 15 million and 20 million at auction. The reward should have been somewhere between 3 million and 4 million. But they were giving him 5 million outright? Mr. Hayes seemed to sense his confusion. He lowered his voice, a hint of a smile on his face. "It's not even that much. The plate is in excellent condition and has significant artistic and cultural value. This is just the first installment. Once the card is activated, there's another 5 million. A total of 10 million after taxes." Ethan Brooks was completely stunned. 10 million, and that's after taxes. Doesn't that mean the estimated value is over 30 million? If this plate were put up for auction, after deducting commissions and taxes, he'd end up with just over 10 million. But by donating it to the museum now, not only does he walk away with 10 million, he also saves himself the time and uncertainty of an auction. Plus, once the plate is in the museum, it'll be protected by climate-controlled, bulletproof glass, and the display label will bear his name. People will still be able to see it hundreds of years from now. This donation is absolutely worth it. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath and carefully put away the gold card. Mr. Hayes waved his hand. "Don't thank me." It was a unanimous decision by the museum's appraisal committee. Ethan Brooks said nothing more. He knew Mr. Hayes made it sound easy, but he must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. He made a mental note of this favor. After saying goodbye to Mr. Hayes and Mr. Dawson, Ethan Brooks walked out of the museum. The sunshine was lovely. Standing on the steps, he glanced at the gold card in his hand, then at the pile of unsold second-hand goods in the back of his truck. Then he went live. "Streamer, you're finally live. So what happened? Did you make the donation? How much did the museum offer? Why is the streamer going live at this hour? Could it be that the paperwork's already done? Hurry, hurry, hurry. I want to know how that plate was handled in the end." Ethan Brooks smiled at the camera. "Guys, the paperwork's all done. The plate has been donated to the Riversea City Museum." The chat exploded instantly. "He really donated it. The streamer is so generous. How much did the museum pay as a reward? Can you tell us?" "Right, last night Mr. Hayes said it was around 3 to 4 million. How much did they actually give?" Ethan Brooks didn't pick up on that line of questioning. As he rode his bike, he changed the subject. "First, let us go handle the rest of last night's haul. Pots, pans, old refrigerators, and a few Republican-era style blue and white porcelain plates. Last night, I spent 1,200 on scrap. I sold some cardboard boxes and wine bottles to the recycling center and made over 300. Let us see how much we can get for this batch. The streamer's about to live stream a second-hand deal. All right, let us see how much we can make on this. Aren't those Republican-era style blue and white porcelain replica plates worth a few hundred? Just 3 of them would cover the cost." Ethan Brooks rode his bike to a nearby recycling center. The owner was a man in his 60s. He was quite friendly and offered him a decent price. The cardboard, wine bottles, and miscellaneous items sold for a total of 370. "Young man, you're so young and already in this line of work?" Ethan Brooks smiled. "Just getting a taste of life." The old man nodded. "Haha, not bad. You've got a down-to-earth attitude. You can bring any scrap you collect here in the future. I'll give you a better price than other places." Ethan Brooks pocketed the money and asked, "Sir, where should I go to sell these pots, pans, and old refrigerators as second-hand items?" The old man pointed him in a direction. "It's a 20-minute bike ride to a second-hand market. They have everything there. They specialize in buying used goods." Ethan Brooks thanked him and rode off. The second-hand market was livelier than he'd imagined. Row upon row of small shops, some buying appliances, others furniture, books, or porcelain, their colorful signs crammed together. Ethan Brooks picked one at random that caught his eye. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing an apron and busy repairing an old fan. He glanced at the items in the back of Ethan Brooks' bike, set down his screwdriver, and came over to take a look. Pots and pans 3 yuan 50 each. These blue and white plates are in decent condition, they look pretty old. Can you give me a little extra for them? As for the old fridge, he tapped the fridge door. The compressor S-shot. 200 at most. Ethan Brooks nodded. All right, give me a total. The shop owner tapped away at his calculator. 8 pots, 12 bowls, the blue and white plates, the fridge. That comes to 2,903. Holy shit. Last night I spent 1,200 collecting scrap, sold it to the scrap yard for 370, and now I'm making 2,900 here. A net profit of 2,000. I'm raking it in. I'm raking it in. Why the hell should I even go to work anymore? I'm just going to collect scrap. Wake up, guy upstairs. The streamer just got lucky. He stumbled upon a restaurant closing down and clearing out its inventory. Do you think that happens every day? So collecting scrap is that profitable, huh? Chapter 36. The streamer becomes a cautionary tale. Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat, smiled, and said nothing. Collect the payment and leave. He didn't leave the flea market right away. Instead, he pushed his cart and strolled around leisurely. People came and went, and the sounds of haggling rose and fell all around him. Ethan Brooks habitually activated golden eyes and scanned the area. Many shops had valuable items tucked away in the back, with blue halos occasionally flashing. But those belonged to others. He had no interest in them. As he passed the entrance to a shop specializing in books, Ethan Brooks stopped in his tracks. The shop wasn't large. A few cardboard boxes were stacked at the entrance, filled with old books. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment, then stepped inside. Sir, do you have any books on porcelain appraisal? The owner, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, was organizing the bookshelves and looked up when he heard the question. Porcelain? That row over there on the left. We have everything from beginner-s guides to advanced texts. Ethan Brooks walked over and picked out 3 books. History of Chinese Ceramics, Appraising Ming and Qing Porcelain, and Introduction to Blue and White Porcelain. The total came to 37 yuan. He put the books in the back of his truck and spoke to the camera. Guys, I used to focus more on ancient coins. Porcelain is just a beginner-s topic for me. So I bought a few books to dive deeper into it. Is the streamer switching to antiques now? 666. ISNT scrap collecting enough to keep you busy? The streamer-s getting a big head thinking his good luck is his own skill. Already getting ready to break into the antiques business? That's a bold move. The streamer-s luck, that's not something you can learn, right? Ethan Brooks ignored the teasing comments in the chat. He hopped on his tricycle and rode out of the flea market. The bell on the handlebars jingled. Scrap collection. He paused for a moment, then added, scrap collection, antique hunting. A string of question marks instantly flooded the chat. Ha ha ha. Stop acting. Stop acting. Streamer, you've finally given yourself away. The scrap collector career in Career Challenge is officially being renamed Treasure Hunter. Collecting antiques? Come on, your stealing business from Mr. Dawson next door. Ethan Brooks smiled and was just about to turn into an alley. Hey, scrap collector. A woman's voice called out from behind him. Ethan Brooks hit the brakes and turned around. A woman in her 30s stood by the roadside, wearing loungewear with her hair casually tied back. She eyed Ethan Brooks from head to toe, then glanced at the back of his truck. You're a scrap collector, right? Yes. Follow me. The woman turned and walked away without waiting to see if Ethan Brooks was keeping up. Ethan Brooks pushed his cart and followed her. The woman lived in an old apartment building 5 stories high, with no elevator. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor. The door was open, and the place was a mess. A school uniform was tossed on the living room sofa, and uncleared dishes sat on the coffee table. As soon as she walked in, she started yelling. That little brat off playing video games first thing in the morning again. She pointed to 2 large cardboard boxes in the corner of the living room, then gestured toward a bookshelf against the wall. These, and everything in that bookshelf, get it all hauled out for me. Ethan Brooks walked over and took a look at the boxes. They were full of books. Most were online novels along with a few comic books. Of course, the majority were elementary and middle school textbooks, workbooks, and newspapers. The bookshelf was even more eclectic. Wuxia, fantasy, historical novels, engineering books, philosophy books, you name it. The woman kept nagging from the side. You little brat, The college entrance exams are just a few months away. He doesn't study properly, all he does is play video games or read novels all day. Every time I take away his phone, he just stays in his room flipping through these crappy books. This time, I'm definitely going to make him sell all these books. She grew angrier as she spoke, pointing at the bookshelf. And that good-for-nothing husband of mine. He's in his 30s. Yet he's just like his son, stuck with a novel in his hands all day long. He learned all this from his good-for-nothing dad. This woman has a really sharp tongue. What's wrong with reading novels? Is he eating your rice or something? Exactly. Reading novels is one of the cheapest forms of entertainment out there. Streamer, rip her off big time. It's making me so angry just watching this. Calm demeanor brings prosperity. This lady must have a terrible family life. Man, being a streamer is no easy job. Ethan Brooks didn't pick up on the comment. He crouched down and flipped through the books in the cardboard box. They were all run-of-the-mill novels sold as scrap paper. They wouldn't fetch much. He looked up at the woman. Ma'am, are you selling all these books? Sell them. The woman cut him off. Sell them all. Don't leave a single one behind. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment, then said as calmly as he could, some of the books on that bookshelf look pretty new. When your son comes home and finds the books gone, one what? The woman shouted even louder. I want him to know that if he doesn't study hard, all he'll be able to do in the future is read this junk. As she spoke, she eyed Ethan Brooks up and down. You're just a junk collector. Why are you talking so much? I sold these books precisely so my son won't end up like you, scouring the streets for junk. The live chat exploded instantly. Well, the host has become a cautionary tale, haha. Holy crap, this woman really has some nerve. Haha. She probably doesn't know that Brother Ethan is already a multimillionaire. Just like Brother Ethan? Brother Ethan bought a 3-story house in cash 3 days ago. This woman's living in a fantasy world. Her son will be lucky if he ends up even 1/10 as successful as Brother Ethan. Host, give her a piece of your mind. Don't do it. If the host snaps back, she'll just get more fired up. I know people like this all too well. Ethan Brooks scratched his nose. He didn't say a word. With a woman like this, the more you argue with her, the more she'll get fired up. Better to stay silent. All right. Ethan Brooks stood up. Just mark everything you want to sell, and I'll take it all. Only then was the woman satisfied. She picked up the feather duster and began sweeping across the bookshelf. These, and these. She swept through them quickly, not even looking at the titles, just their locations. Ethan Brooks began carrying the books. Stack by stack, he carried them down from the 3rd floor and stacked them in the truck bed. The books belonging to the woman's husband were also on the bookshelves. Mixed in with the rest, it was impossible to tell which ones were his and which were her son's. Ethan Brooks worked with great care. He went through every stack, scanning each one with golden eyes. Most were ordinary books worth just a few dollars. After several trips, the bookshelf was half empty. Just as Ethan Brooks was about to move the next stack, his hand suddenly paused. It was a set of old books. 3 volumes, bound in thread, their covers already yellowed. Tucked between several modern novels, they were rather inconspicuous. In the field of view of golden eyes, the set was emitting a faint blue halo. Title: Complete set of the Guangxu era engraved edition of Zhanghai County Gazetteer. Description: An official local gazetteer of Zhanghai Prefecture compiled during the Guangxu era, extremely rare, well-preserved, and of significant value as a local historical document. Market valuation: 80,000, 150,000. Can old books really be worth that much? Ethan Brooks was somewhat surprised. Ma'am, are you selling your husband's books too? I see quite a few old books here. Yes, I'm selling them, the woman replied without looking up. What's the matter? Are old books worthless? Are you trying to drive the price down? Let me tell you. Not this lady. Ethan Brooks smiled faintly and pointed to a random old book. I mean, this kind of old book has probably been in a collection for a long time. If you sell them, one to your husband. What do you mean, been in a collection for a long time? Upon hearing this, the woman rolled her eyes. Those are just junk he picked up from the nearby second-hand market. I sell a batch, and he buys another. It never ends. Are you buying them or not? If not, I'll just take them to the second-hand market myself. Ethan Brooks nodded. All right, I'll take them. Chapter 37. I'm a positive energy streamer. Ethan Brooks carried all the books downstairs to weigh them. Listen, Mariam, let us get this straight first. I'm a scrap dealer. These books and newspapers are all priced by weight as scrap paper. Scrap paper. The woman immediately objected upon hearing this. Young man, you're so young, why are you doing such unscrupulous things? The second-hand market is just 2 blocks away. Do you think I don't know the going rate? She pointed at the books in the truck bed. These books, if you take them to a used bookstall, they'll sell for at least 800 or 1,000. You're trying to pass these off as scrap paper? She grew angrier as she spoke, waving her hands and exclaiming, I'm not selling them. I'm not selling them. Take them out of here. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the live chat instantly shifted from discussing Ethan Brooks' bargain fine to a string of question marks. This is so ridiculous. I'm laughing out of sheer frustration. She actually has the nerve to scold others? Her husband and son are coming home today. She'll be lucky if they don't give her a good scolding. And she's still criticizing others. Unbelievable. Just goes to show, with so many people around, you really do see all kinds. I think this woman wants to sell it at second-hand prices, but doesn't want to carry it downstairs herself. Exactly. A classic case of treating the streamer like free labor. Streamer, don't let her get away with it. Just say no and make her carry it back upstairs. The chat was filled with indignant comments. Ethan Brooks glanced at them and smiled faintly. All right, second-hand price is fine. But it'll be a bit lower than the standard second-hand price. After all, I have to haul them and take them to sell. I can't do all this work for nothing. The woman stared at him for a few seconds. How much? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. These books, based on the second-hand market, are worth about 800 to 1,000. I'll give you 650. The woman frowned. That's too little. 700. 750. Ethan Brooks shook his head. 700 is the limit. Take it or leave it. If not, you can take them to the second-hand market yourself. The woman opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. 700 it is. Ethan Brooks scanned the QR code to pay. 700 yuan was transferred. The woman took the money and went upstairs without looking back. Ethan Brooks watched her retreating figure and said nothing. He got back on his tricycle and rode out of the old residential alley. The streamer's such a good guy, he gave her 700 even though she was so sharp-tongued. Damn. That move by the streamer, I've got a bad feeling about this. I know. Whenever the streamer takes a small loss, he's bound to make a huge profit next. Right? Last time with the autographed edition, and the time before that with the silver coin scheme, he got ripped off first, then made a killing. Actually, I'm more worried about what'll happen to this woman's husband and son. TSK. I can already picture a huge fight breaking out at that house tonight. What kind of fight are you talking about up there? Ethan Brooks glanced at the comment stream and smiled. This time he didn't rush to say he hadn't lost out, because his understanding of antiques was still largely limited to jade, porcelain, and ancient coins. He really hadn't expected an old book to be worth so much. Being valuable means it has worth. Plus, the book itself holds historical and cultural significance. A bold idea suddenly crossed Ethan Brooks' mind. That was to collect more old books. Rack up a ton of collection points. Just as he was figuring out where to go next, an elderly voice suddenly came from behind him. Young man, wait a minute. Ethan Brooks hit the brakes and turned around. An elderly woman with gray hair was standing by the roadside, accompanied by a boy of 7 or 8 who was looking down at his phone. Young man, you're a junk collector, right? I have some things at home. Could you take them off my hands? Ethan Brooks nodded. Sure. Lead the way. The old lady's home was in the building right next door, on the 3rd floor. Ethan Brooks followed her upstairs. The apartment wasn't very big, but it was fairly tidy. In the corner of the living room were stacks of flattened cardboard boxes, along with a few woven bags filled with sorted plastic bottles. These and that one. The elderly woman pointed toward the balcony. An old computer that's been sitting there for over a decade. You decide the price. Ethan Brooks walked over to take a look. It was indeed an old computer, a bulky CRT monitor with a dust-covered tower. He opened golden eyes and scanned it. Name: old desktop computer. Description: manufactured in 2005. Outdated specifications. No longer functional. Market valuation: 30-50 yuan. Run-of-the-mill stuff. He glanced again at the cardboard boxes and plastic bottles, all standard recyclables. I'll pay market price for the cardboard and plastic bottles, but the computer is just scrap metal. How about 30 yuan? The old lady nodded. Sure. Just give me whatever you think is fair. The transaction went smoothly. Ethan Brooks carried the items downstairs in batches and stacked them in the truck bed. When he went downstairs for the last time, however, he noticed a few books scattered next to the truck bed. The little boy was sitting in the truck bed, crossing his legs and flipping through a comic book. The pages were strewn all over the place. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. He hurried over and took a look thankfully. The set of valuable antique books was tucked at the very bottom of the truck bed, covered with a layer of cardboard. But the books on top were in complete disarray, with several lying on the ground. Little guy, who told you to go through these? Ethan Brooks frowned. The little boy didn't even look up, continuing to flip through his comic book. Why are you being so mean? You stinking junk collector. He jumped out of the truck bed, tossed the comic book on the ground, and scampered upstairs. The comments section exploded instantly. What a brat. Holy crap. That attitude who spoiled him like that? He is 7 or 8 years old, and already calling people a stinky junk collector. His upbringing is a cause for concern. Don't get mad, streamer. It's not worth getting worked up over a kid. What a brat. An elderly woman happened to be coming down the stairs and saw the scene, looking a bit embarrassed. Yo yeah. What has gotten into you? She called out toward the stairs, but the little boy was already gone. The elderly lady sighed and bent down to help Ethan Brooks pick up the books from the ground. Young man. I'm so sorry his parents are divorced, and his mom is always so busy with work. It's just me, an old woman, taking care of him day to day. I just can't keep him in line. She sighed as she gathered up the books. He's young and doesn't he know any better. Don't take it to heart. Sigh. The old lady is really nice, but that grandson of hers. Grandparents are closer to their grandchildren. It's normal to have trouble keeping him in line. I feel bad for the old lady having to take care of such a handful at her age. 7 or 8 isn't that young. He should know better by now. Ethan Brooks took the books the old lady handed him and shook his head. It's okay, ma'am. He rearranged the books and weighed them. At the register, the old lady slipped him an extra 10 yuan as an apology. Ethan Brooks refused to take it. Ma'am, that's not necessary. The old lady thanked him repeatedly and went upstairs. Ethan Brooks was just about to start the tricycle when suddenly, clatter, 2 books slid off the edge of the cargo bed and fell to the ground. He bent down to pick them up. The cover bore the words in large print, Winter Vacation Homework, Grade 3. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment, then flipped it open to take a look. Only one page had been filled out, the rest was completely blank. The live chat instantly went wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Winter break homework. It's that little brat S. Only one page? This kid is doomed. That S genius stuck it in the recycling. When school starts, he'll just say his grandma sold it. Streamer, send it back. You have to send it back. Yeah, quick, see if there are any answers. If there are, tear them out before sending it back. Ha ha ha. You guys are so mean. Ethan Brooks couldn't help but laugh too. He flipped through it but didn't find any answers. Guys, this winter break homework is only 1 page long. Looks like the kid plans to catch up the week before school starts. He waved the homework booklet in his hand. As a positive streamer, I have to make sure this gets delivered. The streamer is such a good guy. Hurry up, hurry up. Why didn't I think of this trick when I was a kid? Remember to keep the camera rolling. Chapter 38. The streamer is so mean. Ethan Brooks grabbed the winter break homework and turned to head upstairs. 3rd floor. As soon as he reached the top of the stairs, he saw a woman in her 30s carrying groceries, pulling out her keys to unlock the door. The door opened a crack, and she was about to step inside. Wait a minute. Ethan Brooks waved his hands urgently. The woman turned around and looked at him in confusion. You're... Ethan Brooks held up the winter break homework. Ma'am. I might have mixed something up when I was collecting recyclables from your place earlier. This is the winter break homework. Could this be your child's? The woman paused for a moment, then took the homework. She flipped it open. Apart from the name, only 1 page had anything written on it. The rest was completely blank. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Ha 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 ha. That expression is priceless. Mom. Where's my knife? You little brat, you're done for. Quick, quick. Follow him and keep the camera on the little brat. The woman took a deep breath and pushed open the front door. In the living room, the little boy was sitting on the couch, still clutching his cell phone. When he saw the winter break homework in his mother's hand, his face went pale instantly. Mom, let me explain. The woman didn't say a word. She just stared at him. The little boy stood up, trembling, not knowing where to hide the phone in his hand. What's going on with your winter break homework? Mom, I accidentally dropped my winter break homework into the recycling bin. Accidentally? The woman's voice was very calm, unnervingly calm. It's over. It's over, the calm before the storm. That tone, I heard it once when I was a kid, and it nearly cost me my life. You little rascal. Better hope for the best. The woman turned her head toward Ethan Brooks and forced a smile. She paused for a moment, then turned back to face the little boy. The little boy bit his lip, kept his head down, and muttered something under his breath. Ethan Brooks nodded, saying nothing more. All right, I'll be going then. He turned and headed downstairs. Behind him, he heard the woman's hushed voice. Who Jija? Come here. The door closed. Ethan Brooks returned to his tricycle and started it up. The comment stream was still flooding the screen. Ha 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 ha. Looks like this little brat isn't getting away with it today. That smile on the mom's face, it creeps me out even through the screen. That felt good. I just love seeing a little brat look so defiant yet helpless. Nice move, streamer. Delivering back the winter break homework, what a noble deed. Ethan Brooks smiled, pedaled his tricycle, and rode out of the alley. Guys, seeing me handle this kid like this reminds me of myself back in the day. Back then, I really didn't want to do my winter break homework either. Now that I'm all grown up, I've got to make up for my past self. Let the little kid do his homework properly. Haha, the streamer is so mischievous. I just love it when the streamer acts like a kid. Streamer, the Lunar New Year is coming up. Will you be streaming during the holiday? Today's stream was totally worth it. I love watching you teach that little rascal a lesson. Lunar New Year? Ethan Brooks saw the comments and was momentarily at a loss. He wasn't from Riversea City, and he was an orphan. On New Year's time, when people are supposed to return to their hometowns, he didn't really have anywhere to go. Sure, guys. I plan to stream and celebrate the new year with you all. As for where I'm going next, I just moved. There is a big study on the second floor. It's completely empty. I'm planning to head to the flea market first to sell off these reference books in my car. While I'm at it, I'll pick up some books on antiques and porcelain to fill up the bookshelves. That way I can learn more and have a better chance of finding bargains in the future. Way to go, streamer. You're learning until the day you die. Love it. Love it. Streamer, learn as much as you can. Go live from the Antique Street on New Year's Eve. It'll definitely be more exciting than watching the Spring Festival Gala. No wonder he is able to snag such bargains. There is a reason for it. Exactly. Host, go live from the Antique Street on New Year's Eve. Live from the Antique Street? Ethan Brooks looked at the chat and felt a twinge of interest. Maybe that really could work. He rode his bike to the flea market. It was even livelier than it had been that morning, with people coming and going and the sounds of haggling rising and falling all around. Just as he was about to step inside, clang! A sharp clang rang out from nearby. It was immediately followed by the sound of an argument. Ethan Brooks looked in the direction of the noise. A crowd had gathered up ahead, at least 20 or 30 people, packed in tight in 3 or 4 layers. Pay up. 800. Not a penny less. Bullshit. That crappy bottle of yours is a fake and you have the nerve to ask for 800. Fake? I've been selling porcelain on this street for 5 years. Ask anyone who doesn't know oldly. Ethan Brooks squeezed his way into the crowd. It was a shop that bought used kitchenware. Several shelves were set up at the entrance, piled high with all sorts of jars and bottles, vases, porcelain bowls, teapots, you name it. It was much like the shop where he sold pots, bowls, and pans that morning. The ground in front of the shop was littered with shards of broken porcelain. A heavy-set owner in an apron was grabbing a middle-aged man by the collar, red-faced and fuming. A few other people were standing nearby, presumably acquaintances of the owner, taking sides in the argument. You broke my vase, and you just think you can walk away? I told you, you didn't catch it properly. The middle-aged man was also losing his temper. I picked it up to look at it and asked how much it cost. You reached out to take it, but you didn't catch it. Bullshit. You didn't hold it steady. The two stuck to their respective stories, arguing fiercely. The onlookers chimed in from all sides. I saw it, it was that guy who didn't hold it steady. No. The shop owner bumped into it when he reached out. Who knows? Either way, the vase shattered. Ethan Brooks wasn't interested at first. Disputes like this happened countless times every day. But just as he was about to walk away, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of that shop. And he remembered. Earlier that morning, when he first arrived at the flea market, he scanned the street with golden eyes. He remembered this shop. On the back shelf, there was a purple-hued item.
A purple aura.
That was definitely worth over $1 million. With that thought, Ethan Brooks stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, the portly shop owner was still shouting. I'm telling you, this vase is a genuine Republican-era piece. 800 is already a friend's price. Republican-era? The middle-aged man sneered. You're displaying a genuine Republican-era piece in a second-hand kitchenware shop? Why don't you just donate it to an antique shop? I'll display it wherever I want. Fine. So you're claiming it's from the Republican era? The middle-aged man suddenly picked up a shard of broken porcelain from the floor. Here. Tell me, what are the characteristics of Republican-era porcelain? The portly shop owner paused for a moment. I've been selling porcelain for 5 years. Do I really need you to tell me? Then go ahead and tell me. The middle-aged man pointed to the broken edge of the porcelain shard. Look at this body, it's grayish and dull, with obvious signs of modern machine processing. He then pointed to the glaze. Look at this glaze, it's too shiny, with too much fire. Republican-era porcelain has undergone natural oxidation over 70 or 80 years, it simply wouldn't have this kind of sheen. He got more and more into it as he spoke. And look at this base design, the font should be. He rattled off a long list in one breath. The onlookers listened, completely dumbfounded. The portly shop owner's face turned ashen. You don't know anything. I don't know anything? The middle-aged man sneered. I've specifically studied the history of modern and contemporary ceramics. This vase of yours is, at best, a replica from the 90s. It's not even worth 100 yuan. You think you can pull the wool over my eyes? Dream on. Holy crap. What a twist. This guy actually seems to know his stuff. No wonder he dared to smash the vase, he really knows his stuff. The shop owner's hit a brick wall. The portly shop owner's expression kept changing. He gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, I don't know anything? I'm pulling your leg. He looked around and pointed at his shop. In this second-hand market, there's no one who knows more about porcelain than I do. Everyone here today can give it a try. If you can point to any vase in my shop and explain its history well enough to convince me, you can take it home for 100 yuan right now. If you can't explain it, or if your explanation isn't as accurate as mine, then you'll leave 100 yuan here. Chapter 39. Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln Blue Glazed Animal Ear Vase. As soon as the shop owner finished speaking, a stir went through the crowd. Whoa! The owner's getting desperate. Is he taking a gamble here? 100 yuan to bet on whether the vase is antique. This feels like another scam. No. For someone with a keen eye, this isn't a gamble, it's a steal. Streamer, it's your move. Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat comments, smiled, and said nothing. Standing among the crowd, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The shelves in the shop were mostly filled with pieces with white or green glazes worthless. As for the 2 shattered porcelain vases on the floor, they weren't from the Republican era, as the shop owner had claimed. Rather, they dated back to the War of Resistance. It's not off by more than a few years. But with craftsmanship like this, a true expert should be able to tell. Ethan Brooks had just acquired knowledge about porcelain through a system reward. Now, in his eyes, he saw more than just the information displayed by golden eyes. He also made judgments based on his newfound knowledge. He glanced around at the crowd. As soon as the shop owner finished speaking, someone immediately stepped forward. Ethan Brooks' mind raced. He decided to see what was going on. The first person was a middle-aged woman who picked up a small blue and white bowl. This is blue and white, right? It looks pretty old. From the Qing dynasty? The portly shop owner shook his head. This is a modern imitation of the Kangxi period. The glaze is wrong, and the mark on the bottom is wrong too. It's only good as a vase. The middle-aged woman pulled out a 100 yuan bill, set the bowl down, and walked away dejectedly. The second person was a young man who picked up a pink and white porcelain vase. This should be from the Qing dynasty, but the craftsmanship is probably from a folk kiln. As for the specific period Guangxu, the portly shop owner took a look and nodded. A Guangxu-era folk kiln piece run-of-the-mill, worth 300 to 500. You're right. The young man was taken aback for a moment, then lit up with joy. So I'll take it for 100? The portly shop owner nodded. Take it. The young man handed over 100, hugged the vase, and walked away beaming. The onlookers were intrigued. A few more people stepped forward to try their luck. Some guessed correctly, others were wrong. Those who guessed correctly walked away with 100 yuan. Those who guessed wrong paid 100 yuan and walked away empty-handed. The owneress really serious about this. A few people guessed right and actually walked away with the money. But there were also several who paid 100 yuan. This owner really knows his stuff. He can tell the difference at a glance. No kidding, it's stuff the owner collected himself, so of course he knows. Ethan Brooks stood in the crowd, observing for a while. He noticed a pattern. The items the owner allowed people to take were all ordinary goods worth around 100 or 200. The ones he stopped people from taking were the truly valuable items. But he was clever about it. He didn't say, "This is fake," but rather, "You're wrong." As long as the other person made even the slightest mistake, he'd win. It was really just a game of wielding the final say. In those few short minutes, although someone had walked away with a few bottles for 100 yuan, more people had wasted 100 yuan for nothing. All told, he'd already made a net profit of 900 yuan. Interesting. I'll give it a try. Ethan Brooks smiled. He squeezed through the crowd and walked up to the shelves. He didn't go for the bottle with the purple halo at the very back. Instead, he casually picked up a small blue and white porcelain plate displayed on the outer shelf. Golden eyes scanned it. Name: Republican-era Kangxi-style blue and white plate. Description: reproduced by a folk kiln during the Republican-era. Craftsmanship is decent, has some collectible value. Market valuation: 801,200. This small plate was worth around 1,000. But at first glance, it looked no different from those ordinary items priced at 100 or 2. The portly shop owner glanced at him. "Young man, want to give it a try?" Ethan Brooks nodded. "Tell me about this plate." Ethan Brooks turned the plate over and examined the mark on the bottom. "Made during the Kangxi reign of the Great Ming?" He smiled. "There's no such mark from the Kangxi era." The portly shop owner paused in surprise. Ethan Brooks continued. "Official kiln porcelain from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty typically bears a 6-character mark in regular script reading made during the Kangxi reign of the Great Qing, or a 4-character mark reading imperially commissioned by Kangxi. This mark, made during the Kangxi reign of the Great Ming, is a common error found on imitations from private kilns during the Republican era." He turned the plate back over and pointed to the color of the blue and white pattern. Republican-era imitations of Kangxi blue and white porcelain use chemical cobalt pigment, resulting in a grayish-blue hue that lacks authenticity. Authentic Kangxi blue and white porcelain from our dynasty uses pigments from Zhejiang, resulting in a vivid, emerald blue hue with distinct layers. He paused for a moment, then pointed to the body of the plate. The body is a bit loose and not fine-grained enough. This is also a characteristic of Republican-era porcelain. So, this is a Republican-era imitation Kangxi blue and white plate. Market price: 800 to 1,200. After he finished speaking, he looked at the portly shop owner. "Sir, am I right?" The portly shop owner opened his mouth but couldn't get a word out for a long time. The crowd of onlookers fell silent. Holy crap, is the streamer cheating? That analysis is so professional. What were that old lady and the young guy even talking about? This guy really knows his stuff. The shop owner is speechless. The portly shop owner stared at Ethan Brooks for several seconds. He wanted to argue, but Ethan Brooks really knew his stuff. He completely won over everyone around him. The shop owner didn't even know how to respond. "Young man, I wouldn't have guessed." The portly shop owner chuckled dryly. "So young, yet you have such a keen eye." His eyes darted about, and he suddenly turned around, pulling a bottle from the very back of the shelf. It was a beast-eared bottle. Its design was rustic, with a bluish-gray glaze, and the body was covered in fine, dense craquelure. It was precisely the purple glow bottle Ethan Brooks had seen earlier. The portly shop owner placed the bottle on the counter. "Since you know so much, why don't you take a look at this one?" He paused. "I actually took this piece on Antiques Roadshow. If you can identify it, you can take it. If you can't identify it, Or if you're wrong, you'll have to leave that plate behind and pay another 100. Ethan Brooks glanced at it. Golden Eyes information appeared. Name: Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln Celadone Glazed Animal Ear Vase. Description: a typical piece from the Imperial Kilns of the Southern Song Dynasty's Bureau of Palace Repairs. The glaze is rich and lustrous. With natural craquelure, it was used as ceremonial porcelain for the imperial court. Extremely rare and highly prized. Market valuation: 6,800,000 7,500,000. 6,800,000 to 7,500,000. Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained expressionless. Something this valuable just sitting on a shelf like that? He quickly scanned his surroundings. Most of the other vases on the shelf were ordinary pieces. This animal ear vase was tucked away among them, covered in dust, and looked completely unremarkable. Ethan Brooks understood immediately. The owner had no idea of its true value. He must have mistaken it for something else. Ethan Brooks crouched down to examine it closely. Fortunately, he was now an expert-level porcelain appraiser. Soon, he understood what was going on. Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln porcelain, with its lustrous glaze and natural crackle pattern, has always been a top-tier treasure in the collecting world. During the Qing dynasty, the Yongzheng and Qianlong emperors were particularly fond of Song-style imitations. Especially during the Yongzheng period, the craftsmanship of imitation imperial kiln porcelain reached its peak, with some replicas being almost indistinguishable from the originals. The shop owner must have mistaken this vase for a Yongzheng-era imitation imperial kiln piece. Ethan Brooks's mind raced as he figured out what had happened. He stood up and looked at the portly shop owner. "Sir, this vase." Chapter 40, Romance of the Three Kingdoms picture books. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. Both the Kangxi and Yongzheng emperors commissioned imitations of Song Dynasty imperial kiln porcelain. He wasn't sure which dynasty the shop owner had misidentified when he had the piece appraised. Now he had no choice but to take a gamble. It must be a Yongzheng-era imitation of a Song imperial kiln piece, right? The portly shop owner's eyes lit up. "What do you mean?" Seeing this reaction, Ethan Brooks knew he had it in the bag. He pointed to the glaze on the vase. The glaze of a Song imperial kiln piece is an opaque gray-blue, as lustrous as jade. At first glance, the glaze on this vase looks very similar, but upon closer inspection, the luster is slightly brighter. He then pointed to the crackle pattern. The crackle on Song Dynasty imperial kiln wears natural and fluid, with patterns of varying depths. The crackle on this vase is a bit more uniform, with distinct golden and iron-colored lines. This is a typical characteristic of Yongzheng-era imitations of imperial kiln ware. Although Yongzheng-era imitations of the imperial kilns are also fine pieces, they are, after all, replicas. Market value: probably between 500 and 1,000. Upon hearing this, the portly shop owner's face betrayed his astonishment. "That's high." He gave a thumbs up. "Young man, I'm truly impressed by your eye for these things. Most people would actually mistake it for a genuine Song Dynasty imperial kiln animal ear vase." The shop owner sighed and, looking reluctant, handed the vase to Ethan Brooks. "All right, take it." Ethan Brooks took the vase. The portly shop owner leaned in, lowered his voice, and whispered in his ear, "Kid, take it and get out of here quickly. Don't interfere with my business. Oh, and you've got to spend another 100 on one of my porcelain vase gift boxes." After saying that, the shop owner changed the subject. "Man, you really cleaned me out today. Is your place far from here? 2 vases are a pain to carry, right? Here." The shop owner turned around and grabbed 2 gift boxes from under the shelf. "You can take these 2 boxes for 100. Damn, this shop owner is really shrewd. Selling those crappy boxes for 100? That's a total rip-off. The owner must be from the Jiangsu Zhejiang area. He really knows how to do business. Impressive. Just like a live streamer, the shop owner makes sure every deal turns a profit. All right, I rode my electric tricycle here. Without these boxes, it really wouldn't be safe." As Ethan Brooks spoke, he scanned a total of 200 yuan to the shop owner, including the initial appraisal fee. He then packed up the 2 bottles and turned to leave. Behind him, the portly shop owner's booming voice rang out again. "Did you see that? He really knows his stuff. He can flip those for over 1,000 yuan with just 200. Anyone else want to do the same? I'll keep dealing with you guys today. But this time, the price goes up. 200 per go." Ethan Brooks shook his head. This shop owner really knew how to market and make money. But, compared to the shop owner, he was making even more. The streamer got it. He really knows his porcelain. Just how much is that vase worth? Anyway? 500 to 1,000? Something doesn't feel right to me. The streamer said 500 to 1,000. And the shop owner's expression looked like he was being skinned alive. No kidding, he just lost 100 to the streamer. How could he be happy? No, the streamer definitely putting on a show. That vase is worth way more than that. The guy above is crazy. Snagging a small bargain is already a huge win. There's no way the host could scored a major one. Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat and smiled. Guys, I only know a little bit about porcelain. This time, it was mostly just good luck I ran into someone I knew. As for these two vases, I'm not short on cash right now, so they make perfect decorations for my study. Ethan Brooks didn't say much more. That beast ear vase, believed to be a Yongjing-era replica but actually from a Song Dynasty imperial kiln, was carefully placed at the very back of the tricycle's cargo bed. He keep this hidden gem to let people discover it little by little. Pushing the tricycle, Ethan Brooks made his way through the crowd. Not far ahead was a used bookstore. A sign hung above the entrance, Old Chin's Used Bookstore. Ethan Brooks parked his cart and pushed open the door. The store was in large bookshelves lined all four walls, stretching from floor to ceiling. In the center stood a few low cabinets displaying some thread-bound books and old magazines. A young man in his early 20s was sitting behind the counter, talking on his cell phone. Welcome, newcomer. Yeah, I'm the one who runs this used bookstore. Every day, I just organize the books, chat with fellow book lovers, sell books when they're business, and when they're ISNT, we browse through old books together. This job is really great. I'd love to do this for the rest of my life. As he spoke, the young man looked up and saw Ethan Brooks walk in. Hey, we've got a customer. Guys, hold on a sec. He put down his phone and stood up. Sir, what kind of books are you looking for? Ethan Brooks was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a small camera pinned to the young man's chest. It was exactly the same as the one the production crew had issued. Ethan Brooks froze for a moment. The young man also noticed the camera on Ethan Brooks' chest. Hey, man, are you streaming the contestants too? Ethan Brooks nodded. The young man chuckled. Haha, what a coincidence. I'm on Career Challenge too. He pointed to his own camera. I'm number 163, and my job is a bookstore clerk. What about you? Ethan Brooks smiled. Contestant number 62, scrap collector. Scrap collector? The young man eyed him up and down. Well, that job sounds pretty tough. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. How's the viewership in your stream? I'm consistently at 1,000 right now, and sometimes I hit 1,500. Ethan Brooks laughed it off.
So.
The chat exploded with laughter instantly. Ha 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 ha. So. Host, you call a 20,000 viewer stream so? That's hilarious. If this guy knew brother Ethan's viewership, he'd probably pass out right there. The other guy, I've got 1,000 viewers, how about you? Brother Ethan, 20,000, just so. Brother Ethan, you're too mean. To be honest, that guy's job sounds pretty cushy, a used bookstore clerk. Perfect for a comfortable retirement. Without giving it much thought, the young man enthusiastically greeted Ethan Brooks. What kind of books are you looking for? We've got a pretty wide selection here. Ethan Brooks glanced at the bookshelves. I'd like to buy some old books, antiques, and some ancient texts from a bygone era. Do you have any? The young man's eyes lit up. Yes. I just got a shipment in recently. He walked over to the corner and pointed to stacks of old books piled on the floor. They're all over there. 15 yuan and 8 jeans. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. Per jean. The young man nodded. Yeah, we sell them by the jean. They're old books, nobody really reads them anymore, so they don't fetch much. We weighed them by the jean when we bought them, so we sell them by the jean too. Selling books by the jean? I'm speechless. Ha ha ha. I bet this is the first time the host has heard of this. Some old books are actually sold by the jean, especially the ones with little collectible value. I've been to places like that, a few yuan per jean. Pick whatever you want. Selling books by the jean, first time I've heard of it, +1. Ethan Brooks was truly baffled. He'd always assumed books were sold one by one. But here, they're sold by the jean? So are ancient texts sold by the Jade too? The young man scratched his head. It depends. The really old ones in good condition get set aside to sell individually. The ordinary ones are sold by the Jade. He pointed at the pile of books. I just picked up this batch. I haven't had time to sort through it yet. Flip through them yourself if you find any you like. We'll charge you by the Jade. Ethan Brooks nodded and walked over to the pile of books. He activated his golden eyes. His gaze swept over them. Most were ordinary books worth anywhere from a few to several dozen yuan. But there were a few that emitted a faint blue aura. Ethan Brooks began flipping through them casually. But soon, his pupils contracted sharply. It was a small book, about the size of a palm, with a cover depicting a martial general holding a long spear, looking imposing and majestic. Four large characters were printed on the cover, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Ethan Brooks flipped it open to take a look. It was a comic book version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The book looked brand new, but it was printed a very long time ago, of course. More importantly, though, was the glow emanating from the book. It was actually purple. Chapter 41. A failed online novelist sells a book. Ethan Brooks instinctively activated golden eyes. Title: Original 1957 Shanghai People's Fine Arts Publishing House Romance of the Three Kingdoms comic book. Description: First edition, first printing from 1957, complete set of 60 volumes, extremely rare. This volume is number 15, long slope, in excellent condition and of great collectible value. Market valuation: 8,000, 10,000. Huh, only around 10,000? Ethan Brooks was a bit puzzled. It was clearly a purple glow edition. How could it be worth only 10,000? 60 volumes. Does a purple glow edition require the complete set? A thought struck Ethan Brooks. He began rummaging through the pile. 1, 2, 3. Amid the stack of old books, he gradually found over a dozen more volumes of Romance of the Three Kingdoms picture books. They were all from the same edition and the same batch. There was The Oath of the Peach Garden, Tiger Prison Pass, and Phoenix Pavilion. Each one had a purple aura, with estimated values ranging from 8,000 to 10,000. Ethan Brooks counted them. 30 copies in total. 30 copies, that adds up to just under 300,000. But that still doesn't match the purple light. Based on his experience, a purple aura should be worth at least $1 million. Unable to figure it out for the moment, Ethan Brooks decided not to dwell on it. He stood up and looked at the young man. Bro, I'll take all these books. He pointed to the pile he set aside. As long as they're old books excluding workbooks and textbooks, I'll take everything. The young man's eyes lit up. All of them? Yeah, all of them. The young man immediately ran over, glanced at the pile of books, then looked back at Ethan Brooks. Man, are you trying to clean out my whole store? Ethan Brooks smiled. I just moved. My study is empty. I'll buy a bunch of books to fill it up. The young man didn't think twice and happily began weighing the books. These come to a total of... He placed them on the scale and did the math. 43 Jin and 8 Liang. At 15 yuan and 81 fen per Jin, that comes to... He pulled out his phone and tapped away. 693. Ethan Brooks nodded. All right. He scanned the QR code and paid. 693 was credited to his account. The young man took the money, unable to hide the smile on his face. Man, this deal was totally worth it. I'll get an extra few dozen in commission today. Ethan Brooks loaded the books into the truck bed in stacks. Before leaving, he asked offhandedly, by the way, buddy, I noticed you had the Romance of the Three Kingdoms comic book series here earlier. It's supposed to be a complete set, right? Why are there only 30 volumes? The young man scratched his head. That's a good question. You've really come to the right person. These books were sold by a good friend of mine. He was my college roommate, a local from Riversea City. The young man sighed. His family used to be pretty well off. A few years back, his dad ran into trouble with his business and lost a lot of money. Then his mom got cancer and didn't make it. His dad couldn't handle the blow and passed away too. He's the only one left. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. The young man continued. He used to be pretty normal, but later, maybe because the blow was too much, he started acting a bit out of it. A few years ago, he got hooked on antiques and got scammed, losing a lot of money. For the past couple of years, he has been too broke to collect antiques, so he started writing web novels, saying he wanted to be an author. The young man gave a wry smile. He has been writing for 2 years and signed up for all kinds of workshops, but he is still flopping. These books were his dad's old collection. As for why he is selling them, he says he has read too much traditional literature, and it's getting in the way of his web novel writing. He is selling them to buy a new batch of web novels so he can keep studying at home. Ethan Brooks fell silent. The young man pointed at the pile of books. Those Romance of the Three Kingdoms picture books you mentioned, he must have left them behind when he was cleaning up last time. Man, this guy has got it rough. His family has fallen on hard times, he got scammed by antiques, and his web novel flopped too. It's just sad to hear. Yeah, let us give him some support. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. Bro, could you ask him something for me? Is he still selling the remaining 30 volumes? I really like them. I'd be willing to pay a bit more. The young man nodded. Sure, I'll give him a call. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number. After a brief conversation, he hung up. He agreed. He said he still has 30 copies left. If you want them, you can go over there right now. Ethan Brooks exchanged contact information and got the address. Thanks, man. He rode off on his bike. The address wasn't too far, it was in an old residential complex nearby. Ethan Brooks found the building by the house number, went up the stairs and knocked on the door. The door opened. A man in his late 20s stood in the doorway. His hair was a mess. He wore a sweatshirt washed to a pale white, and the skin under his eyes was slightly blue, a clear sign of too many late nights. The room was dimly lit and cluttered with books and odds and ends. Man, this place looks pretty run down. But his eyes are still pretty bright. He doesn't seem like the type who has given up completely. For online novelists, pulling all-nighters is the norm. That's rough. The man glanced at Ethan Brooks. Come on in. Ethan Brooks followed him inside. In the corner of the living room stood a large cardboard box, neatly stacked with 30 copies of Romance of the Three Kingdoms picture books. The man pointed at the box. These are the ones you wanted. How much are you paying? Ethan Brooks walked over and flipped through them. They were all the same edition and in excellent condition. He looked at the man. How much are you selling them for? The man smiled. Buddy, you're new to the antique business, aren't you? Ethan Brooks was taken aback. The man continued. There are rules in this business. If you're the one who brings up buying, you have to make the first offer. If I'm the one who brings up selling, then I make the first offer. He pointed at the cardboard box. You're the one who came looking for these, so you make the offer. Whoa, this guy really knows his stuff. Didn't they say he got hooked on antiques and got scammed? Looks like he really did love them at one point. He knows the rules, but he has been taken advantage of before. What a shame. Ethan Brooks nodded. 100 per volume. 3,000 for 30 volumes. The man shot him a dismissive glance. Get lost. He waved his hand and turned to go back inside. Ethan Brooks didn't budge. The man turned back to look at him. Dude, you think I don't know what I'm talking about? This is the first edition, first printing of Romance of the Three Kingdoms picture books from Shanghai People's Fine Arts Publishing House in 1957. On the antiques market, a single volume in good condition can fetch around 8,000. He pointed at the cardboard box. I've got 30 volumes here. Even though they're not a complete set, they're still worth over 200,000. Holy shit, 8,000 for a single old book. Is it really that valuable? I don't buy it. I get that porcelain, jade, calligraphy and paintings are valuable, but why old books? But he sounded pretty knowledgeable. That doesn't add up. Didn't he sell a batch to a used bookstore before? Wasn't that sold by the pound? Ethan Brooks looked at the man and suddenly smiled. So you knew about it after all. He paused for a moment. Then that batch you sold to the used bookstore before, was that a test to see what I'd say? The man smiled too. You're pretty sharp. He pointed to the sofa, gesturing for Ethan Brooks to sit down. I did know the value of that batch of books. But with antiques, knowing their value is one thing. If you can't sell them, it's all for nothing. I went to several antique shops, but they either slashed the price or said the condition was too poor to accept them. So I figured, why not sell them to a used bookstore and let them sell them by the pound? What if I ran into a connoisseur who tracked me down? He looked at Ethan Brooks. Well, look, that's exactly what happened. Isn't it? Whoa, so that's how it was. This guy's got a sharp mind. Using a used bookstore as bait to reel in a connoisseur. With a mind like that, How could he not make money writing books? So it was a ploy all along. No wonder he sold half the batch and kept the other half. Quick, ask him his pen name. I want to check out what flops he has written. Chapter 42. I'll tip you when I have time. Ethan Brooks listened, then nodded. All right, I'm impressed by that scheme. He thought for a moment. 6,000 per volume. Since I'm taking all 30, give me a discount 5,000 each. That's 150,000. What do you think? The man was silent for a few seconds. Then he held out his hand. Deal. The two shook hands. Ethan Brooks scanned the QR code to pay. 150,000 was transferred. The man looked at the payment notification on his phone and let out a long sigh. Thanks, buddy. It's a little less than I expected. But whatever. He smiled. I'm on my own anyway. After paying taxes, it'll be enough to live on for a long time. Ethan Brooks looked at him and nodded. He asked casually, which platform do you write on? What's your pen name? The man scratched his head. Tomato platform. My pen name is Xiao Air Sucha. He gave a wry smile. I've been writing for 2 years, and I'm still a flop. A dozen or so followers a day, less than 300 a month. Tomato platform? I read books there too. Xiao Air Sucha, never heard of him. 300 a month after 2 years? You wouldn't even make that working full-time. He is a total flop. He seems like a pretty honest guy. Just for that, I'll check out his books. Come on. Let us team up and tip him. Ethan Brooks laughed too. Haha. Keep at it. I like reading on that platform too. I'll tip you when I have time. The man waved his hand. No need for tips, just give it a read when you have time. Ethan Brooks nodded and carried the cardboard box downstairs. He loaded the 30 comic books into the truck bed, placing them next to the previous 30. That made 60 in total. Complete set. Ethan Brooks looked at the stack of books and suddenly remembered something. He activated golden eyes and scanned them. This time he froze. Title: 1957 Shanghai People's Fine Arts Publishing House Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Comic book series, original complete set of 60 volumes. Description: First edition. First printing from 1957, complete set of 60 volumes in excellent condition. Volume 15, Long Slope, contains 3 pages of original hand-drawn manuscripts by the author, making it extremely rare. Market valuation: 1,500,000, 1,700,000, 1,500,000 to 1,700,000. The author's original manuscript? Ethan Brooks' pupils contracted. He quickly flipped open volume 15, Long Slope. Tucked between the pages were several sheets of yellowed rice paper. The characters, outlined with a brush, were vividly lifelike. Beside them were pencil annotations. This draft is usable. Golden eyes displayed the information. It really was the original author's manuscript. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath. He finally understood why the individual volumes had been purple but were only estimated at around 10,000. Because the true value lay hidden within these few pages of manuscript. The manuscript, the original author's illustrated manuscript. This was the real million-level treasure. Because for fans of this author, it held immense significance. Ethan Brooks recalled the man's tragic life story and suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy. But that's just how the antique business works. How much you earn, how many bargains you snag, it all comes down to your eye for the peace and luck. Still doing nothing at all. He felt a little guilty about that. With that thought in mind, Ethan Brooks tidied up the book and said goodbye to his live stream audience. Guys, we really scored a bargain with this set of books. But I really like them myself. So I'm not going to sell them, I'll just keep them for my collection. He paused for a moment. That guy from earlier has been writing online novels for 2 years, making less than 300 a month. But he's still hanging in there. If you have some free time, check out his books on the Tomato platform. His pen name is Xiao Air Sucha. He smiled. Let us just consider this a way to support someone who is still holding onto his dreams. That is so thoughtful of you, streamer. Alright, just for that, I'm downloading the Tomato app right now. Earning 300 a month after 2 years, and still sticking with it, that's really no easy feat. Let us go, guys. Send some free tips to Xiao Air Sucha. We gotta support this. Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat stream and smiled. He didn't say anything else. He hopped on his tricycle and left the residential complex. On the way, he stopped by a scrapyard. Cardboard boxes, plastic bottles, and an old clunky computer. He sold them all for a total of 230 yuan. After deducting today's cost of buying the books, he actually made a small profit. At 4 p.m., Ethan Brooks returned to Lotus Residential Complex. He parked his tricycle at the entrance to the courtyard and began carrying things into the house. He stacked the books in piles and carefully carried the 2 vases inside. He only made 2 trips when he heard footsteps outside the courtyard gate. Emily Foster was back. She was wearing an off-white coat today, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and she was carrying a shopping bag. "You're done for the day?" "Yeah." Ethan Brooks nodded. "Wasn't there a car show today?" "It was the last one before the new year. It ended at noon." Emily Foster glanced at the books piled high in the tricycle's cargo area. "So many books?" She walked over to help Ethan Brooks carry them. "What are these?" "Comic books." Emily Foster picked up a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and flipped through it. "An old edition. It's in pretty good condition." Ethan Brooks nodded. "Just pick them up, the whole set." The 2 of them carried the books into the house, 1 trip at a time. The study on the 2nd floor was almost set up, with several empty bookshelves lined against the wall. Ethan Brooks sorted the books by category and placed them on the shelves. Emily Foster helped him from the side, occasionally picking up a book that caught her interest and flipping through a couple of pages. "Your study is almost like a library." Meanwhile, Riversea City, a long-established restaurant. Several people were seated in a private dining room. Mr. Dawson from Bogujai, Mr. Hayes, the retired director of the Riversea City Museum, and an elderly man with graying hair and reading glasses. The 3 had just finished lunch and were sipping tea and chatting. "Mr. Hughes, take a look at this." Mr. Dawson pulled out his phone, opened a live stream, and handed it to the elderly man. "That's the guy. He really has a keen eye and great luck." Mr. Hughes took the phone and glanced at the screen. "Ethan Brooks? That young scrap collector?" "That's right." Mr. Dawson nodded. "A couple of days ago, he wasn't sure about that blue and white porcelain plate, so he brought it straight to me. Mr. Hayes happened to be there, so he took a look at it." Mr. Hayes added with a smile from the side. "That plate was from the Schwanda Imperial Kiln. He donated it to the museum without a second thought." "Oh." Mr. Hughes's interest was piqued. "He donated it?" "He did." Mr. Hayes nodded. "He took the 10 million reward, but left the plate behind. The exhibit label will simply read Ethan Brooks." Mr. Hughes smiled. "That young man is quite interesting." He looked down and continued watching the live stream. On the screen, Ethan Brooks was organizing his bookshelves. The camera panned across the bookshelves, the low cabinet, and the set of Romance of the Three Kingdoms comic books that had just been placed there. Suddenly, Mr. Hughes's gaze froze. He adjusted his reading glasses and leaned closer to the phone screen. "Kevin, rewind that shot from a moment ago." Mr. Dawson paused for a moment, took the phone, and swiped backward. "This one." Mr. Hughes stared at the screen. In the footage, next to the comic book series on the low cabinet, there were a few old books. Their covers were yellowed, they were bound with thread, and a few characters were faintly visible on the spines. Mr. Hughes narrowed his eyes. "Yang Hai." He was silent for a few seconds. Then he looked up at Mr. Dawson. "Kevin, do you have his contact information?" Mr. Dawson was taken aback. "Sure. What's up?" Mr. Hughes pointed at the phone. "That kid really does seem to have some luck." "You mean?" Mr. Dawson's eyes lit up. "He scored another bargain?" Mr. Hughes shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. I only caught a glimpse of it just now." He paused. "Those books, if they're genuine, it doesn't really matter whether they're valuable or not. But they be very useful for research on the history of Riversea City." Mr. Hayes leaned in as well. "What books?" Mr. Hughes looked at him. "The Zhonghai County Gazetteer. It looks like a woodblock print from the Guangxu era." Mr. Hayes paused in surprise. "The Guangxu Zhonghai County Gazetteer? It can't be that one, the extremely rare copy where only one copy in Zhonghai survived and half of it was burned. Can it?" "It is." Mr. Hughes nodded. "If that's real, this kid really is lucky." Mr. Dawson laughed. "Haha, I knew it. That kid really is lucky." He looked at Mr. Hughes and Mr. Hayes. "How about we just go straight to his place?" Mr. Hayes and Mr. Hughes exchanged glances. Mr. Hayes smiled. "Sure. We've got nothing planned for the afternoon anyway, let us go check it out. He just bought a house and moved in. Let us drop off a housewarming gift and take a look at that book while we're at it." Haha, sure. Chapter 43. The Tax Tribute Shipwreck. The three men got up and left the restaurant. As they walked, Mr. Dawson sent a message to Ethan Brooks. Ethan, are you home? I'm bringing two old friends over to visit and give you a housewarming gift. He sent the message. A few seconds later, Ethan Brooks replied, Yes, Mr. Dawson, just come on over. I've got the tea brewing and we'll be waiting for you. Mr. Dawson looked at his phone and smiled. That kid sure knows how to play the game. The three got into the car and drove toward the Lotus Residential Complex. Lotus Residential Complex, Ethan Brooks' home. Ethan Brooks put down his phone and looked at Emily Foster. Mr. Dawson is coming over. He's bringing two friends, too. Emily Foster was taken aback. Right now? Yeah. He said he's bringing a housewarming gift. Ethan Brooks glanced at the living room. They just moved in, and things were still piled up everywhere. Want to help tidy up a bit? Emily Foster nodded. The two of them sprang into action. They stacked the books neatly, put away the odds and ends, and wiped down the coffee table. Ethan Brooks put the kettle on and found the tea leaves. Just as they finished, the sound of a car engine could be heard outside the gate. Ethan Brooks pushed open the door and stepped outside. A black sedan was parked at the entrance. Mr. Dawson got out of the passenger seat, and the back door opened as Mr. Hayes and an unfamiliar silver-haired elderly man stepped out. Mr. Dawson! Mr. Hayes! Ethan Brooks hurried over to greet them. Mr. Dawson smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Ethan, let me introduce you. He turned sideways and pointed to the silver-haired elderly man. This is Mr. Hughes. He is a consultant at the Riversea City Institute of History and Culture, and he has spent his entire life researching the local history of Zhanghai. He is also a professor in the history department at your school. A professor? Upon hearing this, Ethan Brooks quickly took a close look at the elderly man, trying to place him. Soon it clicked.
Ah, Professor Ugas.
I know you. I even attended one of your open lectures. Mr. Hughes paused for a moment, then smiled. Oh? I was wondering why you looked so familiar. He looked Ethan Brooks up and down. So you're a student of mine at Zhanghai Jiaodong University. What was your major again? Computer science, Ethan Brooks replied with a smile. I'm a senior, only half a year left until graduation. Mr. Hughes nodded. Computer science is great. Computer science is great. Artificial intelligence is all the rage these days. As they chatted and laughed, Ethan Brooks ushered the three of them into the house. Mr. Dawson was carrying a gift box, which he placed on the coffee table as soon as he walked in. Ethan, we picked this up on our way over. It's a small token of our congratulations on your new home. Ethan Brooks quickly declined the gift. Mr. Dawson, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Hayes, you're too kind. You're just here to visit, no need to bring anything. Mr. Hayes said with a smile from the side. Just take it, it's nothing expensive. Ethan Brooks finally accepted it. They all took their seats. Emily Foster had already brewed the tea and brought it over after saying hello. She went back upstairs. Ethan Brooks poured tea for the three of them. After a few brief pleasantries, Mr. Dawson got straight to the point. Ethan, we're here not only to congratulate you on your new home, but also to discuss something else. He glanced at Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes spotted something interesting in your live stream. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. Then it dawned on him. Mr. Hughes specialized in the local history of Zhanghai. If something had caught his eye, there was likely only one copy in his possession. Is it a book, Professor? Ethan Brooks asked. I did come across some old books while collecting scrap today. Mr. Hughes nodded. That's right. It's a copy of the Zhanghai County Gazetteer, a woodblock print from the Guangxu era. He paused. I've seen it before at the archives, but those were all incomplete copies. I caught a glimpse of it in your live stream just now. It looked like a complete copy. Ethan Brooks realized what it was. I've acquired that book. It's up in my study. He stood up. You three follow me. I'll show it to you. The three of them followed Ethan Brooks upstairs. Although the study on the second floor wasn't quite organized yet, several bookshelves were already filled with books. Mr. Dawson glanced around, somewhat surprised. Ethan, you really have impressive follow-through. You just moved in yesterday, and you've already bought this many books on antiques today? Ethan Brooks smiled. I may be new to this business, but I feel like I've had pretty good luck so far. It seems like a good fit for me. So you plan to learn more. You can't rely on luck forever. Mr. Hayes nodded approvingly. That's right. Luck might get you by for a while, but not for a lifetime. The more you learn, the further you'll go. Ethan Brooks walked over to the bookshelf and pulled down the set of Zhanghai County Gazetteer. There were 6 volumes in total, bound with thread, their covers yellowed but in good condition. He handed them to Mr. Hughes with both hands. "Professor, please take a look and see if this is the set you're looking for." Mr. Hughes took them, put on his reading glasses, and carefully opened the first volume. He read very slowly. He scrutinized every page. The room fell silent, broken only by the rustling of the pages. It was only then that the live comment section reacted. "Holy crap, did the streamer just get hit with another request? Can you really find national treasures just by collecting used books? This is the first time I've realized old books can be worth this much. I regret it when I was a kid. My family had a whole set of old books, but my mom sold them as junk." "Who is this professor? He looks really professional." "An advisor at the Riversea City Institute of Literature and History, and a professor in the history department at Zhanghai Jiaotong University. That's impressive. The Streamer-S network is getting wider and wider." Mr. Hughes finished the first volume and moved on to the second. He kept turning the pages all the way to the 6th volume. He closed the book and let out a long sigh. "It's real." He looked at Ethan Brooks, his eyes brimming with excitement. "And, come to think of it, this is essentially a unique copy." Mr. Hayes paused for a moment. "A unique copy?" Mr. Hughes nodded. "Of the Guangxu-era woodblock prints of the Zhanghai County Gazetteer currently known in China. Only the collection at the National Library contains a relatively large number of volumes. But even that only has a little over 5 volumes. He patted the book in his hand. "But your set is complete. 6 volumes. Not a single page missing." Mr. Dawson took a deep breath. "So it's value." Mr. Hughes waved his hand. "Value is secondary. What matters is its significance for researching the history and culture of Riversea City." He opened volume 5 and pointed to a page. "Look here." Ethan Brooks leaned in to take a look. It was densely packed classical Chinese text, recording various place names and events. Mr. Hughes said, "This contains many details not found in the official historical records. For example, the transmission routes of the plague along the Yangtze and the sea during the Tongji era, and the specific losses from several floods during the Guangxu era." He paused. "And there's one even more important thing." Ethan Brooks listened and suddenly realized something. He looked at Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson gave him a nod, leaned in, and whispered, "Ethan, this book might contain some classified information. Turn off the live stream for now." Ethan Brooks froze for a moment. Then he caught on. He smiled at the camera. "Guys, we need to discuss something. See you later." With that, he ended the live stream. He went offline again, just when he was getting to the good part. "What kind of secret information is this? I'm dying to know." "It's definitely a major scoop. The Streamer-S about to make a fortune on the down low." The live stream ended. Ethan Brooks looked at Mr. Hughes. "Professor, please continue." Mr. Hughes nodded and opened volume 6. In this set of books, volume 6 has over a dozen pages more than the copy held by the National Library. These extra pages, aside from being of great value to local cultural research, also document a shipwreck. A shipwreck? Ethan Brooks was taken aback. "That's right," said Mr. Hughes. "A government vessel carrying tax tributes from back then." He paused. The previous fragmentary copy only mentioned that the ship had sunk and could not be salvaged, but it did not specify the exact location. However, in this complete set, not only does it provide the specific location of the shipwreck, but it also includes a map of the waters from that time. It's essentially a treasure map of immense value. Chapter 44. Can't keep it a secret anymore. Another 10 million in profits. "A treasure map?" Ethan Brooks repeated instinctively. Mr. Hughes nodded and turned to the last page. It was a hand-drawn map with simple lines but clear markings. Rivers, villages, and ferry crossings, everything was there. In the center of the map was a conspicuous red circle. Next to it, in small print, were the words, "Site of the sunken grain transport." According to records, this ship sank in the 3rd year of the Guangxu reign, Mr. Hughes said, pointing to the small print. At the time, the ship was carrying tax silver and tribute goods collected by the Zhanghai prefecture. He paused. It was a substantial amount. Ethan Brooks was stunned. So this book he stumbled upon was actually worth that much? A sunken ship carrying taxes and tribute? If it were salvaged, wouldn't that make him an overnight success? His heart began to pound. He quickly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Mr. Hughes, sensing his excitement, continued with a smile. According to the Treasure Hunter Act, a 50% tax is levied on shipwrecks, ancient tombs, and mineral deposits. Although the tax rate is high, it's well worth it. He patted the book in his hand. According to the records here, the tax silver alone amounts to hundreds of thousands of tales. And there are countless pieces of famous porcelain and ancient jade. If you can find and salvage them, you'll be able to open your own private museum, just like manhwa do. Mr. Dawson chimed in with a laugh from the side. Ethan, you really are incredibly lucky. Mr. Hayes nodded in agreement. In all my years working in museums, this is the first time I've seen someone stumble upon the coordinates of a sunken ship. As Ethan Brooks listened to their praise, his excitement gradually subsided. He gave a wry smile. Mr. Dawson, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Hayes. I'm just an ordinary guy. Even if I knew the location, I couldn't afford the salvage permit or the equipment. He spent plenty of time researching these matters whenever he had a spare moment over the past few days. He knew a thing or two about shipwreck salvage. Salvage permits were extremely difficult to obtain. More importantly, there was the issue of salvage equipment. Now that nearly every country was following Summerland's Treasure Hunter Act, there were countless people trying to salvage shipwrecks. It was very difficult to rent equipment and hire the necessary personnel. Plus, if the salvage operation takes place in an active shipping lane, you have to apply for a permit and pay fees to the Department of Transportation. If I did it on my own, I wouldn't make much profit after taxes. When it comes to this shipwreck, I'll have to rely on you older folks, Ethan Brooks said earnestly. I'm too young, I can't handle it. After hearing this, Mr. Hughes waved his hand with a smile. Kid, we didn't come here to split the profits with you. He paused for a moment. Don't worry. You found this information, so whatever's on the wreck is naturally yours. Mr. Hayes nodded in agreement from the side. That's right. We're all old men now, we've got more than enough money to last us a lifetime. He looked at Ethan Brooks. If you want to salvage it, we'll support you. Mr. Dawson quickly explained. Ethan, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Hughes are getting on in years these days. They just enjoy seeing things they've never seen before. If you want to salvage the ship, they'll definitely be able to help you with all the paperwork. Ethan Brooks was deeply moved by what he heard. He bowed solemnly to all three of them. Mr. Hughes waved his hand and glanced at the time. It's about time. Kid, if you want to salvage the shipwreck and run into any paperwork issues, just have Kevin get in touch with us old-timers. Ethan Brooks nodded. He looked at the book in Mr. Hughes's hand. Professor, please take this book back with you. I can't make sense of it, you'll need to study it further. Mr. Hughes smiled. No need to go to all that trouble. He placed the book back on the shelf. I took a look just now. The contents of Volume 6 are pretty much what we expected. No need to study it further. He patted the bookshelf. You've got a nice study here. Buy some more old books, and someday you can apply for a private museum license and put on your own exhibition. Ethan Brooks's interest was piqued. Private museum? That might actually work. Just as he was thinking this, Mr. Hughes had already turned to leave. Ethan Brooks hurried after him. Please wait a moment, everyone. Let me see you out. He pulled out his phone and restarted the live stream. The stream is live. Host, you're finally back. What were you guys talking about just now? Tell us. Tell us. I'm dying to know what's this secret info? Ethan Brooks smiled at the camera. Guys, we were just talking about some personal stuff. Now I'm seeing these elders out. Just as they reached the staircase, Mr. Hayes suddenly stopped in his tracks. Huh! He turned around and looked at the bookshelf beside the study. There were two bottles sitting there. One was a small blue and white porcelain plate that Ethan Brooks had picked up earlier at the flea market for 100 yuan. The other was that animal-eared vase. Mr. Hayes hurried back and leaned in for a closer look. Ethan, where did you get that vase? Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. This one? I went to the flea market today and had a bidding war with another buyer. I snagged it for 100 yuan. Mr. Dawson chuckled from the side. That's right, Mr. Hayes. I watched his live stream today. Ethan's quite knowledgeable about ancient coins, and he has been reading books on porcelain lately. He actually makes some good points. Mr. Hayes didn't respond. He put on his reading glasses, picked up the vase, and held it up to the light to examine it closely. He looked at it for a full 2 minutes. Then he smiled. Kevin, he said, turning to Mr. Dawson. Both you and Ethan were wrong this time. Mr. Dawson was taken aback. Mr. Hayes, what do you mean? Mr. Hayes pointed to the glaze on the bottle. This isn't a Yongzheng imitation. The comment section instantly exploded. Ha 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 ha. Good news right at the start of the stream. Looks like the streamer's about to take a loss. If it's not a Song Dynasty replica, then it must be a modern artwork. $100 for a modern craft piece, not a bad loss. That's satisfying finally seeing the streamer lose once. Mr. Dawson looked a bit embarrassed. Mr. Hayes, are you saying this is a modern replica? He leaned in for a closer look. That can't be right. The body and glaze look spot on to me. Mr. Hayes shook his head and said with a smile. When did I say it was a modern replica? He paused for a moment. This is genuine ancient porcelain. A Song Dynasty imperial kiln piece, the so-and-so type. He looked at Ethan Brooks. Although the condition isn't perfect, if it went to auction, it would fetch at least 10 million. The room fell silent for a second. Mr. Dawson was stunned. Mr. Hughes was stunned. Ethan Brooks was stunned. The live chat exploded. 10 million? What did I just say? That the streamer was going to lose money? I was wrong. A bottle bought for 100 yuan is worth 10 million? What the hell kind of divine luck is this? Mr. Hayes said it, so it must be true, right? Streamer. What other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Ethan Brooks was stunned. Well, Mr. Hayes really is impressive. It looks like he won't be able to keep this 10 million yuan deal a secret after all. He originally planned to quietly make a fortune. But that's fine too. He's about to get busy with the major project of salvaging the sunken ship. And he'll definitely need the money. Ethan Brooks wore a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Hayes, you're not pulling my leg, are you? He leaned in to take a closer look at the bottle. I can't tell. Is this really from the Song Dynasty? Mr. Hayes nodded and pointed to a tiny chip on the rim of the bottle. Look here. The glaze on Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln, where develops a distinctive, delicate sheen after nearly 1,000 years. Although the craftsmanship of the Yongzheng-era replicas is excellent, the glaze still looks too new. He then pointed to the crackle pattern. And look at this crackle pattern. The golden threads and iron lines on Yongzheng replicas are artificially created. The patterns are too uniform. The crackle patterns on Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln porcelain form, naturally they vary in depth and have a lively, organic quality. He set the vase down. This vase of yours has suffered some damage during preservation, which is why it looks like a Yongzheng replica from a few hundred years later. But if you look closely, the spirit of Song porcelain is still there. After hearing this, Mr. Dawson let out a long sigh. Mr. Hayes, I'm truly impressed. He shook his head. It seems I still have a lot to learn. Mr. Hughes also became interested and leaned in to take a closer look at the vase. Not bad, it really is Song porcelain. He looked at Ethan Brooks and said with a smile. Before we came over, Kevin said you were lucky. I didn't expect you to actually pull it off. Ethan Brooks scratched his head. I really didn't expect it either. He glanced at the live chat, then back at the bottle in his hand. After a moment's thought, he addressed the camera. Guys, I've got something to discuss. I'm gonna go offline for a bit. Going offline again. Streamer, enough already. Going offline right after going live? Fine, fine. We know you're quietly raking in the cash again. You can't hide it anymore. The streamer made another 10 million. Chapter 45. I want to rent you to spend the new year at home. Ethan Brooks turned off the live stream and looked at Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, I figured out what to do with this vase. Mr. Dawson's eyes lit up. Are you sure? Ethan Brooks nodded. I'm sure. Mr. Hughes chimed in from the side. Ancient porcelain has always been the apple of seasoned antique collectors' eyes. It won't be hard to sell. He looked at Mr. Dawson. I recall that the Boguzai Group is holding an auction on the Lantern Festival? Mr. Dawson nodded. That's right. The Lantern Festival auction is the first one of the new year. Our target is an estimated value of around 200 million. He did a quick calculation. We're still over 30 million short of the target. Ethan Brooks looked at Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, you're the one who brought me into this business. Of course, I'll leave this piece in your hands. Mr. Dawson smiled. Haha, Ethan, don't worry. He patted Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. With Mr. Hayes' appraisal just now, this piece is definitely worth a lot. Mr. Hayes and Mr. Hughes examined the bottle for a moment longer to confirm it was genuine. Mr. Dawson carefully placed the bottle into the gift box he brought. The three took their leave. Ethan Brooks walked them to the gate. The car drove off into the distance. He stood at the gate and let out a long sigh. Mr. Hayes and Mr. Hughes really had an imposing presence. But the fortune they brought with them was even greater. First, there was the shipwreck. That was a tax tribute shipwreck, after all. If they could salvage it, it would definitely be worth over 100 million. Of course, there was one more thing. And that was, it seemed he now knew what to do with his collection of antiques. Open his own museum. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about his collection anymore. Ethan Brooks turned and went back inside. Just as he walked in, Emily Foster came downstairs. She was holding to Anchuin in her arms. The little cat was lazily squinting. Gone. Yeah. Emily Foster set to Anchuin down on the sofa, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I was playing with Anchuin downstairs earlier and discovered this building actually has a basement. A basement? Ethan Brooks was taken aback. It's actually pretty spacious, Emily Foster said. It's just a bit messy. There's a pile of old stuff in there. Ethan Brooks' eyes lit up. A basement? Just a moment ago, he'd been wondering if setting up a personal museum would require buying a large safe for his study. And now there was a basement? Let us go check it out. He followed Emily Foster to the corner of the staircase on the first floor. There was an unassuming wooden door there. He pushed it open and found a flight of stairs leading down. Ethan Brooks turned on the flashlight on his phone and walked down. The basement was larger than he'd imagined. It was at least 40 or 50 square meters, with a ceiling height of about 3 meters. Some old furniture was piled in the corner, covered in dust. But there was plenty of space. Ethan Brooks looked around, already forming a plan in his mind. Climate-controlled equipment, a security system, display cases. This place could easily be converted into a small private museum. After checking out the basement, the two returned to the living room on the first floor. Ethan Brooks glanced at the time. It was just past 7 p.m. He pulled out his phone and started a live stream. The streamer is finally live. You finally decided to come back. You've gone offline 3 times today. That's too much. The streamer's not playing fair, making money behind his buddies' backs. Exactly. Hurry up and tell us, how much did you score today? Ethan Brooks looked at the chat and smiled. Guys, I did indeed score another bargain today. But this time it was pure luck. I even misread it myself. He paused for a moment. I'll send out some lucky bags to make it up to you all. With that, he sent out a few lucky bags in the live stream. Now that's more like it.
I snacked a lucky bag.
The streamer is so generous. Ethan Brooks continued. In a few days, if you're interested, keep an eye out for the Boguzai Lantern Festival auction. There'll be a real gem up for auction then. Got it? The host has another item to consign. Boguzai auction? I'll make a note of it. It's not that vase, is it? Ethan Brooks didn't answer directly, he just smiled. After chatting with the chat for a bit, he turned to Emily Foster. Speaking of which, the Lunar New Year is coming up. What are your plans? Emily Foster was sitting on the couch holding to Anchuin in her arms upon hearing this. She sighed. I don't want to go back to my hometown, but my family keeps pushing me. She paused for a moment. By the way, it's so late you haven't eaten yet, have you? I made some dinner, just pop it in the microwave to heat it up. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. You can cook? Emily Foster shot him a look. Living alone. I'd have starved to death long ago if I didn't know how to cook. She got up and went to the kitchen to heat up the meal. The comment section instantly exploded. So thoughtful. Such a great cook. With a figure and looks like that, and she can cook too? This is the woman of my dreams. The streamer must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Sis, I'm in. Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Guys, don't go making stuff up, we're just roommates. Roommates? Yeah, right. Living together is still being roommates, nothing wrong with that. Don't bother explaining. Streamer, we get it. Emily Foster came out carrying the heated meal. 2 side dishes and a soup. It looked pretty good. Ethan Brooks was indeed hungry. He picked up his chopsticks and dug in. This tastes pretty good. Emily Foster smiled but didn't say anything. She picked up her phone, glanced at it, then put it down. A moment later, she picked it up again and took another look. Ethan Brooks noticed her movements. What's up? Emily Foster hesitated for a moment. Ethan Brooks, do you have any plans for the Lunar New Year? Are you going back to your hometown? Ethan Brooks shook his head. I'm an orphan. I've bought a house in Shanghai now, so I probably won't be going back for the Lunar New Year this year. Emily Foster paused for a moment, and a flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes. But soon her eyes lit up. Well, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Emily Foster pursed her lips, a faint blush spreading across her face. My family is forcing me to go on a blind date. They say if I go on a blind date now, I'll graduate in June and get married right away. She paused. So I was thinking. Thinking what? Emily Foster took a deep breath. I want to rent you as my boyfriend to take home for the new year. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Rent a boyfriend to take home for the new year. I know this plot well. Is this going to turn from a charade into the real thing next? Streamer, hurry up and say yes. She made the first move. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. So jealous I'm dying of jealousy. Streamer, what kind of crazy luck do you have? First you score a steal, and now a beauty wants to rent you as her boyfriend. Ethan Brooks was stunned, too. He looked at Emily Foster's slightly flushed face and didn't know what to say for a moment. Are you serious? Emily Foster nodded. I'm serious. Just go back to put up with my family for a bit. Have a meal, and then leave. She paused for a moment. Of course, I won't let you make the trip for nothing. There's a reward. Ethan Brooks scratched his head. I don't need a reward. It's just, he wanted to ask if this might be too awkward, but he swallowed the words before they left his mouth. The live chat exploded with comments. Streamer, what are you hesitating about? Just say yes. If you don't say yes, I'll get mad at you. Why hesitate over something this good? If the streamer won't go, I'll go in his place. Look at me, sis. I'm hotter than the streamer. You're not hot at all. Contact me. Sis, I've got more free time than the streamer. The person above had their account hacked. Contact me on this account. Chapter 46. Frenzy of Collection Points. Emily Foster was tall and had a very older sister kind of look. Naturally, the comment stream erupted with excitement. Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments, then at Emily Foster's expectant gaze. He sighed. Fine. Emily Foster's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Aya, he said yes. Streamer. You'd better just be acting. Don't let this turn into a real relationship. I'm so jealous, seriously jealous. Now they're really a couple living together. Can't wait for the Chinese New Year episode. Ethan Brooks looked at the comments and shook his head helplessly. After dinner, it was already evening. Ethan Brooks had just ended his live stream and was getting ready to rest. The doorbell rang. Who could it be at this late hour? Emily Foster asked, holding to Anchuin in her arms. Looking a bit puzzled, Ethan Brooks walked over to open the door. Standing outside was Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson? Ethan Brooks was taken aback. Why are you back again? Mr. Dawson walked in with a smile. Ethan, the matter regarding that Song Dynasty porcelain vase with animal head handles at the auction has been settled. He took a document out of his bag. According to our Bogu Jai's policy, we'll make an advance payment to you equal to 30% of the auction's estimated value. He handed the document to Ethan Brooks. It's already been transferred to your personal account, 3.8 million. Here's the advance payment agreement, just sign it. Ethan Brooks took the document, somewhat surprised. Mr. Dawson, you're being far too kind. For something this minor, a phone call would have sufficed. You didn't need to make a special trip. Mr. Dawson waved his hand. It's hard to explain over the phone. Besides, he paused and glanced at Emily Foster in the living room. Emily Foster, sensing the situation, picked up to Anchuin and went upstairs. Only then did Mr. Dawson continue. Actually, I'm here for another reason. Ethan Brooks poured him a cup of tea. Go ahead. Mr. Dawson took the tea but didn't drink it right away. Ethan, you're planning to salvage that shipwreck, aren't you? Ethan Brooks nodded. That's the idea. But I can't handle a shipwreck salvage operation on my own. Mr. Dawson smiled. That's exactly why I came to see you to talk about this. He paused. I'd like to partner with you. Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Mr. Dawson, it would be great if you joined us. I really can't handle a shipwreck salvage operation on my own. He thought for a moment. As for the profits, we can split them 50-50. Mr. Dawson waved his hand with a smile. No, no. No, that's not what I meant. He set down his teacup. I came to see you because I have another idea. Ethan Brooks looked at him. Mr. Dawson continued. I have a friend who owns 3 salvage vessels and large-scale salvage equipment, and he's looking to sell. I'd like to take them over. He paused. But this is too big a job for me to handle alone. Ethan Brooks understood. You mean you want to partner up and start a salvage company? Mr. Dawson nodded. That's right. Ethan Brooks was a bit curious. Mr. Dawson, you own Bogurjai, why would you want to get into this? Mr. Dawson smiled, a touch of wistfulness in his expression. Bogurjai belongs to the group, I'm just the store manager at best. He paused. Thinking about future generations, I definitely need to get into some real business. Ethan Brooks fell silent. He was tempted. He couldn't spend his whole life hunting for bargains, after all, even with golden eyes and the system. But if he had a company, even without hunting for bargains, he could make money without lifting a finger. There was one more thing. If he started his own salvage company, salvaging sunken ships would indeed save a huge amount of money. Of course, more importantly, as Mr. Dawson had said, it could serve as a family business. Ethan Brooks nodded. Mr. Dawson, I don't know much about running a company. Mr. Dawson smiled. No problem. It's enough for the 2 of us to hold the shares. He thought for a moment. If you agree to get involved, I can make the arrangements over the next few days. Once the paperwork is mostly in order, I'll come back to discuss the share ratios and other details. Ethan Brooks nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, the 2 chatted for another half hour. Mr. Dawson stood up and patted him on the shoulder. He looked at Ethan Brooks with a touch of admiration in his eyes. I've been in this business for over 30 years and have met a lot of people. But young people like you with both a keen eye and good luck are truly rare. I'm very optimistic about your future in the antiques business. Ethan Brooks looked a little embarrassed. Mr. Dawson, you flatter me. Mr. Dawson waved his hand. All right. I won't keep you from your rest. I'll head home now. Ethan Brooks walked him to the gate. The car drove off. In the darkness of the night, Ethan Brooks stood at the gate, watching the taillights disappear around the corner of the alley. He turned and went back inside. Emily Foster came downstairs. Did Mr. Dawson leave? Yeah. What did you talk about? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. We talked a bit about business. He didn't say much more. Emily Foster didn't ask any further questions either. Get some rest early. Don't you have to collect scrap tomorrow? Okay. The 2 went to their respective rooms. Ethan Brooks lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. His mind was a bit cluttered. The shipwreck, Song Dynasty porcelain, the salvage company, and his promise to Emily Foster to spend the Lunar New Year at her house. Speaking of that, there was actually one more reason Ethan Brooks had agreed to her invitation. It was because Emily Foster's family lived in Haven City. It was a famous ancient capital. They say ancient tombs often turn up during subway construction there. Ethan Brooks was going there. He was wondering if he could snag a few big finds to upgrade his system. With that in mind, he got up and went to his study. So much had happened today. He almost forgot. He also owned a set of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms picture books worth millions. Title: Original 1957 edition of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms comic books, published by Shanghai People's Fine Arts Publishing House. Complete set of 60 volumes. Description: First edition. First printing from 1957, complete set of 60 volumes in excellent condition. Volume 15, Long Slope, contains 3 pages of original hand-drawn manuscripts by the author, making it extremely rare. Market valuation: 500,000, 700,000. As expected, those original manuscripts are what make it valuable. Ethan Brooks nodded and began the appraisal process. Appraising the treasure. Name: Romance of the 3 Kingdoms picture books. Value: historical significance, sentimental value. Current exposure: 35,774. Comprehensive calculation. Collection points: 1, 800 plus. Congratulations on collecting the treasure, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms picture books. Current collection points: 1,800, 3,000. 3,000. Haha. This book was definitely worth the purchase. Ethan Brooks was delighted and immediately took out the original manuscripts to add them to his collection as well. This time, his collection points shot straight to the maximum. The system has completed its upgrade. Collection points are full system upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining the Sonda Master Skill Scroll. This reward. Ethan Brooks recalled the incident with the mud-sealed scroll. If he had the Sonda Master skill back then, he could walked away whenever he wanted. Of course, he probably wouldn't have left anyway. After all, there had been a chance to snag a bargain worth tens of millions in silver dollars. Better than nothing. At least I've got a simple life-saving trick now. There are still some low-value ancient books on the shelf. Time to add them to my collection. Chapter 47. Shopping spree on New Year's Eve at the Antique Street. Thanks to the guy selling Romance of the Three Kingdoms picture books, Ethan Brooks now had a large collection of ancient texts. He picked them up one by one to appraise and add to his collection. Title: Dream of the Red Chamber, Republican Era Edition, Volume 1. Market valuation: 6080. Collection points: 8. Title: Compendium of Materia Medica, Republican Era Edition. Market valuation: 120-150. Collection points: 9. Title: Alternative Readings of the Analects, Manhwa Gene S. Old Edition. Market valuation: 200-250. Collection points: 8. One book after another. The collection points were climbing bit by bit. After the system upgraded from 3,000 points, the next level required 5,000 points. That seemed like a lot, but in just a short while, the collection points had already risen to 4,130. Not bad. There are still 2 days until New Year's Eve. I'll spend these 2 days collecting some more used books and try to upgrade the system 1 or 2 more times. Ethan Brooks put away all his books and returned to his bedroom to rest. Early the next morning, the 28th day of the lunar month, Ethan Brooks got up, washed up, ate the breakfast Emily Foster had made, then hopped on his electric tricycle and headed out. Today's goal was clear: collect scrap and pick up some household items while he was at it. With only 2 days left before the new year, the streets were crowded with people and vehicles. Ethan Brooks rode his tricycle through the streets and alleys, collecting recyclables. The bell jingled. He picked up 3 or 4 orders that morning, all cardboard boxes and plastic bottles. Nothing special. At noon, he ate a bowl of noodles at a roadside stall. In the afternoon, he rode to the flea market. Not the one from yesterday, but another, larger one. It was just a shame there weren't many used books here. Ethan Brooks bought only 3 books before heading to a nearby street specializing in used furniture. Ethan Brooks parked his tricycle and walked into the market. Row after row of shops selling tables and chairs, cabinets, beds, they had everything. He browsed a few shops and set his sights on a solid wood bookshelf and an antique desk. The owner asked for 1,200. Ethan Brooks bargained him down to 800, and they struck a deal. The owner helped load the items onto his bike. Just as Ethan Brooks was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shop next door. Several pieces of old furniture were displayed at the entrance, covered in dust. Among them was a chair that looked quite old. He instinctively activated golden eyes and scanned it. Name: Qing Dynasty Rosewood Armchair, one of a pair. Description: Mid-Qing Dynasty rosewood furniture, often used as seating in the main hall of martial arts schools, exquisitely crafted and well-preserved, forms a pair with another chair. Market valuation: 18,000, 25,000. Ethan Brooks paused in surprise. A single chair worth 20,000? He walked over and took a closer look. It was indeed made of rosewood, with a natural patina and intricate carvings. Sir, how much is this chair? The shop owner, a man in his 50s, was sipping tea inside the shop. He looked up at him. Oh, that? It's an old piece, 800. Ethan Brooks nodded. What about the other one? The other one? The shop owner paused for a moment. This is the only one. Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat. A pair of chairs, but only one left? Where had the other one gone? He thought about it for a moment but didn't ask any further questions. All right, I'll take it for 800. He paid and loaded it into his car. The shop owner seemed quite pleased and helped him carry it out. Ethan Brooks rode away on his bike. By the time he returned to the Lotus residential complex, it was already past 4 p.m. Emily Foster wasn't home. She was probably out running errands. Ethan Brooks carried the bookshelf, desk, and chair into the apartment. He set the chair in a corner of the living room for the time being. He glanced at the chair. It was part of a pair. He had no idea where the other one was, But it didn't matter, he bought it for 800, and it was worth 20,000, so he already made a profit. Besides, what he needed right now were old items like this ones that could boost his collection points and that he could use himself. Ethan Brooks went upstairs and placed 3 old books from his collection onto the bookshelf. Just as he finished arranging the books, his phone rang. A message from Mr. Dawson. Ethan, there's a lead on the salvage company. Around the 9th day of the new year, let us meet to discuss the details. Ethan Brooks replied, Okay, Mr. Dawson, I'll wait for your message. Putting his phone down, he glanced at the chair. I hope it gives me a lot of collection points. Time flew by. On the 29th day of the lunar month, Ethan Brooks went out to collect scrap for another day. He picked up a few old books and a copper coin in fair condition, bringing his collection points total to 4,703. New Year's Eve. Since they lived in a suburban village within the city, the festivities began in the afternoon. Outside the window, sporadic firecracker bursts could be heard one after another. Emily Foster had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon, preparing 6 dishes and a soup. Ethan Brooks helped out and picked up a few cooking tips along the way. At 6 p.m., the two sat at the dining table, looking at the spread of food before them. Happy New Year, Emily Foster said, raising her glass. Happy New Year, Ethan Brooks replied, clinking glasses with her. Tuanchuan crouched on a nearby chair, staring longingly at the fish on the table. The two ate and chatted. By the way, did you manage to snag a high-speed rail ticket to Haven City? Ethan Brooks asked. Emily Foster shook her head. Don't even mention it. They sold out the moment they went on sale, and I'm still on the waiting list. She sighed. My parents keep nagging me, asking when I'm coming back. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. How about driving back? Emily Foster paused in surprise. You have a car? No, Ethan Brooks smiled. But I can borrow one. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Mr. Dawson. Soon, Mr. Dawson replied. Sure. There's a car at the shop, you can take it. The keys are at the shop, someone else on duty, so you can pick them up anytime. As for the car, it's a Mercedes-Benz GLE. It just had a service, and the tank is full. Ethan Brooks handed his phone to Emily Foster to look at. Emily Foster's eyes widened. A Mercedes-Benz GLE? That car costs over $1 million, right? About that. Ethan Brooks put his phone away. Mr. Dawson said the keys are at the shop, we can just go pick them up later. Emily Foster was silent for 2 seconds. Ethan Brooks, your connections are really something. With a car this expensive, a lot of people at the auto show are there to look at the cars, not the models. You just borrowed it like that. Ethan Brooks smiled. Not bad, I guess. But I'm planning to buy one myself after the new year. Oh, that's great. Are you planning to buy a gas-powered car or an electric one? The two chatted as they ate. Before they knew it, they finished their meal and cleared the table. It was already nearly 8 o'clock. Ethan Brooks glanced at the time. Let us go. We'll pick up the car first. Then I'll take you to browse the antique street. Sure. The two put on thick coats and went out to hail a cab. 20 minutes later, the taxi pulled up in front of Bogujai. Even though it was New Year's Eve, most of the shops on this street still had their lights on. Mr. Dawson's shop door was ajar, and a warm yellow light shone from inside. Ethan Brooks pushed the door open, and the apprentice on duty handed him the keys. Ethan Brooks took the keys, smiled, exchanged a few words with the young apprentice, and left. He exited through the back door. The two spotted the black Mercedes-Benz GLE immediately. Its streamlined body and large alloy wheels shimmered with a subtle sheen under the streetlights. Wow, this car! Ethan Brooks pressed the key fob, and the headlights flashed. Emily Foster walked around the car. A Mercedes-Benz GLE 450 that must cost at least 1.2 to 1.3 million, right? Ethan Brooks opened the door and got in. The interior was luxurious. The seats were comfortable, and when the dashboard lit up, a welcome screen appeared. Emily Foster slid into the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt. If I drive this to my parents' house, they're probably going to be shocked. Haha, that is perfect. Let us go. First stop, Antique Street. Chapter 48. Streamer, I'm your fan. Ethan Brooks smiled and started the car. The engine roared with a deep, powerful rumble. He pulled up the navigation app and set the destination to the City God Temple in Riversea City. There was an antique street there. The car glided smoothly out of the alley and merged onto the streets on New Year's Eve. There were fewer cars on the street than during the day, but strings of red lanterns lined the roadside, creating a strong festive atmosphere. Emily Foster rolled down the window, and a cold breeze swept in, carrying the smell of firecracker smoke. "It's been a long time since I've smelled this," she said. Ethan Brooks nodded. "Firecrackers have been banned in the city for many years now. You can only set them off in the suburbs." After driving for about 10 minutes, the car turned onto an old street. Blue stone cobblestones, red lanterns. The shops on both sides still had their lights on. 3 large characters were inscribed on the archway: Antique Street. Ethan Brooks found a parking spot by the roadside and pulled over. He pulled out his phone and started a live stream. Going live on New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, streamer. What's going on here? A live stream of New Year's Eve dinner. Wait. Look at that background. Are you in a car? Ethan Brooks pointed the camera at the Antique Street archway outside the car window. Happy New Year, everyone. Let us take a stroll down Antique Street tonight and show you guys something special. Antique Street. I've been there. Is it open on New Year's Eve? It should be. Places like this are actually livelier during the new year. Yeah. The antique market back in my hometown stays open from New Year's Eve until the early hours of the morning. The streamer's about to go on a shopping spree. Can't wait. Ethan Brooks opened the car door, and Emily Foster got out as well. The two walked side by side into the Antique Street. The bluestone pavement was bathed in the warm glow of red lanterns. Although it wasn't the busiest part of the city center, there were still quite a few people out on New Year's Eve. Tourists wandered in small groups, and some were snapping photos with their cameras. Ethan Brooks pointed his camera at the shops lining the street. Guys, Antique Street is usually pretty lively, and on New Year's Eve, there's a tradition of a night market here. A lot of old items you don't usually see get put out for sale at this time. He paused for a moment. Let us just wander around tonight and see if we can snag a bargain. Here it comes. Can't wait to see the host's New Year's Eve bargain hunt. This street looks pretty charming. The red lanterns are beautiful. The car passed through several main thoroughfares and gradually entered the old town. The buildings on either side looked increasingly historic, with red brick walls and wooden window frames. Even the streetlights had been replaced with antique-style ones. We're almost there, said Ethan Brooks. After driving a few hundred meters, a towering archway came into view. The 3 large characters, City God Temple, stood out strikingly against the glow of the red lanterns. Behind the archway lay a pedestrian street, with shops on both sides still lit up and all kinds of lanterns hanging at their entrances. Ethan Brooks found a parking spot and pulled over. The two got out of the car and walked toward the Antique Street. As soon as they passed through the archway, they were enveloped by a strong, festive atmosphere. The bluestone pavement was bathed in the warm glow of the lanterns, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes and candied chestnuts. There were quite a few people coming and going, some with their families, some in couples, and others strolling alone with cameras slung over their shoulders. Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone and started a live stream. Going live on New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, streamer. Where is this? It's so lively. City God Temple. I've been there. What are you up to, streamer? Ethan Brooks pointed the camera at the archway of the Antique Street. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm here tonight to check out the City God Temple Antique Street and give you all a treat. Whoa. Browsing the Antique Street on New Year's Eve? Is it open? Yeah, it's open. The City God Temple area stays open until 2 a.m. on New Year's Eve. Right. Lots of rare antiques you don't usually see get put out at this time. Can't wait. Let us hope the host snags another bargain tonight. Ethan Brooks smiled and walked side by side with Emily Foster into the Antique Street. The shops on both sides were brimming with goods, porcelain, calligraphy and paintings, jade, old books, you name it. Many shops also had small stalls set up outside, with cloth spread on the ground and all sorts of trinkets laid out on top. Have you been here before? Ethan Brooks asked Emily Foster. Emily Foster shook her head. I've heard of it, but I've never been. I didn't expect it to be so lively on New Year's Eve. The two strolled along slowly. Passing by a used bookstore, Ethan Brooks stopped to browse through the books. They were all ordinary books, nothing special. They continued on. After wandering for about 10 minutes and checking out 7 or 8 shops, they hadn't found anything worth buying. Emily Foster whispered from beside him. Do you think they put all the good stuff away? Ethan Brooks shook his head. Not necessarily. Some shop owners like to put out a few items at times like this, betting that some people 1T recognized their value. He paused for a moment. Let us walk a little further. The two continued on their way. As they rounded a corner, Ethan Brooks suddenly stopped in his tracks. There was a small stall by the roadside, with just a piece of cloth spread out on the ground. The vendor was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, wearing a cotton cap and huddled inside a military overcoat. A few items were laid out on the stall. A brass incense burner, a few copper coins, a jade pendant, and an old book. But what caught Ethan Brooks' attention wasn't any of these items. It was the chair the old man was sitting on. A rosewood armchair, exactly the same as the one he bought yesterday. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. He activated golden eyes and scanned it. Name: Qing Dynasty Rosewood Armchair, one of a pair. Description: Mid-Qing Dynasty rosewood furniture, often used as seating in the main hall of martial arts schools, exquisitely crafted and well-preserved, forms a pair with the other chair. Market valuation: 18,000, 25,000. Just as he thought. It was the other one. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath and crouched down in front of the stall. Instead of asking about the chair right away, he first looked at the items on display. Old man. Still out here running a stall during the new year? The old man glanced up at him but said nothing. Ethan Brooks picked up the bronze incense burner and examined it from every angle. How much for this? The old man glanced at it. That one? It's from the Qing Dynasty, 90,000. Ethan Brooks almost laughed out loud. 90,000? He set the incense burner down and picked up the copper coins again. What about these? Those are cheap, 3,000 each. Ethan Brooks shook his head. Sir, your prices are way out of line. He pointed at the incense burner. This burner is clearly a modern craft item. The casting marks are still visible, and the patina is artificially aged. It's worth 90 at most. The old man stared at him for a few seconds. Suddenly, he smiled. Young man, you're a connoisseur. He pulled his phone out of his overcoat and held it up, giving it a shake. On the screen was none other than Ethan Brooks' live stream. I don't know if these things are real or fake, but I know there's definitely one that's real. Because, streamer, I'm your fan. Haha, I dug this out just for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man looked at Ethan Brooks with a cheerful smile. Ethan Brooks froze. Sure enough, a streamer really shouldn't reveal their whereabouts carelessly. Dude. Ha 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 ha. This is killing me. The old man is a fan of the streamer. The streamer just met a real fan. Old man. I learned this from watching your stream. This is it. This is a fan meet and greet. Oh no. I want to be able to snag a bargain now, haha. Chapter 49. The Piece Together Porcelain Vase. Ethan Brooks hadn't expected to run into a fan so soon. The last time he'd run into one was at Mr. Hayes' stall at Bogujai, back on the very day he started streaming. Old man. Ethan Brooks was at a loss for words. You're my fan and you actually came here just to ambush me? The old man chuckled and patted the chair beneath him. That's right. I watch your streams every day. When you bought that chair yesterday, it looked familiar to me. He pointed at the chair. The one at my place is exactly the same as that one. I figured if you came to Antique Street, you'd definitely recognize it. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. So you waited here just for me? The old man nodded. That's right. I just wanted you to take a look and tell me if this thing is worth anything. Ethan Brooks was silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. Old man. This chair of yours is a matching pair with the one from yesterday. A Qing Dynasty rosewood armchair. Market value is around 20,000. Holy crap, 20,000. No wonder the streamer bought an old chair for 800 yesterday. I thought he was just getting big-headed because he had money. Turns out he really knows his stuff. Buying a 20,000 yuan chair for 800, what a steal. The streamer totally crushed it again. That old guy's lucky. He only realized he had a treasure after meeting the streamer. Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat and added, chairs like this are made from aged rosewood, with a fine grain and a natural patina. Look at the curve of the armrests and the carvings on the backrest. It's a classic mid-Qing dynasty style. He pointed to the chair's design. Chairs of this design were mostly used in the main halls of martial arts schools and escort agencies back then. They're sturdy, durable, and very stable to sit in. That's why there aren't many in such good condition left today. The old man nodded repeatedly as he listened. Good, good, good. Then I certainly can't sell it to anyone else. He stood up and pushed the chair toward Ethan Brooks. 8,000, take it. Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. Sir, you're... The old man waved his hand. Didn't you buy that one yesterday for 800? I know, he said with a cheerful smile. This one and the one you bought yesterday make a pair 8,000 isn't too much. Is it? Ethan Brooks didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old man was a true fan. He even remembered exactly what Ethan Brooks had bought the day before. This old man is a true fan. He's more dedicated than I am. I didn't even remember. 8,000 for a pair? What a steal. What a generous old man. Ethan Brooks didn't hesitate. He scanned the QR code to pay, and the 8,000 was transferred. The chair was his. The old man stood up and pointed at the items on the stall. These are fakes. I believed everything you said earlier. There's no point in keeping them. He called out to someone nearby. Old Lee, come here for a sec. A middle-aged man stepped out of the shop next door. What's up? The old man pointed at the bronze incense burner, copper coins, jade pendant, and old books. Take these back for your kids to play with. They're on the house. Old Lee paused for a moment, then smiled as he gathered the items. What a generous old man. Now that's a true fan. The streamer got incredible character. Ethan Brooks looked at the chair, feeling a bit worried. Would it fit in the trunk of the Mercedes? The chair wasn't particularly large, but since it was solid wood, it wouldn't be easy to pack. If only he'd known, he would come out on his tricycle. He said to Emily Foster, let us take it over and see if it fits. Emily Foster nodded. The two of them carried the chair toward the parking lot. Fortunately, the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz GLE was spacious enough. After folding down the rear seats, they managed to squeeze it in. Ethan Brooks breathed a sigh of relief. Closing the car door, he opened golden eyes and used it to appraise the chair. Appraising treasure. Name: Qing Dynasty Rosewood Armchair, one of a pair. Description: Mid-Qing Dynasty rosewood furniture, often used as seating in the main hall of martial art schools, exquisitely crafted and well-preserved. Forms a pair with the other chair. Market valuation: 18,000, 25,000. Collection points: 180. Collection points maxed out. System upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining Form Intent Fist Grandmaster Scroll. Ethan Brooks. He was a bit speechless. He just acquired the Sonda Master Skill Scroll not long ago, and now here comes a Form Intent Fist Grandmaster Scroll? Isn't that a bit redundant? But then he had a thought. This reward. It seemed that every time the system upgraded, the reward items were related to the collectible he last added to his collection. Last time it was porcelain appraisal because he collected a large blue and white plate. This time it was a chair. Since the chair was for the martial arts school, did that mean he got the Form Intent Fist? If that's really the case, then next time I upgrade, I'll add an old science and technology journal to my collection. Wouldn't that mean I'd get a brain enhancement potion? Ethan Brooks shook his head and didn't rush to use it. I'll just keep it for now. The two locked their bikes and headed back to the antique street. The street was even livelier now. Red lanterns swayed in the night breeze, and the air was filled with the aromas of various street foods. Are you hungry? Ethan Brooks asked. Emily Foster nodded. A little. They bought some candied chestnuts and 2 baked sweet potatoes, eating as they walked. After strolling around for a while, Ethan Brooks spotted a Republican-era Guizhou automobile silver dollar at a coin stall. Sir, how much is this? The vendor looked up at him. 12,000. Ethan Brooks smiled. Sir, that's way too high. A Republican-era automobile silver dollar in average condition goes for around 8,000 on the market. He pointed to a scuff on the edge of the silver dollar. This one has some nicks and dings. 7,000 at most. The vendor thought for a moment. How about 7,000 and a bit? Deal. He scanned the QR code to pay and took possession of the silver dollar. Ethan Brooks put it away safely. Emily Foster whispered from beside him. How much is this worth? About 30 to 50,000. Emily Foster froze for a moment. You bought it for 7,500, and it's worth 30 to 50,000? Ethan Brooks nodded. Emily Foster fell silent. The two continued walking. After walking most of the street, Ethan Brooks was just about to call it a day and head home. As he passed a stall, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A few people were gathered around the stall arguing about something. This is from the Qianlong era. Just look at that glaze. Bullshit. It's clearly from the Yongjing era. I recognize that mark on the bottom. You don't know shit. You're the one who doesn't know a damn thing. Ethan Brooks leaned in for a closer look. On the stall sat a large vase with a blue and white scroll pattern. It looked quite old. The two men were still arguing. One insisted it was Qianlong. The other insisted it was Yongzheng. Neither would back down. Ethan Brooks activated golden eyes and scanned it. Name: modern era spliced antique style porcelain vase. Description: crafted by joining authentic Qing dynasty porcelain shards with a modern body. The base mark is genuine, but the body is a later edition, a high-quality counterfeit made from pieced-together fragments. Market valuation: 801,200. Ethan Brooks understood the situation clearly. Both of them were right and both were wrong. The base mark was genuine, which is why one of them identified it as Yongzheng. The glaze color is authentic, which is why the other man identified it as a Yongzheng piece. But the entire vase is a composite. Made with genuine porcelain shards and a modern body, it's specifically designed to swindle newcomers to the trade who are brimming with overconfidence. Ethan Brooks had no interest in this kind of forgery. He was about to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed what was propping up the vase. It was a wooden stand, a frame nailed together from 4 wooden slats. Coated with a layer of black lacquer, it looked quite ordinary. But through the golden eye's vision, this stand was emitting a faint purple glow. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. He activated golden eyes to take a closer look. Name: Ming Dynasty Wangwali wood carved stand. Description: crafted from Ming Dynasty Wangwali wood. Originally used to display ritual vessels, features exquisite carving and is coated with a layer of 30-year-old red lacquer. Market valuation: 280,000, 350,000. 280,000 to 350,000. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath. He crouched down nonchalantly, pretending to examine the vase. Sir, how much is this vase? The stall owner was a young man in his 30s who was watching the two men argue with great interest. That one? 20,000. That's too expensive. Ethan Brooks shook his head. How about 200? Vendor? Chapter 50. Live stream with fans. The vendor froze. The two people arguing nearby also froze. 200? Streamer, are you haggling or trying to kill him? Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. The shop owner's face is gone green. Streamer, 200. Not a penny more. Awesome. I only dare to haggle for half the price. But the streamer just slashed straight to the aorta. Shop owner, are you serious? The vendor snapped out of it, his face turning dark with anger. 200? Are you kidding me? Ethan Brooks smiled. I'm not kidding. Something about this bottle doesn't look right to me. Huh. The two people still arguing nearby now turned their attention to Ethan Brooks. Who are you? What do you know? The vendor paused for a moment, sizing up Ethan Brooks from head to toe. Bro, you say something off? What's wrong with it? Ethan Brooks pointed to the middle of the vase. Look here. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it on a specific spot on the vase. The color of the blue and white porcelain in this area is slightly different from the color at the mouth and the foot. The blue and white on the neck and foot rim has a grayish-blue hue, a typical color from the Yongzheng period. But the blue and white in this section of the pattern has a jade blue hue that's characteristic of the Qianlong period. He then pointed to the crackle glaze. Now look at the crackle. The crackle on the body flows naturally, but the crackle near the foot rim was clearly added later. The patterns are too uniform. This vase was likely assembled from two separate pieces of porcelain. A Qianlong porcelain shard and an authentic Yongzheng base mark were used to create a new vase. After Ethan Brooks finished speaking, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Holy crap! The hostess analysis just killed it. Hearing you speak for a moment is better than reading for 10 years. Those two arguing were total idiots. The streamer really knows his stuff. What? You can actually piece porcelain together? How is that even possible? No wonder that web novel writer had to pay such a huge settlement. There are way too many tricks in the antique business. The chat stream kept refreshing. Meanwhile, nearby, the guy who claimed it was Qianlong paused for a moment, then leaned in for a closer look. It seems, it really is a little different. The guy who claimed it was Yongzheng also fell silent. The stall owner's expression kept shifting. You're a real connoisseur, brother. What do you do for a living? Ethan Brooks smiled. I'm a junk collector. Stall owner. The two men beside him exchanged glances and slunk away. The stall owner sighed. Man, you've got a real eye for this stuff. He pointed at the vase. I picked this up in the countryside. The guy said it was from the Yongzheng Imperial Kiln. It cost me 8,000. And it turned out to be a fake? He grew angrier as he spoke, reaching out to grab the vase and smash it. Damn it. They ripped me off. Ethan Brooks hurried to stop him. Sir, don't be impulsive. The stall owner glared at him. If I don't smash it, what's the point of keeping it? It's a scam. Ethan Brooks waved his hand. It'll be a waste of effort if you smash it. Although this vase is pieced together, the porcelain shards and the mark on the base are genuine. It still has value to someone who studies porcelain. How about this? You sell it to me, and I'll take it home to study it. The stall owner paused for a moment. You want to buy it? Yeah. The stall owner thought for a moment. All right. But 200 is too little. This is made from genuine porcelain shards. The material dates back to the Qianlong and Yongzheng eras. It's worth at least 1,000. Ethan Brooks shook his head. 1,000 is too expensive. This bottle is too big. I won't have anywhere to put it at home. He made a move to walk away. The vendor grew anxious. 800. How about 800? Ethan Brooks didn't stop. 750. He still didn't stop. 700. 700 should be fine, right? Ethan Brooks stopped in his tracks and turned around. 700 is fine, but on one condition. The vendor breathed a sigh of relief. Go ahead. Ethan Brooks pointed to the wooden stand on the ground. This vase is too big. It won't be stable in the car. Let me use this rickety stand as a support. The vendor glanced at the old, dark wooden stand and waved his hand dismissively. Take it. Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay. 700 was transferred. He picked up the vase, casually pulled out the stand, and tucked it under his arm. Happy New Year, boss. The vendor gave a wry smile. Happy New Year, buddy. I'm really impressed with what you pulled off this time. Ethan Brooks smiled and walked away with Emily Foster. After a few steps, Emily Foster asked in a low voice, Is that vase really pieced together? Ethan Brooks nodded. It really is. Then why did you buy it? Ethan Brooks didn't say anything. He just lifted the wooden stand tucked under his arm a little higher. The two returned to the parking lot. Ethan Brooks placed the vase in the trunk, then pulled out a tissue, dampened it with a little water, and gently wiped the stand. A small patch of black lacquer was wiped away. The wood grain beneath was revealed, golden and warm, with a distinct ghost face, pattern clearly visible. Wangwali. Emily Foster covered her mouth. This is, Ethan Brooks said softly, a Ming Dynasty Wangwali wood carved stand. It was originally used to display porcelain from the imperial kilns. The carving is exquisite. He paused. This one is the real thing. Emily Foster's eyes widened. How much is it worth? Around 300,000. Emily Foster fell silent. She glanced at the fake vase. She bought it for 700 yuan, and now she had something worth 300,000 yuan. Plus, she gotten a fake vase for free. So, she took a deep breath. You never intended to buy that vase in the first place? Ethan Brooks smiled. Just a diversion. Holy crap. The streamer's move was genius. A diversion that's brilliant. Turning 700 into 300,000, what a killing. And the owner was all smiles. No idea he just got ripped off. The streamer never loses. Seriously, can a piece of wood really be worth that much? What's Wangwali? Let me check if my old chair and bookshelf are made of it. Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat and smiled. He closed the car door and checked the time. It was almost midnight. The sporadic sound of firecrackers drifted in from the distance. Happy New Year, he said to Emily Foster. Emily Foster paused for a moment, then smiled. Happy New Year. The car pulled out of the parking lot and merged onto the streets on New Year's Eve. Strings of red lanterns flashed past the car windows. Ethan Brooks spoke into the camera. Guys, we had a pretty good haul tonight. A pair of rosewood armchairs, a silver automobile coin, and a Wangwali wood stand. He paused. How does that saying go? The comment stream instantly exploded. Others might make a small profit, but I never lose. Here it comes. Here it comes. The streamer never loses. We're raking it in tonight. Ethan Brooks smiled and was about to end the live stream. Suddenly, a comment floated across the screen. Streamer. Can we go live together? I'm at the antique market too. I'm at a stall selling ancient coins right now. There is something I'm not sure about. Can you take a look for me? Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. Sure. He pulled over and activated the live video feature. A young man's face appeared on the screen. Happy New Year, streamer. I'm at this stall. I've got a coin here. Can you take a look at it for me? The camera shook slightly. Then a voice came through. Sir, I asked someone else to help me check it online. Is that okay? No problem, no problem. As soon as the words were spoken, the camera began panning across the stall. At that moment, Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes. The stall owner's voice sounded somewhat familiar to him. Chapter 51. Since you want to reason, I know a thing or two about fighting. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. The stall owner's voice sounded somewhat familiar. As the camera panned, he caught a glimpse of the items on the stall. A few silver dollars, a pile of copper coins, and an assortment of old trinkets. The stall owner had his back to the camera and was sorting through his wares. Sir, I'm going to have my friend take a look online. I hope I'm not getting in the way of your business? The young man asked. The stall owner didn't even turn around. No problem, no problem. Go ahead and look. Ethan Brooks stared at the screen. Suddenly, the stall owner turned around. A familiar face. It was the old man who sold the mud-sealed coins when they unearthed the silver dollars at the construction site. Ethan Brooks's interest was instantly piqued. Last time at the construction site, this old man had tried to set him up, but Ethan Brooks had turned the tables on him, unearthing gold pattern coins and Kangxi gold pattern coins from the mud-sealed coins, netting him nearly 10 million. In his view, this old man was likely someone who made a living on the fringes of the antiques trade. However, his expertise wasn't quite up to par. He managed to snag such a huge bargain last time, but what about this time? Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes. Buddy, pan the camera slowly around so I can see what's on the stall. The young man did as instructed. The camera moved slowly. Silver dollars, copper coins, a few small porcelain vases, a jade pendant. Ethan Brooks scanned them one by one. Most were run-of-the-mill items, mostly showing white or green highlights. But when his gaze fell on the top right corner, his eyes lit up slightly. There were 5 silver dollars there, all of the same design. They were all Yuan Shikai portrait and signature edition silver dollars. However, the 4 on the left were all counterfeits. But the one on the far right, in Golden Eye's field of view, it emitted a faint blue glow. Name: Republican Era, Year 3 Yuan Shikai portrait signed silver dollar. Description: a trial strike from the Tianjin Mint. The obverse features Yuan Shikai's portrait with the engraver's initials, L. Georgie, to the right. Extremely rare and valuable due to its scarcity. Market valuation: 3,00005,000. It was exactly the same as the one he snagged at the construction site earlier. Is this old man putting this thing out for sale again? Or could it be that he has no idea there's a genuine piece on his stall? Ethan Brooks kept his composure. Bro, which ones are you looking to buy? The young man pointed the camera at himself and scratched his head. Host, I don't have much of a budget, so I'm just planning to buy these. He pointed to the 3 copper coins displayed on the stall. These 3. The vendor said they're some kind of prestigious items from the Qing dynasty, 1,500 each. Ethan Brooks almost laughed out loud. To Golden Eyes, those 3 copper coins were nothing but white halos. Modern crafts artificially aged. The 3 of them weren't even worth 50 yuan combined. He held back his laughter. Bro, what's your budget? The young man answered honestly. Around 5,000. Ethan Brooks nodded. If you trust me, don't buy the copper coins. Those 3 don't look right. The young man was taken aback. Huh. Ethan Brooks continued. Look a little to the upper right, at 1 o'clock, those 5 silver dollars. The camera panned over. Ask the shop owner how much those 2 cost. The young man did as he was told. Sir, how much are these silver dollars? The old man looked up. Those? The autographed ones, 3,000 each. The young man looked at the camera. Ethan Brooks nodded. Just buy one. The one on the far right. The young man picked up the silver dollar on the far right and examined it closely. Sir, this one's 3,000, right? I'll take it. The old man took the coin and put it in a small bag. The young man scanned the QR code to pay. 3,000 was credited to the account. Holding the silver dollar, the young man grinned sheepishly at the camera. Streamer, is that it? Ethan Brooks smiled. That's it. Step away from the stall first and find a quiet spot to take a closer look. The young man nodded and walked away with the silver coin. The live chat instantly buzzed with activity. Let me guess you bought that for 3,000. You must V scored another bargain, right? Definitely. The streamer knows way more about ancient coins than porcelain. What about those 3 copper coins? The streamer said not to buy them. Are they fake? That silver dollar can't be real, can it? Why does this old man look so familiar? Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat stream and smiled faintly. Those 3 copper coins are indeed fake. They're modern crafts made to look antique. The 3 of them aren't even worth 50. As for the stall owner, he's the same old man we gambled against over the clay seal at the construction site last time. No wonder he looked so familiar. It's that old man. Ha ha ha. The old man tried to rip people off, but the streamer saw right through him again. What about that silver dollar? Is it real? No way. Does that old man have that many good items? Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. That silver dollar is real. A signed version from the 3rd year of the Republican era. It's a pretty rare variant. In this condition, it's worth 30,000 to 50,000 on the market. The comment stream exploded instantly. Holy crap. Bought it for 3,000 and it's worth 30,000. Another huge profit. A 10-fold return. That young guy is so lucky. I'm so jealous I could cry. I'm so jealous. If I'd known, I would V gone to the antique street too. Just as he was speaking, the young man on the video call suddenly shouted excitedly. The camera shook as he started running. Host, I know which street your car is parked on. I'm coming to find you right now. Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. Why are you coming over? The young man chuckled. Will you take this silver dollar? I'll sell it to you for 20,000. Just enough to make a little profit. Ethan Brooks smiled. Sure. I'll wait for you by the car. The call ended. The chat stream started flooding again. I regret it. I'm pacing around at home in frustration. If only I'd gone to the antique street to run into the streamer. Is the streamer coming to Haven City soon? Can we meet up, streamer? It's on me. Is the streamer coming to Haven City? When's the streamer arriving? Haha. The streamer's going to meet his parents. Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments. Yeah. I'm heading to Haven City in a couple of days to take care of some business. Just as he was speaking, a young man in his early 20s, wearing glasses and looking excited, came running from a distance. Streamer. Streamer. Ethan Brooks waved at him. The young man jogged over. Streamer. I finally get to see you in person. You're even more handsome than you are on the stream. Ethan Brooks smiled. Where's the silver coin? Let me take a look. The young man pulled the autograph token out of his pocket and handed it to Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks took it and scanned it with golden eyes. No doubt about it, it was the real thing. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a dark figure lunged forward. Thud! The young man was instantly kicked flying and crashed to the ground. Ah! The young man let out a piercing scream. 3 burly men rushed out from the side. 2 of them pinned the young man down while the 3rd held his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure stepped out of the shadows. The old man who sold mud seals. Behind him were 2 more burly men, 5 in total. The old man glared at Ethan Brooks, his face full of resentment. Kid, I let you score such a big score last time. I didn't expect you to be so brazen. You dare strut around like that and point fingers at my stall. Holy shit, they're here to cause trouble. Watch out, streamer. Call the police. Call the police. Antique Street is crowded and bustling. The police are inside maintaining order. It'll take time for them to get out here. Streamer, run. Ethan Brooks looked at the scene unfolding before him, his face showing not a trace of panic. He smiled. You're being rather rude, aren't you? The old man snorted derisively. Polite? Where was your politeness when you were ruining my business? Ethan Brooks tucked the silver dollars into his pocket and motioned for Emily Foster to get into the car first. Then he cracked his knuckles. Since you guys won play fair, I know a thing or two about a good fight. The burly men froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. With you? Aren't you still in college? Ha. With that scrawny frame, I could take out 3 of you with a single punch. The old man laughed as well. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over all the money, and we'll call this even for today. He didn't finish his sentence. Ethan Brooks moved. Chapter 52. Good deeds are rewarded. Although Ethan Brooks hadn't yet reached the level of a grandmaster in form intent fist, he had previously trained under a Sanda master. His body had also been enhanced by the physical strengthening pills. Although his opponents were large in stature, the advantage lay with him. Whoosh! Ethan Brooks flashed forward, instantly appearing in front of the burly man who was pinning the young man down. One punch. The burly man clutched his stomach and crouched down. A second punch. Another burly man fell straight to the ground. Before the remaining 3 burly men could even react, Ethan Brooks had already charged right at them. 3 seconds. All 3 men were lying on the ground. Only the old man remained standing there, staring in disbelief. Ethan Brooks clapped his hands and walked toward him. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. The old man's face was deathly pale, and his lips were trembling. You. Ethan Brooks smiled. Old man, it's the new year. I don't want to get violent either. He pointed at the burly men on the ground. Take them to the hospital to get checked out. You'll cover the medical bills. As soon as he finished speaking, Ethan Brooks helped the young man who was still in a state of shock to his feet. Are you okay? The young man shook his head, his eyes wide as copper bells. Streamer, what did you just? Ethan Brooks smiled. I took Sanda as an elective in gym class I've been practicing for a few years. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Streamer, you've got this skill? 5 guys in 3 seconds, how many years have you been training? This guy's gotta be a Sanda champion. Who just said the streamer was going to run? Come out here and take a beating. The streamer is awesome. Watching a fight on New Year's Eve, it was totally worth it. That was great, better than the Spring Festival Gala. Just then, a police officer who received a report from afar was scanning the area with a flashlight. But by then, the burly men had already helped each other to their feet and were walking away. The officer just glanced around a few times, seeing there was no major commotion. He turned and left. Only then did the young man fully snap back to reality, pulling out the autographed silver dollar. This silver dollar, 10,000 will do. He looked completely serious. Ethan Brooks smiled. It's fine. Let us stick with the 20,000 we agreed on earlier. He pointed in the direction the old man had left. Besides, that guy was actually after me. You just got dragged into this because of me. The young man tried to refuse, but Ethan Brooks had already scanned the QR code to pay. The 20,000 was transferred. The young man looked at his phone, then at Ethan Brooks, and scratched his head sheepishly. Streamer, you're really something. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, Streamer, there's one more thing. What is it? The young man said, I noticed you've been collecting used books on your live stream lately, right? Ethan Brooks nodded. The young man's eyes lit up. I know a bookstore that's about to go out of business. He introduced himself and began to explain. My name is Jordan Mercer. I'm from Riversea City and just started my freshman year of college. Before college, I attended middle and high school in Yangpu District. There's an old alley over there called Lyoya Alley, and there's a small bookstore inside. I heard that store was already open back when the area was still part of the concession. Ethan Brooks perked up. Oh, so it's a century-old shop, right? Jordan Mercer nodded and continued. The owner used to be an old man who passed away last year, and the store has been closed ever since. I heard recently that his grandson is planning to clear out the store and turn it into a bubble tea shop. Holy crap, this is like a gift from heaven for the streamer. The streamer's about to strike it rich again. Good deeds really do come back to you. Is this what they mean by good deeds are rewarded? I'm so jealous I could cry. The streamer really has amazing luck. Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat. Where exactly is it? Jordan Mercer pulled out his phone. Let us add each other on WeChat. I just heard about this too. The shop was closed the whole time during the Lunar New Year. I live right nearby. If there's any movement at their place, I'll contact you right away. Ethan Brooks nodded. The two added each other on WeChat. All right. Thanks for your help. Jordan Mercer waved his hand. No problem at all. You helped me score such a great deal. This is nothing. He glanced at the time. I'm heading home now. My mom's waiting for me to have the New Year's Eve dinner. Ethan Brooks smiled. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Jordan Mercer jogged off, disappearing into the night. Ethan Brooks got back into the car. Emily Foster was sitting in the passenger seat, having remained silent the whole time. The car started up and drove out of Antique Street. Strings of red lanterns flashed past the window. Earlier, Emily Foster finally spoke up. Was that really just something you practiced in gym class? Ethan Brooks smiled. It was an elective class. I've been practicing for a few years. Emily Foster was silent for a few seconds. Those guys, they must weighed 4 or 500 gene combined, right? You took them down in just a few moves. It was just like some reclusive master straight out of a novel. Well, Ethan Brooks gave a wry smile, but didn't he respond. By the time they returned to the Lotus residential complex, it was nearly dawn. Ethan Brooks parked the car and helped Emily Foster carry their belongings inside. A rosewood armchair, a Wong Wally would stand, a fake vase, a silver car coin. They made trip after trip into the house. Just as they finished putting everything away, the sound of a car engine came from outside the gate. A taxi pulled up at the entrance. 2 people got out of the car. Ben Warren and Tina Lewis. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. Binsey, what are you doing here at this hour? Ben Warren was Ethan Brooks' college roommate, a native of Suzhou, with a cheerful personality and a gift for gab. The career he drew in Career Challenge was insurance salesman. Tina Lewis was his girlfriend and Emily Foster's best friend. She worked as a real estate agent specializing in resale properties. The two had known each other since high school and had always been very close. Ben Warren walked over with a big bag in hand, beaming. Haha. Daming, Happy New Year. I'm taking Ting back to my hometown tonight, and since we were passing by, we thought we'd stop in to say hi. Tina Lewis also greeted them with a smile. Ethan Brooks, Xiao Yu, Happy New Year. Emily Foster stepped forward to greet them. Didn't you say you weren't going back this year? Tina Lewis waved her hand. It was a last-minute decision. Ben Warren landed a big contract a couple of days ago. He's in a great mood and said he wants to go back during the new year to show off to his parents. The group chatted and laughed as they went inside. Ethan Brooks glanced at Ben Warren. Come to think of it, back when they first moved in together, Ben Warren had mentioned it. He said his girlfriend's best friend was really pretty and told Ethan Brooks to make a good impression on her once they were roommates. He never expected that now. He actually end up living with Tina Lewis's best friend. Even if it was just as roommates. Ben Warren set down his bag and looked around. Daming. This place is really nice. A private house with its own yard, a 3-story little mansion. It's awesome, he remarked admiringly. Back when we signed up for Career Challenge together, who would thought you'd be buying a house by now? Ethan Brooks smiled. Just got lucky. He motioned for everyone to take a seat. You've all had your New Year's Eve dinner, right?
Ben Warren nodded.
Yeah, we ate at home. You know how great Ting's cooking is. Tina Lewis shot him a disapproving glance from the side. All you do is talk. I haven't seen you lift a finger. Emily Foster went to make tea. Ethan Brooks glanced around the living room. Wanna play some mahjong? It's New Year's Eve anyway, time to stay up all night. Ben Warren's eyes lit up. Sure. I've been itching to play. Tina Lewis also got interested. I'll go get the table. The group quickly set up the mahjong table. Ben Warren shuffled the tiles as he spoke. Daming, you're really good. I never thought the stuff I took as an elective in college would actually come in handy, and now I've even bought a house. Ethan Brooks smiled. Just good luck. You're pretty good yourself. Out of all of us in the dorm, you're the smoothest talker and the most resourceful. How much commission will I get from that big deal you mentioned earlier?
Ben Warren twinkled.
Haha, it was just luck. He held up one hand. 500,000. Ethan Brooks raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Ben Warren shuffled his tiles. It's not as good as what you make. But man, it feels so damn good to earn my own money. I just wonder how Xiangzi and Brother Chong are doing these days. Haha. This roommate is pretty funny. 500,000 is pretty impressive. That's several years' salary for the average person. The streamer's circle of roommates is full of talented people. I envy that kind of friendship. The Xiangzi and Brother Chong Ben Warren was referring to were Ethan Brooks's other 2 roommates. Lin Xiang, from a well-off family, went to the US to pursue his career. A few days ago in the dorm group chat, he mentioned he was interning at a major company in Silicon Valley. Zhang Chong comes from a family with a similar financial background to Ethan Brooks, but I heard he ended up in the Middle East after some twists and turns. Haven't been in touch for a long time. Ethan Brooks drew a card and shook his head. Their families are better off than ours, so they're probably doing just fine. They'll probably come back for their graduation defense after the new year. We can catch up then.
Ben Warren nodded.
That's true. He suddenly lowered his voice and glanced at Emily Foster. Daming. I heard from Ting that you're going back to Haven City with Emily Foster? Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. Yeah, to help out.
Ben var en tjoinköld.
At this rate, you're moving faster than I did. Oh, haha. Ethan Brooks laughed it off without responding. He glanced at the cards in his hand. I've won. I've won. Ha 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 ha. The streameress changing the subject. That win came at just the right time. Roommate. I wasn't he done gossiping yet. The host is so shy. Emily Foster is listening right here. Tina Lewis laughed from the side. Ben Warren. Don't make things up, they're just friends.
Ben var en shrinkt.
I was just asking. Chapter 53. I'll take the socks. It was 3 a.m., and it was still dark outside. Ethan Brooks loaded the last piece of luggage into the trunk and closed the trunk lid. Emily Foster stood at the doorway, holding to Anchuin close. The kitten was wrapped in a thick blanket, with only its little head peeking out. Are you really taking it with us? Ethan Brooks asked. Emily Foster nodded. I don't feel comfortable leaving it home alone. Ethan Brooks smiled and opened the car door. Get in. The car started up and pulled out of the Lotus residential complex. New Year's Eve had just passed, and there were hardly any cars on the street. The streetlights were still on, and red lanterns swayed in the night breeze. Emily Foster sat in the passenger seat, holding the cat carrier, and looked out the window. I didn't expect you to be up this early, Ethan Brooks said. We'll leave early to avoid traffic. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Most people who went home for the holiday have already arrived, so the highway should be pretty empty. Emily Foster nodded. The car merged onto the highway, and sure enough, the drive was smooth all the way. Dawn was breaking. Ethan Brooks pulled over at a rest stop to fill up on gas, use the restroom, and grab a bite to eat. Emily Foster carried to Anchuin out for some fresh air. The kitten was wrapped up tightly, with only its eyes peeking out. Is it adjusting okay? Ethan Brooks asked. It's doing fine. It fell asleep in the car. After resting for half an hour, they hit the road again. They stopped at a rest area again around noon. At 3 p.m., the car exited the highway and entered Haven City. We're almost there, Emily Foster said, looking out the window. My place is in Forest Bridge Village, about 20+ kilometers from Haven City. Ethan Brooks glanced at the GPS. Then let us find a place to buy some gifts first. It wouldn't look good to show up empty-handed. Emily Foster thought for a moment. There's a town up ahead. There should be a supermarket there. The car turned into the town, and Ethan Brooks pulled up in front of a supermarket. The two went inside, picked out some cigarettes, alcohol, and fruit, and filled the trunk. They hit the road again. The country road grew narrower and narrower, flanked by farmland and woods on both sides. Emily Foster pointed ahead. We're almost there. Ethan Brooks nodded and slowed down a bit. Just then, moo! A cow suddenly burst out of the bushes by the roadside and charged straight toward the front of the car. Ethan Brooks jerked the steering wheel. The tires screeched piercingly, but it was too late. Bang! The car jolted, and the cow was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the roadside. Ah! Emily Foster screamed, clutching her cat carrier tightly. Ethan Brooks steadied the steering wheel and pulled the car over to the side of the road. The comments section exploded instantly. Holy crap! They hit a cow. Is the streamer okay? Is Emily Foster okay? That cow just bolted out of nowhere, so scary. It's the new year, what are we going to do now? Ethan Brooks looked at Emily Foster first. Are you okay? Emily Foster shook her head, her face pale. Iemme fine. Ethan Brooks let out a sigh of relief and opened the door to get out of the car. The cow lay on the side of the road, still twitching. Soon it stopped moving. Moo, a final low moan, then silence. Ethan Brooks furrowed his brow. Is this cow dead? Just then, an old man ran out of the woods, panting heavily. Oh no! My cow! My cow! He rushed over to the cow, crouched down to examine it, then looked up and glared at Ethan Brooks. How do you drive? Can't you watch the road? Ethan Brooks had been feeling a little guilty after all. He'd run over the old man's cow. He was just about to apologize, when the old man started yelling. I've raised this cow for years. I've fed it hay and grain every day, how much effort I've put into it. And you killed it in one hit. You're going to pay for it. Ethan Brooks opened his mouth. Sir. The cow suddenly bolted out of the bushes. Who could have reacted in time? How could you not react in time? The old man cut him off. I've been grazing my cows on this road for over a decade, but other people managed to react. You were driving, you're responsible. Pay up. This old man is being a bit unreasonable. The cow came charging out of nowhere, even the driver couldn't have reacted in time. But he did run over and kill the guy's cow. This is going to be a hassle. Man, this is the worst kind of situation to get caught in. You have to pay compensation and can't even take the cow with you. Exactly. I once hit a sheep with my car. I called the police, ended up paying $2,000, and the owner still took the sheep away. All right. Ethan Brooks had also come across videos like this online. He nodded. Old man, name your price. The old man's eyes darted around. 30,000. Not a penny less. Ethan Brooks furrowed his brow. 30,000? This cow looked like an ordinary draft cow. Its market value was at most a little over 10,000. Just as he was about to speak, he habitually activated golden eyes and scanned the scene. The moment he scanned it, he froze. Name: elderly yellow cow, deceased. Description: a 15-year-old yellow cow, driven out of the woods by its owner at just the right moment and struck by a vehicle, resulting in its death. Contains 1 natural ox gallstone, approximately 305 grams. Market valuation: 210,000, 300,000. Over 300 grams of natural ox gallstone. Ethan Brooks was instantly stunned. The conditions required for natural ox gallstone to form are extremely stringent. Typically, even a 20-year-old cow might not produce more than 10 grams of ox gallstone. This cow produced 300 grams. That would make headlines anywhere, of course. Most importantly, Ethan Brooks realized what had happened. It was a little past 3 p.m. on New Year's Day. Who would be grazing cattle out here in the middle of nowhere? The old man did this on purpose. He knew this road had light traffic and slow-moving cars, so he deliberately herded the cow to the roadside, waiting for a car to come before driving it out. It's about scamming cars, not people. If the car hits and kills the cow, he gets compensation, and he can still haul the carcass back to sell for meat. A double profit. Ethan Brooks sneered inwardly, but he gave nothing away. He pointed at his car. Sir, do you recognize this car? The old man glanced at it. I don't care what kind of car it is, you hit my cow, so you've got to pay up. Ethan Brooks smiled. It's a Mercedes. Cost over $1 million. The old man's eyes lit up. Over $1 million? That's perfect. You're rich, aren't you? 30,000, not a penny less. Ethan Brooks shook his head and smiled faintly. Sir, when I said the car is worth $1 million, I didn't mean to imply I'm rich. He pointed to the dashcam on the front of the car. This dashcam is high definition. It can record what's happening from a long way off. Never mind that it's New Year's Day. It's a bit strange for you to be herding cattle here. Besides, I wasn't going fast. If you'd seen the car coming from a distance, you definitely would had time to herd the cow back. The old man's expression changed. What do you mean? He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Son. Get your second uncle and come over here right away. Someone hit and killed our cow. It's a rich guy, but he doesn't want to pay. After hanging up, he glared at Ethan Brooks. Young man, let me tell you this. If you don't pay for this cow, don't even think about leaving this village. He pointed toward the distance. It takes 30 minutes to drive from here to the police station in town. That half hour is plenty of time for my son and his uncle to get here. Think this through carefully. Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes. Was he planning to use force? Just then, Emily Foster got out of the car. She glanced at the old man and paused in surprise. Grandpa Young. The old man was taken aback as well. Huh? Emily? Emily Foster walked over. Grandpa Young, this is my boyfriend. Your cow. The old man's expression softened a bit. Oh my. So it's Emily's boyfriend. We're all family here. He patted the cow. But Emily, you know your Grandpa Young has loved raising cows his whole life. I've raised this cow for years. I'm really attached to it. As for the money, Emily Foster glanced at Ethan Brooks and whispered, why don't we call the police? His family and mine aren't exactly on good terms. But this guy has a bad reputation in the village. He has done plenty of shady things in the past. This whole cow ramming incident feels a bit fishy to me. Ethan Brooks nodded. Don't worry. I'll handle it. He walked up to the old man and handed him a cigarette. Old man, since we're family, I'll definitely pay for the damage. The old man took the cigarette, and his expression softened a bit. Ethan Brooks continued. But I'll have to take the cow with me. I didn't bring much with me when I came to Emily's. Taking this cow back will be a sort of gift. The old man paused for a moment. What do you want the cow for? Ethan Brooks smiled. To slaughter it for meat, of course. A cow this big will last us a long time. The old man's eyes darted around. So how much are you offering? Ethan Brooks held up 5 fingers. 50,000. The old man's eyes widened. 50,000? Ethan Brooks nodded. That's right, 50,000. I'm taking the cow. The old man was stunned. 50,000 for a dead cow? Was this young man just burning through his money? But he quickly came to his senses. All right, 50,000 it is. Just then, 2 electric scooters came rumbling down the road from a distance, their motors humming. Each scooter carried 2 men, both in their prime. The scooters pulled over to the side of the road, and the 4 men jumped off. Leading the group was a burly man in his 40s. Who's that? You ran over my cow and now you think you can get away without paying. His eyes landed on Ethan Brooks immediately. So it's you, I sent it? He walked over and reached out to shove Ethan Brooks. You're not going anywhere today. Chapter 54. 50,000 for a dead cow. Just as the man was about to shove Ethan Brooks grabbed his wrist and gave it a gentle twist. Ouch, ouch. The man immediately doubled over, screaming in pain. It hurts. It hurts. Let go. The 3 burly men standing nearby saw this and were about to rush over to help. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Grandpa Liang hurried over and stepped between them. We've already settled this. It's settled. Ethan Brooks let go. The man rubbed his wrist, looking thoroughly put out. Taking advantage of Ethan Brooks turning away, he suddenly kicked out. Without even turning his head, Ethan Brooks shifted his body slightly to the side. The man's kick missed, and he lost his balance, crashing to the ground with a thud and landing squarely on his butt. Ouch! The man lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. The chat exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. That guy took a spectacular fall. The streamer's reaction time is off the charts. The streamer is a Sonda master. I'm dying of laughter. He tried to sneak attack and ended up falling himself. That'll keep him in pain for 3 days. Ethan Brooks turned around and gave a faint smile. Old man, your son doesn't seem very polite. He paused for a moment. So, how about not 50,000 but 3? No. Old man Liang hurriedly waved his hands. He turned and kicked his son in the back. You little brat. All you ever do is mess up my plans. The man lay face down on the ground, looking aggrieved. Dad, why do you kick me? Old man Liang glared at him. That's the guy Emily's dating. She already agreed to give us 50,000. 50,000? The man's eyes lit up, and he shot up from the ground. He brushed the dust off his clothes, and his face instantly broke into a broad smile. Hey, buddy, you should have said so earlier. Just a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. He leaned in, bowing and scraping. What's your name, buddy? Want a cigarette? His attitude changed faster than turning a page. The power of 50,000. That father and son are cut from the same cloth. 1 minute he was about to hit someone. The next he's calling him brother. That's hilarious. Ethan Brooks waved his hand. No thanks. Just then, the sound of electric vehicles came from the distance again. 2 tricycles sped toward them. Before they even come to a complete stop, 5 or 6 people jumped off. There were old and young, men and women. Leading the group was an elderly man in his 70s, with gray hair but a straight back, leaning on a cane. Behind him were several middle-aged men, carrying shovels and hoes. Emily! The old man strode quickly toward her. Grandpa! Emily Foster rushed to meet him. The old man looked her up and down. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Emily Foster shook her head.
Iem fine, grandpa. Iem okay.
Only then did the old man breathe a sigh of relief and turn to look at old Liang. Old Liang, what are you doing? He tapped his cane on the ground and spoke in a booming voice. Let me tell you, this is our future son-in-law. Don't think I don't know what line of work you're in. Old man Liang looked sheepish. Emily's brother. Come on. What are you saying? It's just a misunderstanding. The middle-aged men behind the old man had already gathered around. One of them, a man in his 40s with a square face, glanced at the Mercedes and paused in surprise. Is that a Mercedes GLE? The one that costs over $1 million. A few people nearby crowded in to take a look. It really is. I've seen this car online. It costs 1.3 to 1.4 million after all the fees. Emily's boyfriend, he's got it going on. Haha. The Lin family relatives know their stuff. A car worth over $1 million, that's definitely a luxury car in the countryside. The streamer's got some serious swag. Our future son-in-law's status is set. Great, not many people in the countryside would recognize this car. Upon hearing the car's price, the old man quickly cleared his throat. The group immediately composed their expressions and stood up straight. The old man looked at Ethan Brooks, his gaze appraising. Ethan Brooks stepped forward. Hello, Grandpa. My name is Ethan Brooks, a friend of Emily's. The old man nodded, his expression softening slightly. Ethan, you don't need to worry about this. Old Liang's cow. It's fine, Grandpa. Ethan Brooks smiled. It's all settled. He looked at old Liang. We're all civilized people here. It was my fault for not paying attention to the car's condition. The cow hit it. I'll take responsibility. 50,000, that covers both the damages and the cost of the cow. I'll take it all. What? 50,000? The old man froze for a moment. Old Liang quickly nodded. Right. Ethan's very straightforward. It's already settled. The old man frowned. Ethan, what are you? Ethan Brooks waved his hand. Grandpa, it's the new year. Harmony brings prosperity. He pulled out his phone. Old man Liang, WeChat or Alipay? WeChat. Ethan Brooks scanned the QR code and made the transfer. The 50,000 was credited. Old man Liang's phone beeped, and he grinned from ear to ear. All right, Comrade Ethan. The cow is yours. The Lin family relatives exchanged bewildered glances. 50,000 for a dead cow? This young man. The old man glanced at Ethan Brooks but said nothing. Just then, a man in his 30s stepped forward. Bro, your car took quite a hit. Didn't it? Let me take a look. He walked around to the side of the car and examined the dented door. It's not too bad. Luxury cars are just different. It's not too serious. Some bodywork and a fresh coat of paint will fix it. He clapped his hands. Don't worry, buddy. I run an auto repair shop. I've got all the tools at home. Just hand it over to me, and I'll have it fixed for you tonight. Ethan Brooks smiled. No ruse. It's my friend's car. I need to ask him first. The young man paused, taken aback. Your friend's car? It's not yours. Ethan Brooks shook his head. I was in such a rush to get back that I didn't have time to buy one yet. I borrowed it from a friend. Ha! Everyone around them instantly widened their eyes. A car worth over $1 million just borrowed like that? A few relatives standing nearby exchanged glances. This young man is no ordinary guy. The old man cleared his throat. All right, let us head home first. He pointed at old Liang's group of burly men. Old Liang, you and the guys help haul the cow up. Old Liang hurriedly called over his sons. Together, they hoisted the dead cow onto a tricycle. Ethan Brooks walked over to the car and glanced at the cow. Paying 50,000 for a dead cow. That's definitely a loss. But if there's ox gallbladder inside, that changes everything. Ethan Brooks smiled and opened the car door. Emily Foster, holding to Anchuan, slid into the passenger seat. The Lin family relatives hopped on the tricycle and led the way. Ethan Brooks started the car. He slowly followed behind the tricycle as they drove into Forest Bridge Village. The live chat comments kept rolling in. Even though he took the cow away, 50,000 still feels like a massive loss. Yeah, you could buy 3 live cows for 50,000. That's so frustrating. The streamer really took a big hit this time. Something just doesn't feel right. Who in their right mind would be grazing a cow here on New Year's Day? That cow looks really old. It must be over a decade old. Right, an old workhorse. The streamer should check for ox gallstones when he slaughters. It might just break even. Ethan Brooks glanced at his phone and smiled. At least some of you guys get me. If he lost 30,000 and let them take the cow, that would been a real loss. But buying it back, that's a gamble on the ox gallstones. Haha. That's our streamer for you. Good luck, streamer. Something just feels off. The streamer isn't pulling off another steal, is he? What's ox gall? Ox gall is a gallstone from a cow, a precious traditional Chinese medicine ingredient. A gram goes for several hundred, and natural ox gall can fetch over 1,000. Haha. With the streamer's luck, I have a feeling that old man's family is going to be in tears. Chapter 55. collecting scrap and the occasional antique. The car slowly followed the tricycle as it drove into Forest Bridge Village. On the tricycle ahead, four burly men were gathered around a dead cow, swaying back and forth as they made their way forward. Behind them, the Mercedes-Benz GLE, its headlights on, cast a subdued glow from its streamlined body in the setting sun. A few old men sunbathing at the village entrance spotted it and forgot all about the cigarettes in their hands. Whose car is that? That car looks pretty expensive. I senti that Emily up ahead? Why is she hauling a dead cow on her tricycle? Why is that car following her? The tricycle turned onto the village road, with Ethan Brooks' car right behind it. Houses began to appear on both sides of the road. People pushed open their doors to watch. Children ran after the vehicles. Women stood in their doorways, pointing and whispering. Whose relative is that? A Mercedes. I've seen it on my phone, it's worth over $1 million. Who in our village has connections like that? The tricycle led the way with the Mercedes following behind. One in front, one behind, they drove through the entire village. The live chat exploded with excitement. Ha 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 ha. What a spectacle. Doesn't it look like a rich guy returning to his hometown? A cow in the front, a Mercedes in the back, that combo is epic. I can just picture the looks on those villagers' faces. Awesome. It feels like I'm driving a luxury car back to my hometown myself. Full marks to the streamer for this show-off move. The tricycle turned into an alley. A woman was standing at the entrance, looking out. Emily Foster leaned out the car window. Mom! The woman paused for a moment, then smiled and came forward to greet her. The tricycle stopped at the gate, and Ethan Brooks maneuvered it into the courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, with a concrete floor large enough to park 3 or 4 cars. A pile of firewood sat in the corner, along with a large water jar. Ethan Brooks turned off the engine, got out, and opened the trunk. Happy New Year, Auntie. He took out the gifts he brought one by one. Cigarettes, liquor, fruit, health supplements. Mrs. Lin couldn't stop smiling. Oh my, you didn't have to bring all this just to visit. Emily Foster got out of the car, holding to Anchuin in her arms. The kitten was wrapped up tightly, with only its eyes peeking out, curiously taking in its surroundings. Come inside, come inside, Mrs. Lin called out. Inside, Mr. Lin came out to greet them. He was in his 50s, blind in one eye, good-natured and honest, not much of a talker, but with a very friendly smile. Ethan here, sit down, sit down. Ethan Brooks had just sat down, when the young man who ran the auto repair shop, Emily Foster's cousin, followed him inside. Bro, what are you planning to do with this cow? Ethan Brooks took a sip of tea. Is there a butcher in the village who can handle cattle? Let us have it processed tonight. The cousin's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. Henry's place is just across the street. He has been selling fresh meat for over 30 years, and he has got a pit in his yard for slaughtering pigs. I'll go talk to him right now and have him get everything ready. Ethan Brooks nodded. All right. Thanks for your help. His cousin dashed off in a flash. Mr. Lin handed him a cigarette. Ethan, I heard from Emily that you're a scrap collector? Ethan Brooks took the cigarette but didn't light it. Yeah, I was on that career challenge show, and the job I drew was scrap collector. Mr. Lin's wife chimed in from the side. I've come across that show, it's pretty popular. Emily's a car model, right? Emily Foster nodded. Mr. Lin asked again. That scrap collector business, does it make any money? Ethan Brooks smiled. It's not bad. I usually drive around in my tricycle collecting scrap, and occasionally I pick up some antiques. Antiques? Mr. Lin's interest was piqued. Didn't our country pass the Treasure Hunter Act? A lot of people in our village are into that now. Just then, a boy of about 10 sitting nearby suddenly chimed in. Dad, don't embarrass yourself. How can those people in our village compare to my brother-in-law? Mr. Lin glared at him. What kind of talk is that, you little brat? The boy pulled out his phone. I just watched a highlight reel of my brother-in-law's career challenge. He is an expert in ancient coin research. He swiped across the screen. Look, not long ago. My brother-in-law snagged a few copper coins at a bargain and made millions. The room fell silent instantly. Mr. Lin nearly dropped the cigarette he was holding. Mrs. Lin's mouth fell open. A few million? A few relatives nearby exchanged glances. The middle-aged man with the square face, Emily Foster's uncle, leaned in. Ethan, is that true? Ethan Brooks waved his hand dismissively. Just a stroke of luck. His uncle took a deep breath. Ethan, then you've definitely come to the right place by moving to Haven City. He lowered his voice. There are tons of old artifacts around here. A few days ago, someone in the neighboring village was renovating an old house and unearthed an ancient tomb. The Cultural Heritage Bureau took it over, but before they did, quite a few old artifacts made their way out. Ethan Brooks' eyes lit up. Oh, his uncle continued. After dinner tonight, I'll put in a good word for you. Ethan Brooks nodded. The family chatted animatedly. The live chat was buzzing, too. It's so nice to watch the streamer's live broadcast on New Year's Day. When the streamer coming to the city. Come to Westvale City, I'll treat you to mutton and flatbread. Haven City is an ancient capital. The ground is full of treasures. Looks like the streamer's about to strike it rich. I envy this kind of family atmosphere. Just as they were chatting, his cousin ran back. Bro, Henry's all set. Should we haul the cow over now? Ethan Brooks stood up. Let us go. His cousin rounded up a few relatives and hoisted the cow onto a tricycle. Ethan Brooks addressed the camera. Guys, I'm going to show you something rare: slaughtering a cow. Holy crap. Live cow slaughter? I've got to see this. Never seen anything like it. Time to broaden my horizons. The streamer's got some wild tastes. The group arrived at Henry's house. The yard was twice as big as the Lin family's. In one corner stood a large cauldron, with various knives and hooks arranged beside it. Henry was a burly man in his 50s, shirtless and wearing a leather apron tied around his waist. When he saw Ethan Brooks, he grinned widely. The boss is here? Don't worry, everyone in the village knows my skills. Ethan Brooks handed him a cigarette. Master Zhou, thanks for your hard work. Henry took the cigarette and glanced at Old Man Lin standing nearby. Emily, is this your son-in-law? Not bad at all. Old Man Lin couldn't stop grinning. The cow was carried down and placed on a large cutting board. Henry flexed his wrists and grabbed a sharp knife. Boss, watch this. With one swift cut, he bled it out, skinned it and gutted it. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Holy crap. That's professional. Master's skills are incredible. A butcher with 30 years of experience, he truly lives up to his reputation. It looks a bit gory, but I can't help but watch, Henry explained as he worked. This cow must be over a decade old. The meat's definitely tough. You'll have to stew it. Beef bone broth is the most nourishing. Beef tripe, heart, and liver, they're all top-notch. Just as he was speaking, his hand suddenly stopped. Henry paused for a moment, then pulled something out of the cow's abdominal cavity. It was about the size of a fist, yellowish-brown with a rough surface. He leaned in for a closer look, and his expression changed. This is... Ethan Brooks' eyes lit up. Ox gallstone. Henry held the object in his hands, which were trembling. Ox gallstone. This is ox gallstone. He looked at Ethan Brooks, his voice trembling. Boss, you're way too lucky. People nearby gathered around. What's ox gallstone? A gallstone from a cow, a rare and valuable Chinese medicinal ingredient. How big can this thing be? Henry took a deep breath. I've been slaughtering pigs, cows, and sheep for over 30 years. I've seen ox gallstones before, but never one this big. He weighed it in his hands. This must be 200 or 300 grams. Holy shit! 200 or 300 grams. Who just mentioned ox gallstone? It's worth hundreds per gram. 300 grams at 500 per gram, that's 150,000. But natural ox gallstone in good condition can go for over 1,000. That's 300,000. The streamer bought that cow for 50,000. He's made a killing. I'm so damn stupid. If that old man's family found out, they'd be furious. Streamer, check my DM. I'm a professor at Zhonghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Chapter 56. What can't we see? What a waste. At that moment, Henry held the piece of ox bile in his hands, his expression complex. Although this ox bile is large, the quality isn't that high. The color is a bit dark, and there are a lot of impurities. If it were that golden yellow top grade stuff, it could sell for 5,000 or 6,000 per gram. Ethan Brooks took the ox bile and examined it closely. Indeed, the color was somewhat dull, and the surface wasn't smooth enough. But he smiled. Master Zhou, we came by this ox bile by accident anyway. It's the Lunar New Year today. We're mainly here to celebrate the slaughter of the ox. Whether the quality is high or not doesn't matter. Henry paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Young man, you've got the right attitude. He patted Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. With that kind of attitude, you're bound to go far in the future. The streamer really does have a great attitude. If it were me, I'd probably be bummed out for hours. It was a free find to begin with. What's there to be bummed about? Exactly. You bought the cow for 50,000 after selling the ox bile and paying taxes. You'll still make over 100,000. That's a huge profit. Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat. Guys, is there anyone here who knows about ox bile? The chat immediately lit up. Wasn't there a professor from a traditional Chinese medicine university just now? Right, let us go live with him. Go ahead, streamer. Let us learn something too. I've never seen ox bile in my life. Is this the ingredient for ox bile detox pills? Alright, let us go live with an expert. Ethan Brooks nodded. He found the professor from the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine he'd spoken with earlier. He activated the video call feature. Soon, a gray-haired elderly man appeared on the screen. Hello, young man. I'm Professor Chen from Zhonghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Ethan Brooks quickly greeted him. Happy New Year, Professor Chen. Professor Chen smiled. Happy New Year. I just watched your live stream. That piece of ox bile is indeed rare. Although its appearance is average, it makes up for it with its large size. He paused for a moment. What are you planning to do with it? Ethan Brooks replied, I'd like to ask your advice on how to store this and the best way to sell it later. Professor Chen nodded. There are a few key points to keep in mind when storing ox bile. First, avoid direct sunlight. Let it air dry in the shade. Second, keep it away from moisture. It's best to store it in a dry, well-ventilated place. Third, don't cut it. Keep it intact. He paused. As for selling it, if you trust me, our research lab can purchase it. At current market prices, although this piece of ox gallbladder is of average quality, it's quite large. I can offer you 2,000 per gram. Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment.
2,000 per gram?
300 grams would be 600,000. Professor Chen continued. However, I have one condition. You must give us this piece of ox gallbladder in its entirety. It cannot be cut. Also, we'll need to take samples from the cow's trachea, bile duct, and other parts for our research. Ethan Brooks nodded. No problem. Ox bile isn't like antiques or collectibles. Keeping it as a collectible is useless. It's better to sell it for cash. Professor Chen smiled at his reply. All right then. Add me on WeChat, and once you've preserved it properly, just send it over. The two added each other on WeChat, and the call ended. Just then, Henry the butcher brought over 2 sheets of craft paper. Use these. I used to use these to preserve the ox bile when I used to slaughter cows. Thanks, Uncle Joe. Ethan Brooks smiled, took the craft paper, carefully wrapped the ox bile, and put it in his pocket. Henry gave him a thumbs up from the side. Emily's husband-to-be is something else, lucky and well-connected. Such a small piece can fetch 5 or 10,000. At that moment, the Lin family relatives' eyes lit up. The old man couldn't stop grinning. Just then, a commotion erupted at the courtyard gate. This is the place. They've brought the cow here. A group of people burst in. Leading the way was Old Man Liang, followed by his son and a few burly men. You Su Guy, stop right there. Old Man Liang's face was flushed red, and he was panting heavily. His son trailed behind, looking defiant. That piece of ox bile is ours. You have to give it back to us. Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes. Henry stepped forward, blocking Ethan Brooks' path. Old Liang, what are you doing? Old Liang glared. Henry, mind your own business. That cow belongs to my family, so of course the ox gall belongs to us. His son joined in the shouting. Exactly. You cheated us. You tricked us out of our cow. The elderly head of the Lin family walked over, leaning on his cane. Old Liang, have you no shame? He thumped his cane on the ground, his voice booming. It was made perfectly clear back then. 30,000 was compensation, and 20,000 was for the cow. Cash on delivery. It's all on the live stream. Forest Bridge Village has 3 major clans. The Lins, the Zhous, and the Liangs. The Liang clan has always been at odds with the Lins and Zhous. By now, several villagers had gathered around. Old Liang, Who in the village doesn't he know what your family has been up to? Exactly. You guys specialize in staging accidents with out-of-towners. How many people have you ripped off? Guess you ran into a tough customer today. Huh? Henry also sneered. Old Liang, do you have any idea how much that car is worth? Over $1 million. That camera on the front of the car, it's high definition. If you actually call the police, they'll hand over the footage, and your whole family will end up behind bars. Old Liang's face paled. His son still refused to back down. But that ox bile belongs to us. Henry's eyes widened. The cow belongs to your family, but you've already sold it to them. Why didn't you mention the ox bile when you sold it? Several villagers nearby chimed in as well. Exactly. You've already sold it, how dare you come back asking for it? Old Liang, don't bring shame on your family in front of the whole village. Let us get out of here before people start laughing at us. Old man Liang's face alternated between pale and ashen. He glanced at Ethan Brooks, then at the Lin family patriarch, and finally, gritting his teeth, waved his hand. Let us go. The group slunk away in disgrace. Holy crap, that was a total scam. Something was off the moment that old man mentioned 30,000 in compensation. The streamer was smart, paying the compensation and then buying the cow. He took a gamble on the ox bile and won. That was just the streamer's luck. Most people would just bought an ordinary dead cow. That old man's family is disgusting. Serves them right. Let them pull their scam. If you ask me, we should call the police and have them locked up. Old Liang's family slunk away in shame. The slaughter continued. Henry's skills were truly unmatched. His knife work was crisp, and his movements were expert. In less than an hour, the entire cow had been meticulously butchered. Beef, bones, and offal were all sorted and neatly arranged. Ethan Brooks took a few packs of cigarettes out of his car and handed one to Henry and each of the villagers who had helped. He also handed Henry a large red envelope. Master Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Henry accepted the envelope, patting his chest with a smile. You're too kind, boss. Feel free to come find me anytime you need help. Ethan Brooks distributed some beef to the villagers who had helped out, and had the Lin family's relatives carry the rest home. Back at the Lin family's house, dinner was already prepared. Steaming hot dishes were served at the table. Braised chicken in soy sauce, crispy pork cutlets, rice steamed pork, pork with red dates, pork hocks with bones, air-dried chicken, salted pork, 8 treasure rice. The aroma of the food filled the entire house. The old man sat in the seat of honor, his face glowing with health. Ethan, come. Try our family's rice steamed pork. Ethan Brooks picked up a piece. It was indeed delicious. The family ate and chatted together in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The live chat was buzzing with comments. Watching this is making me hungry. Wow, what a feast. This is definitely top-notch hospitality. The streamer is in for a treat. The atmosphere is so great. I envy this kind of family atmosphere. Oh my gosh. It looks even more appetizing than restaurant food. After dinner, Mrs. Lin cleared the table. Emily Foster helped carry the dishes. Ethan Brooks sat on the couch, chatting with the old man. Before long, Mrs. Lin came out from the back room. Ethan, the room is ready. She pointed upstairs. Upstairs, the room Emily used to stay in when she was home. You two can stay there tonight. Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. Huh. Mrs. Lin smiled warmly. What's with the huh? Go upstairs and get some rest. Driving all day must have been exhausting. Whoa, this mother-in-law is something else. She just went ahead and arranged a room for him. Haha. Who wouldn't he be smitten with a son-in-law like that? Does anyone remember that the streamer was pretending to be her boyfriend? Pretending? That was just an excuse. Exactly. The streamer's already living with him. Who's going to buy that pretending nonsense? Things are going to heat up tonight. Emily Foster's face flushed slightly. She said nothing and turned to go upstairs. Ethan Brooks scratched his head and followed her. The room wasn't too big, but it was tidy. There was a double bed with freshly changed sheets. Emily Foster sat on the edge of the bed, holding to Anshuin, her head bowed. Ethan Brooks cleared his throat twice. Guys, I've got something to take care of. I'm going offline for a bit. The streamer isn't being a good teammate. What's there that we can't watch? Yeah, I can still afford this much traffic. Damn streamer. You forgot about us when something good came up. Don't go offline. Ha 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 ha. The streamer's blushing. Chapter 57. Mass Sale of the Salvage Company. Meanwhile, downstairs in the living room, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, and Grandpa Foster were sitting together, whispering to one another. Mr. Lin smoked a cigarette, his brow slightly furrowed. I think Ethan's a good guy. He's wealthy, has good judgment, and treats Emily well. He paused. With his impressive credentials, the fact that he's interested in our Emily is a stroke of luck for our family. We certainly can't hold Emily back. Mrs. Lin nodded. Of course not. As for Emily's marriage, we'll say and ask as little as possible from now on, let the kids handle it themselves. Mr. Lin looked at Grandpa Foster. Dad, Ethan knows antiques. Do we have any old things at home? Have him take a look tomorrow. We shouldn't let him make the trip for nothing. Grandpa Foster spread his hands. What kind of antiques could we possibly have? I'm the only antique around here. Mrs. Lin suddenly remembered something. Oh, Dad, don't we still have that old trunk? Mr. Lin slapped his thigh. That's right. My mother's dowry from back in the day. Grandpa Foster paused for a moment, then realized what she meant. Oh, I almost forgot. When your mother married into the family, she brought a trunk with her. They say it's been passed down through several generations. Mrs. Lin said. One trunk isn't enough. Tomorrow I'll go back to my parents' house and ask around. I remember there are still a few old inkstones and a painting at my parents' house. All right? Mr. Lin nodded. Dig them all out. Let Ethan take a look at them tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the group got up and headed to the storage room to search for the old trunk. Early the next morning, Ethan Brooks woke up to find it already bright outside the window. Emily Foster was already up, holding to Anchuin as she basked in the sun in the yard. Ethan Brooks washed up and went downstairs. In the living room, Mrs. Lin was setting the table for breakfast. Ethan, are you awake? Come eat. Ethan Brooks sat down, and Mr. Lin and Grandpa Foster joined them. The family ate breakfast together. Mr. Lin said, Ethan, today is the second day of the Lunar New Year. We have to visit relatives. You and Emily can stay home. There's a reservoir nearby where you can go fishing. Grandpa Foster added, That's right, you can fish there for free. It's customary to visit relatives on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Emily Foster's mother was visiting her parents' home, and relatives would be coming to their house as well. It might actually be a bit awkward if he ran into any relatives here. Okay. Ethan Brooks nodded. It's been a while since I've been fishing. Just then, Mr. and Mrs. Lin carried out that old trunk. Ethan, you know about antiques. We happen to have an old trunk here. Take a look. This trunk was part of Emily's grandmother's dowry back in the day. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. Sure, I'll take a look. As he spoke, Ethan Brooks instinctively pulled out his phone and started a live stream. The streamer's live. What time did you go to bed last night? Spill it. I'm dying of curiosity. Come on, streamer. Spill the beans. Ethan Brooks chuckled. Good morning, everyone. Let me show you all a chest first. He pointed the camera at the old chest. The chest was made of wood, dark brown in color, with copper sheeting around the edges. Ethan Brooks activated golden eyes and scanned it. Name: Republican-era ordinary wooden chest. Description: a storage chest from an ordinary household during the Republican era, made of cedar wood with rough craftsmanship. Market valuation: 1,000, 3,000. He shook his head. Grandpa, this chest is made of average materials, and the craftsmanship is nothing special. But it's definitely an old piece. I'd guess it dates back to the Republican era. It's probably worth 1,000 or 2 these days. Haha, all right. Grandpa Foster nodded with a smile. It's just as it should be, not worth much. If it were worth much, that old bastard wouldn't he have let his daughter bring it over back then? Old bastard? Haha. Your grandpa had quite the story back in the day. That's hilarious. Looks like those in-laws weren't much to speak of. With the chest identified, Grandpa Foster pulled an old lock out of his pocket, preparing to lock it up. Ethan Brooks' gaze fell on the lock. The lock was elongated, made of brass, its surface covered in green patina, and of a very ancient design. It was exactly the kind of old lock you often see in TV shows. He activated golden eyes and scanned it. Name: Ming Dynasty Brass Broad Lock. Description: a brass lock used by the common people during the Ming Dynasty, exquisitely crafted and well preserved. It possesses significant historical and collectible value. Market valuation, 80,000, 120,000. 80,000 to 120,000. Ethan Brooks was stunned. Grandpa, where did you get this lock? It just looked like an old thing to me. This one. Grandpa Foster handed him the lock. I found this in a riverbed when I was herding sheep in my youth. I thought it looked nice back then, so I kept it to lock my trunk. Ethan Brooks took the lock and examined it closely. Holy crap, the host's reaction is off. This lock has such a classic design. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of lock you see in period dramas. You can tell at a glance that it's an antique. Oh no, the hostess about to snag another bargain. If I could score a bargain like this, I'd go scrap collecting after the new year too. Ethan Brooks looked at it for a moment, then looked up. Grandpa, this is an old item, I bet it's worth something. But I don't know much about antiques like locks. Should I call a friend and ask? Grandpa Foster's eyes lit up. Sure, go ahead. Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone and dialed Mr. Dawson's number. Mr. Dawson, Happy New Year. Mr. Dawson's hearty laughter came through the phone. Haha, Ethan. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I was just about to call you. Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. Call me? Mr. Dawson, have you seen it already? Mr. Dawson looked puzzled. Huh? Seen what? Ethan Brooks realized what he meant. Oh, I thought you were watching my live stream. I've received an old artifact here, and I'd like to ask you to take a look at it. Mr. Dawson laughed. Haha. I've been busy with the salvage company these past few days. I haven't been watching the live stream. That's actually why I called. That company that was planning to sell its equipment earlier, they've changed their minds. They're no longer selling just the equipment, they're planning to sell the whole operation. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. The whole operation? Right? That includes 3 salvage vessels, a full set of equipment, plus their salvage licenses and several contracts. That's a great opportunity. Mr. Dawson's voice was filled with excitement. Ethan, I'll go into more detail about this later. Let me take a look at this first. Turn on your camera. Ethan Brooks turned on his camera and pointed it at the lock. Mr. Dawson squinted at the screen for a long time. What a gem! A Ming Dynasty bronze guang lock, a genuine antique right off the bat. Look at the curve of the lock beam and the structure of the lock spring, typical Ming Dynasty craftsmanship. The patina is natural. The rust has penetrated deep into the metal, and it's in such great condition. He paused for a moment. Ethan, the market value of this piece is at least 100,000. The live chat exploded. 100,000! The streamer scored another bargain. A lock found while herding sheep is worth 100,000. I'm blown away by that luck. Grandpa's totally stunned. Grandpa Foster leaned in to look at the screen, his eyes wide with shock. What? 100,000? Ethan Brooks nodded. Grandpa, Mr. Dawson is the manager of Bogujai, you can trust what he says. Grandpa Foster stood there in a daze for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. All right, I never thought I'd find such a treasure while herding sheep. Mr. and Mrs. Lin also gathered around, their faces full of surprise and delight. Mr. Dawson said over the phone, Ethan, if you want to part with this lock, you can donate it to Bogujai. We open on the 8th day of the lunar month, come by any time. Ethan Brooks nodded. Oh, and one more thing, yesterday while I was driving. After hanging up, Grandpa Foster took Ethan Brooks's hand. Ethan, you really are our family's lucky star. Without you, that lock would just be a lock sitting at home. Ethan Brooks smiled. Grandpa, it was just good luck. Mr. Lin suddenly remembered something. By the way, Ethan, last night we called a few people who recovered items from that ancient tomb. They plan to come over tonight, so you can take a look. You see. Ethan Brooks's eyes lit up. Sure. It'll be a great chance to pick up some stuff. Sounds good. I'll confirm the exact time with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Lin took out his phone to contact the people from last night, then hopped on his electric tricycle and headed back to his wife's parents' house with Mrs. Lin. Ethan Brooks, meanwhile, glanced at the live chat. Guys, it's the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Let us take it easy, I'll take you all on a live-streamed fishing trip. Fishing? Sounds good. Can't wait for tonight's ancient tomb treasure. The streamer's days are so packed. Jealous as hell. Can't wait for the day the streamer comes back empty-handed. Chapter 58. Catching a suitcase. After breakfast, Ethan Brooks drove Emily Foster to the small convenience store at the village entrance. They bought 3 fishing rods, a box of bait, and a few folding stools. They also picked up some snacks. The shop owner was a woman in her 50s who stared wide-eyed at Ethan Brooks' car. "Oh my, whose son-in-law is this? Driving such a nice car." Emily Foster smiled. "Aunt Chun, this is my boyfriend." Only then did the shop owner notice Emily Foster. "Oh, so it's Emily. I was wondering which girl in our village could be a good match for such a handsome young man." "They're a perfect match, a perfect match." After buying fishing rods and snacks, the two drove to the reservoir just outside the village. Though called a reservoir, it was actually a large natural lake, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with crystal clear water. It was the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, and there were quite a few people fishing. A dozen or so people were scattered along the shore, some even with tents set up. Ethan Brooks parked the car, and he and Emily Foster walked toward the lake with their gear. As they passed a few fishermen, the men's expressions changed the moment they saw the Mercedes and recognized Ethan Brooks. "Bro, nice car," one of them said. Ethan Brooks smiled and nodded. "It's okay." Finding a flat spot, Ethan Brooks set up a folding chair and rigged his fishing rod. Emily Foster sat beside him, cradling to Anchuan. The little kitten was wrapped up tightly, with only a pair of eyes peeking out, curiously watching the water's surface. The live chat also livened up. "Fishing. Fishing. Does the streamer know how to fish? This reservoir looks nice. Fishing on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, how relaxing." Just as Ethan Brooks finished baiting his hook, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and froze. The son of old Liang, the burly guy whose wrist Ethan Brooks had twisted and who ended up on his butt last night, was walking over with another young man. The two sat down not far from Ethan Brooks and took out their fishing rods. When the burly man saw Ethan Brooks, his face darkened. "Humph." Ethan Brooks ignored him and continued fishing. A few fellow anglers nearby sensed something was off, and one of them asked, "Liang what's going on? Got a beef with this guy?" The burly man snorted. "It's this kid, he ran over my family's cow yesterday." The man paused in surprise. "Your family's cow? Didn't I hear that your dad was caught on camera staging an accident and ended up slinking away in shame?" "Ha ha 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 ha." A few people nearby burst out laughing. The burly man's face turned bright red. "Bullshit. That was our cow. He ran it over and killed it. He owes us compensation." Someone else chimed in. "Didn't he already pay 50,000? And he even bought the cow. I heard that cow had ox gallbladder inside worth hundreds of thousands." "Is that true?" "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes last night when Henry was slaughtering the cow. It was a huge chunk." The looks the others gave the burly man grew even stranger. "Liang your family must be taking a huge hit this time, huh? Ha ha. Serves you right. With all the things your family has done. You're lucky they didn't arrest you." The burly man was shaking with rage but couldn't get a word out. An older fisherman standing nearby cleared his throat. All right. It's the new year, let us tone it down a bit. After all, we're all from the same village." The crowd finally quieted down and went back to fishing. Ethan Brooks hadn't said a word the whole time, he just gave a faint smile. But the live chat was buzzing. "Ha ha ha ha. This is killing me. The whole village knows they were staging an accident. Liang Era's face is turning green. The streamer totally won this round." Ethan Brooks focused on fishing. Over there, Liang and his companion were actually having pretty good luck. In less than half an hour, they decaught 3 crucian carp. Every time they reeled one in, Liang would deliberately raise his fishing rod and shoot a glance in Ethan Brooks' direction. Over on Ethan Brooks' side, the float remained completely still. "Is the streamer even any good? They've already caught 3. Does the streamer even know how to fish? He's a beginner, that's normal." Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat and smiled. "Stay calm. I don't fish often, but I've heard of something called a beginner's bonus." No sooner had he finished speaking than the float suddenly plunged. Ethan Brooks's eyes were quick as lightning. He jerked the rod upward. The rod instantly bent into a bow shape. "I've got a fish." The reel screeched as the fish thrashed frantically in the water. Ethan Brooks stood up and steadied the rod. Emily Foster also stood up to watch. "How big is it?" Ethan Brooks gauged the strength of the pull. "Not small." A few other anglers nearby noticed the commotion and turned to look. "Judging by that struggle, it must be 4 or 5 gene. Stay steady, kid." Ethan Brooks remained calm and methodical, playing the fish for a few minutes until it gradually lost its strength. He slowly reeled in the line, pulling the fish toward the shore. It was a huge carp with gleaming golden scales, weighing at least 5 or 6 Gene. "Whoa!" someone nearby exclaimed. Ethan Brooks lifted the fish up. That single fish was bigger than the 3 Liang Air had caught combined. "Holy crap! The beginner's luck is real. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious." Liang Air's face must be green with envy. This streamer's luck is off the charts. Ethan Brooks placed the fish in his keep net and rebaited his hook. Then something magical happened. One catch after another, the fish just kept coming. Crucian carp, common carp, grass carp. In less than an hour, the keep net was nearly full. The other anglers around him were stunned. "Hey kid, are you cheating or something? Is my bait fake or something?" Over on Liang Air's side, he hadn't caught a single fish since Ethan Brooks started reeling them in. His face grew darker and darker. The live chat exploded with comments. "Ha ha 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 ha. The streamer's sucking all the fish over here. Liang Air. I hate it. Now that's a real beginner's perk." Just as he was really getting into it, Ethan Brooks's fishing rod suddenly bent sharply. This time, the pull was completely different. The line was flying off the reel like crazy, and the rod nearly slipped from his hands. "Holy crap!" Ethan Brooks gripped the rod with both hands. "It's a big one." Everyone nearby rushed over. "That's some pull. At least several dozen Gene." "Stay steady, kid." Ethan Brooks gritted his teeth and locked in a tug-of-war with the fish. The real word as the fish thrashed wildly in the water. After a 10-minute battle, the fish finally broke the surface. It was a massive blue carp, about 1 meter long. "Holy crap, a black carp. That's got to be 30 Gene. Awesome." Ethan Brooks slowly reeled the fish toward the shore, while someone nearby helped scoop it up with a landing net. It really was about 30 Gene bigger than all the ones he decaught earlier combined. People all around started snapping photos. "Man, your luck is off the charts." Just then, "Ah!" A startled cry came from Liang Air's side as well. His fishing rod was bent even more sharply than Ethan Brooks had been moments ago, and his whole body was almost being dragged into the water. "Help! Help!" A few people nearby rushed over immediately. "That's even bigger than the one before." Liang Air's having a lucky day too. With everyone scrambling to help, they finally hauled the catch ashore. A large black suitcase, sopping wet, caked with aquatic plants and mud. The area fell silent instantly. A suitcase. Who threw a suitcase into the reservoir? This.
Liang Air Froze.
The people standing nearby exchanged glances and silently took a few steps back. The comment section was in hysterics. "Ha ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I thought it was a big fish, but it turned out to be a suitcase. What a wild twist. A suitcase fished out of the reservoir? It's either people or cash inside. Holy crap. Don't scare me like that." Chapter 59. How am I supposed to explain this to the cops? In front of the suitcase, Liang Air's face went pale in an instant. He stood there frozen for several seconds. Then it suddenly dawned on him, and he quickly crouched down to unhook the fishing line from the suitcase. Next, he kicked it with all his might. The suitcase rolled back into the water with a splash, sending up a spray of water, and quickly sank.
Liang Air.
"What are you doing?" The person beside him cried out in alarm. "Are you crazy? Can you just kick that thing into the water?" Liang Air stuck out his chin defiantly. "I caught it. I can do whatever I want with it." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. His voice sounded noticeably shaky. "Besides, what's wrong with the suitcase? Does that mean there's bound to be some bad luck inside it? What's this about bad luck?"
Liang Air.
An older angler standing nearby frowned. "This reservoir is connected to our village's tap water supply. What if there really is something like that in there? How will our village get drinking water?" "Exactly. How could you do something like this? At the very least, you should opened it to take a look. Even if there wasn't anything inside, you still shouldn't have kicked it back in." Several people criticized him in unison. Liang Air's face turned bright red as he packed up his fishing rod. "I'm done fishing. I'm done. If you guys want to watch, go fish yourselves." With that, he grabbed his companion and walked away without looking back. There's something off about Liang Air. The normal reaction would be to open it and take a look, right? Yeah. Kicking it right back, he's got a guilty conscience. Damn. The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. Could it really be a dead body? Ethan Brooks watched Liang Era's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed. When the suitcase had been hauled up earlier, he habitually scanned it with golden eyes. The information was clear. Name: waterproof suitcase. Description: 2 years ago, this suitcase belonged to Lin Hengji, a migrant worker. After being swindled by a human trafficking ring, the suitcase sank into the reservoir along with the minibus he was riding in. Market valuation: 100,000, 150,000. It wasn't a corpse, nor was it Chinese yuan, just ordinary clothes and some personal belongings. But the market valuation is over 100,000. 2 years ago, minibus human trafficking ring. Ethan Brooks silently repeated these keywords to himself. There should be a minibus at the bottom of this reservoir. Although golden eyes can see through objects, its range is limited. Water allows for slightly greater penetration than walls, but he still can't see very deep. He has no idea what it actually looks like down there. But judging by this valuation, there's clearly a missing suitcase, and someone has posted a reward. Just as he was thinking this, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly went heavy. Ethan Brooks snapped back to attention and instinctively jerked the rod upward. Another heavy object. Another big one? Someone nearby exclaimed. Ethan Brooks reeled in the line with all his might. The reel screeched. When he pulled it to the shore, it was another suitcase. It was yellowish-brown, similar in style to the one before, equally soaked and caked with aquatic plants. Another one. Damn. What kind of day is this? Are you fishing for suitcases on purpose? Something's not right. Something's not right. Streamer. Hurry up and open it. Ethan Brooks' expression turned grave. He didn't open it right away. Instead, he first scanned it with golden eyes. Name: waterproof suitcase. Description: 2 years ago, Lin Tao, a migrant worker, had his suitcase swindled by a human trafficking ring. The suitcase sank into the reservoir along with the minibus he was riding in. Market valuation: 100,000, 150,000. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath. It was 2 years ago again. It was a minibus again. It was a human trafficking ring again. This was a big deal. Just then, people gathered around, chattering excitedly. Another suitcase. Something's not right here. Quick! Open it up and see what's inside. We can't just kick this back into the water. The crowd buzzed with discussion. However, by now, some had already realized something was off and were starting to get scared. I just have a bad feeling about this. 2 suitcases in a row. Ethan Brooks knew there was no escaping this. He decided to join the conversation. I feel like something's off too. Has anyone gone missing from our village recently? Ethan Brooks asked. The crowd fell silent. But soon, someone slapped their forehead and exclaimed, Yes, that's right. 2 years ago, a group from the village took a minibus to find work, and we haven't heard from them since. An elderly man nearby nodded in agreement. Right. That's exactly what happened to my neighbor's son, Lin Tao. His dad has been searching everywhere for the past 2 years, but he still hasn't found him. Now people think his son cut ties with him because his dad was pushing him too hard to get married. 2 years ago? I seem to remember that too. 7 or 8 people left back then. And none of them came back? No. We can't even reach them by phone. They vanished without a trace. Someone's face paled. It can't be they weren't murdered, were they? I hope not. Maybe the van lost control and fell into the reservoir. Call the police right away. Hey, buddy, let us open it up and take a look first. All right. Ethan Brooks nodded. Emily Foster handed him 2 empty snack bags. He slipped them over his hands and unzipped the suitcase. The suitcase opened. Inside were neatly folded clothes. There was also a laptop beside them. On top was a clear plastic folder containing documents with red covers. A diploma, a student ID. The name was clearly printed on them. Lin Tao. Lin Tao. It's Lin Tao. The elderly man from earlier rushed over. As he looked at the photo on the student ID, his hands began to shake. This is my neighbor's son. It's Lin Tao. His voice had changed. Taozi, how did Taozi's suitcase end up in the water? Commotion broke out all around them. It really is one of those people. Call the police. Call the police. Someone had already pulled out their phone to make a call. Holy crap. It really is a missing person. Someone who went missing 2 years ago, their suitcase is in the reservoir. Could the person be in the water? This is so scary. The streamer just uncovered a case. Soon, more and more villagers gathered. When some people arrived and saw Taojia's suitcase, they burst into tears on the spot. The police arrived quickly as well. 2 police cars pulled over to the side of the road. Several officers got out to maintain order and set up a police line. A middle-aged police officer walked over and glanced at Ethan Brooks. "Did you reel that in?" Ethan Brooks nodded. The officer asked a few more questions, and Ethan Brooks answered them one by one. People nearby chimed in with their own comments. "Liang Air just caught a black one too. He kicked it back into the water. Right over there. Thanks to that young man, otherwise that hard-won lead would have been cut off by that jerk Liang Air. That's Emily's boyfriend, a good guy. Officer, you don't have enough people here, you need to recover it." There was too much information coming from all sides. Fortunately, the police officers on New Year's duty were very dedicated. After questioning him for over half an hour, Ethan Brooks was finally able to leave. "That streamer's luck, I don't know if it's good or bad. He was just fishing and stumbled upon a case. Hope everyone's okay. Wait, there's only clothes in the suitcase, no body. Duh. If it was a car that sank, of course there wouldn't be a body. This beginner's luck while fishing is a bit too unusual." The comment stream kept flooding the screen, and the number of viewers in the live stream was skyrocketing. Ethan Brooks saw this and rubbed his nose. This situation seemed to be getting even trickier. According to the information Golden Eyes had seen, there was no body at the bottom of the reservoir. The person wasn't dead. They'd been lured away. The suitcase and the minivan had been deliberately sunk here. But how was he supposed to explain this to the police? Just then, a police officer walked over and said to an older officer, "Captain Lee, the fire department just got back to us. They don't have the right equipment, they can't handle a deep water recovery like this." Captain Lee frowned. "Then what do? We can't just leave the body in the water forever." Another officer said, "We'll have to contact a salvage company. But there's only one small specialized salvage company in Haven City. Their equipment is usually in high demand, it'll be hard to get them here on short notice." Chapter 60, Haven City, the ancient capital. A salvage company. Ethan Brooks' eyes lit up upon hearing this. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Mr. Dawson's number. "Mr. Dawson, Happy New Year. It's a bit urgent." Mr. Dawson's cheerful voice came through. "Ethan, what's up? Go ahead." Ethan Brooks briefly explained the situation. "The police need a salvage company right now." "Our company?" After listening, Mr. Dawson was silent for 2 seconds. "It's in Haven City, right?" "Right." Mr. Dawson laughed. "That's easy to handle. The salvage company we're planning to acquire is based in Riversea City, but in this line of work, there are only a handful of players. But the owner of that salvage company is from Haven City. We can reach out to him. Plus, this is a good opportunity for the two of us to get familiar with the process." "All right." Ethan Brooks nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Dawson. But are you saying you're coming over here?" "Yes." "That's quite a coincidence, then. I'm heading to Haven City this afternoon to have a chat with the owner of that salvage company." After hanging up, Ethan Brooks thought for a moment, then walked over to Captain Lee. First, he introduced himself. Then he brought up the salvage company. "Captain Lee, I have a friend who knows someone at the salvage company and can help make the connection." Captain Lee paused for a moment, sizing him up from head to toe. "You?" Ethan Brooks nodded. "Right, but it might take a couple of days." Captain Lee's eyes betrayed his skepticism, but he nodded nonetheless. "All right, if you can get in touch with them, that'd be great." He pulled out his phone. "Give me your number." The two exchanged WeChat contacts. Just then, a police car pulled up and came to a stop. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out. He was in plain clothes, but he carried himself with authority. Captain Lee hurried over to greet him. "Chief, what brings you here?" The chief waved his hand, his gaze settling on Ethan Brooks. "I heard someone fished out 2 suitcases, and it's linked to a missing persons case from 2 years ago?" Captain Lee nodded. "That's right, this young man fished them out." The chief walked over and extended his hand. "I've heard the report from my staff. We owe you a big thank you for this. You have no idea, several organizations had already offered rewards for this missing person case. If we can actually crack this case, It'll be a major breakthrough. Ethan Brooks shook his hand. You're too kind, Chief. It was just a coincidence. Still, you've all worked very hard. The chief smiled, asked a few more questions, and then led his team back to continue investigating the scene. Ethan Brooks stood by the lake and glanced at the time. It was almost noon. Emily Foster walked over, holding to Anchuin in her arms. Should we head back? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. It's still early, there's nothing to do back at the station. The live chat immediately lit up. Let us go to Haven City. Haven City is only 20 minutes away from here. Yeah, let us go to Haven City. Haven City is an ancient capital. There are so many fun places to visit. Westvale City. Let us go to Westvale City. There's South and Antique Street there. Show us around. Streamer. Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments and smiled. All right, let us go to Haven City. The two got into the car and set the GPS for Westvale City. The car drove out of the village and onto the highway. Emily Foster looked out the window. Have you ever been to Haven City before? Ethan Brooks shook his head. It's my first time. Emily Foster smiled. Haven City used to be called Chong and the ancient capital of 13 dynasties. They say the hardest part of the construction project is building the subway, because they often stumble upon ancient tombs while digging, and then work has to stop. Haha, I know that joke. Haven City subway, either shut down or on the verge of shutting down. Building a subway line, the archaeologists are busier than the construction crews. The ground is full of treasure, right? People living in downtown Haven City have struck it rich these past few years thanks to the Treasure Hunter Act. Ethan Brooks laughed too. Then we came at just the right time. 20 minutes later, the car drove into downtown Haven City. The buildings on either side began to take on the feel of an ancient capital. Blue-gray bricks, gray roof tiles, traditional-style eaves, even the streetlights were shaped like palace lanterns. Before long, after Ethan Brooks drove through a city gate tower, they were very close to Westvale City. Emily Foster glanced at the GPS and said, "Let us get out around here. Westvale City is crowded, it's hard to find parking there." Okay. Ethan Brooks found a parking lot and parked the car. The two got out and walked while chatting. Before long, as the surrounding area grew bustling with the sounds of people, they arrived at Westvale City. The bluestone cobblestone streets were polished to a sheen by foot traffic, and shops on both sides displayed a wide variety of signs. Stalls selling mutton-stuffed flatbread, steamed rice cakes, shadow puppets, and paper cutouts, but the most numerous of all were the antique shops. Wanbaozhai, Juzhengu, Songguxian. Signs with gold lettering on black backgrounds glowed with an antique luster in the afternoon sun. Ethan Brooks pointed his camera at the street. Guys, this is Haven City South most famous antique street, Westvale City. It's the second day of the Lunar New Year, and there are still quite a few people around. The live chat immediately buzzed with activity. I've been here. The mutton pow maw is to die for. Streamer, help me see if there's anything good here. Haven City, the ancient capital. The ground is full of treasures, and there are even more treasures above ground. Emily Foster, holding to Anchuin, walked alongside Ethan Brooks. The kitten was wrapped up tightly, with only its eyes peeking out, curiously observing the passing crowd. The two slowly made their way deeper into the street. Along both sides of the street, in addition to regular shops, there were quite a few street vendors. A piece of cloth was spread out on the ground, displaying all sorts of trinkets. Copper coins, jade artifacts, antique silver jewelry, old books and paintings. There were even terracotta warriors. Fortunately, they were made of bronze. Otherwise, Ethan Brooks would have seriously questioned his life choices. Along the way, Ethan Brooks habitually activated golden eyes and scanned the area. Most of the items were run-of-the-mill, with white halos predominating, though there were a few green ones here and there. They weren't worth much. There were blue ones, too, but those were all locked away in store safes or worn by passers-by. After looking around for a while, Ethan Brooks began to feel a bit tired. He decided not to activate golden eyes anymore. He just kept wandering around. As it neared noon, just as Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster were about to go grab a bite to eat, candied hawthorn on a stick, candied hawthorn on a stick. A street vendor carrying a long pole laden with candied hawthorn passed by. The bright red candied hawthorn berries glistened temptingly in the sunlight. Emily Foster glanced at them. Ethan Brooks smiled. Want 2 skewers? Emily Foster nodded. Ethan Brooks bought 2 skewers, and the two ate them as they walked. The live chat comments started up again. The streamer and his girlfriend are so cute. This must be a date.
I am seriously jealous.
Another day of envying the streamer. Streamer, stop worrying about your boss's love life. Focus on your career collecting scrap. Streamer, do you dare shout out that you're collecting scrap here? If you do, I'll give you a thumbs up. Don't make my virtual pet lose all its social skills. The comments are buzzing. Ethan Brooks paid no attention. He was just about to head into a nearby lamb in bread soup restaurant for lunch. Suddenly, he paused in his tracks. Right to his right was a street stall. The vendor was an old man in his 60s, wearing reading glasses and flipping through a book. The stall was filled with a motley assortment of items. A few copper coins, several small porcelain vials, a few jade pendants, and a pile of old books and folding fans. The copper coins and such didn't matter. Ethan Brooks had his eye on the old books. Currently, the system required 7,000 collection points to upgrade. In his view, buying old books was the most cost-effective option. He activated golden eyes on the spot. He scanned the item information on the stall. Huh! This folding fan is actually worth. Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the stall owner. Sir, can I handle this? No problem, no problem. It's not porcelain, feel free to handle it. All right then, I really like this fan. How much is it? Ethan Brooks picked up the folding fan and asked. Just then, a voice rang out from nearby. Kid, put that fan down, I'm buying it. Chapter 61. Boss, do you have any morals? The moment Ethan Brooks's hand touched the folding fan, a voice came from behind him. Hey, kid, put that fan down, I'm buying it. Ethan Brooks turned around. A middle-aged man in his 40s was standing behind him. He was wearing a dark gray down jacket, with a thick gold chain around his neck and several rings on his fingers. The classic look of a nouveau riche. Two others followed behind him. A young man and a middle-aged woman. They looked like a family out for a stroll. The man walked over, squeezed in next to Ethan Brooks, and reached out to grab the folding fan. But Ethan Brooks moved his hand aside just in time. Shopkeeper, how much is this fan? The man asked impatiently. The elderly stall owner looked up, glanced at him, then looked back at Ethan Brooks. This one 3,000. 3,000. The man froze for a moment. The elderly stall owner spoke slowly and deliberately. It's an antique. I won't sell it for less than 3,000. The man frowned. 3,000? That's too cheap. You're not trying to pull a fast one, are you? The old stall owner pointed at the folding fan. This fan, the ribs are made of bamboo. The fan surface has a yellowed patina. It's a classic antique folding fan featuring a landscape painting. Take a closer look at the signature. He pointed to the few faint, tiny characters. See that? Wen Zhengming. Wen Zhengming, ever heard of him? He was a great painter of the Ming Dynasty. Ming Dynasty? The man chuckled. So just because you say so, it must be true? If it really were from the Ming Dynasty, why would you only be selling it for 3,000? It's a replica. I sent it. Wow, you're quite the connoisseur, boss. The elderly stall owner laughed and gave him a thumbs up. That's right, it is indeed a replica. It came from a pawnshop that went out of business a while back. No one redeemed it, so the pawnshop sold it off. Back then, the pawnshop showed me the receipt, and it said it was a Republican-era replica. Republican-era. The nouveau riche man's eyes lit up. Then this counts as an antique too. Of course it does. The stall owner chuckled. And the craftsmanship is so fine that most people wouldn't be able to tell it's a replica. It's perfect for buying to spruce up your home. The man's eyes lit up even more. He'd been on a real roll these past few years. He'd received a hefty compensation payment from his family's home being demolished, leased a mountain to plant peach trees, and then struck coal. Now his assets were skyrocketing. It was exactly the right time to buy some valuable trinkets to display in his home and project an air of high society. This fan was perfect. 3,000, right? I'll take it. He reached out to grab the fan. Ethan Brooks hadn't let go of it yet. The man frowned. Young man, didn't you hear that I said I'd take this? Let go. Ethan Brooks smiled. In the antique business, it's first come, first served, you know that, right? The man looked a little uncomfortable. The young man behind him stepped forward. Dad. After all, he spotted it first. How about, we have a proper bidding war? The man slapped his thigh. Right. My son is so smart. He looked at Ethan Brooks, sizing him up from head to toe. Young man, judging by your age, you're still in college, aren't you? He glanced at Emily Foster beside him and nodded. You've got a nice girlfriend, though. Here's what we'll do. Since you were the first to set your sights on this, I'll pay 5,000 for it. Plus, I'll throw in an extra 1,000 as compensation. How about that? What is going on here? 1,000 in compensation? Is he trying to fob off a beggar? This nouveau riche guy's got some nerve. Streamer, don't back down, stand your ground. Does he really think college students don't have any money? I actually don't have any money. College students might be broke, but streamers have money. At that moment, the stall owner looked a bit embarrassed. In the antique business, especially at street stalls, the biggest no-no is when someone has their eye on an item and another person suddenly jumps in. Everyone generally follows the first come, first served rule. The man's behavior clearly broke that rule. Ethan Brooks looked at the stall owner. The elderly stall owner scratched his head. Young man, even though you were the first to take a liking to it and pick it up, you only asked the price. You didn't actually say you wanted it. Well, I understand, boss. Ethan Brooks waved his hand and glanced at the folding fan in his hand. Name: Ming Dynasty Wen Zhengming Landscape Folding Fan. Description: an authentic work by the famous Ming Dynasty painter and calligrapher Wen Zhengming. The fan features a landscape painting, signed Zhengming, and stamped with Wen Zhengming's seal. It is in excellent condition and extremely rare. Market valuation: 800,000, 1,200,000. The information from Golden Eyes was crystal clear. This was the real deal. An authentic piece starting at 800,000. How could he possibly pass this up? He looked up at the nouveau riche man. That gentleman just said fair bidding. He offered 5,000, right? Then I'll offer 10,000. What? The nouveau riche man was stunned. The elderly stall owner was stunned as well. A few onlookers who had just squeezed in from the crowd were also stunned. The stall owneress being shady, but that young guy's really going all out. That gold chain looks real money, really lets you do whatever you want. Holy shit, 10,000. The streamer just nailed it. Got a bid. The nouveau riche guy's face has gone green. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. The nouveau riche guy snapped back to his senses, looking a bit pale. Young man, I know you young folks care about saving face. No one wants to lose face in front of such a beautiful girlfriend. He smiled. But this S&T school, no one is going to cut you any slack. 10,000, can you come up with it? Ethan Brooks didn't say a word. He pulled something out of his pocket. The keys to a Mercedes. He held them up to the sunlight. My money is the opposite of my age. The crowd fell silent instantly. A few seconds later, murmurs broke out. Holy shit, a Mercedes. We totally misjudged him. Which rich kid's out here picking up girls? So he's actually rich. Ha 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 ha. The nouveau riche has lost his mind. The streamer just pulled off a perfect show-off move. One flash of the car keys, and the whole crowd shut up. Awesome. The nouveau riche's face turned ashen. Humph, so what if it's a Mercedes worth a little over $1 million? What kind of luxury car is that? And at your age, you're probably just driving your parents' car, right? This is an auction, it's all about the money. You're trying to outbid me? Do you even stand a chance? 20,000. Ethan Brooks smiled faintly. 30,000. 40,000. 50,000. The old stall owner's hands were shaking. He bought this fan from a bankrupt pawn shop back then for just 1,000. Now the bidding had already reached 50,000. The nouveau riche man's face turned bright red. 100,000. He glared at Ethan Brooks. I don't believe you dare bid more than 100,000 for a crappy fan like this. I don't believe it. Ethan Brooks laughed. 200,000. The nouveau riche man fell silent. The area around them fell quiet. The live chat went wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Newly rich guy. I hate this. 20,000 for a fan? The streamer really dares to bid that high. But the streamer's rich after all. Awesome. I love seeing someone get that much of a comeuppance. The newly rich man stared at Ethan Brooks for several seconds. Finally, he waved his hand dismissively. Fine, you win. Spending 200,000 on a Republican-era replica fan, you're nothing but a spendthrift. With that, the man turned and walked away. His son and wife hurried to follow. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Ethan Brooks watched the nouveau riche walk away, then gently set the folding fan down. He turned to leave as well. "Hey, hey, hey!" the elderly stall owner exclaimed in panic. "Young man, what's the meaning of this?" Ethan Brooks turned back. "It means nothing. I was just making an offer, I never said I'd buy it." The elderly stall owner's face turned green with anger. You're. Those nearby who hadn't tea yet left heard the commotion and gathered around to watch the spectacle again. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. The streamer's move was epic. Vendor? I thought the streamer was going to buy it, but it turns out he was just messing with him. If that nouveau riche guy found out, he'd be so angry he'd spit blood. Serves him right, that's exactly how you should treat a vendor like that. The old stall owner was flustered. "Young man, you can't do this. It's unethical." Ethan Brooks smiled. "Well then, boss, are you ethical?" The old stall owner froze. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed his words. Ethan Brooks looked at him. "Here's the deal, boss. It's the new year, let's keep the peace and make some money. I'll buy the fan, but not for 200,000. 20,000. Plus all these old books on your stall, I'll take them all." The old stall owner glanced around. The nouveau riche guy was long gone. He gritted his teeth. Then he looked back at the old books on his stall. All right. All right. Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay. 20,000 was transferred. He carefully put the folding fan away, then packed the pile of old books into a bag. "Happy New Year, boss." The old stall owner gave a wry smile. "Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Ethan Brooks carried his purchases and left with Emily Foster. The live chat comments kept rolling in. "Awesome. That move was epic. 20,000 for a fan and some old books? Feels like a bit of a rip-off. Right, didn't they say the fan was a replica? Did the streamer lose his mind?" "Exactly. The streamer spent 20,000 on a fake, he's definitely lost it. Something's off, something's off. The streamer was smart to take those old books, could they be a hidden gem? It's possible." Chapter 62. This isn't the Shang or Zhou dynasties it's last week, right? Guys, don't get ahead of yourselves. Ethan Brooks glanced at the chat stream and chuckled. "When it comes to antiques, I only know a thing or two about ancient coins. Porcelain is just the basics for me. We'll have to wait for Mr. Dawson on these. But for now," he glanced at Emily Foster beside him. "Come on. I'll take you to try some authentic Haven City mutton bread soup." Emily Foster smiled. "Sure. Since we're already here, it'd be a shame not to try it." The two found an old restaurant that looked pretty busy. There was a line at the door, but tables turned over quickly. After waiting about 10 minutes, a table opened up. The restaurant was steamy and filled with enticing aromas. The server brought over 2 large bowls filled with torn pieces of bread, along with 2 small plates of pickled garlic, a small bowl of chili oil, and a small bowl of sesame oil and vinegar. "Is the bread already cut?" Ethan Brooks asked. The server nodded. "Yeah. They use machines to cut it now, it's more convenient." Ethan Brooks smiled. "All right. I guess convenience is good too." He poured the steaming hot mutton broth into his bowl and stirred it a few times. The aromas of the mutton, the bread, and the broth mingled together, filling his nostrils. He took a bite with his chopsticks. It was indeed delicious. He ordered a serving of crispy fried pork cutlets, as well, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, dipped in chili powder. They were absolutely amazing. Holy crap. Watching this is making me hungry. The streamer should switch to food streaming. Fans get to eat first. It's the new year, and all I can do is drool in front of the screen. Haven City lamb pao ma is the best. Ethan Brooks interacted with the live chat while he ate. Just as he was eating, 2 young men walked in through the restaurant door. One wore glasses, the other was a bit chubby. They looked to be about 17 or 18. The two scanned the shop, their eyes landing on Ethan Brooks, and their eyes immediately lit up. "Streamer!" The guy with glasses shouted excitedly and hurried over. "It really is you. I knew I'd run into you here." Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. "You guys are..." The chubby guy scratched his head. "Streamer, we're your fans. When we saw you in Westvale City in the live stream, we rushed right over." The guy with glasses added. "We'd been circling Westvale City for ages, and we're about to give up. I never thought we'd run into you here. Holy crap, hard fans. I'd love to bump into the streamer too. Remember those 2 fans from New Year's Eve? They made a killing following the streamer's advice. Right, the one who bought silver dollars, and the one who bought copper coins. These two high schoolers are probably here for some advice too. Ethan Brooks smiled. Have you eaten yet? Sit down and join us. The two quickly waved their hands. No, we've already eaten. Ethan Brooks pointed to the empty seats next to him. Sit down and chat. It's the new year, don't be so formal. Only then did the two sit down. Ethan Brooks ordered a few more dishes and asked the waiter to bring 2 extra sets of bowls and chopsticks. After chatting for a bit, he learned that both were locals from Haven City sophomores in high school who had come out to explore during the New Year holiday. The one with glasses was named Jason, and the chubby one was Xiao Chun. Streamer, we found several stalls for you, Jason said excitedly. Right, Xiao Chun chimed in. We were walking around earlier and wrote down all the places selling ancient coins and porcelain. We've been waiting for you. Wow, these are die-hard fans. Fans scouting spots for the streamer, what a treat. The streamer is really popular. I'd love to be the streamer's guide too. Ethan Brooks smiled. All right, take me to check them out after we finish eating. After the meal, Ethan Brooks paid the bill. The group of 4 walked out of the restaurant. Jason and Xiao Chun led the way, winding through the streets until they reached a relatively quiet alley. The alley wasn't too wide, with quite a few street stalls lined up on both sides. Jason pointed to a stall up ahead. Streamer, that's the one. Ethan Brooks followed his gaze. The stall was twice as large as the ones around it and was packed with goods. The vendor was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a goatee, flipping through a book. The most eye-catching item was a large bronze cauldron standing behind him. It was half a person's height, with 3 legs and 2 handles, covered in patches of green patina. The stall was overflowing with all sorts of treasures. Copper coins, knife-shaped coins, cloth-wrapped coins, bronze swords, bronze halberds, bronze mirrors. There were even a few bronze wine cups. Holy crap! A bronze cauldron. They're actually putting this thing out for sale? It's only because the Treasure Hunter Act has been passed, otherwise this vendor would have been locked up ages ago. Right, back in the day, the government banned the trade of bronze artifacts. Yeah, museums used to display replicas, they didn't dare put out the real ones. Now it's allowed, as long as you can prove the source is legitimate and pay the taxes. So it wasn't that they didn't dare display them? It was. Ethan Brooks walked up to the stall and activated golden eyes. His gaze swept over the items. Bronze coins fake. They'd been artificially aged last week. Knife-shaped coins fake. Modern replicas. Cloth-shaped coins fake. The casting marks were too fresh. Bronze sword fake. The rust was applied. Bronze halberd fake. The patterns were off. Bronze mirror fake. He de-examined more than half of the items, they were all fakes. Even the large bronze cauldron behind him was a fake. Name: modern replica bronze cauldron. Description: a modern replica of a bronze cauldron, using chemical aging techniques to mimic the style of the Warring States period. Market valuation: $801,200. Ethan Brooks shook his head inwardly. This vendor was ruthless. Nothing but fakes. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his gaze suddenly paused. In the corner of the stall sat a bronze cup. About the size of a palm, it had 2 handles, and the body was adorned with simple patterns. In Golden Eye's field of vision, the cup emitted a faint blue halo. Name: Warring States period bronze cup with handles. Description: a bronze drinking vessel from the Warring States period, decorated with coiled dragon motifs on the body, no inscriptions, in excellent condition. Market valuation: $120,000, $150,000, $150,000. Ethan Brooks's interest was piqued. He didn't know much about bronze artifacts, but he had read some materials on the subject. Whether a bronze artifact is valuable depends mainly on 3 factors: age, decoration, and inscriptions. Items with inscriptions double in price. Items with exquisite decorations double in price. The older the artifact, the higher the price. This cup had no inscriptions, and its decorations were relatively simple. But it made up for that with its great age and excellent condition. The price should be fairly reasonable. Of course. Most importantly, an item like this, low in monetary value but high in cultural significance and so ancient, was absolutely perfect for his collection. Ethan Brooks kept his composure and continued browsing the stall's wares. Jason asked from beside him, Streamer, what do you think of these copper coins?" Ethan Brooks shook his head. There's a lot here, but they're really not worth much. Hearing this, the stall owner put down his book and furrowed his brow. Young man, you're quite the big talker, aren't you? He stood up and walked over. Bronze artifacts are the hardest to authenticate. How long have you been looking at them that you can tell? Ethan Brooks smiled. Just having a casual look. The stall owner pointed at the items on the stall. Every single item on my stall has a story behind it. He picked up a broken bronze sword. Take this one, for example. He held the sword up to the sunlight. Look at the blade, the patina, and the grain. With bronze swords, the most important thing is to examine the transition between the spine and the edge. On a genuine piece, the transition is natural. On a fake, it's abrupt. Now look at the patina. On a genuine piece, the patina has grown naturally and is one with the blade. On most fakes, the patina is just glued on. It comes off the moment you pick at it. He pointed to a few spots on the blade. Look at this patina, see how well it's fused with the blade? And the guard and pommel, their design is classic Shang and Zhou dynasty style. This sword is a genuine Shang Zhou dynasty artifact. No doubt about it. The shop owner sure knows his stuff. He sounds pretty professional. Could it really be authentic? What do you think, streamer? What do I think? Ethan Brooks smiled and looked at the vendor. Sir, I don't think you're right. This isn't from the Shang or Zhou dynasties, it's from last week. Right? Chapter 63. If it's real, the museum is in danger. What? The shop owner was stunned. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever comes to mind. I'm not just saying anything. Ethan Brooks gave a faint smile. I don't know much about bronze artifacts, but I have seen the process of replicating them on TV. Specifically, regarding this rust. You can mix horse manure and urine, bury the replica in it, and dig it up after 3 to 5 years. The rust that forms this way has seeped in over many years. Although it's not as natural as the real thing, at least you can't scrape it off. He rubbed it between his fingers, and the rust crumbled into powder. The rust on your sword comes off with the slightest scrape, and what falls off is powdery, not flaky. I'd guess it was buried for only half a year before being dug up. It hasn't had time to set properly yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the vendor's face turned green. A few onlookers gathered around, murmuring among themselves. Holy crap, the streamer's analysis just killed it. The vendor's face is as dark as night. I thought the vendor really knew his stuff, but turns out he only scratched the surface. The streamer is the real expert. What do you mean scratched the surface? The vendor's just pulling the wool over people's eyes. Bronze artifact appraisal, does the streamer know about that too? Learn something new. Learn something new. So you're saying it's fake just because you say so? I washed this sword with water when I bought it, so what if the rust makes it look a little newer? Ethan Brooks smiled. All right, let us not talk about this sword then. He casually picked up a copper coin from the stall. Shop owner, this Choning Tongbao coin has soft, blurry character edges, an uneven surface, and burrs around the hole. It's a classic sand cast replica. A genuine piece is recast from a master coin. The lettering is sharp, and the hole is smooth. He set the copper coin down and picked up a knife coin. This chi knife coin, look at the inscription. The strokes are stiff, and the arrangement is too uniform. The inscriptions on genuine knife coins are carved by hand by craftsmen. Each one has subtle differences, they can't possibly be identical. He pointed to the edge of the knife coin. Now look at this copper color, it has a reddish-purple tint. That's modern bronze with added zinc. Authentic Warring States period bronze is a copper tin alloy with a grayish-green hue. Ethan Brooks set down the knife coin and looked at the stall owner. Sir, you sourced this entire batch from the same place, didn't you? The craftsmanship is indeed good. But these are only suitable as decorative items, they fall short as collectibles. The vendor opened his mouth but couldn't get a word out. The people around them nodded in agreement. This streamer's knowledge of ancient coins is incredible. That's the difference between a pro and an amateur. This vendor ran into an expert. He's showing his true colors now. True colors? Xiao Haizi, bring me your bronze sword. The stall owner was silent for a few seconds before finally letting out a sigh.
I am impressed.
You really can't judge a book by its cover, so young and yet so knowledgeable. Ethan Brooks waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. I just know a bit about ancient coins and porcelain. I'm still learning about bronze ware. He pointed to a few knife-shaped coins and copper coins on the stall. These crafts are well made. I'll buy some to give to friends. He looked over at Jason and Xiao Chun standing nearby. Do either of you want anything? I'll pick up the tab. Jason and Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. Really, streamer? Of course. It's the Lunar New Year, I can't let you come all this way for nothing. The two happily crouched down to browse through the items. Jason picked out a knife-shaped coin, and Xiao Chun chose a cloth-shaped coin. Ethan Brooks picked up the bronze cup he had his eye on earlier, along with another cup of a similar design. Sir, how much is all this? The vendor did the math. 500 per knife coin or cloth coin, 1,000 for two. The cups 2,000 each. That's 5,000 in total. 5,000. Ethan Brooks shook his head. 500. The vendor's eyes lit up. Deal. Ethan Brooks. The live chat exploded instantly. Ha 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 ha. This is killing me. Streamer? Didn't you agree too quickly? Oh no. Oh no, it's not that the vendor won haggle. It's that he sold it on your first offer. Classic. When the vendor agrees instantly, it means you offered too much. The streamer just got ripped off. 500 for a bunch of knockoffs, what a total rip-off. Even streamers have their off days? Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments. Then at the vendor's uncontrollable grin. He smiled but said nothing. He scanned the QR code to pay. 500 was transferred. Jason and Xiao Chun held the knife coins and cloth coins, grinning from ear to ear. The streamer is #1 at spoiling fans. That was a good move. Those two fans hit the jackpot. Aren't they fake? Why did he still buy them? You don't know anything. The streamer's just buying them for fun to give fans a keepsake. Right, as long as he's happy. Ethan Brooks smiled. Let us go check out some other stalls. Jason quickly chimed in. Streamer. There's a porcelain stall up ahead, lots of people are checking it out. When we walked by earlier, we saw a vase that was absolutely stunning. Xiao Chun nodded as well. Right. Streamer. You'll definitely be interested. Ethan Brooks perked up. Oh? What kind of vase? Jason gestured. This big, bluish-gray, you'll definitely be interested when you see it. Ethan Brooks' interest was piqued. Let us go check it out. The two followed Jason and Xiao Chun through several alleys until they reached a relatively open area. A crowd had gathered there, at least 20 or 30 people. Jason pointed to the center of the crowd. Right there. Ethan Brooks pushed his way through. When his gaze fell on the vase in the center of the stall, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was a beast-eared vase, with a bluish-gray glaze covered in fine craquelure. Its twin handles were carved into the shapes of animal heads. It was identical to the Song Dynasty animal-eared vase he previously discovered at a flea market and later donated to the Riversea City Museum. Emily Foster froze as well. She instinctively looked at Ethan Brooks. The comment section immediately exploded. Holy crap! That vase! It's exactly the same as the one the streamer donated. What's going on? Was the one at the museum stolen? That can't be, it's the National Museum. Could there really be a pair? If this is real, that's incredible. The vendor was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and he was speaking eloquently. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Song Dynasty official kiln animal head vase. Look at this glaze, it's as rich and lustrous as jade. Look at this crackle pattern, so natural and lively. And the animal head carving, it's so lifelike. He pointed at the vase. A few days ago, someone in Riversea City found one exactly like this and donated it to the museum. It was even in the news. That one and this one are very likely a pair. I sourced this one from the countryside. It's said to be an heirloom passed down through generations. He paused for a moment, then announced the price. Fixed price. 990,000. And it has to be cash. The crowd around him began to murmur. 990,000? Isn't that way too expensive? For a Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln piece, that price isn't high at all. But who can prove it's real? Exactly, what if it's a fake? The live chat was also in an uproar. 990,000? That's a ripoff. If it really is a Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln piece, that price is a steal. But how can we prove it's real? The one the streamer donated was real. If this one matches up, that'd be amazing. Oh no! If this is real, the museum is in trouble. Don't be ridiculous, how could there be a problem with the museum? Chapter 64. Waiting for the streamer to crash and burn. In front of the stall. Ethan Brooks was genuinely stunned at that moment. Because that vase was actually real. Name: Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln Celadon Glazed Animal Ear Vase. Description: a typical piece from the imperial kilns of the Southern Song Dynasty's Bureau of Palace Repairs. The glaze is rich and lustrous, with natural craquelure. It was used as court ceremonial porcelain. Very few examples survive, making it extremely rare and valuable. Market valuation: 12 million, 15 million. 15 million. Ethan Brooks was surprised. It seemed this vase was in even better condition than the one he donated to the Riversea City Museum. The museum piece was appraised at just over 6 million. This one was worth double that. However, after he donated it to the museum, they immediately valued it at 30 million. If he were to acquire this one, Emily Foster stood beside him. Noticing his change in expression, she asked quietly, "What's wrong?" Ethan Brooks smiled. "I'm a little interested in this vase." "Huh. This is..." Ethan Brooks shook his head, smiling but saying nothing. At that moment, the vendor continued his explanation in a calm, unhurried tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I know you don't believe me, but this vase is indeed genuine. I just can't prove it to you." He sighed. "To be honest with you, my son is getting married. He found a bride from Jiangqing, and the dowry is 880,000. I have to come up with the full amount today, or the wedding is off." He patted the bottle. "So I'll only take cash 990,000, after taxes. If I don't sell it today, it'll mean my son and his bride weren't meant to be." Hearing this, the crowd around him began to murmur even more heatedly. A dowry of 880,800? Is he giving his daughter away, or selling her? Dowries in Jiangqing are high to begin with. This price isn't that outrageous. But who would dare spend 990,000 on a bottle whose authenticity is unknown? I'd say there's an 80% chance it's fake. How could a genuine piece sell for only 990,000? Right, it's definitely fake. It might even be a Yongzheng-era replica worth a few 10,000. This vendor's story is pretty well crafted. His son's getting married and he needs money urgently. A classic scam. Cash only? That makes it even more suspicious. He's definitely trying to rip off the newlyweds to make those bargain hunters panic. Streamer, don't fall for this. The comment stream was flooded with skepticism. Someone stepped forward to haggle. "Sir, how about 800,000? I'll go get the cash right away." The vendor shook his head. "No way, not a single fin less. 990,000, and it has to be after tax." The man hesitated for a moment, then gave up. A few more people approached to ask, but the vendor turned them all down. Ethan Brooks stepped forward at that moment. "Sir, I'll take this bottle. 990,000 after tax." The vendor's eyes lit up. "You're a straight shooter, young man." Everyone around them turned to look. Someone muttered under their breath, "What family's rich kid is this? Spending 990,000 on a bottle? That girl over there is really pretty. He's probably here to pick her up. He's just being reckless with his money." The streamer's gone crazy. 990,000 for this? Didn't you just say it might be a fake? You're out of your mind, streamer. You're going to lose big on this one. The vendor looked at Ethan Brooks, then glanced at Emily Foster beside him, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Young man, are you sure? I only take cash." Ethan Brooks nodded. "I'm sure. There's a China Merchants Bank nearby. I'll go get it right now." The vendor paused for a moment, then smiled. "All right, let us go right now." The two left the stall, one in front and one behind. Emily Foster, holding to Anchuan, walked beside Ethan Brooks and whispered, "Are you really going to buy it?" Ethan Brooks nodded. "I am." Emily Foster opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she didn't ask. Two high school fans, Jason and Xiaochun, followed behind them as well. Jason looked worried. "Streamer, are you really going to spend 990,000 on that bottle? What if it's a fake?" Ethan Brooks smiled. "It's fine. Buying it is just a keepsake for myself." The group headed to a nearby China Merchants Bank. It was the second day of the Lunar New Year. There were few staff members on duty, but quite a few people were at the bank to withdraw money. There were over a dozen people in line. Ethan Brooks walked in and went straight to the branch manager. "Hello. I'd like to withdraw some cash." The lobby manager, a woman in her 30s, looked up at him. "How much would you like to withdraw? Did you get in line?" Ethan Brooks pulled out his bank card. "A little over $1 million. The moment the lobby manager saw the card, her expression changed instantly. A black gold card. She hurriedly stood up. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll take you to the VIP lounge. People in the surrounding line turned to stare. Holy crap, a black gold card? What's that? It's a China Merchants Bank black gold card. You need assets of over 10 million to get one. Who is this young guy? Ha 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 ha. That's awesome. The streamer just pulled off a perfect show-off move. Where are those people who said the streamer was losing out earlier? One flash of the black gold card, and the whole place goes silent. VIP treatment that's the life. Ethan Brooks followed the lobby manager into the VIP lounge. Staff served tea, and the manager personally handled the transaction. First up was the after-tax cash from the deal, $990,000. The bill counter clattered away for quite a while. The money was packed into a leather briefcase and sealed. Ethan Brooks walked out carrying the case and handed it to the stall owner. Sir, $990,000. Please count it. The stall owner took the case, opened it to take a look, and broke into a broad smile. No need to count it. No need to count it, I trust you. He carefully handed the bottle to Ethan Brooks. Young man, hold on to that bottle. Let us get this straight. This is a fair and honest deal. If there are any problems later, don't blame me. Ethan Brooks took the bottle. Don't worry. The stall owner picked up the suitcase and walked away happily. Ethan Brooks put the bottle away and turned to the lobby manager. Hello. Do you have any red envelopes here? Please get me a few. No problem. Soon, the lobby manager brought over several red envelopes. Ethan Brooks put 2,000 into one of them. After filling it, he handed one to each of the two high school students. Happy New Year. Just a small token of my appreciation. The two quickly waved their hands. Streamer, we can't possibly accept this. Ethan Brooks smiled. Take them. It's the new year, and you've spent the whole afternoon with me. Only then did the two accept them. Ethan Brooks leaned close to their ears and whispered a few words. Their eyes lit up. Really? Ethan Brooks nodded. Go give it a try. If the seller's asking price doesn't exceed that amount, buy it. The two nodded repeatedly and ran off. Ethan Brooks watched their backs and smiled. As they walked out of the bank, Emily Foster finally couldn't help but ask, What did you say to them? Ethan Brooks shook his head. It's a secret. The live chat comments kept rolling in. What did the streamer say at the end? I'm dying to know, hurry up and tell us. He must have tipped them off about another loophole. Those two high schoolers are about to strike it rich. The streamer is so good to his fans. But paying $990,000 for that bottle? I still think it's a rip-off, right? There are gangs now that specialize in counterfeiting those kinds of porcelain pieces that make the news, then sell them as a pair. Ah, this is great. The streamer is definitely going to lose money on this one. Can't wait to see the streamer crash and burn. Chapter 65. This time, the streamer really crashed and burned. There's no way he's going to crash and burn. Ethan Brooks glanced at the live chat and smiled. He carefully placed the bottle in the back seat and opened the car door. Emily Foster hugged Tuanchuan and slid into the passenger seat. I know a thing or two about porcelain, especially since I've already snagged a bargain on one of these before. Ethan Brooks started the car and offered a brief explanation. Holy crap, what does that mean? No way. No way the streamer snagged another bargain on the exact same porcelain bottle? Streamer. That's way too much information. Spit it out. The vendor said it's real. So of course it's real. He turned the wheel and drove out of the parking lot. You've got to trust the vendor. He's trying to earn a dowry for his son. Why would he sell a fake? Emily Foster couldn't help but laugh beside him. You've got a way with words. Ethan Brooks laughed too. He offered a brief explanation as he drove. This vase and the one I donated to the museum earlier must have come from the same batch. The glaze, the crackle pattern, and the shape, the characteristics are exactly the same. Plus, this one's in better condition, the glaze is richer, and the crackle pattern looks more natural. He paused. The one at the museum was appraised at over 6 million. This one is worth at least double that. Over 10 million. Buying something worth over 10 million for 990,000. I'm in shock. Who just said the streamer would lose money? Come out here and take a beating. The streamer never loses money. Just as they were talking, a phone rang. It was Mr. Dawson calling. Ethan, I've arrived at Haven City Airport. Where are you? Ethan Brooks gave his location. Mr. Dawson, I'll come pick you up. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks turned the car around and headed for the airport. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up at the airport arrivals gate. Mr. Dawson emerged, dragging his suitcase, and spotted the Mercedes at once. He opened the rear door, loaded his luggage inside, and then froze. On the back seat sat a celadone vase with animal head handles, along with 2 bronze cups. This, Mr. Dawson's eyes widened in astonishment. He climbed into the back seat and carefully cradled the vase in his hands. He stared at it for a full 2 minutes. Ethan, this vase, it's the real thing. His voice had changed completely. Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln. This glaze, this crackle pattern, this shape, it couldn't be more authentic. Mr. Dawson has verified it. It's a sure thing. It's a sure thing. I'm in shock. I'm really in shock. I'm blown away by this streamer's luck. Mr. Dawson looked at Ethan Brooks. Where on earth did you get this? Ethan Brooks smiled. West Vale City. I bought it for $990,000. Mr. Dawson gasped. $990,000? What a steal. He thought for a moment. Ethan, we're still missing a few big items for the Lantern Festival auction. This vase, how about? Ethan Brooks nodded. Sure. I want to donate this one. Let us put it up for auction. Mr. Dawson smiled. Great, great, great. He carefully set the vase aside and picked up the 2 bronze cups. These are. He examined them from every angle, then suddenly exclaimed, Huh! Ethan, these cups. Ethan Brooks glanced at him in the rearview mirror. What's wrong? Are they fakes? Mr. Dawson shook his head. One of them is a fake. But this one. He held up one of the cups, holding it up to the light streaming through the car window. This one's genuine. A Warring States period bronze-eared cup. Look at the patterns, the patina, the luster. He paused. But it has no inscription, and the design is rather ordinary, so it's not worth too much. Maybe 100,000 or so. Ethan Brooks nodded. It's fine. I bought it just for fun. And to learn more about bronzeware while I'm at it. Mr. Dawson laughed. That's quite a steep price to pay for learning. Ha 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 ha. Using a cup worth over 100,000 to learn? The streamer's being so pretentious. I'd love to learn like that too. The streamer also has a folding fan. Let us have Mr. Dawson take a look at that too. Mr. Dawson put the cup away and got down to business. I've already contacted the owner of the salvage company. His name is Nathan Walker. He is a Haven City local who has been in this business for over a decade. He paused for a moment. I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us head straight there and wait for Mr. Wong. Ethan Brooks nodded and drove to the address Mr. Dawson had given him. They arrived at a restaurant that looked quite upscale and parked the car. Ethan Brooks glanced at his phone and addressed his live stream viewers. Guys, we've got some serious business to discuss next. See you later. Going offline again. The streamer's being a jerk. Alright. Business comes first. Come back soon, though. Ethan Brooks ended the stream and entered the restaurant with Mr. Dawson. In the private dining room, they didn't have to wait long before the door swung open. A middle-aged man in his 50s walked in square-jawed and standing tall, followed by a young woman wearing glasses. Mr. Dawson. The middle-aged man smiled and held out his hand. Mr. Wong. Mr. Dawson stepped forward to greet him. The two shook hands and Mr. Dawson introduced them. Mr. Wong. This is Ethan Brooks, the one I told you about. Nathan Walker looked at Ethan Brooks, his gaze appraising. Ethan Brooks? That name's been all the rage lately. He laughed. The favorite to win career challenge. My daughter watches your live streams every day. Ethan Brooks quickly waved his hands. You're too kind, Mr. Wong. It was just good luck. Nathan Walker's secretary whispered from the side. Mr. Walker, if Mr. Su really wins the grand prize, the prize money will be $100 million after taxes. Nathan Walker laughed heartily. $100 million? That's worth way more than my salvage company. Ethan Brooks smiled. Gentlemen, please don't make fun of me. I'm not counting on the grand prize. I'll just be happy if I can keep my live stream popular after the show ends and make a living. Nathan Walker nodded. Young man, I like your modesty. The group took their seats, and the waiter served the meal. After a few rounds of drinks, they got down to business. Nathan Walker set down his glass. Mr. Dawson, I've reviewed the details your friend provided. My company, including equipment and certifications, is valued at $60 million. Mr. Dawson looked at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks nodded slightly. Mr. Dawson said. Mr. Wong, 60 million is a bit high. We're genuinely interested in buying this, give us a fair price. Nathan Walker thought for a moment. 50 million. But there's one condition. We need to retain the company's core staff. Mr. Dawson smiled. Of course. We were planning to keep the employees anyway. Nathan Walker nodded. All right then. We'll draft the contract in the next few days, and the official handover will take place after the Lantern Festival. The two raised their glasses. After chatting for a while longer, Ethan Brooks brought up the matter of the reservoir salvage operation. Mr. Wong, I have a reservoir where we need to salvage a minibus and possibly some other items. Nathan Walker smiled. Ethan, don't worry. I started my salvage company in Shanghai back then precisely because a friend of mine made money doing this in Haven City. He pointed to his secretary. Riley, add Mr. Su on WeChat. He can contact us directly. When the time comes, we'll deploy equipment and personnel immediately. The secretary nodded and pulled out her phone. Ethan Brooks added him on WeChat. The meal was a great success for everyone. By the time it ended, it was almost 10 p.m. Ethan Brooks had been drinking and couldn't drive. Emily Foster took the keys and got into the driver's seat. Mr. Dawson took a taxi back to his hotel. The car pulled out of the parking lot and headed toward Forest Bridge Village. Ethan Brooks sat in the passenger seat, pulled out his phone, and started a live stream. Is he streaming again? Is the streamer drunk? Where are they going? Emily Foster's driving? Did the streamer drink? Ethan Brooks smiled. Good evening, everyone. Just wrapped up a meeting heading home. He leaned back in his seat and glanced at the bottle and bronze cup in the back seat. Not a bad haul tonight. Might as well add this bronze cup to my collection. He reached over and picked up the authentic Warring States period bronze ewer. Just as he was about to activate Golden Eyes. Buzz. Piercing car horn blared. Immediately afterward, a massive impact struck from the side. Crash! The car swerved violently and slammed into a large tree by the roadside. Glass shattered. His phone flew out of his hand. The live stream feed shook violently and then, the screen went black. Holy shit! A car crash. Streamer. Call the police. The streamer really crashed this time. What's going on? My virtual pet. Chapter 66. The human trafficking ring. Outside the car, a Land Rover was parked at an angle by the roadside, its front bumper completely smashed to pieces. The passenger side door swung open. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket jumped out and kicked the car door hard. Who'sy? How the hell were you driving? Didn't I tell you to floor it and flip the car over? The driver's door swung open, and a burly, bald man stepped out, clutching his forehead and grimacing. Well, I did crash into it. Besides, that SA million yuan luxury car, it's got a solid chassis. It doesn't tip over that easily. Cut the crap. The man in the leather jacket waved his hand. Go check if he's dead. Another person got out of the back seat. The three burly men walked toward the mangled Mercedes. Just as they reached the car, bang! Bang! Two loud explosions rang out. The passenger side door was kicked open from the inside, flying toward the man in the lead. Ah! The man let out a blood-curdling scream as the door slammed him to the ground. The dust settled. Ethan Brooks crawled out of the car. The burly men froze. Holy shit! Is that even a human being? Ethan Brooks ignored them. He turned to look at the driver's seat. Emily Foster was slumped over the steering wheel the airbag had deployed, and she was unconscious. In the back seat, curled up in a corner, the kitten was trembling. But when it saw Ethan Brooks, the kitten immediately leaped into the front seat, licking Emily Foster's face and meowing, as if trying to wake her up. Ethan Brooks glanced around. A luxury car is a luxury car. Emily Foster had no visible injuries. The driver's seat showed no signs of deformation either. Only the airbag had deployed. He reached out to check Emily Foster's breathing. It was steady. She must have been knocked unconscious by the impact. He unbuckled the driver's seatbelt. Ethan Brooks gently lifted her out of the driver's seat and laid her on the grass by the roadside. Tuanchuan hopped down after him, crouched beside Emily Foster, and watched the strangers warily. Only then did the burly men snap out of their daze. Damn it! This kid is he dead? Not even a scratch? This car is way too well built. Isn't it? The leader, the man in the leather jacket, stepped forward and glared at Ethan Brooks with a menacing look. I didn't expect you to be so tough. It's bad enough he's alive, but he's not even hurt. Ethan Brooks shot him a cold glance. Listening to what these guys were saying, it was clear he was being targeted. But who was behind it? Just then, a man stepped out from behind the man in the leather jacket, holding a pet dog in his arms. The dog barked twice at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks' gaze swept over the dog. After the system upgrade, he could now view information about living creatures. However, it could only display information on animals. Soon, Golden Eye's information appeared. Name: Corgi Pet Dog. Description: Pet dog of Old Jai, a minor leader of the Haven City human trafficking ring. Market valuation: 500-700. Human traffickers. Ethan Brooks' pupils contracted. How had he managed to cross a human trafficker? But since the other side had dared to ram him with a car, he wasn't going to hold back either. Ethan Brooks focused his mind. Activate the Form Intent Fist Grandmaster Scroll. A surge of heat coursed through his entire body. Countless memories, techniques, power generation methods, and enemy weaknesses related to the Form Intent Fist instantly clicked into place. He gently set Emily Foster down on the ground and stood up. Just then, Boss Jai waved his hand impatiently. Since he's still alive, that's good enough. Huzi, make this quick. Get it over with. Be careful not to injure his legs or arms. Otherwise, we'll have to spend money to keep him alive down in the mine. With that said, he pointed at Ethan Brooks. We don't have much time. Get this over with and find that folding fan so we can wrap this up. Folding fan. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. That nouveau riche guy from the auction earlier that day, he left with a livid expression, clearly seething with resentment. Was this the man he sent? But this human trafficker. Ethan Brooks thought of the minibus sunk in the reservoir and the missing villagers. Could this be connected to them as well? Kid, what are you spacing out for? Huzi approached with a snarl, while another burly man and the man in the jacket closed in on him. As Ethan Brooks was lost in thought, the three of them had already pounced on him. He instinctively raised his hand to block. His background as a martial arts expert still served him well. He parried a punch and kicked one of them back. The three took turns attacking. Ethan Brooks was stretched thin, but he managed to hold his own. After a few exchanges, Boss Jai narrowed his eyes. Not bad. These guys of mine have been specially trained. His expression darkened. Huzi, hurry up. The cops are probably on their way. Huzi gritted his teeth, pulled a pair of brass knuckles from his pocket, and slipped them onto his fist. The other two also pulled out their weapons, a baton and a switchblade. Ethan Brooks' gaze turned cold. He stopped holding back. He effortlessly dodged their attacks. He targeted their vital points. Form Intent Fist, Crushing Fist. Boom! Huzi took a punch to the chest and was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Form Intent Fist, Slashing Punch. The man with the baton felt a numbing sensation in his wrist. The weapon slipped from his hand. Before he could react, Ethan Brooks swept his leg across the side of his knee. Crack! The sound of his kneecap shattering was clearly audible. Ah! The baton-wielding man rolled on the ground, clutching his leg, his screams piercing the night sky. Before the switchblade man could even swing his blade, Ethan Brooks had already closed in. Form Intent Fist, Drilling Punch. A single punch landed in his armpit, instantly dislocating his entire arm. The switchblade man screamed and stumbled backward, and Ethan Brooks followed up with a kick to his shin. Crack! The leg bone snapped. The man collapsed to the ground, unable to get back up. Ethan Brooks turned to look at Huzi. Huzi was just clutching his chest and struggling to get back up. Ethan Brooks walked over and stomped on his right hand. Crack! His finger bones shattered. Ah! Huzi screamed in agony. Ethan Brooks kicked him in the left knee. Crack! His kneecap shattered. Huzi's eyes rolled back, and he passed out from the pain. Ethan Brooks walked over to the first burly man who'd been knocked down by the car door. The man was still groaning and trying to crawl backward. Ethan Brooks kicked him in the ribs. Crack! His ribs snapped. The man let out a blood-curdling scream and curled up into a ball. Ethan Brooks delivered another kick, breaking his other leg as well. The last one was the one holding the baton with his knee shattered. He lay on the ground wailing. Ethan Brooks walked over and stomped down on his other leg. Crack! Ah! The screams echoed through the night sky. All five of them lay on the ground. Broken arms, broken legs, broken ribs, not a single one was unscathed. Ethan Brooks glanced around. Now, forget about running, they couldn't even crawl. However, just as Ethan Brooks was busy with this, Boss Jai, without a word, turned, jumped into the Land Rover, and started the engine. V-room. The Land Rover roared off, vanishing into the night. Ethan Brooks didn't give chase. He turned to look at the people on the ground. Not a single one could move. He walked over to Emily Foster. She was still unconscious, but her breathing was steady. Tuanchuan crouched beside her, licking her hand. Ethan Brooks picked up Emily Foster's cell phone and dialed 120 first. Hello? On the road from Haven City to Forest Bridge Village. Someone is injured and needs an ambulance. Then he dialed 110. Hello? I'd like to report a crime. A premeditated murder has occurred on the road from Haven City to Forest Bridge Village. Someone ran me over with a car, and I've subdued the suspect. After hanging up, he called Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, do you have any? Chapter 67. Can we retrieve the key from that river? Mr. Dawson. Ethan Brooks briefly explained what had happened. Mr. Dawson sobered up instantly. Ethan, send me your location. I'll contact someone right away. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks sent his location. The night wind was cold. Tuanchuan crouched beside Emily Foster, her tiny body pressed tightly against her. Ethan Brooks crouched down and gently stroked Tuanchuan. Good job. The kitten rubbed against his hand, then turned her head to lick Emily Foster's face. It had to be said Mr. Dawson's network was indeed extensive. In less than 5 minutes, the sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance. 2 police cars arrived first, followed by an ambulance. The police quickly set up a crime scene perimeter, taking photos, collecting evidence, and interviewing witnesses. Paramedics lifted Emily Foster onto a stretcher and performed a preliminary examination. Mild concussion, no external injuries. She'll need to stay in the hospital overnight for observation, the doctor said. Ethan Brooks nodded. A young police officer walked over. Are you involved in this incident? Tell us what happened. Ethan Brooks briefly recounted the events. He pointed to the group of people on the ground. When I was fighting them just now, they admitted themselves that they take orders from a small-time human trafficker nicknamed Old Jai. The young officer's expression changed, and he immediately reported the matter to his superiors. Soon, a middle-aged police officer walked over. It was the chief he'd met earlier that day. Ethan, it's good to see you again, the chief said solemnly. What you've told us is very important. We've already opened a case and are tracking down Old Jai's whereabouts. Ethan Brooks nodded. Chief, I have another crucial lead. Oh, Ethan Brooks recounted the story of the folding fan. They ran me over just to steal this fan. It must have been sent by the guy who lost the bid earlier today. He pulled out his cell phone. I'm a live streamer, I streamed the whole thing, and I have clear footage of that guy. The chief's eyes lit up. Great, send us the video. Ethan Brooks found the live stream recording and sent it to the police. The chief shook his hand solemnly. If we really manage to crack this case, you'll deserve a lot of the credit. Ethan Brooks waved his hand. You're too kind, Chief. By the way, regarding the search of the reservoir, I've already contacted a salvage company. They can come over at any time. The chief paused for a moment, then smiled. Great, that's great. Ethan, you young man, you really are. He didn't finish his sentence instead. He patted Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. The ambulance was about to leave. Ethan Brooks got into the ambulance to accompany Emily Foster to the hospital. Tuanchuan was also carried into the vehicle, where he curled up next to Emily Foster, never leaving her side. The sound of the siren faded into the distance. The hospital observation room. Emily Foster lay in her hospital bed, still asleep. Tuanchuan was curled up by her pillow, keeping watch. Ethan Brooks sat beside her and glanced at his phone. Just as he was about to call Emily Foster's family, his phone rang. It was Emily Foster's mother calling. Ethan, why aren't you back yet? What time is it anyway? Ethan Brooks quickly replied. Ma, we had a minor accident on the way. The car hit a tree. But everyone's fine. Emily's just a little dizzy. The doctor said she needs to stay overnight for observation. Please don't worry. A gasp came from the other end of the line. A car accident? Are you really okay? We're really fine. I'm right here with her. We'll be back tomorrow. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the police station, the chief had just returned to his office when the phone rang. Hello. The voice on the other end left him speechless. This is the Provincial Criminal Investigation Division. Did you guys arrest a few people involved in that human trafficking ring? The chief asked hurriedly. Yes, we're interrogating them now. The armed police headquarters will send personnel to assist with your operation. Raid Old Jaya's hideout. The chief was taken aback. Wait, I didn't notify the armed police? There was a laugh on the other end. Someone gave the heads up. That young man named Ethan Brooks, is he okay? He's as lively as ever. He took on 3 of them single-handedly and took them all out. That's good then. The armed police will fully cooperate with you. We must take down every last one of these human traffickers. After hanging up, the chief stared at his phone, unable to snap out of it for quite some time. Ethan Brooks. Just who is this guy? Anyway, judging by the tone of that call just now, the fact that the armed police were mobilized seems to have something to do with him. Never mind. If he's willing to serve the people, who cares about his background? He shook his head. He left his office and began interrogating suspects through the night. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the hospital room. Emily Foster opened her eyes, stared blankly for a few seconds, then slowly sat up. Tuanchuan immediately came over and licked her hand. Aye. Emily Foster rubbed her temples. Ethan Brooks stood up from his chair. You're awake? How are you feeling? Emily Foster thought for a moment. My head is still a little dizzy, but I'm feeling much better. The doctor came over to check on her and said there were no serious issues, she could be discharged. The 2 of them completed the paperwork and walked out of the hospital. Ethan Brooks hailed a cab and headed straight to the hotel where Mr. Dawson was staying. In the hotel lobby, Mr. Dawson was having breakfast. When he saw them come in, he waved them over. Ethan, Emily, come have something to eat. Ethan Brooks sat down and briefly explained the situation. After listening, Mr. Dawson waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about the car. It was just sitting in the shop anyway, meant to make the junior apprentice look good when he was taking delivery. I've got several more like that. Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. Several? Mr. Dawson smiled. In the antiques business, how can you get by without a little prestige? Emily Foster couldn't help but laugh. Ethan Brooks laughed too. Mr. Dawson, we've caused you some trouble these past couple of days. Mr. Dawson waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so formal. By the way, it must be inconvenient not having a car, right? He pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Mr. Wong, Ethan had a little accident last night, he crashed his car. Do you have a car I could borrow? The person on the other end said a few words. Mr. Dawson hung up. Mr. Wong has a Land Rover Range Rover. He's had his secretary bring it over. In less than half an hour, a black Land Rover pulled up in front of the hotel. Mr. Wong's secretary, Riley, got out of the car and handed the keys to Ethan Brooks. Mr. Su, Mr. Walker asked me to bring the car over. Also, the salvage equipment has been arranged and can be dispatched to the reservoir at any time. Ethan Brooks took the keys. Riley smiled. You're too kind, Mr. Su. She glanced at Emily Foster standing next to Ethan Brooks, nodded, and hailed a cab to leave. Ethan Brooks drove the Land Rover, taking Emily Foster to the reservoir first. A police cordon had already been set up at the scene, with several police cars parked along the roadside. The police chief was there as well. Seeing Ethan Brooks get out of the car, he walked over. Ethan, did you get in touch with the salvage company? Ethan Brooks nodded. The equipment can be here at any time. The chief patted him on the shoulder. Good. We finished interrogating them last night. Those guys are definitely part of a human trafficking ring. Old Jai got away, but we activated the Sky Eye surveillance system. With the armed police on the case, we should have results soon. The armed police? Ethan Brooks was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Haven City to take this so seriously. They actually deployed the armed police directly. He nodded and didn't ask any further questions. After exchanging a few words, Ethan Brooks drove Emily Foster back to Forest Bridge Village. As soon as the car pulled up to the gate, Emily's mother rushed out. Emily, are you okay? Emily Foster was pulled into her mother's arms. Mom, me fine. Emily's father came out as well and looked Ethan Brooks up and down. Ethan, are you okay too? Ethan Brooks nodded. I'm fine. I'm sorry I worried you, uncle. Emily's mother pulled her inside, muttering as they walked. Your grandfather didn't sleep a wink last night, he kept worrying about you too. Inside, Grandpa Foster was sitting on the sofa when he saw them come in, he stood up. You're back? As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Ethan Brooks gave a brief account of last night's events, omitting the part about the fight, of course. After listening, Mr. Lin remarked with admiration. Ethan, that incident at the reservoir, you really did a great job. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. Mr. Lin nodded. Right, the families of those missing villagers. I heard you helped contact the salvage company and provided a lead. They all want to come and thank you in person. If it weren't for you, they probably still wouldn't have any leads. Ethan Brooks waved his hand. No need, no need. It's the least I could do. Grandpa Foster, who had been listening nearby for quite a while, suddenly spoke up. Ethan, that salvage company you mentioned, their equipment. Could they salvage anything from that river where you found the lock? Chapter 68. The Private Collection. The river where we found the lock? Emily Foster turned her head and asked. Grandpa, which river are you talking about? Grandpa Foster pointed in the distance. That old riverbed north of the village. It's a bit far from the village. You have to cross 2 small hills to get there. I heard it used to be a tributary of the Grand Canal. So that's the river. Emily Foster nodded. I know that river, but it's almost completely dry now. There's just some silt left. A tributary of the Grand Canal. Ethan Brooks' interest was piqued. This kind of waterway was historically used by the government to transport grain by water, and with official ships passing through, there really might be some valuable items there. After all, shipwrecks were all too common back then. He looked at Grandpa Foster. Grandpa, you found a copper lock back then, who knows? There might be other things buried in the riverbed. Just call in 2 excavators to dig around. Emily Foster was taken aback. Excavators? Is that even allowed? Ethan Brooks smiled. Let us give it a try. The riverbed belongs to the government anyway. As long as we're not digging it up to sell for profit, no one will mind. And if we do find something, we'll just pay taxes according to the Treasure Hunter Act. He pulled out his phone and called Riley, Boss Wong's secretary. Secretary Liu, can the salvage company send over 2 excavators? We'd like to dig up an old, dried-up riverbed. Mr. Su, we're a salvage company. We have mostly underwater equipment, but we do have excavators. When do you need them? Ethan Brooks glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. This afternoon. Come by after lunch. I'll send you the location then. Sure, Mr. Su. I'll make the arrangements. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks put his phone back in his pocket. Lin's father spoke up from beside him. Ethan, after what happened to you last night, the people who recovered the items from the ancient tomb didn't show up, but they plan to come over tonight to let you see what they recovered. No problem, Uncle. Ethan Brooks nodded. Since I'm in Haven City this time, I might as well take some of it home with me. Just then, Mr. Lin's mother emerged from the inner room, carrying a few items. 2 jet black inkstones and a rolled-up antique painting. She placed the items on the table. Ethan, you know antiques. I brought these back from my parents' house yesterday. Take a look. As she spoke, Mrs. Lin pointed to the inkstones. These were left behind by my grandfather, Emily's great-grandfather. When I was little, I often saw him painting and writing. These were the inkstones he used, and I cherished them so much back then. She then pointed to the painting. As for this painting, there's no signature. I don't know if he painted it himself or where it came from. Seeing the treasure appraisal segment, Ethan Brooks suddenly remembered something. He was a streamer, after all. He pulled out his phone and took a look. There was a crack in the corner of the screen, but it still worked. He adjusted the camera and went live. Instantly, comments flooded in. Streamer. You're finally live. I was so worried. What happened last night? I heard you were in a car accident. Are you okay? Is the streamer safe? Thank goodness, thank goodness. What about Sister Lin? Is she okay? I was worried all night. Ethan Brooks smiled at the camera. Guys, there was a little mishap last night, but I'm fine. I'm safe and sound. Emily's fine too. She had a mild concussion and was discharged from the hospital today. The live comments started flooding in even faster. Glad to hear everyone's okay. That scared the life out of me. Be more careful in the future, streamer. It's the Lunar New Year. That was way too scary. Ethan Brooks pointed the camera at the inkstone and antique painting on the table. I'm resting at home today, and I'm taking a look at a few of my aunt's old items. He picked up an inkstone. I've loved calligraphy since I was a kid. I even won awards for it in school. So after getting into antiques, I've done a bit of research on inkstones too. I thought I'd take this opportunity to show you all one. He examined it from every angle, then activated golden eyes. Information appeared. Name: Republican Era She Inkstone. Description: Republican Era She Inkstone, average stone quality, rough craftsmanship, shows signs of use. Market valuation: 801,200. He picked up another inkstone. This one was clearly different. The stone was fine-grained, the carving exquisite, and the rim of the inkwell showed slight wear. Name: Ming Dynasty Old Quarry Duan Inkstone. Description: Made from Ming Dynasty Duanqi Old Quarry stone, the stone has a smooth, lustrous texture. The carving is exquisite. It bears an inscription by a scholar, and it is in excellent condition. Market valuation: 120,000, 150,000. Ethan Brooks looked up. Ma'am, these two inkstones are pretty good. They're both antiques, but one is ordinary and the other is valuable. As he spoke, Ethan Brooks pointed to the Duan inkstone. This is a Ming Dynasty Duan inkstone, made from old pit stone. The carving is fine, and it even has an inscription by a scholar. Market value: 120,000 to 150,000. Mrs. Lin was stunned. 120,000? Mr. Lin also leaned in to take a look. That old rock is worth that much? Ethan Brooks smiled. Uncle, this isn't just an old rock. Duan inkstones rank first among the 4 famous inkstones, and old mine material has long since ceased production. If this inkstone were put up at auction, a price in the low 6-figure range would be perfectly normal. If it weren't for some damage, it could be worth even more. The other one isn't worth quite as much, but it could still fetch 1,000 or 2. As he spoke, Ethan Brooks picked up the painting again. He unfolded it. It was a landscape painting, rendered with delicate brushwork and ink, evoking a sense of profound tranquility. However, it bore neither a signature nor a seal. Golden eyes scanned it. Title: Antique-style landscape painting. Description: An antique-style work. The brushwork is decent, and it is well preserved, but lacking a signature or seal, it is of low value. Market valuation: 200, 500. Ethan Brooks set the painting down. Auntie, this painting is old, but not that old. Hearing this, Mrs. Lin already knew what he meant. This must have been painted by Emily Foster's great-grandfather himself. Ah, when I was little, my grandfather loved to paint things like this. I often saw him sitting in the courtyard, painting for half a day at a time. I was only 16 when he passed away. This is a memento he left behind. As she spoke, Mrs. Lin's eyes welled up with tears, but she quickly composed herself. Look at me, why am I talking about this during the new year? Ethan, is this inkstone really worth over 100,000? Ethan Brooks nodded. It really is. This type of old pit Duan inkstone is very rare on the market these days. If it were inscribed by a famous artist, the price would be even higher. Mrs. Lin looked at Mr. Lin. After the two exchanged a glance, Mrs. Lin suddenly said, Ethan, why don't you just take this inkstone? Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. Auntie, I can't possibly accept that. Mrs. Lin smiled. Why not? You've done so much for our family, and you even saved Emily last night. This inkstone is just a keepsake for me here. It might be more useful to you. Ethan Brooks quickly waved his hands. Auntie, you're too kind. This was left by my great-grandfather. It means so much to you, I can't accept it. Besides, even blood brothers keep their accounts clear. This is worth over 100,000. Oh, just having this painting is enough. Don't you like calligraphy? You can keep this inkstone for yourself. Mr. and Mrs. Lin kept urging him. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Ethan Brooks thought for a moment and finally said, Here's what we'll do, Auntie. I bought a house in Riversea City. There's a pretty big basement downstairs. It's just sitting empty anyway. I was planning to turn it into a private museum. It'll only house old artifacts with stories behind them, and I've already acquired both this inkstone and Grandpa's copper lock. As soon as he finished speaking, the comment section erupted. You're planning to open a museum already? Holy crap. The streamer's moving so fast, is he planning to follow in Ma Boyong's footsteps? 666. The streamer's getting a big head. Support. If it works out, you've got to let us fans come check it out. Great idea. You've got the vision and the luck. Sell or donate any antiques you don't need. Where South your place? Will it be open to the public? Chapter 69. Looking forward to tonight. Ethan Brooks had used the system to appraise both the inkstone and the bronze lock. Both items were worth over 100,000. In the world of antiques, that wasn't particularly high. But because they held special historical and cultural significance, as well as sentimental value, their collection points were quite high. If he acquired them, he'd actually be getting a good deal. At that moment, hearing Ethan Brooks' thoughts, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were stunned. Opening a private antique collection gallery. Is that even a thought ordinary people would have? With that in mind, the couple looked at Ethan Brooks with growing admiration. Ethan, are you planning to buy them with money? Grandpa Foster waved his hand. As for that brass lock, you're the one who knows it best. Without you, it's just junk in our house. How could we let you spend money on this for nothing? It's not a waste. Ethan Brooks explained, I really like both of these items. They're both still in working condition, and they each have a little story behind them. They're perfect for my collection. Grandpa, I want to stand on ceremony with you. 200,000. 200,000 each after taxes. 200,000? Mr. and Mrs. Lin exclaimed in unison. Ethan, you absolutely can't do that. The two hurriedly waved their hands. They wanted Emily to marry into a good family. But they couldn't just take someone else's money for nothing. Wasn't Ethan Brooks essentially giving their family money? They couldn't accept it. Auntie, just listen to me. In the antiques business, items are worth more when they have a story behind them. I'll add these two pieces to my collection as an investment. Who knows? They might even go up in value someday. Just take them. After Ethan Brooks' persuasion. Finally, Mr. and Mrs. Lin exchanged a glance, then looked at Grandpa Foster. Grandpa Foster was silent for a moment, then sighed. Ethan, you're something else all right. Let us do it your way. Ethan Brooks smiled. He pulled out his phone and transferred the money on the spot. 200,000 to Grandpa Foster and 200,000 to Mrs. Lin. The two of them stared at the payment notifications on their phones, completely stunned for a long moment. The live chat exploded with comments. Holy crap, 200,000 each. The streamer is so generous. Now that's a true collector. Antiques with a story behind them are way more interesting than just valuable ones. I wish I had a collection like that too. Is the streamer still looking for items? I've got an old bag that used to hold pickled cabbage at home. The comment above is so spot on. Just as they were talking, the sound of a car engine came from outside the courtyard gate. A minivan pulled up at the entrance, and two middle-aged men got out. One was tall, the other slightly shorter. Both were carrying things. Mrs. Lin's eyes lit up. Oh, my brother's here. She went out to greet them. Ethan Brooks stood up and looked toward the entrance. Emily Foster whispered, My two uncles. My eldest uncle is Jian Gua, and my second uncle is Jian Jun. The two uncles walked in, set down their belongings, first offered New Year's greetings to Grandpa Foster, and then exchanged a few pleasantries with Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin pulled them aside and excitedly began talking about the inkstone. Jian Gua, Jian Jun, guess how much that inkstone is worth? The two men looked at the inkstone on the table. The eldest uncle scratched his head. This thing a few hundred yuan? Mrs. Lin laughed. 200,000. What? Both uncles' eyes widened at the same time. Mrs. Lin recounted what had just happened. The way both uncles looked at Ethan Brooks changed. The eldest uncle walked over and shook Ethan Brooks' hand. Ethan, you really are. He hesitated for a long time before finally blurting out. You're simply amazing. Ethan Brooks smiled. You're too kind, uncle. I was just lucky. The second uncle chimed in from the side. Brother, don't you have a friend whose family owns some antiques? Have him bring them over for Ethan to take a look. Ethan's eldest uncle slapped his thigh. Right. Ethan, I have a good friend in the neighboring village. His family used to be landlords, and they've passed down quite a few antiques from their ancestors. When we were drinking the other day, he even brought out several bronze cups to show off. I heard recently that he's planning to open a restaurant but is short on funds. Should I ask him to bring them over for you to see? As soon as Ethan Brooks heard bronze cups, he nodded immediately. Sure. Just have him come over when he has time. My eldest uncle immediately pulled out his cell phone and went off to the side to make a call. Mrs. Lin glanced at the time. Oh my, it's almost noon. I'm going to make lunch. Ethan, Stay seated, it'll only take a moment. Emily Foster stood up as well. Mom, I'll help you. The two went into the kitchen. Ethan Brooks sat on the sofa, chatting with Grandpa Foster, Mr. Lin, and his second uncle. After a while, his eldest uncle returned from his phone call. Ethan, my friend said he has heard about your situation. He'll come over tonight with the guy who fished those things out of the grave earlier. Those things from his family have been sitting around for years. I don't know if they're worth anything. Ethan Brooks nodded. All right, I'll be home waiting tonight. After chatting for a while, lunch was ready. A sumptuous spread of food, steaming hot. By the time they finished eating, it was almost 1 p.m. Ethan Brooks glanced at his phone. Riley had sent a message. Mr. Sue, the excavator will be on site at 2 p.m. Send me the location. Ethan Brooks sent the approximate location Grandpa Foster had described. Let me know when you arrive, and I'll have someone take you to the exact spot. Got it. Putting his phone down, Ethan Brooks stood up. Auntie and Uncle, I'm going to my room to rest for a bit. Mrs. Lin nodded. Go ahead, go ahead. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Ethan Brooks smiled but said nothing. He walked into Emily Foster's room, turned off the live stream, and closed the door. Inside the room, Tuanchuan was still sitting on Emily Foster's bed. The kitten meowed when it saw Ethan Brooks, jumped off the bed, and rubbed against his leg. Ethan Brooks petted its head, then sat down on the edge of the bed. He was heading to the river channel this afternoon. For now, he planned to sort through the antiques he acquired over the past 2 days. He took a few items out of his backpack. It really had to be said. Haven City truly lived up to its reputation as an ancient capital. He'd only been here 2 days, yet he'd already collected quite a few fine pieces. The animal ears had already been sent by Mr. Dawson to the Haven City branch and shipped back to the company headquarters for the auction. But Ethan Brooks still had plenty left. A Ming Dynasty Duan inkstone and a bronze lock. A Warring States period bronze cup and a stack of old books. Plus a Ming Dynasty folding fan by Wenjung Ming. He'd already appraised the inkstone and the bronze lock. Together, they were worth over 500 collection points. Now that he'd purchased them, he could add them to his collection. Congratulations on adding the Ming Dynasty Duan inkstone to your collection. Current collection points, 279,7,000. Congratulations on adding the Ming Dynasty copper lock to your collection. Current collection points, 599,7,000. Not bad. The collection points from these 2 items were definitely worth 200,000. Ethan Brooks nodded and began adding the old books to his collection. Old books were, as expected, the most suitable items for the system. He added them all to his collection. His collection points rose to 1,300. The fan wasn't too bad either, yielding 550 collection points. After going through them all, his collection points had reached 1,850. Only the bronze cup remained. Ethan Brooks chose to add it to his collection. Appraising. Congratulations on adding the Warring States period bronze cup to your collection. Current collection points, 6,857,000. 5,000. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath. He had guessed that the bronze cup would yield a lot of collection points, but he hadn't expected it to reach this level. Just now, Emily's great-uncle mentioned that his friend still has a few bronze cups, and there's that group that recovered artifacts from the ancient tomb earlier. If we get a suitable one, the system could raise the price tonight. And if the bronze artifact is genuine, wouldn't the system level up twice in a row? I'm kind of looking forward to tonight. Chapter 70. 3 shovels 1 uncover oil. But they did uncover an ancient tomb. 2 p.m. His phone vibrated. Riley sent a message. Mr. Sue, the 2 excavators are in position. Ethan Brooks replied. All right, I'll head over there with my team right away. He stood up and walked out of the room. In the living room, Grandpa Foster was watching TV, while Mr. Lin was playing with his phone beside him. Grandpa, the excavators are here. Shall we go take a look? Grandpa Foster stood up. Sure. It's a bit out of the way, I'll lead the way. Ethan Brooks looked at Emily Foster. Are you coming? Emily Foster nodded. I'm coming. The 3 of them went outside and got into the Land Rover. Ethan Brooks started his live stream. The streamer is live again. Where are you heading this afternoon? Can't wait. Can't wait. Are you going to have those guys who dug stuff out of the ancient tomb appraise the artifacts? Ethan Brooks pointed the camera at the scenery outside the car window. Guys, this afternoon we're heading to an old riverbed on the north side of the village. I heard it used to be a tributary of the Grand Canal, but it's dry now. When my grandpa was young, he found a bronze lock right there. We've hired 2 excavators today, let us go dig for treasure. Holy crap, are we really digging? That's quite the operation. The streamer's going on an archaeological dig. Can't wait to see the artifacts unearthed. The car rounded 2 small hills, and from a distance, they could see 2 excavators parked by the riverbed. 2 operators were standing by their machines, smoking and chatting. Ethan Brooks parked the car, took 2 packs of cigarettes out of the trunk, and walked over. Guys, thanks for your hard work. It's the Lunar New Year, and we're putting you through the trouble of coming out here. The 2 operators accepted the cigarettes, their faces breaking into wide grins. You're too kind, boss. Let us get to work. Ethan Brooks handed each of them a red envelope. Just a small token of my appreciation. Take it for some tea. The 2 men were even happier. Boss, where should we dig? Ethan Brooks looked at Grandpa Foster. Leaning on his cane, Grandpa Foster took a few steps along the riverbank and pointed to a spot not far away. Right there. That's where I found the copper lock back in the day. Right next to that big rock. The large rock was half buried in the dirt and stood over a meter tall. The 2 workers took a look and nodded. All right, let us start digging there. The excavator roared to life and rolled over to the spot. The bucket began digging. Ethan Brooks stood a short distance away, holding up his phone to livestream the scene. Emily Foster stood beside him, supporting her grandfather as they watched. The first scoop went down. Yellow soil flew everywhere, nothing of note. The second scoop, still just soil. The third scoop, boom! A muffled thud. A section of the ground suddenly caved in. The excavator operator, startled by the commotion, immediately stopped the machine. A pitch-black hole was now visible where the excavator had been digging. Along the edge of the hole, bluish-gray ancient bricks were visible. The live chat exploded instantly. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What did they just dig up? An ancient tomb. It's an ancient tomb. A classic Haven City moment. An ancient tomb unearthed in 3 shovelfuls. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. This isn't the Middle East. You can't dig up oil in 3 shovelfuls. But you can dig up an ancient tomb in 3 shovelfuls. Please don't let it be buried cables. Definitely a Haven City classic, those in the know get it. The excavator operator jumped off the machine and walked over to the opening to take a look. He turned back to Ethan Brooks, his tone calm. Good news. Boss, it's not a cable. It's an ancient tomb. Ethan Brooks walked over. The tomb wasn't large, built of brick and stone, with a hole already torn through the roof by the excavator's bucket. It was pitch black inside. They couldn't make out what was there. The operator crouched down, picked up a loose piece of broken brick, and examined it. Judging by the style of this brick, it's probably from the Ming Dynasty. He gestured toward the tomb's size. It doesn't look very big. I'd guess it's a symbolic tomb or a commoner's grave. Ethan Brooks was a little surprised. Master, you know about this stuff? The operator smiled. I wouldn't say I'm an expert. Working as an excavator operator in Haven City, I've seen this kind of thing so often that I've picked up a bit of knowledge. He pointed toward the river. They just unearthed something near this river last month, about 2 kilometers downstream from here. I heard it was from the Qing Dynasty. Ethan Brooks realized what was going on. The live chat exploded again. That really is a Haven City specialty. Holy crap! Are excavator operators this knowledgeable? If you're operating an excavator in Haven City, you really can't get by without some archaeological knowledge. Haha! Haven City's signature profession. Excavator operator and archaeological consultant. You can tell this operator is a seasoned pro. The streamer's luck is off the charts. He hit a tomb after just 3 shovelfuls. Good thing this stretch of the river hasn't been planted with crops yet, otherwise, it would been plowed right up. Ethan Brooks crouched by the entrance and peered inside. The tomb chamber was deeper than he'd imagined. The light from his phone's flashlight only illuminated a small area nearby. The depths were pitch black. He couldn't make out a thing. He stood up and looked over at the excavator operator. The operator walked over and peered inside as well. Boss, this tomb doesn't look very big, but there's probably quite a bit of space inside. That tiny bit of light from my phone doesn't reach the bottom. He thought for a moment. Our company has a team that specializes in handling these kinds of small tombs. Why don't I get in touch with them? Ethan Brooks nodded. All right, I'll contact Secretary Liu. He pulled out his phone, called Secretary Liu, and explained the situation. After listening, Secretary Liu responded promptly. Mr. Su, I'll send someone over right away. They should be here in about half an hour. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks called Mr. Dawson again. Mr. Dawson, I've unearthed an ancient tomb from the Ming Dynasty. Would you be interested in taking a look? Mr. Dawson's voice instantly rose by 8 octaves. An ancient tomb? Are you serious? Where is it? Ethan Brooks gave him the location. Mr. Dawson burst out laughing. Wait there, I'll be right over. Ethan Brooks asked, would you like a ride? No, I'm at my friend's place at the Antiquities Gallery in Haven City. I'll have him come along. He has a PhD in archaeology. After graduating, he taught at a university for a few years, but got bored and came to Haven City to run the Antiquities Gallery. With him there, he can help take a look at the artifacts in the tomb. Ethan Brooks' eyes lit up. That's great. I'll send you the address. I'll wait for you guys here. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks sent the address. The live chat buzzed with excitement again. Mr. Dawson is coming? And a PhD in archaeology. This lineup is getting stronger and stronger. The streamer really has a wide network. Haven City truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient capital. You can just dig anywhere and hit a tomb. It's been confirmed. Our country has its own little Middle East. Streamer, don't get too close, watch out for collapses. Ethan Brooks took a few steps back and stood in a safe area. The excavator operator leaned in. Boss, you mentioned earlier that you've found things around here before? Ethan Brooks nodded. Right. My grandfather found a bronze lock here when he was young. The operator exhaled a puff of smoke. That must have been back when the river was still flowing. It probably washed down from upstream. They say the current used to be pretty strong, with lots of boats coming and going. It's only natural that things would get lost. He pointed at the freshly unearthed grave. But since we've uncovered a grave here, there might be other things buried nearby. Should we try digging a little to the side? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. Sure. Let us give it a few more shovelfuls. Just be careful not to disturb the grave. The foreman nodded, signaled to the other excavator, and began working carefully around the tomb. The 2 excavators rumbled, but their movements were noticeably more restrained. Ethan Brooks, Emily Foster, and Grandpa Foster stepped back to a safer distance. Leaning on his cane, Grandpa Foster looked at the tomb and remarked with emotion, I've been herding sheep along this riverbank for over a decade. I never imagined there was something like this buried down here. After waiting about 20 minutes, Ethan Brooks' cell phone rang. It was Secretary Liu calling. Mr. Su, the team assigned to handle the ancient tomb has already set out and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Ethan Brooks thanked him and hung up. No sooner had he hung up than another call came in. It was from the police station. Mr. Su, I have 2 updates for you. Ethan Brooks listened intently. First, the minibus was recovered from the reservoir, but no bodies were found. We're still continuing the recovery efforts. We may need to borrow the recovery equipment for a while longer. No bodies. Ethan Brooks, of course, knew exactly what was going on, but he couldn't say so outright. No problem. Feel free to use it as long as you need. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Su. There's also a second matter. Regarding the human traffickers, we've already arrested the man who had an altercation with you in Westvale City. We've also pinpointed Boss Jai's hideout. Tonight, the armed police will conduct a joint operation with the police. They exchanged a few brief words. He hung up the phone. Ethan Brooks looked toward the excavator working in the distance. Just as he put his phone back in his pocket, Emily Foster suddenly ran over. Ethan Brooks, you've got to come see this. She was holding Tuanchuan in her arms. The little kitten was still wriggling around in her embrace. Ethan Brooks followed her over. Emily Foster pointed to a spot at the edge of the wheat field. Tuanchuan wanted to go to the bathroom here a moment ago, so I set it down. Then it dug around in the dirt for a while and unearthed this. As she spoke, she handed Ethan Brooks something wrapped in toilet paper. He unwrapped it. Inside was a clump of dirt. It was about the size of his palm and covered in mud. But beneath the dirt, a square seal was visible. Ethan Brooks took it and gently brushed off the dry dirt covering it. To his surprise, it was a square seal. Chapter 71. If we tell anyone, we'll be known as tomb raiders. The moment the square seal appeared, the live stream's comment section exploded. Holy crap! A square seal! This thing is huge. Let us see if there are 8 characters on the bottom. The Imperial Jade Seal. The guy above is overthinking it. There's no way the Imperial Jade Seal would be here. This is no ordinary item. Let us see if it's a private seal or an official one. Hurry up and clean it off. I'm dying of curiosity. What kind of seal is this? Watching the rapidly scrolling comments, Ethan Brooks smiled. Guys, don't get ahead of yourselves. I'm curious too. Let us clean it up and see. Holding the square seal, he walked over to a spot by the riverbank where water still pooled. He squatted down, placed the seal in the water, and gently rubbed it. Layer after layer of dirt peeled away, revealing the copper beneath. Blue-gray copper, its surface mottled with green patina. The seal's handle was shaped like a simple animal, its lines rustic. He flipped the seal over and held it up to the sunlight to examine the seal face. For characters.
Seal script.
Can you make it out? What do the characters say? Looks like seal script, but I can't read it. Anyone here know what this is? The first character looks like Sien? Tranquil County? There's a Tranquil County south of Haven City. Right, Tranquil County is Jing County not far from Haven City. What kind of official is a county magistrate's deputy? The county magistrate's second in command equivalent to a deputy county governor, I suppose. Holy crap. So this is an official seal. Is it valuable? Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes and activated golden eyes. Information appeared. Name: Ming Dynasty Tranquil County Deputy Magistrate S. Bronze Seal. Description: a Ming Dynasty official seal belonging to a county-level official in Tranquil County. The inscription reads, Seal of the Deputy Magistrate of Tranquil County. It is well preserved and holds historical value. Market valuation: 800,000, 1 million. A million. Ethan Brooks felt a surge of joy, but he kept his composure. He glanced at the comment stream and smiled. Guys, I don't know much about seals. I only know about ancient coins and porcelain. Will have to wait for Mr. Dawson to take a look at this. He ruffled Tuanshuan's head. I'll reward you with some cat treats when we get back. Tuanshuan meowed softly and rubbed against his hand. Just then, someone in the chat recognized the item. Magistrate of Tranquil County? That must be an official from Tranquil County during the Ming Dynasty. Tranquil County was a Jingxian, a county with a higher status than ordinary counties. We got an expert in the live stream. If this seal is real, it probably won't come cheap. Just then, the excavator operator's shout came from the distance. Boss, we dug something up again. Huh? Another find. Ethan Brooks was a bit surprised. He stood up, put the square seal away, and walked over quickly. Over by the other excavator, a pitch-black hole had also been exposed. It was about the same size as the previous one and also contained bluish-gray ancient bricks. Ethan Brooks stood at the edge and took a look. It was another burial chamber. The chat section erupted with excitement again. Another one? Have they stumbled upon a cluster of tombs? Haven City is truly terrifying. The streamer has really stirred up a hornet's nest of ancient tombs. Just as they were talking, the sound of a car engine came from the distance. A black sedan pulled over to the side of the road. Mr. Dawson got out of the car, followed by a middle-aged man in his 40s who wore glasses and had a refined, scholarly demeanor. Ethan. Mr. Dawson walked over quickly. Ethan Brooks met him halfway. Mr. Dawson, you're here so fast? Mr. Dawson smiled. I happened to be having tea nearby. It was just a quick drive over. He introduced the man behind him. This is Mr. Wallace, the manager of the Bogu Gallery in Haven City. He has a PhD in archaeology and used to teach at Haven City University of Transportation. Mr. Wallace extended his hand. Mr. Su, I've heard a lot about you. Arthur hasn't he stopped raving about you the whole way here? Ethan Brooks quickly shook his hand. Mr. Wallace, you're too kind, just call me Ethan. Mr. Wallace looked at the 2 newly excavated burial chambers, his eyes lighting up. He walked over, crouched down, and examined the structure of the bricks and stones. This is a typical Ming Dynasty family burial complex. He pointed to the locations of the 2 burial chambers. Look at these 2 tombs, they're close together and have similar designs. They must be the family tombs of a single clan. Mr. Dawson leaned in. Is it dangerous? Mr. Wallace shook his head. Not really. With small brick-chambered tombs like these, as long as you don't rush in blindly, There shouldn't be any problems. Just as he was speaking, the sound of cars could be heard in the distance again. 2 vans pulled up to the side of the road. The doors opened, and 7 or 8 people in work uniforms stepped out, carrying various instruments and equipment. The leader was a burly man in his 40s who walked over. "Mr. Sue? Mr. Dawson. Secretary Lou sent us here." Ethan Brooks and Mr. Dawson nodded. Come to think of it, these employees would indeed be working for them in the future. "Thank you all for your hard work." Ethan Brooks exchanged glances with the others. The burly man smiled. "You're too kind, boss. It's our good fortune that you've let us stay and earn our keep." Ethan Brooks waved his hand. "You're joking, master. With skills like yours, it's Mr. Dawson and my good fortune to have you here." The burly man smiled, turned, and signaled for his team to begin work. Several of them carried instruments and began scanning the area around the tomb chamber. A device resembling a metal detector swept across the ground, emitting a faint humming sound. Another man, holding more specialized equipment, was taking measurements at the entrance to the tomb chamber. Taking advantage of the moment, Ethan Brooks pulled the square seal out of his pocket. "Mr. Dawson, Mr. Wallace, since you're both here, could you take a look at this for me?" Mr. Dawson took the square seal and examined it closely. "Oh, a bronze seal? It's in pretty good condition." He flipped it over to look at the seal face. "Seal of the Magistrate of Tranquil County. This is an official seal." Mr. Wallace leaned in as well, took the square seal, and held it up to the light. He examined it very closely, turning it over and over for quite a while. The characters are crisp, and the patina is natural. It's a genuine antique. He looked up. "This is the official seal of the Deputy Magistrate of Tranquil County from the Ming Dynasty. 7th rank." Mr. Dawson asked. "Tranquil County? The one under Haven City?" Mr. Wallace nodded. "That's right. Tranquil County was a capital county, close to Haven City, and held a higher status than ordinary counties." He pointed to the seal's handle. "Look at this animal-shaped handle. It's a typical Ming Dynasty official seal design." Ethan Brooks asked. "Mr. Wallace, how much is this seal worth?" Mr. Wallace thought for a moment. "A Ming Dynasty County Deputy Magistrate's official seal in this condition has a market value of around 800,000 to 1 million. Holy crap! $1 million! Tuan just scraped up $1 million with that one swipe. This cat must be a Maneki Nico. The streamer should set it up as a shrine when he gets home. So a pet cat's habit of using litter actually has this use too. See you later, streamer. I'm taking my chubby orange cat to the vegetable patch. Got something to do. 80,000 to 120,000. This really is an unexpected surprise." Ethan Brooks smiled and ruffled Tuanchuan's head. "I'll buy you 100 cat treats when we get back." Tuanchuan meowed and rubbed against his hand. Mr. Dawson laughed. "Ethan, your cat makes more money than most people." Mr. Wallace laughed too. "Official seals have been quite popular in the antique market these past few years. If this seal were put up for auction and someone really liked it, it could even fetch 2 million. Just then, the burly man walked over. "Boss, we're done scanning. No immediate danger detected. We can go inside and take a look." Mr. Wallace looked at Ethan Brooks. "Ethan, want to go down and check it out?" Ethan Brooks nodded and waved to his live stream viewers. "Let us go. Guys, I'm taking you down into the tomb." "Holy crap. We're actually going into a tomb. Haha. I'll be able to say I've explored a tomb. Thanks, streamer, for broadening my horizons. I'm not just watching for free, I'm giving the streamer a thumbs up. Thumbs up, count me in." Chapter 72. The Tomb of the Honest Official. A burly man walked over. "Boss, I finished scanning. It's safe. We can go in." He pointed to the first burial chamber. "There's a door in the side wall of this chamber. It leads to several other spaces. It must be a complex of tombs." Mr. Wallace's eyes lit up. "A complex of tombs? We've got to go down and check it out." Ethan Brooks nodded and went live. "Guys, we're heading down into the tomb. Holy crap. He's really going down into the tomb. Watch out for mummies. Did the streamer bring a black donkey's hoof? Light a candle before you go down. People light candles. Ghosts blow out the lamps. The guy above must have read too many tomb raiding novels. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. I've explored tombs before too." Mr. Wallace shone his flashlight and led the way into the first burial chamber. Ethan Brooks followed behind, and Mr. Dawson joined them as well. The first chamber wasn't too large, about 10 square meters. The walls were made of blue and white bricks, and a section of the ceiling had already collapsed. Several items were arranged in the center of the chamber. A few blue and white porcelain bowls, a small jar, and a bronze mirror. Ethan Brooks glanced at Golden Eyes. They were all pieces from Ming Dynasty folk kills, estimated to be worth anywhere from a few thousand to about 10,000 yuan. Mr. Dawson and Mr. Wallace also took a quick look but paid them no further attention. Only Emily Foster, holding to Anchuin in her arms, kept curiously examining them. Just then, the burly man walked over to the side wall and shone his flashlight on it. "Boss, there's a door over here." There was an arched doorway in the wall. It was pitch black behind it, clearly leading somewhere. Mr. Wallace shone his flashlight inside and could make out a faint outline of another space beyond. "It really is a cluster of tombs. Come on, let us go take a look." He led the way inside. Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster followed behind. The second burial chamber, the third, the fourth. They passed through 5 in a row, all with similar layouts. The burial goods were also similar. A few porcelain bowls, several copper coins, and some everyday utensils. Mr. Wallace observed as they walked. "This appears to be the burial ground of a prominent Ming Dynasty family." He pointed at the porcelain. "These are all ordinary pieces from folk kills. There are no marks from imperial kills. It looks like a merchant family. But given the scale of this burial complex, it's also possible the occupant of the main tomb was a high-ranking official. Not a very high-ranking one, or perhaps a very honest one." The group chatted as they walked. Before long, seeing that the items were all of little value, Mr. Wallace spoke up. "I've got a pretty good idea of the layout of these burial chambers now. Let us head straight to the main tomb. We'll find out soon enough." Never mind the live comments, even Ethan Brooks was a bit surprised at that moment. "Ha-ha!" Mr. Wallace smiled faintly. "I majored in archaeology, after all. You have to study feng shui. Based on the layout and feng shui, the main tomb should be in this direction." As Mr. Wallace spoke, he led the group forward. Following him, they soon reached the end of a passageway. A stone door blocked their path. The door was tightly shut and sealed shut. 2 stone steels stood on either side of the door, and there was a stone carving on the lintel. Mr. Wallace stepped up to the steels and shone his flashlight on them. An epitaph. He squinted, studying the inscription carefully. Zhang Gong, given name Shangsheng, courtesy name Mengyang, passed the imperial examination in the 20th year of the Jiajing reign, and rose to the rank of Right Counselor of the Office of the Commissioner of Communications, 3rd rank. A 3rd rank official. In the Ming Dynasty, a 3rd rank official was a high-ranking official. Jiajing, that Emperor Shizong of the Ming Dynasty. There must be something valuable in the main tomb. Let us open the door and take a look. Mr. Wallace continued reading. He served as an official for 30 years, remaining upright and incorruptible, with no surplus wealth in his household. He repeatedly submitted memorials denouncing corruption, offending the powerful and influential, yet he remained upright and incorruptible, consistent to the end. His dying words, "Leave no possessions behind, to uphold the integrity of my heart." He looked up. "Zhang Xingxing, I remember him now," Mr. Dawson asked. "Do you know him?" Mr. Wallace nodded. "A famous, honest official from the mid-Ming Dynasty. According to historical records, after his death, his family didn't even have enough money to hold a funeral. His colleagues had to chip in to bury him." He pointed to several small burial chambers nearby. "Look at these burial goods, they're indeed meager. For the family tomb of a 3rd rank official, this is all there is. It shows he really didn't leave much for his descendants." Mr. Dawson nodded. "So, in that case, the main tomb," Mr. Wallace smiled. "There's definitely nothing valuable in there." He looked at Ethan Brooks. "Ethan, can you open this door?" Ethan Brooks activated his X-ray vision and scanned the interior of the tomb chamber. Inside, it was exactly as Mr. Wallace had described. Apart from the stone coffin, it was virtually empty. And on the lid of the stone coffin was engraved the same inscription as on the exterior. "Leave nothing behind to uphold a heart of integrity." Since Mr. Wallace has said so, let us not open it then. Ethan Brooks nodded in agreement. Forcing the door open would only damage the ancient tomb. Mr. Wallace nodded. "A wise decision." He pointed at the stone stele. "This epitaph is a cultural relic in itself, with great historical value. We'll have the Cultural Heritage Bureau handle it later. We just need to preserve a rubbing of the stele." The group retraced their steps and climbed out of the first burial chamber. The sunlight was a bit blinding. Ethan Brooks stood by the riverbank and took a deep breath. A burly man walked over. "Boss, we've cleared out all the burial goods from those chambers. What should we do with them?" He pointed to a tarpaulin nearby. A dozen or so items were laid out on it. Blue and white porcelain bowls, porcelain plates, bronze mirrors, copper coins, all ordinary items. Ethan Brooks walked over and scanned each one with golden eyes. The most valuable ones were worth 3,000 to 5,000 at most. Most were only worth a few hundred. He looked at Mr. Dawson and Mr. Wallace. "Do either of you see anything you like? I can't let you make the trip for nothing." Mr. Dawson smiled. "Then I won't hold back." He crouched down and picked out a blue and white porcelain bowl in good condition. Mr. Wallace also chose a bronze mirror. Ethan Brooks scanned them with golden eyes. The two items were worth only a few hundred yuan. It seemed the two were just being polite. Once the two bosses had finished choosing, Ethan Brooks thought for a moment, then called out to the craftsmen standing nearby. "Guys, you've worked hard too. If any of you see something you like, go ahead and pick one out. Consider it a small token of my appreciation." The burly man paused in surprise. "Boss, this..." Ethan Brooks waved his hand. "Go ahead, don't be shy." The workers exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. They crouched down and each picked out an item. Some chose porcelain bowls, others chose copper coins. The comment section buzzed with excitement again. "The streamer is so generous. He is so good to his employees. That is a great way to win people over. I want to work for the streamer too. Is it still too late to go to Haven City?" Once they finished choosing, Ethan Brooks looked at the remaining items. He picked out a few with high collection points. A blue and white porcelain plate, 22 collection points. A bronze mirror, 25 collection points. And a few copper coins. Combined with the collection points from the first two items, it was just enough to upgrade the system. As for the rest, Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. He decided to just leave them for the Cultural Heritage Bureau. They weren't worth much anyway. The total collection points weren't even worth the effort of going out to collect an old book himself. Just then, Mr. Dawson glanced at the remaining items and smiled. "Ethan, your eye for these things is getting sharper and sharper. The pieces you picked out are definitely the best preserved ones in this pile. The rest, all added up, are probably only worth 2,000 or 3,000. No way, a Ming Dynasty tomb, and the items aren't worth much. That's normal. Antiques aren't valuable just because they're old, right? It depends on provenance, craftsmanship, condition, and the story behind them. What good stuff could there be in the tomb of an honest Qing Dynasty official? Haha, when tomb raiders come, their equipment is worth more than the artifacts. There aren't even any traps or defenses. They clearly weren't worried about tomb raiders at all." Chapter 73. This guy really knows his stuff. The comments kept rolling in. Ethan Brooks glanced at them and smiled. He turned to Grandpa Foster. "Grandpa, do you want to keep one of these as a souvenir?" Grandpa Foster waved his hand. "No, no. If it weren't for you, I'd never have known there was a tomb here. You can just take care of these things." Ethan Brooks nodded, pulled out his phone, and dialed the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau. After waiting about 20 minutes, a white van pulled up. Two uniformed staff members got out, filled out the paperwork, and took away the remaining porcelain pieces and copper coins. By the time the formalities were finished, it had already grown dark. Mr. Wallace looked at Ethan Brooks. "Ethan, what are you planning to do with that seal?" Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. "Are you interested, Mr. Wallace?" Mr. Wallace smiled. "To be honest, I've always been quite interested in Ming Dynasty official seals. This tranquil county magistrate's seal with its clear characters and natural patina is a rare treasure." Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. "Since you like it, Mr. Wallace, I'll sell it to you." Mr. Wallace's eyes lit up. "Haha, great. Then I won't hesitate to take it." He held out his hand. 2 million after taxes. I'll handle the taxes. If you ever need anything in Haven City, feel free to contact me anytime. I made quite a few friends during my PhD, and the current deputy mayor of Haven City is an old classmate of mine. The comments section exploded instantly. Holy crap, a classmate who is the deputy mayor. This streamer-esque connections are getting more and more impressive. 2 million. That swipe from Tuanchuan was really worth it. I'm so jealous I could cry. Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected to be able to make connections with someone so influential. Then I'll be counting on you, Mr. Wallace, in the future. Mr. Wallace waved his hand. No trouble at all. There are only so many official seals in history, and many people who want to buy one just can't get their hands on one. I've always wanted to add one to my collection, but unfortunately, I didn't have the right connections. Mr. Dawson chuckled from the side. That's right. Bogujai is considered a fairly large antique company in China. Yet they haven't acquired a single official seal in all these years. The two completed the transaction via bank transfer on the spot. 2 million was credited to the account. Ethan Brooks handed the seal to Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace carefully put it away, then got into the car with Mr. Dawson and drove off. Ethan Brooks glanced at the time. It was just past 5 p.m. He drove Emily Foster and Grandpa Foster back to Forestbridge Village. Dinner was a feast. Mrs. Lin had prepared a table full of dishes. Braised pork, stewed chicken, braised beef, as well as fish that had been caught that very afternoon. The family sat together around the table, enjoying a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, Mr. Lin glanced at the clock on the wall. Ethan, those people will be here soon, they said around 8 o'clock. Ethan Brooks nodded. All right, I'll wait in the living room. At 7:50, the sound of a car could be heard outside the gate. Ethan Brooks got up to go out and greet them. 2 minivans pulled up at the gate, and 7 or 8 people got out. There were both young and old, all carrying things in their hands. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 50s, beaming with a broad smile. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Ethan Brooks hurriedly greeted him. You're all too kind. Please come inside and have a seat. The group poured into the courtyard, and the living room instantly buzzed with activity. Mr. and Mrs. Lin hurried to pour tea. The middle-aged man spoke first. Mr. Su, I'm here on behalf of my nephew and old Chun and the others. He pointed to 2 young men standing beside him. These 2 are my nephew's cousins. They were part of the group that went missing 2 years ago. Their suitcases were recovered from the reservoir today, and that's how they found out. We owe it all to you. The 2 young men had tears welling up in their eyes as they bowed deeply to Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks quickly helped them up. No, it's the least I could do. Please sit down and let us talk. They took their seats and exchanged a few pleasantries. Ethan Brooks got straight to the point. What treasures have you brought with you? Let us take a look. The first man pulled out a few copper coins. Mr. Su, these have been passed down in my family for generations. Please take a look. Ethan Brooks took them and scanned them with golden eyes. Name: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Tongbao. Description: minted during the Qianlong era of the Qing Dynasty, in excellent condition, relatively common. Market valuation: 20,000, 30,000. He looked up. A Qing Dynasty Qianlong Tongbao. It's in good condition. The market price is 20,000 to 30,000. The man's eyes lit up. The Cultural Heritage Bureau previously appraised it at 8,000. You're 20,000 to 30,000. Ethan Brooks smiled. If I buy it, I'll pay 20,000 after taxes. 20,000? The man was stunned. Several people nearby also looked surprised. Ethan Brooks nodded. That's right, 20,000. If you're willing, I'll transfer the money right now.
I am willing.
Ethan Brooks transferred 20,000 on the spot. The second person also produced a few copper coins, Guangxu Tongbao, valued at around 25,000. Ethan Brooks accepted them for 20,000 as well. The next 4 people were the ones who had retrieved items from the ancient tomb. They all brought out porcelain from the Qing Dynasty. There were blue and white bowls, pink enameled plates, and small vases with monochrome glazes. Ethan Brooks appraised each item one by one. The most valuable was a blue and white vase with a climbing vine pattern, estimated at over 300,000. The man said the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau had only offered 150,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan Brooks bought it for 270,000. The streamer is so generous. That price is way higher than what the Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau offered. But the streamer will definitely make a profit reselling it. Of course he's got his connections. Don't be ridiculous if he isn't making a profit. Is the host running a charity? Almost all of these people's items were from the Qing Dynasty. Presumably, the tomb they came from was also from the Qing Dynasty. After going through all of these, the last person was a friend of Emily Foster's maternal uncle. He was in his 50s, dressed simply, but with a shrewd look in his eyes. Mr. Su, Jian said you have a keen eye, so he sent me to see you. He laid out the items in his hands one by one on the table. 3 bronze three-legged cups, a broken bronze sword, and an ancient painting. These were all passed down from my ancestors. Take a look. Holy crap! So many bronze artifacts. Your ancestors must been something special. He said they were passed down from his ancestors. What's there to worry about? Good thing the Treasure Hunter Act has been enacted now. Otherwise, back in the day, if you didn't turn these bronze artifacts in, you'd be in big trouble. Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes and activated golden eyes. Name: Warring States Period Bronze Tripod Cup. Description: a bronze drinking vessel from the state of Qin during the Warring States period. The body is decorated with coiled dragon motifs. Though slightly worn, the patterns are exquisite, and the piece is generally well preserved. Market valuation: 800,000 1 million. 3 cups, each worth 800,000 to 1 million. Money isn't an issue. If I use this to upgrade the system, it's definitely enough for 2 levels. Ethan Brooks felt a surge of joy and turned his gaze back to the broken sword. Name: Warring States Period Bronze Sword Fragment. Description: a bronze sword from the state of Qin during the Warring States period. The blade is broken, but the guard features exquisite engravings and holds research value. Market valuation: 500,000, 800,000. It really lives up to its reputation as a bronze artifact. Even though the sword is broken, it's still very valuable. Ethan Brooks marveled inwardly, then turned his gaze to the ancient painting. Ethan Brooks unfolded it. It was a landscape painting, rendered with delicate brushwork, and ink. A seal was stamped at the signature. Golden eyes scanned it. Name: Qing Dynasty Landscape Painting by Wang Hui. Description: an authentic work by the renowned Qing Dynasty painter Wang Hui, well preserved and exquisitely executed. Market valuation: 2,500,000. 2 million to 2.5 million. This guy really has some valuable stuff. However, he didn't know much about paintings. It would seem too suspicious to just blurt out the information from golden eyes. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. Sir, I'm just starting out with calligraphy and paintings, so I can't really tell for sure yet. But I can tell this is the real thing. We'll talk about the painting later. I'll have a friend at Bogujai take a look. Let us discuss these bronze pieces first. Bogujai? All right. The man smiled. I've had these cups appraised before. Someone offered 200,000 for one, but I didn't sell it. Ethan Brooks laughed. 20,000 is too low. Then I'll give you a fair price. He pointed to the 3 cups. These are bronze cups from the Warring States period, state of Qin. Although they show some wear, the designs are exquisite. If you were to sell them, each would fetch between 800,000 and 1 million. The sword isn't bad either. Even though it's broken, I can still offer 500,000 to 800,000 for it. The man's eyes widened. 800,000? Are they really worth that much? He found it hard to believe. Mr. Su, you have a keen eye. Can you really guarantee that? I can. Ethan Brooks gave a faint smile. If you don't believe me, I can buy them right here and transfer the money on the spot. Well, the man took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Are you sure you want to buy them? Ethan Brooks nodded. I'll take them. The man smiled. Haha, that works then. I trust Mr. Su. And thanks to Mr. Su, too, otherwise, I'd still be in the dark about that 200,000 scammer. He thought for a moment. 600,000 per cup, after taxes. 3 cups total 1,800,000. Does that work for you? Ethan Brooks was taken aback for a moment. Sir, are you sure you're selling them to me for such a low price? The man waved his hand. It's only fair. Since you didn't give me an appraisal, I thought this stuff was only worth 200,000. You make a profit, I make a profit, it's a win-win. Ethan Brooks smiled. All right, let us go with what you said. He transferred the money on the spot. 1.8 million was credited to the account. The man stared at his phone, grinning from ear to ear. Ethan Brooks looked at the ancient painting. It was a landscape painting. The brushwork was delicate and elegant, and there was a seal at the signature. He pulled out his phone and dialed Mr. Dawson for a video call. Chapter 74. I've got things to do next, so I'm going to bed. The call connected quickly. On the screen, he and Mr. Wallace were sitting in a tea house, sipping tea. "Hey, Ethan. I'm having tea here with Mr. Wallace. What's up? Got something good again?" "Yes, Mr. Dawson." Ethan Brooks smiled and pointed the camera at the ancient painting. "I've got a painting here, could you take a look?" Mr. Dawson narrowed his eyes. "Bring the phone a little closer, yes. A little closer, okay? Hold it there." Mr. Wallace leaned in as well. "Let us look at the signature. Zoom in a bit more. Wang Hui? Is this a landscape by Wang Hui?" Mr. Dawson nodded. "Judging by the brushwork and ink, it should be an authentic piece." "Mr. Wallace, take a close look at this seal." Mr. Wallace said. "Ethan, move your phone a little to the left. Yes, right there. Shine the flashlight on it." Ethan Brooks did as instructed. Mr. Wallace looked at it for a few seconds and smiled. "That's right, it's an authentic Wang Hui. A leading figure in the Qing dynasty art world. It's rare to find a painting in such good condition." Mr. Dawson said. "The market value is around 2 million. If it goes to auction and attracts the right buyer, it could fetch anywhere from 250 to 270. Ethan Brooks thanked him and ended the video call. He looked at the man. "Sir, you heard that just now. This painting is an authentic work by Wang Hui from the Qing dynasty, worth around 2 million. The man's eyes widened. 2 million? "Mr. Su, your connections are truly impressive and reliable. I took this thing to Jubiozai for appraisal earlier, and they were only willing to offer 700,000. At this point, he paused to think, then sighed. "I had no idea this painting was worth so much. I'm almost reluctant to sell it now, but I really do need the money right now. Will you buy this painting?" Ethan Brooks nodded. "I'll take it. To be honest, I've been thinking about setting up my own antique collection gallery lately. I'm exactly looking for old pieces like this." He had just used the system to appraise the ancient painting. It turned out to have quite a lot of collection points. Over 1,200. So even if he didn't resell it, buying it would still be a huge profit. "Haha, that works then. I'll give you a special thank you price for this painting, 1.5 million after taxes. Does that work for you?" Ethan Brooks smiled. "Sure." The transfer was completed. 1.5 million was credited to his account. The man looked at the broken sword lying at the end of the table. "This sword's no use to me anyway. Why don't you take it too? 30,000 after taxes will do." Ethan Brooks nodded. "All right." The 300,000 was transferred. All transactions were complete. The man stood up and shook Ethan Brooks' hand. "Mr. Su, if you ever need anything around Haven City in the future, just let me know. I may not have much money, but I've got muscle and a few friends." Ethan Brooks smiled. "You're too kind, sir." The group left, expressing their heartfelt thanks. The living room fell silent. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were still in a state of shock, unable to recover. Grandpa Foster puffed on his cigarette, smiling warmly at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks put his things away and stood up. "Uncle and Auntie, it's getting late. I'm going back to my room to rest." Mrs. Lin nodded eagerly, a smile lighting up her face. Go on. You must be exhausted after today. Get some rest early." Ethan Brooks went upstairs and pushed open the door to Emily Foster's room. A warm, yellow bedside lamp was glowing in the room. Emily Foster was leaning against the headboard, the blanket pulled up to her waist, holding Tuanchuan in her arms as she scrolled through short videos on her phone. Tuanchuan had his eyes half closed and was purring contentedly. When she saw Ethan Brooks come in, Emily Foster looked up and smiled slightly. "You're back." Ethan Brooks nodded and sat down beside the bed. The mattress instantly sank in where he sat, and Emily Foster's body swayed slightly with it. She didn't move away. Instead, she leaned closer to him. Lying on Ethan Brooks's lap, she held up her phone. "Ethan Brooks, look, Tuanchuan's gone viral." Ethan Brooks took the phone and glanced at it. On the short video platform, a video was going viral. The title read, "Shocking. Cat digs up a $1,000,000 official seal with one paw." Below it was a flaming, trending icon. In the video, Tuanchuan was digging in a wheat field and then brought up a clump of dirt in its mouth. It was exactly the scene from that afternoon. It had 500,000 likes, and the comments had already surpassed 60,000. "This cat makes more money than I do. I'm taking my cat to the vegetable patch tomorrow. Let us form a group and go treasure hunting in Haven City. The streamer's lucky and the cat's a real pro. My good-for-nothing cat just knows how to eat." Ethan Brooks chuckled. It really did make it to the trending list. Emily Foster put her phone away and swiped through it a few times. Look, now everyone online is taking their cats to vegetable patches and wheat fields to dig in the dirt. Some people say their cats dug up a pair of worn-out shoes, while others say they found a mouse hole. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now cats all over the country are being trained to use litter boxes. They're calling it a treasure hunting skill. Ethan Brooks laughed too. This trend caught on pretty fast. Emily Foster said, "By the way, the Career Challenge production team just sent me a message." Emily Foster handed him her phone. On the screen was a private message. It said the production team wanted to invite Ethan Brooks and Emily Foster to participate in an interview. After reading it, Ethan Brooks shook his head. "I'm not going to the interview." Emily Foster was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Ethan Brooks smiled. "Being in the spotlight too much makes it hard to snag good deals. When I go to the antique market now, people are already recognizing me. If I do the interview, how am I supposed to keep a low profile when buying stuff in the future?" He looked at Emily Foster. "You go ahead. Take Tuanchuan with you and make a good impression." Emily Foster thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll take Tuanchuan with me." She paused. "It just so happens that after the Lantern Festival, there'll be a wrap-up for the first phase of Career Challenge, and there'll be openings to apply for a career change then. I can try applying. You want to switch?" Ethan Brooks looked at her. Emily Foster nodded. "I never really liked being a car model anyway. This is the perfect chance to switch to something that suits me better." Ethan Brooks asked, "What do you want to switch to?" Emily Foster thought for a moment. "Something related to my major? Automotive design? Or artifact restoration? Or curating art exhibitions? Once you open your museum, you might even be able to help out." Ethan Brooks smiled. "All right, I'll give you some advice when the time comes." The live chat comments started flooding in again. "Holy crap, sis is switching careers. Artifact restoration, that's so high class. They're going to follow each other's lead. Damn it, car model number 96 has finally fallen. The streamer opened a museum, and sis is going to be the curator. Perfect match." Ethan Brooks glanced at the comments and smiled. He had originally planned to authenticate the items he decollected. But Emily Foster was now lying on his lap, squirming constantly. Ethan Brooks simply pulled back the covers and sat down. Tuanchuan was nudged aside, meowed in displeasure, and hopped over to the pillow. Emily Foster shifted in a bit. Ethan Brooks leaned back against the headboard and checked the time. He smiled at the camera. "Guys, I've got quite a haul today. I've got stuff to do next, so I'm gonna sleep now. See you tomorrow." "Don't go yet. Let us chat a little longer." "You're going to sleep already?" "Sleep my ass. I want to see the paid content." "Exactly. Who says you can't stream while sleeping? The streamer being too formal. Is there anything we can't watch?" "Exactly. We're not strangers, after all." Chapter 75. Can I wear a hood? Early the next morning, the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains. Ethan Brooks opened his eyes. Emily Foster was still asleep, curled up tight beside her pillow. He got out of bed on tiptoe, slipped on his jacket, and pushed the door open. The rooftop. The view was expansive, with distant wheat fields and villages in sight. It wasn't too cold this Chinese New Year. The rooftop was warm under the sun. Ethan Brooks found a spot to sit by the wall, pulled out his phone, and started a live stream. As soon as he went live, the number of viewers skyrocketed. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In just a few minutes, it shot straight up to 50,000. The chat was flooding with comments. "He's here. He's here. Where's Tuanchuan? I want to see Tuanchuan. Was that official seal the streamer showed yesterday real or fake? I heard a cat unearthed a treasure worth $1 million. I'm here to check it out. I'm here from the trending list. This is the This Cat Makes More Money Than I Do series." Ethan Brooks smiled at the camera. "Good morning, everyone. Tuanchuan's still sleeping. He hasn't woken up yet." As he spoke, he arranged the items he acquired yesterday one by one beside him. He started with the few he picked out from the tomb complex. A blue and white porcelain plate, a bronze mirror, and a few copper coins. He lightly touched them with his hand and thought to himself. Adding to collection. Name: Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain plate. Collection points: +120. Name: Ming Dynasty Bronze Mirror. Collection points. Plus 85. Name. Ming Dynasty Copper Coins. Collection points. Plus 60. The System S progress bar filled up instantly. Collection points maxed out system upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining Antique Appraisal Scroll. This reward isn't bad. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. With a smile on his face, he continued chatting with the commenters. The scenery in the villages near Haven City is really nice. Look at that wheat field in the distance, that's where I was digging yesterday. He pointed the camera toward the distant fields. The comment section was flooded with messages again. Ethan Brooks didn't stop, he picked up the 3 bronze cups. Adding to collection. Collection points. Plus 7,000. Collection points. Plus 7,000. Current collection points. 14,000, 10,000. He just maxed out the 10,000 collection points needed for the upgrade. Collection points are full. System upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining Jade Appraisal Scroll. The system notification popped up again. The next level requires 15,000 points. Ethan Brooks continued. There was one more bronze cup, along with a broken sword and an ancient painting. Collection points. Plus 7,000. Collection points. Plus 7,000. Collection points. Plus 1,200. Collection points are full system upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining Calligraphy and Painting Appraisal Scroll. In just half a minute, the system had leveled up 3 times in a row. Ethan Brooks leaned against the wall, gazing at the distant fields, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ancient coins, porcelain, miscellaneous antiques, jade, and calligraphy and paintings. He collected nearly every major category of antiques. From now on, even without golden eyes, he'd be considered a master in the antique world. What's the streamer daydreaming about? Got lost in the scenery? The countryside scenery really is beautiful. The streamer's reminiscing about last night's good times. Right, the streamer might be thinking about what to buy to make it last a little longer. Ethan Brooks snapped back to reality and smiled. Guys, what are you talking about? I don't get it. I was just marveling at this vast, boundless scenery. Because, barring any unexpected events, I plan to head back to Shanghai tonight. That soon. It was totally worth it for the streamer to come to Haven City for the new year. First an official seal, then an ancient tomb. What a steal. Streamer. Was that square seal cat dug up yesterday real or fake? I came here just to see you. Where's cat? Where's cat? Just as Ethan Brooks was about to answer, his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Haven City Police. He paused for a moment, then answered. Hello. Ethan, it's me, Chief Kong Ditsai. Ethan Brooks sat up straight. Hello, Chief Kong. Did last night's operation go smoothly? A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. Smoothly. Very smoothly. Last night, the armed police worked with us to raid Boss Jaya's hideout in one fell swoop. Not only did we arrest the human trafficking ring, but we also rescued over 30 illegal miners from the black market mine. Ethan Brooks' eyes lit up. That's wonderful. The commissioner continued. And guess what? Among those 30-plus miners, 11 were the very people who went missing from that minibus at Linqiao Reservoir. The group that went missing from Forest Bridge Village 2 years ago, we found them. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath. Although he already suspected as much through his golden eyes, hearing it with his own ears was still a shock. That's wonderful. Their families must be so happy. At that moment, the viewers in the livestream were stunned by the news. Immediately afterward, the comment section exploded with messages. Holy crap! It looks like the streamer accidentally saved dozens of people. It's not that he saved them, he helped find them. That's still a huge contribution. The streamer has really earned some major merit. Those dozen or so families will be able to have a happy new year this year. The streamer is so awesome. Not only did he score a lucky find, but he also saved people. Now that's a streamer spreading positive energy. I've gone from casual viewer to fan. I've gone from casual viewer to fan. The streamer's merit is immeasurable. At that moment, the police chief smiled. Ethan, you played an indispensable role in solving this major case. The mayor and deputy mayor want to meet with you to personally present you with the Haven City Outstanding Youth Contribution Award, plus a cash bonus, a house, and a car. And of course, you'll receive every penny of the reward money. Ethan Brooks was taken aback. Isn't this a bit too much? The chief burst out laughing. What do you mean, too much? You helped us crack a major case and saved over a dozen people. It's the least we can do. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. Chief, I'll accept the award, but, he scratched his head. Could we keep it low-key? Ideally, could I wear a balaclava or something? The comment section exploded instantly. Wearing a balaclava to accept the award. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Is the streamer afraid of being recognized? Smart. Showing your face too much makes it hard to cash in on side deals. That's a solid move. What a generous reward package. But he definitely deserves it. He has to take what's coming to him. A hood. The director's voice came through. Of course. And we also recommend you wear a mask or a hat. He lowered his voice. Although we've arrested the human trafficking ring, they still have many operatives scattered across the country. We're continuing to track them down and make arrests. If word gets out about your heroic actions this time, you might face retaliation. Ethan Brooks nodded. Then I'll follow the chief's advice. The chief asked, You're heading back to Shanghai soon, right? When are you planning to return? We can schedule the award ceremony for whenever it's convenient for you. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. I plan to go back tonight. If possible, it would be best to wrap things up this afternoon. The chief said. All right, I'll check. As it happens, the mayor and deputy mayor are both available today. If we keep it simple, we should be able to arrange it this afternoon. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. Ethan Brooks hung up the phone and leaned against the wall to soak up some sun for a while. He heard Mrs. Lin's voice coming from downstairs. Ethan, dinner's ready. Ethan Brooks put away his phone and went downstairs. In the living room, Emily Foster was already up, sitting at the dining table with Tuanchuan in her arms. Lin's mother was carrying steaming buns and congee, while Lin's father set the table with bowls and chopsticks beside her. Ethan Brooks sat down, and Emily Foster glanced at him. Whose call was that just now? Ethan Brooks took a sip of congee. It was the police station. Last night's operation went smoothly. We took down the human trafficking ring and rescued over 30 illegal minors. Mrs. Lin's eyes lit up. Really? Ethan Brooks nodded. 11 of them were the people who went missing from that minibus 2 years ago. Mr. Lin's chopsticks froze mid-air. Aren't those the people who went missing from our village and the neighboring ones? That's right. Mrs. Lin put down her chopsticks, her face full of surprise. They've finally been found. Their families have suffered so much these past 2 years. Ethan, you're a true benefactor of Forest Bridge Village. Ethan Brooks waved his hand. Auntie, don't say that it was just a coincidence. Mr. Lin nodded repeatedly beside him. A coincidence takes skill. If it weren't for you, those suitcases would still be lying at the bottom of the reservoir. And the salvage equipment. There are treasure hunters everywhere these days. Even the government has a hard time getting its hands on large-scale salvage equipment. Luck. Just luck. And it wasn't a waste of time either. I have to head into town this afternoon to accept an award. Emily Foster looked up at him. An award. Ethan Brooks briefly summarized what the chief had said. It was personally approved by the mayor, the Haven City Outstanding Youth Contribution Award, along with a cash prize, a house, and a car. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were both taken aback. This? Such a big award? Just as they were speaking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the gate. Is this the right house? Yes, 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 this is the place. Hurry up and come in, hurry up. Chapter 76. Outstanding Youth. The gate swung open, and a crowd surged inside. There were young and old, men and women, all carrying things in their hands. Some were holding chickens, others were carrying meat, and still others were carrying a ceremonial banner. Leading the group was an elderly woman in her 60s with gray hair and red-rimmed eyes. As soon as she entered, she looked around. Which one of you is Mr. Su? Ethan Brooks stood up. That's me. The elderly woman hurried over and grabbed Ethan Brooks's hand. Mr. Su, my son is back. Her voice trembled, and tears streamed down her face. 2 years ago, he said he was going out to find work, and he never came back. We searched and searched, year after year, and we all thought she couldn't bring herself to say any more. A middle-aged man standing nearby took over. Mr. Su, the police called us in this morning to identify the bodies. My brother is still alive. He has skin and bones, but he is alive. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't found that suitcase, If you hadn't helped contact the salvage company, who knows how many more years those suitcases would have been sitting at the bottom of the water. I'm afraid, my brother. The people behind her began chattering all at once. Mr. Su, this is a small token of our appreciation. You must accept it. These are free-range chickens from my farm. Take them back to Shanghai to eat. This is my mom's steamed pork with rice flour. Try some. We heard the news last night and stayed up all night to make this banner. Please take it. The whole crowd had come to express their gratitude. Ethan Brooks couldn't keep up with all the responses. Holy crap. What a scene. I'm tearing up. I'm tearing up. The villagers really get it. They came to thank him without anyone pulling out their phones to film the streamer. So the streamer wouldn't be exposed. The missing people are back. What an immense debt of gratitude that is. That's true. The police must have given them instructions. I never would thought there were still illegal coal mines. Human traffickers deserve to die. It reminds me of the workers at that illegal brick kiln that was exposed somewhere before. Ethan Brooks looked at the crowd before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. and Mrs. Lin and the others hurriedly invited him in. Come inside and sit down, please. Come inside. The group poured into the courtyard, and the living room was instantly packed with people. Mr. Lin was busy bringing out chairs, while Mrs. Lin was busy pouring tea. Ethan Brooks was ushered to sit in the center of the group, his hands filled with all sorts of treats. They sat there for over half an hour. Once everything was settled, Ethan Brooks glanced at the time. It was already nearly 11 o'clock. Auntie, I have to go into the city this afternoon to accept an award, so I need to head out now. Mrs. Lin nodded quickly. Go on, important matters come first. Ethan Brooks went upstairs to freshen up and change into a clean set of clothes. Emily Foster stood at the doorway, holding to Anchuin in her arms. Can I come with you? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. Sure. Why don't we pack up and head straight back to Shanghai after we're done? Sure. Emily Foster nodded. The two went back to the room to pack their bags. After telling Mr. and Mrs. Lin of their plans, they drove off toward the city in the Land Rover, under their reluctant, lingering gazes. On the way, Ethan Brooks first called Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, where are you? Mr. Dawson gave his location, the hotel where he'd been staying. Ethan Brooks drove over. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Dawson pointed to the documents beside him. The salvage company deal is almost done. Tianhai Salvage 50 million for the whole package, including all equipment and certifications. These are the acquisition documents. Take a look. If everything looks good, we'll go see Boss Wang to sign the contract later. Ethan Brooks nodded. He picked up the documents and looked them over for a moment. Everything seemed in order. No problem, Mr. Dawson. Just go ahead and arrange it. All right? Mr. Dawson nodded. If everything's in order. For the 50 million acquisition, I'll put up 30 million, and you'll put up 20 million. We'll split the profits 60-40. The company's original management stays in place. We'll just collect our share behind the scenes. Ethan Brooks did the math. 20 million. Thank goodness the porcelain he donated to the museum earlier was appraised at a high value. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to come up with that. But with this one deal, he was practically back to square one. Fortunately, there were still the animal-eared vases and bronze cups to be auctioned off after the Lantern Festival auction. He'd be able to replenish his funds. All right, I agree. Mr. Dawson smiled. That's decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his phone and opened an app. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you wanted me to teach you how to handle the taxes involved in acquiring antiques, right? The way you do it. He walked Ethan Brooks through each step one by one. The filing process, tax rate calculations, issuing invoices. By the time he finished, it was almost 1 p.m. Mr. Dawson glanced at the time. Let us go grab some lunch. Boss Wang and the lawyer we arranged to meet are already ready. We're going to sign the contract. The three of them headed out and had lunch with Boss Wang. They finalized the details of the acquisition over the meal. By the time they finished eating, it was already 2:30 p.m. Ethan Brooks glanced at his phone. There was still no word from the police station. He sent a text to the chief. Chief, I'm done here. I can head over anytime. He received a reply quickly. Okay. I'll make the arrangements. 3:30 p.m. at the conference center next to City Hall. Just come straight there. Ethan Brooks replied. Got it. He looked at Emily Foster. We're heading to the awards ceremony. Will you wait for me in the car? Emily Foster nodded. Sure. At 3:20 p.m., Ethan Brooks parked in the lot next to the conference center. Emily Foster stayed in the car, holding to Anshuan. Ethan Brooks walked into the conference center alone. A staff member was waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Su? This way, please." He led Ethan Brooks down the hallway and into a conference room. The room wasn't large and was simply furnished. A banner hung on the stage, Haven City Outstanding Youth Contribution Award Ceremony. Dozens of chairs were arranged below the stage, with only a dozen or so people scattered among them. There were no media crews with cameras, only a few staff members were setting up equipment. Ethan Brooks let out a sigh of relief. The staff member guided him to the front row. No sooner had he sat down than a familiar voice came from beside him. "Ethan?" Ethan Brooks turned his head and froze. "Mr. Wallace," the manager of Bogu Jai in Haven City. Seated next to him was a woman in her 40s, with a capable demeanor, dressed in a business suit. "Mr. Wallace? What are you doing here?" Mr. Wallace smiled. "I'm here with my wife." He pointed to the woman beside him. "This is my wife, the deputy mayor of Haven City, Ms. Chun." Ethan Brooks' eyes widened. "The deputy mayor." He quickly stood up.
Hello, Mayor Chen.
Deputy Mayor Chun waved her hand and smiled. "Ethan, don't be so formal. Have a seat." She looked Ethan Brooks over. "You must be Ethan Brooks, right? We were here just waiting for you. You played an indispensable role in taking down that human trafficking ring." Ethan Brooks quickly replied. "Mayor Chun, you flatter me. It was just a coincidence." Deputy Mayor Chun smiled and said no more. Mr. Wallace stood nearby, looking somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Ethan Brooks to be the very person set to receive the Outstanding Youth Award. Up until then, he thought Ethan Brooks was just a lucky young man he never imagined, and he heard from his wife that the reason the operation had gone so smoothly was because someone from the military had pulled some strings. The armed police were mobilized, and the Skynet surveillance system was fully activated. Anyone capable of getting the military to step in is no ordinary person. The look he gave Ethan Brooks took on a deeper meaning. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked over. Deputy Mayor Chun stood up.
Mayor.
The mayor nodded with a smile and turned to Ethan Brooks. "Is this young man Ethan Brooks?" Ethan Brooks quickly stood up.
Hello, Mayor.
The mayor patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, young man. If it weren't for you this time, those dozen or so families would have had to wait who knows how long." He paused for a moment. "Don't worry for your safety. We didn't call the media. After the award ceremony, you'll just need to wear a hood and pose for a photo." Ethan Brooks breathed a sigh of relief. The award ceremony was simple. The mayor personally presented the trophy and certificate to Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks posed for a photo wearing a balaclava. Next came the handover of the cash prize, the house, and the car. The cash prize of $700,000 was deposited directly into his bank account. A 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house in Haven City, fully furnished. The keys and property deed were all ready. A Hongqi H9, already registered, was parked in the lot outside the conference center. Although the live chat wasn't open, Ethan Brooks could imagine the audience's reaction. Half an hour later, it was all over. Ethan Brooks walked out of the conference center, carrying a bag containing the certificate, keys, and documents. He walked to the parking lot and opened the car door. Emily Foster looked up at him. "All done. All done." Ethan Brooks handed her the bag to look inside. Emily Foster flipped through the contents, her eyes widening. A $700,000 bonus? Plus a house? And a car? She looked out the window at the brand new Hongqi H9. "That car?" Ethan Brooks nodded. "Yeah, we'll drive that one back from now on." He pulled out his phone and called Secretary Liu. "Secretary Liu, I parked the car in the lot next to the conference center. Please send someone to pick it up." Secretary Liu agreed and said she'd arrange it right away. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks let out a long breath. He leaned back in his seat and looked out the window. The sunlight was just right. So much had happened these past few days. Emily Foster asked softly, "Are we going back tonight?" Ethan Brooks nodded. "Yeah, we're leaving tonight. Are you tired? Or should we rest for the night and leave tomorrow morning?" Emily Foster shook her head. "I'm not tired. Let us go." Chapter 77. Time to start work and collect scrap. The return trip went smoothly. They set out on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, since most migrant workers returning to the city chose the 5th day. The highway wasn't too congested. They took 2 breaks along the way, and Emily Foster took over the wheel for a stretch. At noon the next day, the car pulled into Riversea City and stopped at the entrance to the Lotus residential complex. The two of them carried their luggage into the apartment, had a quick meal, and then went to their respective rooms to rest. Tuanchuan jumped onto the sofa, curled up into a ball, and soon began to purr. They slept straight through until the morning of the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains. Ethan Brooks opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was 8 a.m. He got up, washed up, and changed into fresh clothes. When he went downstairs, Emily Foster was already in the living room. She was wearing loungewear with her hair tied back casually. When she saw Ethan Brooks come down, she handed him 2 boxes. "These are for you." Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. "What?" He opened them to find 2 new phones. One was the latest flagship model, with an upgraded camera perfect for live streaming. The other was a standard business phone, solid and understated. Emily Foster explained, "Your old one had a cracked screen, and you'd been making do with it for days. Use these 2 for now. Use the live streaming one specifically for going live, and the other for everyday communication."